What is up, you two? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday. Today is Wednesday, right?
It is Wednesday, yes.
October 11th, 2023. And the Buck and I are with you all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. Plenty to get into on today's show. Updated MVP odds in the National Football League. Where does Brock Purdy stand after his big-time performance against the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football? Plus, a conversation about Quinn Ewers. How confident are you in the Texas signal caller going into the second half of the season? Which college football coaches are on the hottest seats? And is Jimbo Fisher high on that list? And, of course, we'll open up talking some Major League Baseball as we are just one win away from getting a Texas-sized ALCS between the Rangers and the Astros. The Rangers took care of their business last night. The Astros have a chance to do the same against the Twins today, which would set up one of the most anticipated championship series in baseball history, of course, in the state of Texas, but for fans all over the world. Plenty to get into, plus old men selling drugs that they should not be selling. I've got to ask the Buck if he wants to get in on this. What's going on, man?
I'm doing great, man. How about yourself?
I am doing very well. I appreciate you asking.
That is good, my friend. Good morning to the soldiers at Port Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. We do appreciate it, and please be safe.
Yes, absolutely. And we continue our prayers to the folks in Israel right now as
absolutely
the tragedy continues over there. It is a mess right now overseas. So
it is getting worse as time goes on, only to get better and to possibly start again. So we pray that it never starts again once it's finished.
Yeah.
Because it's an ongoing battle, and it's just been heartbreaking for the people around the world, much less for if you live in that region of the world.
Yep. Praying for peace over there. It is a scary time without question. So our thoughts and prayers are with everybody affected right now. And I got some family over there, and a couple of my cousins got called to serve. And for now, thankfully, everybody that I know is okay. But I know that's not the case for everybody right now.
No,
so.
I struggle with, we have it very, very good here. We have, we fight amongst each other, but my goodness, I can't imagine being a kid trying to just be educated in school and having bombs dropped, just sirens going off at all times, and, going to the store and doing the regular things that we get an opportunity to do. But at any given time, a siren will go off and you got to take cover. It's unfathomable that's what goes on in a lot of places around this world.
Yeah, it's a good word, unfathomable. So we'll continue our prayers, and there are plenty of outlets to where you can find out more information about what's going on over there. We'll try to entertain. We'll keep you going with the sports, but of course we acknowledge that there's some serious travesty going on the other side of the world right now. So feels like it's worth a mention. All right, Buck, how about those Texas Rangers, man? Wow. 2 years removed from a 100-loss season, a year removed from a 94-loss season, and they are now 4 wins away from a trip to the World Series. The Rangers complete the sweep of the best team in the American League, the Baltimore Orioles. They are on their way to the American League Championship Series for the first time since 2011. Of course, that was the last time the Rangers made it to the Fall Classic. The Texas Rangers, who limped into the playoffs. I mean, limped.
Celebrated. How about the celebration?
Yeah, well, they celebrated, right, clinching that wild card spot on the second to last day of the season. And they came out needing one more win to win the division on the last day of the season. They couldn't get it done. They lost. The Astros won, meaning the Astros won the American League West, and the Rangers fell to a wild card spot, and they had a pretty tough path. I mean, they had to play the 2 best teams record-wise in the American League, right? It started in Tampa Bay, top wild card team, a 99-win team during the regular year. The Rangers went into the least hostile environment in all of sports and took care of the Rays. And then against the Orioles, right? The only 100-plus win team in the AL this year. The Rangers take the first 2 in Baltimore and then come home and pick up right where they left off, 7-1. the final. This thing was over early. The Rangers put up 6 in the first 2 innings. Or excuse me, they put up 5 in the first 2 innings. And Nathan Eovaldi on the mound was magnificent again, as he seemingly always is at this time of the year. And the little Texas Rangers are once again 4 wins away from a trip back to the World Series.
It was good to see the bats, the way they took their time, they took their walks, they put runners on the bases, and they scored. They didn't mess around. If you weren't giving them pitches to hit, they weren't going to be foolish. That group knows how to. They take some really meaningful at bats, and they really did yesterday. They were, they were aggressive to a point, but they also took a couple walks that, a lot of other teams have been swinging and swishing around at yesterday.
Yeah, the Rangers were maybe the most disciplined team at the plate throughout the year. I think their chase percentage was lowest in all of baseball, and that's a big part of what Bruce Bochy tried to implement when he took over. The Rangers were free swinging way too much over the last couple of years, like a bunch of old folks, just swinging all over the place. And
just swinging it.
I know you're into that deal.
Oh, yeah, man.
And one of these days, I'd like to be in that.
There
deal.
You go.
So if you know a place where I could go to find that stuff, hit us on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. But now the discipline of the Rangers showed up. They worked a ton of walks in Game 2. I think they had 11 walks in that Game 2 win in Baltimore. And then, once again, last night, just able to get guys on base. Corey Seager, man, what can you say about him? I know the Mr. October nickname is already taken, but shoot, Corey Seager in this month just continues to be really, really good. And you think about it, he was with the Dodgers in 2020 when they won that Fugazi World Series, but all of those games were played in Arlington, right?
That's
Remember
right.
The COVID year? And he was the World Series MVP. He was unstoppable in that ballpark for the Dodgers. Well, his first playoff game as a Ranger inside the warm Gilf, and he hits a home run in the bottom of the first inning, and that just kind of opened up the floodgates. Adolis Garcia, the big 3-run homer in the second to really break things open. The Rangers offense, which, was very up and down. Statistically, a top 2 or 3 offense in baseball, but they really struggled in September. I don't know if anybody was quite sure what to expect from them in the playoffs. I was thinking they were going to be a quick out because of how much they struggled down the stretch, but they have turned it on at the right time. They hit all over Baltimore's pitching over these 3 games, and that's why they won.
Yeah, just like the Orioles just never had a chance. They really didn't. The aggression of the hitters with the Rangers was unbelievable. It was like when they began the season. Then they hit that lull when they got a bunch of injuries, and now everybody's healthy and everybody's ready to go. It looks like a World Series type of team to me.
Yeah, and they're banging Creed nonstop in that locker room.
Wow.
Have you heard about this?
I heard about that. Yes, they have hand signals and everything. The Creed songs.
They're all about
I'm
Creed.
A big Creed fan. I'm a big Creed fan. So.
Are you?
I like Creed. I like I like their lead singer.
Who is their lead singer?
Jesse Palmer.
Jesse Palmer, the ESPN guy?
No, he's not their lead singer.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
You got any other guesses?
Carlos
Del Rey.
Carlos Santana.
Oh, yeah. Huge Creed fan over here. How about this comment from Tanner?
Oh, really, Tanner?
How long did it take you to read that, dude?
I saw that. I just don't believe Tanner would even mention the little hero himself, the biracial beauty, the captain. If they would have had, that's right. If they would have had Jeter, no, they wouldn't have won. No.
Oh, even Jeter couldn't have saved the O's this week.
Not the O's. They're horrible. Come on. So they won a bunch of games this year. They stink. Sorry, Wags. Wake up to that. Hey, Wags, wake up to that reality this morning.
Oh, yeah. You bet I
got swept.
Now, you bet I texted Wags after the game.
Oh, my goodness.
Talking my trash. Yeah.
That hurt him.
The O's, they've got a bright future. But, yeah, I wonder if Wags is even going to show up today, man.
He's hurting.
He might need a load management day, a personal day,
something, man.
Mental health day, whatever.
They won more games than anybody in baseball. They were really good.
They were.
They got swept.
They got swept. They lost the first 2 at home, and you figured maybe they'd put up some sort of fight last night. You called it. You said the Rangers were going to win.
I couldn't even jinx the Rangers. How about that yesterday?
Yeah, you tried to. Didn't work.
No,
Did not
no.
work.
I'm starting to be a little bit of a Rangers fan.
There you go.
I'm a little bit of an Astros fan too. I don't mind either one of them. As long as
Okay.
it's in the state. I know you have to, as long as it stays in the state. There are two fantastic baseball clubs here in the state of Texas right now.
Yeah.
And one is green and growing. And I'm not saying the other one is ripe and rotten because they put it on their group yesterday too. They
Yeah.
didn't mess around.
About the Astros, right? The Rangers won 7-1. The Astros did them two better, 9-1. The
Wow.
final score from Game 3 in Minnesota. Talk about getting off to a hot start. The Stros put up 4 in the top of the first inning. I mean, before the Twins even got the bat, before a lot of the fans even found their seats, the Stros had a 4-0 lead up at Tarjay Field. Jose Abreu, who has been much maligned and rightfully so in his first year in Houston. They gave him that big contract last offseason, and he was awful for the first, 3/4 of the season. Started to figure some things out down the stretch. Still not as good as he had been for most of his career when he was with the White Sox. But, man, he hits 2 bombs, has 5 RBIs. Of course, the big blow, the 3-run homer in the first inning. And, the Astros quieted that crowd early. They sent a message that, that's cute. You beat us once, but we're still the Astros. This is what we do. This is our time of the year. They ran away with that one.
They did, and all the bats for the Astros were going last night. I mean, that was kind of fun to see because they, well, not really, because when they get on the road, it's like a different group when they're on the road for some odd reason. I don't get that, but man, when they're away and it's us versus the world, they are special now.
Yeah, and the Astros were 51-30 on the road during the regular season. So now 52-30 all year long. And Christian Javier on the mound. Boy, you talk about guys who step up in the month of October. He's one of them. I mean, he had maybe his worst season as a big leaguer this year. Nobody was quite sure what they were going to get out of him yesterday. He did get into a couple of jams, but worked his way out. 5 scoreless innings for the Stros. He was really, really good. And if, postseason Javier is going to be a thing, then watch out rest of baseball.
And what's nice for the Astros and the Rangers, they don't have to go into their bully. They haven't, their starters over the last 2 games have been really, really good, which is, I think people really worried about the Rangers bullpen. Were they going to be strong enough to survive this? And my goodness, the Rangers got rid of Baltimore in a hurry. And it looks like the Astros are about to do the same too.
Yeah. I mean, the Twins took Game 2, but I said it yesterday. I thought the Astros were going to win both of these games in Minnesota to close out the series. No problem yesterday. We'll see what happens tonight. 6:07 first pitch. It's Jose Urquidy getting the ball for the Astros. Another guy who's pitched a number of postseason innings over the course of his career. Hell, if you've been on the Astros the last few years, of course you have. This is where the Astros have been every year since 2017. He'll go up against John Ryan for the Minnesota Twins in this one as the Twins try to keep their season alive and force this series back to Houston. If there is a Game 5, it would take place Friday night, a little after 7 o'clock. I have a hunch we won't see a Game 5. And Game 1 of the ALCS will be on Sunday. So you'll have to take a break from your NFL watching or your ACL partying or whatever the hell you have going on this week to watch some baseball, especially if it's Rangers-Astros. Rangers will be on the road regardless of who they play. So if it is the Astros, that series will begin at Minute Maid Park on Sunday. But, man, how much fun could this be? Feels like the Stros are going to do what they need to do. This would be their 7th straight American League Championship Series, which is bonkers, Buck. That's 7 straight Final Fours. I don't care what sport you're talking about. College basketball, NFL, NBA, whatever. 7 straight trips to the Final Four if the Astros can get one more win.
Yeah, they've got that. They've got that feel-good story. I mean, they understand this type of year, this time of the year. They understand what big games really mean. When they get into the playoffs period, even before they get to the finals, when they get into these little semis and all that stuff, those guys have experience. They know what winning is about. They know how to win. They know how to bat. They know how to pitch. They know how to do everything that they need to do. Taking an extra base, playing great defense. That's what you do when you have the experience of being in these huge games like this.
Absolutely. Yeah, experience matters in the month of October. And the Astros were my pick to win the American League before the season even started. Not that I was really going out on too weak of a limb there.
What are you thinking? Michigan is not, like my Michigan? Because Michigan is a sleeper right now.
I was doing sports radio in Houston for most of the regular season, and there was a lot of conversation about, this isn't the year, this isn't the year.
Right.
And then here the Astros are 1 win away from getting back to the championship series. You talk about models of consistency, man. It is ridiculous. There is no more consistent team in all of sports right now than the Houston Astros. So we'll see. Job's not finished for them. They got to take Game 4 tonight. Or, if not, they got to take Game 5. They still need one more win to get to the CS. But if you're an Astros fan, I don't know how the hell you're not confident that your team's going to find a way to get it done. So some baseball happenings. If you're a baseball fan in the state of Texas, yesterday was a pretty good day for you. All right. Before we shift gears, we'll get back into some baseball conversation a little bit later. How about this comment from Jason? Javier, the first pitcher to have given up one hit or fewer in his first 3 career postseason starts. Impressive.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Javier's been coming out of the bullpen for a lot of his playoff appearances for the Astros. I did not see that stat yesterday, but very good. And yeah, as Jake says, I felt like I was watching an Orioles podcast yesterday with just how much Joe Davis and John Smoltz were just talking about how bright the future was for the Orioles. And they're not wrong. Like 100-win team, one of the youngest teams in baseball. They'll be back. But let's maybe talk. It
won't be bright that long because the Yankees will be back. No, so don't tell me how bright the future is for the Orioles. Don't forget the New York 27 World Championship Yankees. They're the ones who'll be back.
Yeah, congrats on 4th place, Buck. Great year for you guys. I know you were celebrating that on this show, finishing ahead of Boston. You're like an A&M fan trying to be better than Texas now. I got bad news for you. Booney is still your manager.
Yeah, that's not over with yet.
No, they're going to bring that dude back.
That's not good.
And Cashman, I think, is still
like
the
they're bringing Jimbo back. Is Jimbo coming back? Are they bringing that dude back?
No, we can get into Coach Hot Seat rankings. We've got some of those. Before we do that, though, let's give some love to some of our great sponsors. I'll start this morning with Altstadt Brewery. Hey, Oktoberfest is going on right now. If you're looking for something to do over the next couple of weekends, maybe this weekend, open week for Texas, get down to the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg. This place is massive, man. There is so much to do out there. They've got an outdoor beer garden. The weather should be fantastic again this weekend. Of course, you get to try samples of the greatness of Altstadt beer. You get to see how the beer is made. They've got live music. They've got a German-style restaurant serving up the best food that you can find in Fredericksburg. I'm telling you, it is the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. And speaking of Oktoberfest, if you just want some of the Altstadt Oktoberfest beer, they've got it now. That's right. The seasonal is back. 'Tis the season for football, for fall, and for Altstadt Oktoberfest. You can pick that up at HEB, at Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, Time Wise. Wherever you go to get your beer, you can find Altstadt Oktoberfest. And hey, this stuff is popping up more and more throughout the state. It's not just Austin. They've got it in the Metroplex. They've got it in H-Town. They've got it in San Antonio. They've got it everywhere. It's the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities. No
and speaking of official beer, how about the official chair from Relax the Back that I'm sitting in right now? With my messed up back, getting that right support has always been super difficult for me, but nothing's given me the comfort my back needed than the folks at Relax the Back. And they've got all kinds of chairs for you. Incline chairs. They've also got zero gravity recliners just for you. They've got stand-up desks if you need it. And they've also got road chairs like I had with me. By the way, that road chair with wheels, I'm going to have to take that back because that's tough for some of the places that we go. But I love that little roadie. That baby was comfortable. I was sitting in it yesterday. Hate to give it up, but not going to waste $1,000 chair that we may be on the grass with. So we'll give up the roadie. I'll find, Relax the Back. I'll find a different type of chair for me. Believe me, they've got them all just for you. They got 2 great locations here. And BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from the Whole Foods. And, of course, in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back. And, by the way, for Relax the Back, let's not forget, they're going to give away a chair, a wonderful chair, probably almost a $2,000 chair to the teacher of choice. So we got to get ready to get that text line lit up for, let us know who your favorite teacher is. I mean, you can be 50 years old and could be back when you were in grade school. That teacher may still be teaching somewhere. So let's get our favorite teacher out there. Kids, start thinking of who your favorite teacher is. Let's get them kind of comfort that I've got in my lumbar area and my thoracic back. Let's get them a chair that they can have for a lifetime of teaching, because teaching you deserves to have somebody needs to have a good back and good support system. Believe me, you kids.
I'm a teacher.
No. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You do need a chair. You have not given up the garden chair yet. The folding chairs we had this weekend. And thank you to the guys that gave up the folding chairs. Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm going to swap out my sit-up pool chair for one of those like reclining pool chairs. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
That's
great.
got the back and then the super long legs, where I can adjust the back height however I want.
Yeah, we can take those on the text line, can't we? The favorite teacher, if somebody wants to talk about their teacher.
Yeah,
let's do that. Let's get that going, because the end of the semester will come quick, and we want to get you so that your favorite teacher by the second semester is in what they're going to have as their favorite chair from Relax the Back. Believe me.
You're putting a lot of faith in our texters to actually text the names of real teachers and not just text themselves.
They won't do that.
Or maybe their wives or husbands' names so they can get that chair.
They're not like that.
Yeah, our guy Devin, I just shipped him the Relax the Back pillow as part of our 5,000 subscriber giveaway, and he's like, I'm pretty sure my wife is going to steal this shit from me as soon as it gets here.
As soon as it gets to the house?
Yeah, I'm like,
you mean, will the scammers hit us right now for that chair? Probably the scammers are looking to get that chair.
The scammers are back.
Oh, no.
That's what they do. And no, Mark, never too early for the first alt stat of the day. Because you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. Those are the rules.
That's right. Pop her open for sure.
Are the rules. All right, you brought up some hot seat talk. And there's a website that I go to periodically during the college football season. It's called coacheshotseat.com. I don't know who runs this site. I don't know who their sources are. I don't know if they even have sources or if they're just putting this list together week by week. But it is an updated ranking of the college football coaches who are on the hottest seats in the country. And I've been looking at this site for years, and usually they've got a pretty good beat on what's going on in the world of college football. Well, Buck, number one right now on the coach's hot seat ranking is none other.
James Franklin, always from Penn State University. The Nittany Lions coach has got to be number one, because he's well hated in the state of Pennsylvania for sure.
What do you mean? He's got a top 10 team. They haven't lost yet.
Oh, they haven't played my sleeper team or Ohio State, because they're not going to beat either one of them, because they never do.
No, they usually don't. But why would he be on the hot seat? They haven't lost a game this year. They went 11-2 last year too.
He's still on the hot seat.
They won the Rose Bowl last year.
Not going to happen. He's not beating Michigan again.
Well, they play UMass.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, they play the Basketball Hall of Famers this week. Really?
Do you know who they play next week?
Not Bielma.
Oh,
no.
Ohio State University. So
First
there's your test. Yeah, in Columbus. That game is next Saturday, the 21st. So
yeah, they'll be looking past UMass and get dumped by the Minutemen.
They're not going to lose to the Minutemen, dude. Minutemen, our men, second man, fireman, it doesn't matter. They ain't
second man up. No,
they ain't losing to those jamokes this weekend. No, James Franklin is not on this list at all. Number one on this list, Jimbo Fisher.
Come on, James Bo.
A&M lost to Alabama last week. That game was close for a while. I think A&M had a lead at halftime, if memory serves, and then Alabama was able to take care of business in College Station to get the win and the cover. Oh, this Alabama team that's going to be as bad as 2016 Notre Dame. Let's not forget, people thought once Texas beat them that Alabama was going to go 4-8 or 5-7 or something like that. Idiots. A&M, they've lost twice this year. They're 4-2. Do you buy this? I mean, last year obviously stunk for Jimbo. They went 5-7. They missed a bowl game. And if the buyout wasn't what the buyout was, I think maybe a move would have been made this past offseason. But Jimbo Fisher in his 6th year in Aggie land, they're 4-2 right now. I mean, is the seat that hot? Is the money still scary? Where are you at with Jimbo right now?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. They got the money, or they'll find the money and drop it off in a brown paper bag on his doorstep if need be, in order to get rid of him, to get their football program going. I don't think they can afford to have 4 losses this year. 4 losses may do it for that dude. I mean, I just don't see, because I don't think they're beating Tennessee at Tennessee this week.
No, yeah, that is their game.
But he can always lean BK on the fact that his starting quarterback got hurt. I know his backup quarterback's playing really, really well, but it may not be enough for them not to lose 2 more games. And if they do that, if they get to the 4 area, he may be able to lean, hey, I lost my starting quarterback. He was playing really, really well. Look at what our defense is doing. We're bringing back the defense now. But, man, the future for them, I mean, when you watch these wide receivers that they have, they're pretty good. They've got a decent running back. They got a decent offensive line. But the A&M defense is what's really, really back. I mean, he can live off of that part and then blame his quarterback as a reason where he needs to get another shot.
Yeah, the defense has been a lot better since Miami torched them back in week 2.
Absolutely.
Jalen Milroe was able to have some success, though, in the second half last week. So the A&M defense still not perfect, but, yeah, it has turned a little bit of a corner since Tyler Van Dyke did what he did. Hey, maybe take a knee next time, Tyler Van Dyke. Oh, that's a different.
No matter what your coach says.
Yeah, we'll get to Mario Cristobal in a second because his name is on this list after what happened last weekend against Georgia Tech.
His name should be the top of the list, shouldn't it?
Shoot. I mean, they were undefeated before that game. Like, I think they play, North Carolina this week? That should have been undefeated versus undefeated, but because Mario Cristobal's an idiot and doesn't know how to take a knee to close out a game, all of a sudden Miami's got a loss, and that matchup has lost a little bit of luster.
They love that cat, but they'll be ready to get rid of him.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to our guy, Lee Sterling, who, by the way, is the hottest handicapper in all of the world.
With the exception of me.
And he looks pretty good, too. What do you mean with the exception of you?
Wait a minute.
You're still down 1,000 units. Yeah, you're down 1,000 units.
Well, I'll make up for that, probably by Friday. I'll let everybody know there is an easy one out there. So
5,000?
Yeah, I'm willing to go ahead. That's right. I'll make it a 5,000 unit play because we need to be ahead. We don't need to be just treading water here, just being even. That's not good.
You don't want to make the pick right now. You want to wait till the end of the week to see the line movement? I'll wait till the end
of the week. Yeah, I've got to investigate it like I did the Rangers yesterday. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I was talking to Lee yesterday, who's a big Miami fan, lives out in Miami, and he's like, man, if I was Mario Cristobal, I would have donated my game check to somewhere. And I'm like, that's a good idea. Like, donate it to a charity and be like, I don't deserve this because I cost us the game. But, coaches don't do that.
No, they don't do that. No.
Mario Cristobal's laughing all the way to the bank on his way out of there. But anyways, Jimbo, I said before the year that 8-4 would be enough to keep Jimbo around, right? And obviously, A&M wants more, and they're paying Jimbo to do more than that. But I figured, all right, 5-7 last year, 8-4, that's a step in the right direction. It's Connor Wegman's first year as a starter. Maybe they'll feel like once that ridiculously good recruiting class that they got last year becomes upperclassmen, then, all right, like next year's got to be the year where they win at least 10 games. Otherwise, Jimbo would be gone. But just based on the people I've talked to and the stuff that I'm reading on social media, like.
And people.
8-4, 8-4 ain't going to be enough for Jimbo. And looking at the rest of the A&M schedule, you said it. They've already lost twice. They play in Knoxville this weekend at Tennessee. That'll be tough.
Don't like that for them, no.
They still have road games at Ole Miss and at LSU. So, they're going to probably be underdogs in those games. We'll see, what happens over the course of the next few weeks. But, that could be 7-5 right there for Jimbo if he doesn't win any of those games. They got South Carolina and Mississippi State and Abilene Christian at home in the other 3. So they should be able to win those 3 games. But
sure.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about 7-5, I don't know if 8-4 is enough anymore, but if we're talking about 7-5, then yeah, A&M might find that money and pay Jimbo to go somewhere else.
Helen, you mentioned that the battle of them versus Ole Miss, that could be 2 coaches that may be gone.
Oh, they're not getting rid of the Lane train yet, are they?
Lane train's time to go. It's time for him to start looking to other things too, to build other programs. You know what I mean?
Joey Freshwater, he's got to find some other co-eds is what he needs to do.
He needs to build another program because that was just kind of treading water, that Mississippi group. NIL can't even help that group. Nobody wants to go to school there. Forget about it.
Year 4 for Lane Kiffin, and you're already ready to be done with him, huh?
4 years? What do you think? They get 5 these days? You don't get 5.
I'm hoping Jimbo gets 25, dude.
Yes.
Keep that dude around. And that's another thing for A&M. Like they would want to be competitive regardless of if Texas was moving to their conference. But hey,
Right.
Texas is moving to their conference, and they really want to win that first game. Of course, Texas does too, right? Like both sides really want to win the first matchup between these two teams since
Yes.
2011 next year. A&M wants to make sure that, hey, when Texas comes to town, that they're not going to lose the state. They're not going to all of a sudden have to be looking up at Texas as big brother again. They want to make sure they got their stuff ready to roll. And if Jimbo's not the guy, and if they feel like what he's doing isn't enough, then like you said, they'll find that money and they'll get rid of him.
Yeah, they'll start looking at Jeff Traylor. They got a guy right in the state. They don't have to go very far.
No, they're gonna try for somebody bigger, right?
No, I don't think so. I think they would love to have a guy like Jeff Traylor build their program, especially with their defense. Now Jeff Traylor's pretty good offensive minded guy. That's what they need. They need to get the offense going. That defense is starting to come back. It's not totally the way it was, but they got some big dudes on their defense that can run and play. And in that secondary, they're good.
Oh, dude, Walter Nolan is ridiculous, man. I mean, number one player in the country a couple of years ago. No surprise that he is ridiculous, but no, they've got some talent. That wide receiver room, Evan Stewart, Aniyah Smith, Moose Muhammad. I mean, they've got some dudes on that team. Obviously, Jimbo's recruited very well, but has not developed the talent enough in College Station. You know who would be getting that job if his team didn't suck this year?
Who's
Joey McGuire at Your Mark U. He wants that job, but I don't know if 3-3 and a loss to Wyoming is.
And they've got more losses to come there, Joey.
Yeah,
there's some more headed your way.
It sure feels that way. Feels that way. Hey, shout out to you, Scott. Thanks for finding us. We're glad we're back too. Please spread the word. Tell your friends and enemies. And also like this video. We need help with the algorithm.
That's what I was thinking, the algorithm. I wasn't quite feeling it with the algorithms. I love the subscriptions, but the algorithms are very important. It's very important to feel that in your body and your loins.
What?
Yes, algorithms are important.
How do you feel an algorithm in your body and your loins?
Yes, very important.
What does it feel like? That wasn't a yes or no question. I said how.
How?
Yeah, how do you feel it?
There's a certain tingle you get.
Oh, are you feeling it today?
I'm feeling it today, yes.
That algorithm's inside you?
Yes, they are. They're algorithmous. Yes, we're getting that today.
Oh.
We're getting alchemized today.
Alchemized, okay.
But the subscriptions just keep on rolling.
Yeah, we need the likes, though. That helps us reach more people. So, hey, it means a lot that you watch. It means a lot that you subscribe. But also, if y'all could just give this video a thumbs up, that would be a lot of help. It helps our name show up higher in YouTube searches. That's what we need. We need the YouTube community to find us. We know you people have found us, and we're grateful for that. We would love for y'all to keep spreading the word, but we need the YouTubers out there to keep finding what we've got going on here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, Jimbo's number one on that list. We're not going to go the entire list because there's a bunch of coaches that nobody really cares about. But there are a couple of other Big 12 coaches in the top 10 on the Coaches Hot Seat rankings from coacheshotseat.com. Number 6, the coach that Texas will go up against next, Dana Holgorsen, down at the University of Houston.
Yeah, but entering the Big 12 the first year, I think they're going to let him stick around for another year.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's been a disaster. Like 2 years ago, they were great. They won double-digit games. They almost played for New Year's Six bowl. It felt like they were
wide receiver, great quarterback. Everything was rolling for them. Running back.
They had that last year too, but they just didn't win a lot. They underachieved. They were picked to finish first in the ACC last year. I think they finished 4th or 5th. And it was already starting to fall apart a little bit. And then, now this Houston team is really, really bad. Now, Dana gets a shot at revenge against West Virginia, of course, the team that he coached for a number of years in this conference. Houston hosts West Virginia this weekend. And if you're a Texas fan, I guess you're rooting for the Cougs, right? Because West Virginia is ahead of the Longhorns in the Big 12 standings right now because they haven't lost a game in conference play. It's them and Oklahoma who are the 2 unbeatens left in the Big 12 conference.
Yeah, Coach Brown down there in West Virginia, how he still has that job, I don't know. But, If he loses that game to Houston, that could be the one that sends him packing too. His seat has been hot. How long has that dude's seat been hot? Since he got there?
Yeah, I don't think so, but it's been a struggle for Neil Brown in Morgantown, and I think the seat's cooled a little bit. I mean, they're 4-1 right now. Like, I think he can afford one loss. Look, there will be some fans who are like, well, you lose to Houston, then he's clearly not the guy.
Right.
But I don't think he's going to get fired mid-season if they lose this
There's
one.
not gonna, there are going to be few of those mid-season deals anyway. I don't see anybody that's that hot. Like even Jimbo, nobody's going to get fired mid-season this year. I don't believe.
Well, unless you're having phone sex or unless you're hazing your players.
Oh, really? Oh, really, Mel? Come on.
Way to go, Mel Tucker. Are you kidding me?
Mel, you're never going to see any of that money. And the money you thought you were going to see, your ex has got that money now.
Yeah.
That's her money. That's not your money.
The wife and Brenda Tracy are going to get to see that money, Mel. Nice job, dude. Way to keep it in the pants, guy.
$95 million?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money to just throw out the window.
Yep, he whipped it out to throw it out, didn't he?
He whipped it out to throw it out. Yes, he did.
That's a shame. Dana, man, like I've got a lot of buddies who are Houston fans. We're going to talk to a UH person or two next week as we get set for the Texas-Houston game, of course, and we'll ask them about Dana Holgerson's status. But, yeah, after last year went down the way that it did. And Dana, like I think Texas fans know this from dealing with West Virginia for years in the Big 12. Like he's got a pretty brash personality.
Yes.
There's some Tom Herman ego in him. It's never his fault, right? Houston struggles. Oh, it's not because I'm a bad coach. It's because our facilities aren't good enough. We don't have the NIL support. I'm doing everything right, but the people around me aren't doing enough. Like I love Dana, man. I got to know him during my time in Houston. Great dude, freaking hilarious guy. But he's got that personality that rubs people the wrong way. And when you lose, we saw it with Tom Herman, people want to get rid of you quicker because of the way you treat people. And that's what's going on at Houston. Like they really underachieved last year, and the expectations for them weren't super high in year one in the Big 12, but they're off to a pretty bad start. I mean, they lost to Rice, dude. Like that's bad. So Dana Holgerson absolutely belongs on this list. And then the other Big 12 coach that makes the top 10 on the coaches' hot seat rankings.
The guy down by the river.
Which river?
The river that runs through Waco, Texas.
The river that runs through Waco, Texas.
Yes.
Yep. Dave Aranda is number 8 on the coach's hot seat rankings. Boy, they just don't look good. I mean, the season started off on the worst foot possible with that loss to Texas State. And they had the huge comeback against UCF. What was that, last weekend? And it's
that was a nice comeback.
Maybe they got it figured out, but then they returned home and they couldn't stop Taj Brooks and Texas Tech. And they're below 500. They're 2-4 right now after 6-7 last year, just 2 years removed from a Sugar Bowl win over Ole Miss. They have fallen on some hard times. And if they miss a bowl game again, it feels like that's where they're headed, then Aranda's probably gone.
Yeah, I can see them making a change. He's a nice guy.
You know what Dave Aranda is going to look like when he gets fired?
What's that?
You know what Dave Aranda would look like if he won a national championship? That guy shows no emotion, man. He's just the same stoned-faced dude on the sideline 24/7, 365.
Can't have that down there at Waco High. Something has to be moving. Got to be a mover and a shaker down there.
Oh,
and more moving and shaking than you're probably supposed to down there.
When you say moving, you mean like Mel Tucker moving, where something's moving down there?
Yeah, come on now.
Moving and shaking down there.
David is not very excitable, that's for sure, but that's okay.
Any other go ahead.
I don't really see, like I said, I don't see any of these top level guys. It looks like everything's going. Nobody in the Pac-12 is getting hacked,
Well, I think everyone's been vaccinated in the Pac-12, so we don't have to fire any coaches for that.
No.
Who in the Pac-12? Alex Grinch would be the guy, but he's a defensive coordinator.
That's about it. Everybody else, Washington State, that whole group. I mean, Cal plays, by the way, you don't want to be playing Cal right now either. They can beat you on it. But yeah, that's right. For the groups in the Pac-12 that still have to play Cal, be careful.
Yeah, I mean, they're fine, but they're like, I'd rather play Cal than play like 6 or 7 other teams in the Pac-12 right
Like
now.
like everybody else.
Pac-12 is awesome, dude. And this weekend coming up, like the 2 biggest games involve Pac-12 teams.
Yes, they do.
The
I'm looking
biggest game
forward.
is Oregon, Washington. And then you've got USC Notre Dame this weekend too.
Looks like a 5,000 play with the Cougs.
The Cougs.
Yeah, well, I mean, Washington State's playing too. They've got a big game this week.
Oh, Washington State. I was like, I didn't mention anybody who's a Coug.
Yeah, no. I'm looking. That may be my play. Pac-12 is. I'm going to lean on the Pac-12 here towards the end. They've got some good games against each other. So
you're gonna stay up late and watch the Pac-12 this year?
Yeah, when they start at midnight, sure. Why not?
Wazoo host Arizona. Arizona almost beat USC last week.
That's not happening. Where's that game? Tell me that game is at Wazoo.
It's at Wazoo. Yep.
Yeah, love that.
In Pullman. What about in the Big 12? Any other coaches who could be losing their jobs this year in the Big 12? Mike Gundy, like they're coming off a nice win over K-State.
Dude may retire, maybe not lose his job, but he may say, I've had enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think Okie State fans have just about had enough with Mike Gundy. I mean, they lost their whole team to the portal. Like, it's like they're not only losing games, they're losing all their players every year.
Nobody wants to play for him anymore.
No, like maybe him, but he's done so much in Stillwater that you feel like maybe he'll get a longer leash. Matt Campbell at Iowa State. Remember that dude?
The golden child.
Yeah, I mean, that guy was getting job. The Lions offered him in the NFL. They gave him like $70 million, and he's like, no, I'm an idiot. I'm going to stay in Ames, Iowa.
I want to build something here.
It's nice to see loyalty, right? I shouldn't dunk on the guy too much because you never see it. But I'm sure Matt Campbell was thinking, oh, shoot, I'd really screwed this up, didn't I?
I've sat on the turd, and I continue to sit on it.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
Yeah. I didn't like the phrasing on that one there.
Phrasing, y'all.
But, they went 4-8 last year, and no one on their team didn't
bet
last year.
Purdy.
No Brock Purdy. He's doing some good things in the NFL.
No Breece Hall. Very interesting.
5-star culture. Don't forget about that.
That's right. Always.
5-star culture with Matt Campbell all the time. I think the over-under was 3.5 on the star culture, and hopefully he took the over like their football players did.
Yeah, he gave up a chance at the Detroit Lions.
And some college jobs too, man. I mean, people were like, oh, if Harbaugh gets fired in Michigan, they got to go after Campbell. If Brian Kelly gets let go at Notre Dame, they got to go after Matt Campbell.
Were they going to go after him at USC? Yeah, there was a lot going on with that dude.
And now it's, he might get axed in Ames. We'll see how that goes. Iowa State has looked a little bit better. They beat TCU. Not a lot of people saw that coming. They beat the brakes off TCU last weekend. So maybe they've got some things figured out. But, yeah, it's been a struggle for the Cyclones in recent years. All right, there's your coach's hot seat.
Why don't I think Dabo Swinney is? I for some odd reason, I know he's. I mean, he could. I don't know if he's a lifer at Clemson. There was always talk about him going back to Alabama, but then there's talk that Alabama doesn't want that dude when that time comes. A lot of it depends on what happens here with Sark. I've always thought that Alabama may look back if Sark is successful at Texas, that Alabama may look to have him back at some time.
Right. Maybe. I mean, look, you got to get with the times, and Dabo Swinney has not gotten with the times, right? He's not a fan of the transfer portal. He's not a big NIL guy. And whether you like it or not, that's what you need to do to be successful in college football these days. So
yeah, but he wanted those luxurious surroundings, barber shops, slides, and stuff like that. He wasn't against that money going to the football program, just not to the players.
Right. Yeah, which is weird. It's a bad bit by Dabo Swinney. So, yeah, it's going to continue to cost him. I mean, Clemson has taken a little bit of a step back in recruiting over the last year or two. And once again, they're not hitting the portal as hard as the other schools are. I mean, look at some of the top teams in the country. They're bringing in big-time names in the portal every single year. And why would you not? It just is a chance for you to help your team get better. So, yeah, I think Dabo is further away from the Alabama job than he's ever been. And he's got to get Clemson back on track if he wants to be in consideration for that gig whenever Nick Saban decides to hang them up. And then, yeah, I guess Sark would be interesting. I would like to think that, Sark feels good about a situation here in Austin and feels like he can get Texas to I don't know if anyone can get to Nick Saban dynasty Alabama level, because we're talking about the greatest college football coach of all time, and Sark, doesn't have a national championship as a head coach yet. Hopefully he gets at least one, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Alabama's going to do. There were some Bama fans after Texas went in there and won in week 2 saying, we got to hire that guy right now.
That's what I'm saying. They gave him his opportunity when things were going, sideways for him. Nick Saban did, and so did the state of Alabama. So I always thought, man, if he has some success and they start coming to call for that guy, paycheck just went up.
Yeah.
Just went up. Mel Tucker, sorry, you lost yours, but Sark's about to get his,
I mean, Sark is around the 30th highest paid college football coach.
Right.
That news came out before Oklahoma, and everyone's like, he needs to be way higher than that. And then Oklahoma happened, and then everyone's like, nah, he's good. Right.
No,
there.
He's good. He's good. Yeah, he's good.
Yeah,
Let's just wait and see.
He should be higher than 30th for sure. But yeah, I don't know. If Alabama comes calling, then that's good news for Texas, right? Because that means Sark's doing a pretty damn good job here in Austin. But that's, one of those jobs that might be better than Texas. I mean, they've got more history, obviously, as a football program than Texas does. So we'll see if we get there. But
it's freaking Alabama.
Yeah, he's not getting fired or anything. Like, that guy's won 2 national championships for Clemson. He could have one slightly down year, or even 2 if you consider last year a down year, even though they won 10 games.
And he can be a Bitterman. He's just been a Bitterman since this all started. So
yeah.
As I said, he was one of the first to do all the cool things for his players, except for give them money. He said, I'll do all the cool things, but I don't want to give any money.
No, I can't. Hey, Dabo, that money is not coming from your pocket. You realize that, right? You're still going to get your money.
And you're going to get some good players.
Yeah, this is just other people trying to pay your players money. You understand that, right?
No, he sounded like it was coming out of his bank account.
He wants all of his players to sleep in the same bed as their mom, like he did.
Listen, I'm not down. He was a protector of his mother. I will always be in favor of Dabo when it comes to that.
You got to give your mom the bed and go sleep on an air mattress or something, dude. You can't share the bed with your mom.
Of course you can.
Give her the bed. She deserves it. She's your mother. And you sleep on the floor. You go find you an air mattress, guy.
She birthed you, dude. She's your mom.
Yeah, she deserves a bed to herself.
No, your mom is willing to give up a corner of the bed for you.
I know she is, but you got to be.
You're not sleeping. You're not sleeping in the same room or even the same room with your mom with all your, not naked like I sleep every night, butt ass naked. I mean, he's got to wear his uni. He probably had to wear his uniform into the bed. You
think he's wearing full pads?
Yes.
To sleep with his mom?
He did. I mean, he did. That is still the weirdest thing, but I understand protecting your mother. That's all I can say. Whatever it takes. Whatever mom's comfortable with, is comfortable with me.
How many times a year do you think that happens in Alabama? Not with a mom, but with a different family member, where a guy crawls into bed wearing an Alabama jersey to go sleep.
I'm not even going to go there. I don't want to take a shot at them. We've already beat them. We don't have to take shots at them.
We can't take shots. Like I can't take any shots at Oklahoma right now. Like, if I talk trash about their education or their lack of teeth, like, it doesn't hit because we lost to them, but we beat Bama, so we can talk all the trash we want to those fools.
Yeah, we can talk about Waco at any time. Win, lose, or draw with them too.
Yeah. Yeah, there's plenty to talk about with Chip and JoJo and David Koresh up there. Koresh can take over for Dave Aranda.
Wow.
Doing. All right, let's give some loves to some sponsors. How about, you see the shirt I got, Buck?
Olipop.
Some love to Olipop.
Shirts.
Oh, I love this stuff. The Buck's a believer. Our guy Chip Brown, who you can hear from 1 to 3 every day right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. He's a believer, and a lot of you people out there, yeah, if you've tried Olipop, you're also a believer. This stuff is legit. It's the soda that you grew up sipping, but it's actually good for you. Yeah, think about how bad a soda is. Next time you're at the store, look at the back of a Coke can or a Sprite can and be like, oh God, this is it. This is what I'm putting into my system. Is it worth it? Well, the good news about Olipop is you get that flavor. You get that same soda flavor that you've always loved, but this stuff is actually good for you. Inside of every can, you're getting a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics, 9 grams of fiber in every can of Olipop, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can of Olipop. Very few calories as well, and the flavor is absolutely there. Y'all know me. I don't like to eat healthy or drink healthy or do anything healthy. I want my fast food, but I actually enjoy Olipop because it tastes like soda. I had given up soda so I could eat all my fast food and crap all the time. That was the sacrifice I had to make, but I always loved that soda flavor. I always missed that soda flavor. Now I get my soda craving, but I also get something that helps my digestive health too. This stuff has changed the game, and it's changed my life. It can change yours too. Pick up Olipop wherever you get your groceries. Thanks to them for joining us here at TSU.
Let me tell you about my friends at Texas Orthopedic. If you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, of course. Spinal care, sports medicine. How about this? Rheumatology, joint replacement, like I had the old knee replaced. And, of course, rheumatology and even more. Christopher Danny, who I coached at the University of Texas, as I said, it was great to see him this weekend. And Christopher Stockton, the great kicker over there. They're dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. And their goal is to get you back into good health and, of course, that great quality of life that you deserve. Visit txortho.com for more information. They are the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. Check them out at txortho.com, my friends.
Absolutely. Shout out to them. And also shout out to our friends. Oh.
How about my fingers? How about my fingers when I got that shot last week? Look at it.
Wow.
Look, how about trigger finger? All of a sudden, it's back. Yes. You know what that's from? Opening up that Olipop, getting the exercise. Pa-bam, pa-bam. Yes. Thank you very much, Olipop, for helping strengthening the trigger finger. That's right.
Look at what Olipop does. If your finger can't bend, you drink this stuff. Hell, you don't even have to drink it. You just open the can and it's going to change your life, huh?
Love it.
That is awesome. Hey, a place you can buy Olipop is 7-Eleven, and you can buy everything at 7-Eleven. God, I love these folks. There's one right by where I live. I go all the time. They've got the Slurpees. They've got the big gulps. Of course, if you're driving to work this morning and you need a coffee, they've got you at 7-Eleven. The snacks, the taquitos, the pizza, the nachos, they've got it all. You know what 7-Eleven has.
Keep your hands off the rotisserie, please. Don't put your hands on the wieners, okay? I checked out somebody attempting to do that the other day at my 7-Eleven. I almost wanted to go over and smack their hands like your mom would do, but I thought better of it. I didn't want to get shanked, so I decided not to.
They didn't use the tongs. They were using their hands.
They were reaching in there to roll the thing around. It wasn't quite done on one side. I'm like, dude, we don't do this, Mr. Construction Guy. I don't know where your hands have been. Cut me a break. By the way, thank you to Ashish over there, because the 7-Eleven bathroom over there, because at my age, you never know when bathroom calls will happen. Very clean. I do not mind telling people when I go out that they have the wonderful bathroom. I mean, I just let them know their restrooms, when it's clean, I'll let you know you're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Because not enough people give credit to people that keep those places kind of clean for you.
Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, have not been to that bathroom yet, but that's good to know.
Yes.
It is clean.
I don't need you to live there and then go wash up in there. I don't need you doing that, BK. You have an apartment now. So you don't need to, no. I don't need you hanging out by the dumpster either.
Well, if people don't keep watching and listening to our content, that might be where I'm headed. Shoot. Shout out to our friends at 7-Eleven, though. Love those folks. And also shout out to our friends at centextickets.com. We've got a couple of pretty badass events coming to our fair burg over the next few weeks. Of course, ACL weekend 2 gets going on Friday, and then F1.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Of course, the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Coda is a great sponsor, and we love having Coda on board with us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. But if you're looking for tickets to either of those events or any sporting game, wow, I really get paid to talk about sports for a living, huh?
There you go.
They got them on centextickets.com. Longhorns, Aggies, Red Raiders, Waco High. It doesn't matter. Oh, we might be getting a Rangers, Astros, ALCS. If you're looking for tickets for that, centextickets.com. They've got you covered.
Yes, indeed. And, of course, I've been waiting to talk to Shelby, because you never know when a guy like Andrea Bocelli shows back up at the Moody Center. I'll be front and center for that event. No matter the price, that's what I pay to see that cat. That's exactly what I do. It's not like I'm going to go see Lana Turner or whatever her name is.
Still not a person.
Creed. You know?
Hold on now.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were on the TV broadcast last night. Joe Davis and John Smoltz were talking about Creed because that's what the Rangers have apparently been listening to throughout the last couple of weeks as they've found their way to the American League Championship Series. They were saying that there's some sort of cruise next year where Creed's going to be performing. It's like a bunch of late 90s, early 2000s bands that'll be on the cruise. And I'll tell you what, if the Rangers find a way to win the World Series, they won't. I will be on that cruise. I'm going to need to
go down with that ship. There you go.
I'm going, dude. I don't care. I'm hanging out with Creed for a week. That thing's going to be all Rangers fans, I think, if they find a way to win this deal.
How awesome would that be?
Yeah. Bocelli. Is he that good live?
He is awesome live. He is absolutely awesome. And the sounds in the Moody Theater just make it sound so much better, man. It's incredible. The mood makes that thing happen, makes that show happen.
Is this what you had, the condition you had, the Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
That's for the holiday season. No, dude. And don't think I haven't seen that group play before either.
There you go.
Oh, man.
I still haven't been to a concert at the Mood yet. Apparently it's awesome. Like everyone like the Irwin Center was one of the worst places ever to catch a concert.
Except for Andrea Bocelli. He made that place sound magnificent. I mean, like that guy can sing anywhere, so it doesn't matter. But in the Mood, he was fabulous, BK. I had great seats to it, except for the dude behind me kept singing the songs. I said, I didn't come here. And I actually turned around, dude, I didn't come here to hear you sing. I came here to hear him sing, not you trying to sing in Italian. Please spare me. There was this Mexican dude behind me trying to sing in Italian. I'm like, dude, come on, man.
That's the tough part about concerts, man. Like, people want to sing, you know the words. You want to show everybody that you know the words.
Richie and dance on the ceiling or something. Sing to that crap.
I mean, you see these videos from these Taylor Swift concerts where these girls are just screaming this lyrics at the top of their lungs. It's like, imagine having to, you pay $1,000 for a ticket and you got to sit next to that. Yikes.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't be singing to every song. If you want to sing to a hit or something, that's fine. But yeah, I'm with you on that.
The only song you need to sing at a concert is Sweet Caroline. And if you don't go to that song, if you're not at that concert, don't sing the other songs. Let the people enjoy them, okay?
What's the name of that song?
Is it Sweet Caroline? Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah, I thought you said Sweet Carolina. I was like, I know there's a north, there's a south, there's an east. I didn't know there was a sweet as another state in our union.
What are you thinking I am? Miss South Carolina? Maybe I need some maps and such as.
Oh, we might have to play that for the second day in a row because why not? All right, let's get into some NFL MVP odds. You know, you do the Bucky Heisman watch every Thursday, so we'll have that tomorrow to give the Bucks updates on who he has as the front runners for the most prestigious award in college football. But what about the most prestigious individual honor in the NFL? Buck, if you were setting the odds in Vegas right now, who would be your favorite 5 weeks into the NFL season?
I would have to put Christian McCaffrey as one. And then, of course, I would have to put Patrick Mahomes as two.
Okay, you're not too far off from where Vegas is right now. But it's not Christian McCaffrey who's the betting favorite to win the MVP.
No, don't even say Purdy. Don't even do that. Don't even say Brock Purdy is leading the charge right now.
Broccoli Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, is the favorite in the desert.
Wouldn't the NFL just love to do that?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Irrelevant in his second year in the league to be the guy to win the most valuable player award. What a story that. I mean, Brock Purdy's story is already ridiculously good.
Oh, it is.
He could retire today and you could already turn it into a movie. It's that special. But yeah, if he goes out there and wins MVP, and the Niners right now are the Vegas favorites to win the Super Bowl, if we're talking about that type of year, yo.
Yeah, I mean, is he ahead of Christian McCaffrey right now?
Yep, here are the we'll go top 10 or so for MVP odds. Brock Purdy, number 1.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes, your number 2, is the number 2. No surprise, the defending MVP. That guy is like Tom Brady level, where you could really give him the MVP every year if you wanted to, but he won't always win it. To a T, your guy, Mr. Fall School himself, Mr. Jewish Jitsu, number 3.
Good job. Hasn't hit the ground yet.
Nope. Josh Allen, number 4. Despite the ugly start to the year, he's figured some things out. Buffalo is really good right now. Jalen Hurts, number 5.
Mr. Consistent.
Christian McCaffrey is coming in at number 6. He's your first non-quarterback. And then you've got 4 more quarterbacks to round out the top 10. Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Lamar Jackson.
Give the money back, Lamar. Give the money back.
Yeah, you're very high on right now. And then Jared Goff, number 10.
Mr. Irrelevant, number 2.
Well, what do you mean? He was the first overall pick. He's the opposite of Mr. Irrelevant.
No. Okay, I'm good with him at 10. Don't try to slide him up there anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, look, Detroit's 4-1. They've got the win over Kansas City, which is probably the most impressive win in the NFL this season, going to Arrowhead and beating that team that is 4-1, and of course is the defending champions. So yeah, he's not at the top of the list. He shouldn't be, but he can have his name mentioned with some of these other cats with the year that he's had so far.
And Brock Purdy is he's a part of what the system is all about. But the system is a bunch of great players around him, including right now the best offensive line in football, the best running back in football, the best wide receivers in football. Is there anything that the San Francisco 49ers aren't the best in right now? One of the best tight ends in football, maybe the best right now this year, who's now
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And they've got what every team wants. They've got a quarterback on a rookie contract with a contending team around him, right? It's the greatest financial advantage in American professional sports, having a quarterback on a rookie contract. And Brock Purdy, he's on a 7th-round rookie contract. He's making 6 figures. So the Niners have all this other money for the next few years to pay Bosa, to pay Kittle, to pay Debo, to pay Ayuk, to pay McCaffrey, to pay Warner, to pay Greenlaw. I mean, it's the most loaded roster in football. They've drafted well. They've signed well. They've traded well. Obviously, the McCaffrey move was a trade last year. I mean, they have just done everything right from a team-building perspective. And
yeah, I'm surprised I didn't see – I saw his parents at the game, BK, and they were in seats. I thought they'd be up in a private suite because they know when it's going to be time to pay that dude after he's won 2 Super Bowl championships with that team that he may give them a bargain so they can keep some of these – that guy's already living his dream. He is the dream. You know? Yeah, he is the dream.
Yeah. Oh man, this is what everybody dreams of, right? Like, hey, you get a chance in the NFL, make the most of it. Like, just because you're a 7th-round pick doesn't mean you're locked to even make the team out of camp. Most 7th-round picks probably don't make their rosters out of camp. And yeah, for Brock Purdy to rise to the level that he's risen to, where he's MVP favorite 5 weeks into his 2nd year in the league. I mean, yes, it helps having Kyle Shanahan, who's the best offensive mind in the world. Yes, it helps having all that talent around him. But man, Purdy's making the throws. He's going out there.
He's the guy who's got to throw the ball. He has to make the plays.
Yep, he's doing it now.
Hey, Dak, he has to make the plays. But then again, you're not surrounded by the kind of people he's surrounded by.
Well, Dak Prescott is 11th on the NFL MVP odds right now, which feels about 1,100 spots too high.
Yeah, it does. I like that. Who was that? The Debo Samuel said, hey, listen, don't get too high on yourselves, Cowboys, because the beating we put on you, it may be worse the next time.
Oh.
Is that who said that? Who is that who said that to the Cowboys? I think it may have been Debo that said that. It may be worse the next time. Really? It can get worse?
Doesn't feel that way, but
no, it doesn't feel that way. Those guys are NFL players too, I believe.
Yeah, well, they didn't look like it. It looked like the NFL versus high school on Sunday Night Football. It really did. And yeah, the Cowboys are getting further and further away from San Francisco. And I don't know what the Cowboys do next. I mean, they've got a big game on Monday Night Football, right? I mean, look, because of what happened against San Francisco, there are people who are going to be doubting the Cowboys all year long. And you should. Like, this team could still be really good, but how the hell can you be confident in them going up against the 49ers if they do have to rematch? And, oh, by the way, that game was in Dallas 2 playoffs ago. It was obviously in San Fran last year. It's going to be in San Francisco if there is a rematch this year because the Cowboys aren't going to win the division and the Niners might end up with the best record at football. Hell, they've got it right now. They
don't have enough firepower in Dallas right now. I don't know how that changes during the season. Yeah, there's some teams that they can beat. They may be able to split with Philadelphia, but BK, that team right there is at a different level right now from everybody.
Yeah.
Even on an off weekend, they're going to beat you by 2 touchdowns. That's just the way it looks like for the rest of the NFL playing them right now.
Yeah.
I mean, could this be the undefeated team? Miami Dolphin gang?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if you want that pressure, right? I mean, we saw what happened in New England when they went undefeated through the year, and obviously were 18-0 going into the Super Bowl and then lost to the Giants. I mean, no team's going to go out there and try to lose a game, but maybe San Francisco slips up somewhere, or maybe they get to the point where they're like,
they may be too good to, even if they slip up, it's just not enough. They put in some second string guys that are just that good right now. I mean, they look like a different sort of professional football team to me when they take the field now. They just look different from everybody.
No, they do. They look better than anybody else. I know the Eagles are also 5-0. I know the Chiefs are the Chiefs, and there are plenty of other great teams around the league, but it sure feels like the Niners are in a league of their own at the moment.
Boy, they have built something special there right now.
Yeah, they have. Let's see who they play this week. But yeah, the Cowboys against the Chargers, Monday Night Football, another primetime game for Dallas. The eyes of the country will be watching.
Yes.
Going into the Cowboys bye week. So if they lose this one, they'll be on a 2-game skid going into their bye week. And, the rumblings will be very, very loud up in the Metroplex if they can't find a W on Monday nights. Where are you at with this Cowboys team right now, man? I mean, are they even as good as the last 2 years teams that obviously couldn't beat San Francisco, but they won 12 games in each of the past 2 seasons? Are they even that good? Or
I don't believe they're that good. They're just their offensive line hasn't really got it together. Pollard they were expecting a lot out of Pollard. They really, really were as a runner. And as we talked about before the show started, BK, he's not, I don't know if he's totally healthy or not, but he's not a big dude, and they run him inside an awful lot. They made those big plays with him on the outside. Yes, he can run inside, but he doesn't look as good as the guy that's running for him right now, running inside with the football. And they haven't taken him outside. I'm like, you know what? You're looking for all these studs outside to throw to. You need to put him out there and let him catch some balls like he did last year when he made his big plays. Screen him and everything else. Running him inside just to say that he can do it and that he is a running back just makes no sense to me. I know they want to run the football, but their best bet is they don't have enough of the running game because their offensive line is always banged up to sustain like against a San Francisco or a Philadelphia. They just don't have that. They're never healthy. They don't stay 4 or 5 games with the entire offensive line together. There's always somebody that's going to be missing. And knock on wood, Smith is still hanging in here. The old vet, the Hall of Famer, is still. We're getting towards that part of the season where that guy starts to disappear for a few games. But very fortunate right now that he hasn't. But they don't have a togetherness on this offensive line, and they don't really have a thumper at run. The other kid is a better thumper than Pollard is right now.
Neither of them are running the ball very well right now. That's a big issue for the Cowboys, right? Like Dak is very good at times, and I know people are going to bash me for praising Dak after what we saw on Sunday Night Football, and it's a tough time to be a Dak defender right now. But we've always said, even the staunchest Dak defenders are like, nah, he's not Tom Brady. Like, he can't put the team on his back and go out there and win a championship by himself. Like, he's going to have the guys around him playing really well to help elevate his game. And the Cowboys just don't have that. They can't run the football right now. I mean, Tony Pollard's averaged, more than 5 yards a carry over the last 2 seasons. Right now he's at 4.2, and he clearly does not look like himself. Coming off the injury, I guess it makes sense. But yeah, I mean, no one on the Cowboys has been able to run the football effectively right now, and that makes life very, very tough. You ask any coach, any player, any football mind that just how difficult it is to be a good offense if you can't consistently run the football. And the Cowboys.
Now you're going to be missing Van Der Esch you're going to be missing Van Der Esch for a couple of weeks.
Yeah. The defense has been exposed a couple of times in the last 3 weeks.
Yes, they have.
Is out. Obviously, Trayvon Diggs is out for the rest of the year. Our guy Jake saying maybe trade for Patrick Surtain from Denver. That would help. But if you're the Cowboys, are you trying to go all in on this season right now? Like, Surtain might cost you a first-round pick. Well, he's young. He's still on his rookie contract, but you're going to have to pay him soon. Do you want to make that move, give up a first-round pick, and go get him for this year? I don't know.
Well, they can't go from one of the best defensive secondaries in the league, and then in 4 weeks later, they're almost getting toward being one of the worst. You just can't do that. So you got to do whatever you can. I mean, it's the NFL. They will tear you apart back there if you don't fix those problems. But then again, you got to be able to stop the run too. When teams say, okay, we're just going to start running against you, you got to be able – that's what you have to stop first,
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they couldn't really stop anything on Sunday. Obviously, the Arizona
It's a
game.
different team. The San Francisco 49ers is just a cut above including the Philadelphia Eagles right now, I believe.
It'd be one thing, though, if that was the only bad performance the Cowboys had this season. But
Right.
we saw what happened against Arizona, who is not San Francisco good. So clearly it's not just, the 49ers are the boogeyman and it was just one bad week. It's
right.
like, no, like there are multiple teams now through 5 games who have been able to expose some of the Cowboys' weaknesses. So I don't know. I've never been so confused as a Cowboys fan as to like what the right move is.
Well, what are they offensively? What are they? I mean, CD Lamb said, I don't know what we are. I mean, what did he catch? Like 2 passes the other night? He's like questioning, what are we?
Yeah.
I mean, well, what does Mike McCarthy want us to be? Well, I know what he wants you to be. He wants you to be a run-first team. He wants, and they can't run. He wants to keep the ball out of Dak's hands where he has to drop back and throw picks and force balls in there. But they can't run. So in order to stay with these other teams in the NFL, you're not going to have a powerhouse team where you can run the ball in the NFL. You got to score points. That ball has to be in the air, and you got to figure out ways to score points in the air. Nobody's running on anybody in the NFL. This isn't like the Pittsburgh. This isn't Franco Harris. You're not going to do that. The NFL's not like that anymore. They're going to stop that shit. No, that shit's going to get stopped. You're going to have some success, but you're not rushing for 300, 400 yards a game. That doesn't happen anymore.
No, but you can't be one-dimensional as an offense. So believe me, I'm with you. Like the Cowboys, every team needs to have a successful passing attack. That goes without question. And you can't just be 3 yards in a cloud of dust. You can't be running it on every 1st and 10 and 2nd and 10. Like, no, but you have to also be able to run the football. You know this. And the Cowboys can't. I mean, it's bad. It's bad. They're in purgatory right now. I still think the Cowboys win double-digit games. I still think they make the playoffs. Maybe I'm foolish for thinking that, but cool. You made the playoffs. That's not been the problem for the Cowboys over the last 25 years. They've been able to make the playoffs a lot, especially in the last 5 or 6 years. They've been amongst the league leaders in regular season wins. Problem is, in the playoffs, like all of the teams around them in that statistic, regular season win leaders are winning in the playoffs. You've got the Chiefs in there. You've got the Eagles in there.
Detroit's a better football team than the Cowboys are right now.
Yeah, I'd pick Detroit to beat Dallas on a neutral field. I wouldn't have told you that before this past weekend, but how can you not? How can you not right now?
I never wanted to think of it as the kneecap biter. The Fighting Dan Campbells is being better than the Dallas Cowboys. They are. Yeah. And that's scary. That's a scary thought right there.
What do they do? I mean, can the Cowboys do anything this year, or is it just you ride with what you've got and then reassess in the offseason?
Well, I just don't think when a player gets hurt that you can just say the season's over with. I don't think at this level of football, your backups have to be good enough. They have to be able to sustain because that guy's not coming back. That cornerback's not coming back. So your backups, you have to. This is about how you draft, who you draft. I mean, the types of players that you draft. They can't be just dudes walking out onto the field with a helmet on and some shoulder pads and pretending to cover quality wide receivers in the NFL. Your secondary can't be horse shit when one guy goes down. Somebody has to come in there, and they can't go from number 2 in pass defense to like number 28. You can't do that.
No, and we're talking about a corner, not a quarter, a corner back.
Yes.
That should not tank your season. But the problem is, it's not just Trayvon Diggs. It's not like, the secondary's bad, but everything else has been fine. It's like Trayvon Diggs doesn't play quarterback. Trayvon Diggs doesn't play running back. He doesn't, stop the run. I know technically he's in on the run defense, but he's not one of the guys who's really tasked with stopping the run. Like it's a bunch of different things for the Cowboys.
Well, when you lose that dude has counted for turnovers that are scores. Like I said, he doesn't just intercept balls. He gets pick six. He does that when your offense can't do crap right now.
Yeah. It's a big loss.
That hurt.
People dunk on Trayvon Diggs. I mean, he gets burned. Hey, breaking news, cornerbacks are going to get burned when they're going up against the best receivers in football. That's how it works. But, yeah, he's one of the best in the league, and his loss has been hurting Dallas, but shit, everything else has been hurting the Cowboys.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. But as you said, they're 10, 11, 12 games that they'll win, but they'll beat the also-rans. They'll beat Washington twice. They got the New York Football Giants. They may split with Philadelphia. But when it comes time to playoffs, you're right. We'll find out an awful lot about them because, the Los Angeles Chargers, they've got some thoughts about their quarterback too. You know, that guy's been on, I'm going to be the next great one. I've got a bunch of records, but can I win? That's a collision course between those two cats on Monday night. Yep. It really is.
Yep, it is. Yep, it is. Two fan bases that I think want to fire their head coaches going up in that one on Monday Night Football.
And they're leaning on their quarterbacks. They're expecting their quarterbacks to be better.
Yeah, agreed. All right, let's shift gears and get into some Texas football conversation. I want to ask you a question about Quinn Ewers, Buck. But before we do that, some love to some of our sponsors. How about our friends out at Covert BK?
I love these folks since 1909. No, I wasn't born then. I wasn't around in 1909, but there was just a few years later that I was born. So they've been doing it since 1909, BK. They've been serving Central Texas with cars and trucks, and they've got an incredible location out there in BK, Texas, USA, America. And they've got all kinds of brands out there, 7 different brands, the Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, of course. And they've also got Chevy and Hutto, and they've got Ford in Hutto, and they also have Lincoln and Ford right here in Austin, Texas. And if you need your car serviced, when you go to these folks, believe me, they have 86, not 18, 86 service bays that await you. You get your car in, you get your car out. And if you want to see a lot filled with cars, and you talk about people that, well, when am I going to get my car? Are there cars available? Go out there to Bee Cave and take a look over there. If you're coming from Austin, look to the left. If you're coming from Marble Falls, look to the right there in beautiful Sweetwater, and you will see some of the best looking rides out there. And the lot is packed with cars. They've got and trucks. They got plenty of them that are waiting you. We got an opportunity to drive in a couple there. I was in the Buick Enclave that I did return. I almost tried to lose it, but I did return that Buick Enclave. And you're in that beautiful Denali. And that thing, those cars are fantastic. And the people out there are fantastic too. While you're out there, say hello to Mike, of course, and Dan Covert, and say hello to Stacy and Jerome, the whole gang out there. They await you. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. They're the best in the business. There's no doubt about that. All right. Speaking of the best in the business, see these TVs behind me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were done by the best in the business. And size matters, according to science.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Love them.
Yes, indeed. Size matters. I got a couple of 55-inchers behind me in the other room.
A whole 55-inch, that's all you got? I got an 85-incher with width and girth.
Oh, you can take 85 inches, huh?
Yeah, it's there. It's there, man. It is there. I love that TV. And I mean, I'll tell you, I love it for soccer. I love it for the NHL. And for folks that say that if you don't understand the NHL, on an 85-incher, you can see everything that you need to see. I know it's better to be live. And that's that particular sport. I love to be live at it. If you really understand the game of hockey. But dude, on these TVs, you can see everything that you need to see if you like hockey right there at the house.
You can follow the puck.
Yes, absolutely.
That's everyone's biggest complaint when they're trying to watch hockey and they don't know how it works. Like, where's the puck?
Out of their mouths when they get hit, when they get that forecheck and get that stick to the face. I love it. See that blood squirting. It's great.
Hockey is so freaking back, man. It's awesome. Opened up last night with 3 games. The Vegas Golden Knights got to raise the banner out there in Sin City. The Dallas Stars open up their season tomorrow.
Oh, and they didn't get to raise a banner, though, did they?
No.
No banner raising there? Okay. Neither did the Bruins. They didn't get to raise their banner either. I like to go see a Golden Knight. I like to see a hockey game there. That'd be awesome.
I still haven't been. I've been to Vegas like 5 times in the last year or two, and just something has popped up to where I can't go to a Vegas Golden Knights game. What
do you do? Just go to see Elvis? How many Elvises have you seen there, though?
4,000.
They're everywhere.
They're everywhere. I thought that guy was dead, and here he is.
Oh,
shit,
no.
I thought he was over there. No, there he is over there.
He's everywhere in Vegas, man.
Yeah, the amount of Elvises and the amount of boobs that you see, just some you want to see and some that you don't want to see.
Oh, no.
They're just out there in Vegas all the time. But yeah, hockey's back. I think I'm the second most excited person in Austin. Tom McKay of AV Consultations, the most excited person that the NHL and, of course, the Texas Stars out there in Cedar Park getting up and rolling here shortly, too. Big hockey fans here, and love that. Shout out to AV Consultations for their support of us. And also a shout out to our friends at Great Blue Heron.
That's what I need. Now I need that big leather couch to sit on watching all this good stuff.
I'm telling you, if you want to upgrade the couch at your house, you got to go to greatblueheronfurniture.com, or better yet, just click the link in the video description below if you're watching on YouTube, and boom, you see it. This company has been around since 1991. You don't last that long unless you are selling a really, really good product. And man, this furniture is ridiculous. It's the most stylish. It's the best looking. It's the most comfortable. It is the most well-built furniture that you can find anywhere. Don't go to IKEA. Come on, get you a good couch or a good recliner. You're going to be spending half your
cardboard.
Yeah, come on. You're getting older out there, all right? Dude, I'm almost 30, man. I'm going to need a recliner to where I can just lean back and fall asleep watching sports. I'm getting close to that age where I need one of these, meaning I got to go to Great Blue Heron Furniture. And hey, if I do live for a long time, this furniture is going to last a long time because it's built to last for decades, not just for a couple of years where it's like, let's just buy this cheap couch and we'll buy another one when we move. No, this is something that you're going to have forever, and it's something you're going to be proud of forever. And hey, people are going to be walking into your house like, damn, where did you get that couch? Like, you want to be the envy of your friends and family. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. I'm telling you, man, the chairs, the couches, the bar stools.
It would have looked perfect at my house if I'd have gone 281 and seen my little farmhouse.
Yep.
Yeah, my little Texas style farmhouse. It would have been perfect. I'll get that. I'll get my wife to move there to our second home before it's all said and done. She'll be living out on 281. That's right. In Hyco somewhere. That's right.
They got the crocodile. They've got the leather. They've got the cowhide. They've got everything, man. And it looks gorgeous. Get you a headboard, too, for that new bed out there in whatever random ass city you're going to randomly move to at some point in the future. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com, or better yet, just click the link in the description below. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off. That's right. Hook 'em. 15% off just like that. No ifs, ands, or buts about it at GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. Okay, Buck, let's talk Quinn Ewers. We've got a little back and forth going on our YouTube chat line right now. From David, he says, I keep getting blocked. No, we're not blocking you, David. We don't respond to every comment. Sorry about that, but you're here, and we appreciate that you're here. David says Quinn is not that guy and that the truth hurts, and there's a random shot at Todd Dodge in there, too. Your thoughts on Quinn Ewers, man? I mean, it was an up and down game for him. Obviously, the 3 turnovers were huge. The 2 interceptions on the first 2 offensive possessions of the game, then the fumble early in the third quarter. The Texas defense did a good job. I mean, OU only scored, I think, 7 points off of those turnovers, but still, turnovers, momentum, changing plays in a game at the Cotton Bowl. That was the bad. Quinn Ewers set a school record on Saturday. He completed 19 straight passes, which broke, I think, a Colt McCoy record from back in 2008. Ewers ended the game 24 of his last 26. Obviously, was a big part of Texas being able to come back from 10 down to take the lead with just over a minute to go. So he did do some things very well on Saturday. We'll hear from Sark in a moment, but for you, we're midway through the season now, and obviously Quinn Ewers' second season as the starting quarterback in Austin. Where are you at? What's your confidence level in Quinn Ewers being the right guy for this team, and where does he stack up amongst the best in college football?
Well, he, like every other quarterback, they need help. They need guys to step up. I thought they wasted a really good effort by Jordan Whittington with 10 catches in the football game. We were waiting to see Whittington step up. He did. You can't turn the ball over 3 times. You just can't do that. You have to protect the football. When you fumble the football, once again, that's not your football. That's our football. Yeah. When you direct yourself and look at a receiver and guys are playing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, who's going to take the ball when 3 guys are there? You can't throw it in that direction when they're doing that for the football. You have to have a consistency about you. Yeah, you can be consistent at parts of the game, but as the quarterback, you can't turn the ball over. And he did. He did that 3 times. Now, some of that on the coach. Once again, that this isn't all Quinn Ewers' fault. You don't need to start out the game by getting your wide receiver blown up for -2 once again and then knowing what you're going to do the second time, you still have an opportunity to turn around and hand that ball off to one of the best running backs in the country. It doesn't mean because you got blown up and now you're 2nd and 12 that you actually have to then put your quarterback in that type of game in a position that he has to throw the ball. I mean, let some things happen first before you start firing it all over the place with him. I still think he's the quarterback. I still think there's a lot that he can do to get better. But one thing he can't do is you can't give up the ball 3 times and make people feel good about you. You just can't, whether it's a fumble or whether you're making poor decision on where you throw the ball and you're looking your receivers dead at them and then throwing it to them.
Yep.
That's the maturity that he has to show, is just say, okay, we're down 7-0, but or whatever, but I can't afford to throw a pick right now, and I definitely can't afford a fumble. If I'm in with all this traffic around me and my guys aren't playing as great as they can right now, it's up to me to protect the ball. It's up for me to protect the team. I said before that this guy is the guy that the team looks to, not just the offense, but the defense looks to him to protect the football too. He didn't do that Saturday. But he's not, the guy's not a bust. He's not the guy it's time to replace him. No, it's time to get some things done. There's a lot of things that they have to do after a loss like that. Yeah, the quarterback has to be fixed, but he still can win a bunch of games for you. He can still get you to the championship.
Yeah.
That's the guy who's going to get you to the championship right there.
Look, let's not act like Quinn Ewers has had turnover problems all year long.
Right.
He had 1 turnover in the first 5 games of the season. He had been playing smart football. Now, had it all been perfect? No. I mean, the Rice game, the Wyoming game, there have been some inconsistencies with Quinn Ewers, but he had done a good job protecting the football until Saturday, and that changed. So I'm not all of a sudden worried that Quinn Ewers is going to be turning the football over 2 or 3 times a game, every game moving forward. He just made a couple of mistakes. One of those turnovers I don't think was his fault. I think there was some bad luck with the Jatavion Sanders play.
With the tip, yeah.
Yeah, like that one's unfortunate. But obviously the other 2, I mean, a horrible read on that second play of the game. That was a disaster. That was all on Quinn. And then the fumble. Like, dude, it's 3rd and long. Like, you're not picking up that first down. Just slide.
Or chuck it out of bounds. Get into a group. If you can chuck it out to the sidelines, just chuck it. He doesn't do that
like
enough
6
for
or
me.
7 yards. Like, I have no problem with him taking off and picking up some yards to help with field position. But, like, look, it's one thing if you're close to the first down and you do that and you fumble. It still sucks. You don't want that to happen, but you understand, all right, hey, I'm diving. I'm going to take this hit to try to pick up extra yards. But, yeah, he was like 5 yards short of the line to gain. It's like, dude, don't take this hit, number 1, because we need you healthy. And number 2, don't fumble the freaking football right there.
He adds to the problems of the team when he turns the ball over, but he wasn't the problem on Saturday. Their inability to score at the 1 yard line was ridiculous. You know, you wish Jordan Whittington could have got one more half a yard and got it in there, and he had a great game. But nobody said, oh, my God, come on, Jordan, give me another yard. You know what I'm saying? This is a rivalry game. We need that extra yard. Everybody has to do something a little bit extraordinary. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the difference between ordinary and extraordinary is that little extra.
Yeah,
you didn't get that.
Shit, I can read. I know the difference in how you spell those 2 words.
I mean, why don't you get back in the car line and I can help you with that tip for kids in the car line. That's that little extra, and that didn't happen. And you didn't need a whole lot from the quarterback. As you said, he was firing on, you know, in the second half, he got some things done, even though it wasn't great calls by the head coach. The head coach was not good in the second half. He was not good, guys. The first half, because his team wasn't prepared to play, he had to pull some rabbits out of his rear end, which he did. He had to make some calls. He had to make some things happen. And he did, because the score could have been 30-0 at halftime, and nothing was going to bring him back. But in the second half, when he needed to pull that rabbit out of his hat, the head coach didn't do that. And he doesn't always have to fling it all around the place. Once again, he's got one of the best runners who about every 4 or 5 carries makes something big happen. So give him another opportunity to do that. Don't put that kid in the situation. No, Quinn Ewers will still be my quarterback from this point on.
Yeah,
he can get you to the championship game.
There's no doubt about that for me. Let's hear from Sark. This was from Monday. I'm trying to think. Was this after the game? No, this was Monday's press conference. Sark was asked a question about Quinn Ewers and how he was able to bounce back after the 3 turnovers. Take a listen.
Let's compare last year to this year, you know, of how far he's come from a maturity standpoint, a confidence standpoint. You know, a year ago, for any quarterback, you throw 2 picks your first 2 drives that you're on the field, that can rattle you pretty good. And the response that he showed to, at one point, I think, complete 19 passes in a row in that game, I thought was really tremendous under some duress. They sacks. He had a fumble in there. He got hit pretty good scrambling. But I thought the poise and composure he showed was indicative of a guy who's growing in confidence, who's maturing, and definitely a guy that I know we can count on at a high level here the second half of the season.
And he's right. They can count on him in the second half. But, Coach, you don't have him for 3 or 4 more years. This isn't like your team. It's maturing every year and getting – he's not going to be around that much longer. You don't need him turning the football over. If you want to have a true mature guy, don't give the other guys the ball 3 times. You can't do that. It's not championship football. It's not championship quarterback play right now either.
Yeah.
So you got to help him out. That's what your job is. That's why you make $25 million a year. Your job, or whatever it is, or 20 or 5 or 8 or whatever, your job is to help that guy out. Yep. Help him become the mature guy that he's not going to throw it to the other guys that many times. You just have to do that. And I think there's still a lot of learning for this kid. I think he's come a long way, as the head coach says. But dude, in a championship, that was a championship football game right there Saturday.
Yeah, give Oklahoma some credit. I mean, their defense was really, really good. It was one of the best in football going in. And even though Texas was able to put up almost 550 yards of total offense in the game, like, they forced 3 turnovers and they had the huge goal line stand. And obviously they forced a field goal on Texas's second to last drive of the game, which allowed them to march down the field and score the game-winning touchdown. So OU's defense deserves some love.
If you would have seen this in the beginning of the season, and now we're getting to this point and he's still doing these things, that would be different for me. But I think he can play at a championship level. He just didn't do that on Saturday.
No, and that was the first big game where he hasn't done that, right? Like, I mean, maybe you could say TCU last year. I guess that was a big game with the undefeated Horned Frogs going to town. But I just think Alabama and Oklahoma, right? Like, it felt like Quinn was 3 for 3 in those games. I know he only played 1 quarter against Bama last year, but he was great in that. He was great against OU last year in 49-0, and he couldn't have been better in Tuscaloosa in week 2. So he had gotten the moniker Big Game Quinn, and I think people expected, myself included, for him to just have another big game in a big game. And as good as he was in the second half, like you said, you can't give the ball away 3 times and call it a great quarterbacked game. So he's clearly better than last year. Like, I think there's actually some credence to what Sark said at the beginning of what we just played, where he's like, that can rattle a quarterback if you throw interceptions on your first 2 drives of the games. And I think last year that would have rattled Quinn, and it would have been like,
they would have had to pull him. They would have had to pull him last year.
They wouldn't have, because they never did last year, right? Yeah. But like, it would have been like the Oklahoma State game or the TCU game, where Texas fans were like, why is Hudson Card not out there? Like,
right.
Quinn Ewers doesn't have it today. Why are we not doing something else at quarterback? Like, it could have gotten to that point where fans would have been like, why is Malik Murphy not out there? Maybe there were some fans who were, but it wasn't a bunch of them, because Ewers was able to right the ship. But yeah, that's the difference, I think, in the maturity level of Quinn this year versus last year. The fact that, he was able to put together a couple of really good drives and make some really, really good throws and put up some great numbers despite things not going his way early on.
Yeah,
not the best Ewers performance, but I think another sign that, he's a different guy who continues to progress in his development.
Yeah, I like the head coach to make better decisions than the quarterback. I expect he's still growing, the quarterback, and I don't think you're going to see him have too many games like that. We haven't. You know what I mean? We've just seen him as truly been really kind of the star in these other games, but no quarter. There's going to be tip balls. Balls aren't going to be always thrown on the money. You have to help the quarterback out. But I expect the head coach to figure out at the 1 yard line what to do and keep his defensive players over there on the defensive side of the ball and quit playing this other horse shit that they're playing now, because that's garbage. That's truly garbage what they're doing right now. That's gimmicky. That's not winning football. That's I'll show you football by the head dude. That's what that is. That's Mario Cristobal goofy football right there. I'll show you that I won't only put one defender in there to be my lead blocker. I'm going to bring another guy over there to show you that I know exactly what I'm talking about. And you know what I'll do next time? I'll hand it off to one of those guys just to prove a point to you. Quit trying to prove points to us.
Yeah,
we don't care. You got away with it. Byron caught a pass for a touchdown. You fooled everybody. You don't have to keep trying to fool them every weekend with something. Find something where you can get your star running back the ball at the 1 yard line, Give him some creases. Let that dude make a decision. Not let some fat ass that's got his butt in the hole, get stuffed up. And now the running back's like, oh, do I go left? Do I go right? Do I go right up this guy's rear end? I can't get over the top of his big ass. There is no hole because he's getting stoned by guys that actually go in and make tackles for a living. I mean, quit doing these weird little – it doesn't have to be a gimmick game. It really doesn't have to. You've got enough players not to have to be gimmicky all the time.
Yeah.
You really do. It's nice to know that, oh, no, he's one of the great play callers in college football. I want him to be one of the great winners in college football. I don't care about his play calling. I want him to make good decisions for the offense and the defense and for the football team. And right now, that short yardage red zone deal is not it. And for you to fall for that for 3 times, and I mean that's an ego thing. That's offensive calling ego right there. That's just the way it is,
It's a demeasuring contest, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Sark was trying to show Venables that his was bigger, and he's like, I'm going to keep calling this play, and it's going to work, and it didn't.
And do I believe I'll see one of those guys in the backfield again? Yes, I do, because I don't think he's truly learned.
Well, we know it can work, Buck. Like they've scored a couple of touchdowns doing that this year, but you can't call that play 3 times in a row. Like I don't think you would have had a problem with it if they did that on first down and then they're like, oh, we got pushed back. Let's do something else.
Yes, no doubt.
To me, the biggest issue is
I don't need to have it done twice to me.
Right. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, the biggest issue to me is that they did it 3 times in a row. Like I won't be yelling at the TV if Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat are on the field for a goal line situation. I will be yelling at the TV if they try it on first down, they get pushed back again, and then they try it again on second and third down.
Just to prove a point to you.
Exactly. Like that's the issue right there. And Sark said it. We played the audio yesterday. Like Sark said it sucked. He said he screwed up. He said in hindsight, he wishes he did something different on 3rd and 4th down than what he actually did. And I appreciate him admitting that. Obviously, I wish he didn't do it in the game, so we didn't have to talk about it, and we wouldn't have to talk about it. But I think, I think he's learned. It's a learning experience for him too. He messed it up. It was dumb. It didn't work, and you've got to wear it. But the red zone offense, that's got to be fixed because that's the one thing. Trey and I were talking about this yesterday, Buck. Like most of what went wrong for Texas against Oklahoma, that was the first time they had those problems all year, right? Turnovers. That was the most turnovers they've had in a game.
Right.
Penalties. That was the most penalties they've had in a game. The 2-minute defense. That hasn't been a huge issue for Texas. That was a huge issue for Texas. A couple of other things like not being able to get pressure, not being able to win up front. Obviously, you credit Oklahoma for that stuff, but that was the first time that had happened to Texas. So it's like, all right, I'm not that concerned with those issues because for 5 out of the 6 games, Texas has been fine with that stuff. Now, they've got to figure it out for a potential rematch, but still, like I'm okay with that. The red zone offense has been a problem in every game this year. That is the biggest issue with Texas because it's 6 games now, and they are 122nd in the country in red zone touchdown percentage. That is the number one priority, or it needs to be the number one priority for this coaching staff and this team during the open week is to find a way to figure out how to punch the ball in because this offense is too damn good to be settling for field goals or to be getting stopped at the 1-yard line when you have a 1st and goal from a yard out. They have to figure out.
Not when you have the running back that they have.
No, or anybody they have. They've got like the number 2 tight end in the country. They've got Xavier Worthy, who might be a first-round pick. They've got A.D. Mitchell. Like they've got Quinn Ewers. Like they have way too much talent. They got a couple of offensive linemen that could be first-round picks. Like it is a joke. It is a joke that the red zone offense is as bad as it is. They have to fix that during this bye week.
Yeah, but the quarterback will continue, I believe, to just keep getting better at certain things. And once
that's
again,
one of the things he's got to get better at, right?
Yeah, and he can't turn you can't give the ball away. It doesn't matter what level of football you play. You can't even though somebody makes a great play on the ball or whatever in the pocket, you have to protect the ball. You got to understand that you can't have some guy. You got to feel that people all around you. You've been playing this position for a long, long time. You understand that they go for the ball, they swipe at the ball. You have to protect that football. You can't throw into coverage. I mean, you as a quarterback, you're still going to make some of those mistakes because there's going to be a time where you think, I had it. No. It was just that close to me having it. But you just got to think about everybody when you do it. And he hasn't had that problem. And I don't figure he's going to have that problem again. No. I mean, I'm not saying that from this point on that kid's going to be a perfect quarterback. No, because he's going to throw another pick. That's just him. He's going to try
everybody. Caleb Williams throws interceptions. It happens. I mean, Ewers, for as bad as he was at times last year, he only threw 6 picks. And he's got, 3 this season. So he's on pace for 6 because they played half the game. So, like, he doesn't have the major turnover bug. I'm not super worried about that.
No, I'm not either. They have to do, in order to be a championship team, they have to do championship things. And 3 turnovers is it. Red zone's not it. Hey, ride your running back. Don't need to see your young running back in there getting him reps in the 3rd and 4th quarter. Really? When you got a breakaway guy there who every once in a while he splits it for 30 yards for a touchdown run. So why not give him those 6 or 7 carries? Why not do that? Take your chance there. There's plenty of time. Non-existent. Isaiah New York. Does he still play there?
He doesn't play. He's on the team, but he doesn't play. Okay. You know, probably no point in talking about that dude anymore, sadly.
No.
Texas played like a bunch of vanilla boys. I don't know what that means. White boys?
No, he means just they're nothing else nothing excited about anything that they did on Saturday.
Yeah. 512-222-9328. That's the Coda text line. A text comes in. BK, don't forget that for 4 of the 6 games, Texas didn't really play anyone. I don't know if, well, let's see. I would say Alabama's somebody. I would say Kansas is somebody. And I would say Wyoming is somebody.
Yeah, Wyoming's going to be in the thick of things in Mountain West, yes.
Rice isn't very good. They did beat Houston, so they're not the worst team in college football. Baylor sucks. I can't defend anything that Baylor is doing right now. But, no, I mean, Texas, they haven't played the hardest schedule in college football. But
they're not playing Georgia, and they're not playing Florida and Clemson and Notre Dame like every week. No. Yeah, nobody has that schedule this year.
They've played a hard enough schedule. They've beaten some good teams this year. So, I won't listen to the Texas hadn't played anybody, and Oklahoma was the first team that they've played all year conversation. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, because that's almost using the same thing where the Texas kids are probably going, well, Oklahoma hasn't played anybody either.
Yeah,
that whole thing.
OU has now played somebody.
Yes.
And they won. So give them their flowers, man. They deserve their love. They deserve their respect. They deserve the top 5 ranking that they've got. And we'll see if we get to see them again.
Get to take it away from them. You haven't everything that you're looking for is right in front of your face. What are you going to do about it? Are they just going to talk about it? Are they going to come out? I don't care if you're playing Houston. Are they going to care about playing Houston? Are they going to care about playing BYU? It all matters now. I mean, they're on high alert on everything that they do over there at the 40 acres now when it comes to football. You have to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't take anything for granted, any team for granted, any practice for granted, any read that you have to make. They're all on high alert. That's what it is. If you want to be a champion. Now, if you want to go ahead and win 9 games and call it a season, that's okay too. And then you can go to the SEC and get smashed every week. But if you want to be a champion leaving this conference, you have to do everything like a champion has to do from this point on.
Amen. Well said, Coach. Well said. All right, before we shift gears, we're going to have some fun. We got a couple of pretty entertaining stories to get into, and I've got to tell the people about my least favorite profession in the world. And they're in the news for something, and I think it's a joke. But before we do that, and also before we get into old men selling D pills to each other,
oh, no. Come on.
We got to talk about some of our sponsors. How about Woods Comfort Systems, Buck? You've got that AC unit from Woods Comfort Systems, and you love it.
Yeah, and, the weather is going to start changing here, and I'll let you know exactly when that's going to happen. BK will tell you December 21st. I'll let you know. It could be the 19th. Could be the 20th. Maybe not then. But I've got the folks over at Woods Comfort Center. They've been out here, BK, to my home and got me, that's right, winterized. That's right. I got all the filters changed. Travis, the whole gang, Dave, they get out here. They're at my house a few minutes. They say, Buck, this filter, it may look good to you, but it doesn't look good to the heating system. So get this thing changed. Let's do that. They bring all the filters. They bring everything that you need. They also do plumbing now, which is cool. Yeah. Because they're one of the best when it comes to air conditioning and heating. For them to get into the plumbing, the plumbing business, they'll do as good a job plumbing as they do in the other fields that they're in. I love those folks there. I love dealing with the people. I love to talk to the people at the office. But the good thing about loving to do that, I don't have to do it that often.
Yeah,
that's the good part about it. You don't have to make that call like every other month.
Yeah, they're not going to upsell you and be
Oh,
like,
no.
no, you need to replace your filter every 2 weeks or anything like that. No, and these guys aren't fly-by-night either. They've been around for 60 years. There's nobody better at HVAC and plumbing in Central Texas than Woods Comfort Systems. Check them out online at woodscomfortsystems.com or give them a call, 512-842-5066. Shout out to them, and shout out to...
I got to shout out to my guy, Dr. Greg Eckert. Got to talk about my dentist. That's right. I know.
How could you read that?
By the way, how about you trying to read my handwriting the other day at the fairgrounds? How did that work for you?
Impossible.
Yeah, it is impossible. But I tell you what's impossible. If you don't get those chiclets, the ones out there don't get the chiclets fixed, and you've got the snaggle tooth like I used to have down here below. So I got these beautiful Denzel Washington veneers put in with just 2 visits with Dr. Eckert. You can get that done too. But how about dental implants? You want to turn a frown upside down in one day? Let Dr. Eckert do that for you. Find out if you're a candidate for dental implants by giving him a call today at 512-345-3166. Extractions, teeth cleaning, teeth whitening. He also does all of those things that all the regular dentists do, but he goes above and beyond when it comes to getting those veneers, getting you that smile. I know you like to take the selfies of yourself, you, the girls, the boys, the families. You get that big picture up there. You want to have a good-looking smile. Dr. Greg Eckert, he'll give that to you, and it won't take him a month. It'll just take him 2 visits, and you'll have the smile that you're looking for. I did, as a matter of fact. And if you're worried about the dentist, you're scared, you don't want to get a big dog, you just want to go get your teeth fixed, how about IV sedation, BK? I know people that just have to get that even to get their teeth clean. They're horrified of going to the dentist. Now, you're not going to be with Dr. Eckert because you're going to be in a waiting room for a couple minutes, and then you're going back. And then you and the doctor are going to talk about what you want to have done. But if you need IV sedation, he will do that for you. And if you got dental insurance, listen, you got to use it or you're going to lose it. And time is starting to get close right now. October is a good time to get that done because you know what late November and December is going to look like for people trying to get into the dentist, use their dental insurance. He takes most dental insurances. So find out if you're a candidate for Dr. Greg Eckert. He's taking new patients on all the time. And let me tell you how happy you're going to be. My teeth were so yellow and so terribly jacked up that I just did not have the confidence I wanted to have with my smile. I went to this guy. We sat down. We looked at shape. We looked at color of teeth. We got it done. I went for a trip to Alaska. That's right. I got married on a trip to Juneau, Alaska with my lovely wife. And I had this smile. I had the smile that I wanted to have for those photos. And you can too. 512-345-3166. He's our dentist. He needs to be your dentist also.
How about this comment from MGK? Longhorns fell because Jeter wasn't at the fair. Oh, it's not Sark's fault. It's not Ewers' fault. It ain't PK's fault. It's your fault, Buck. You didn't bring Jeets.
He doesn't do roadies, man. He's very shy around people. So you guys need to understand something. Jeets lives in a drawer up here in my office. He doesn't like road trips. He doesn't want me carting him all around, losing the car in the parking lot. What about if Jeter was stuck in the park? Oh, no, he would have been with me in the cooler. That's right. He was drinking that ranch water, me and Jeter. By the way, that's not really ranch water, Buck.
It is ranch water. It's not really water, Buck. Everyone else in the world.
Why do they call it water then? What is the deal with water?
Sounds cool.
Call it ranch alcohol then.
That doesn't sound the same. It doesn't sell as well.
Really?
Ranch alcohol. That's ranch water, and you get to feel good. You act like you're putting water into your system when you drink it.
Do love the Big Hat people. They've got some amazing drinks too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I saw you down in 1 or 2 at a sitting. I mean, my goodness, guy. Hey, back away from the table, will you?
Come on, man. Shout out to them too. Shout out to our friends at Jack Allen's Kitchen as well. They also have Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I'm eating a buddy. One of my good friends is having a kid. Well, I guess it's his wife who's having the kid. But he's like,
participated.
Dude, this is my last week of being a free man. So please let's go get dinner. I'm like, all right, Salt Traders, let's do it. So we're going there later this week. Love them. Nice. I love Jack Allen's too. Salt Traders, all about the seafood, man. The oysters there are ridiculous. The shrimp, they got everything, man. So many great dishes there at Salt Traders, plus a full bar too. The great happy hour, all-day happy hour on Monday. So, hey, Cowboys Chargers next Monday if you're looking for a place to watch and enjoy a great meal. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, they've got you covered. And, of course, Jack Allen's. You know the deal. You know about Jack Allen's.
Going to have lunch with my buddy Steve Foster over at Jack Allen's tomorrow.
Foss,
that's right. Say hello, Foss. You're going to take him over to Jack Allen's and put a meal in him. I like those mandates that I've been going on lately. You know what I mean? Take Brock with me to, what was that? Where did we go?
Papado,
and now I'm taking Foss over to Jack Allen's for a meal. I'm a man-dater. That's what's going on. No, I'm not a transgender. I'm a man-dater.
You're not a transgender. You're just gay.
I just take men on. I take men for lunch. Well, nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
Well, you're married.
Well, I can still take a man out to lunch, a friend mandate, right?
You can just call them lunches. You don't have to call them dates. Now I'm thinking you're doing something else with those guys.
Oh, gee, I
don't know if Foss is going to join you for that lunch anymore.
Trying
to take them home afterwards.
Man, sorry about that, all man servants out there. Didn't want to interrupt you guys out there.
You're flying male flight attendants gay now?
What? They're not. They're just man servants. That's all. You can be a man servant on a plane. They had to make a living too. By the way, you haven't come up with anything new on planes. What the hell's going on in this world?
Well, I've got a Florida man story for you. How's that?
Yeah, that's just as good.
Yeah, this is a feel good Florida man story, and this one involves the olds.
Okay, good.
So you might like this one. Reginald Odell Kinser.
Well,
that guy sounds old, doesn't he?
Yes.
It's a 77-year-old guy who lived at a retirement community in Florida. Well, he is facing a hard time because he allegedly has been buying erectile dysfunction drugs without a prescription to peddle to his fellow seniors inside the retirement community.
And what's wrong with that?
Have you done this before?
No, but I'm just saying, what's wrong with that?
You have experience in getting illegal ED pills and handing them out to your friends by chance?
Let's just say, what happened to Reginald? Odell. What happened to Odell?
Well, this guy received more than $1,800 worth of misbranded ED drugs that he bought without authorization from a physician, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Florida. And officials say he had planned to redistribute the drugs to others locally and outside the state of Florida. So he wasn't just hoping to spread these around to his retirement home. He was trying to sell these D pills and make a living as well. They were found during this guy, he's in a community with almost 80,000 residents at just a ginormous retirement village out there in Florida. They've got a few of those out there.
Why are they doing that to the poor guy? He's not looking for any hard times, if you know what I mean. He's trying to share the wealth.
He might be facing a stiff sentence of a year behind bars and maybe a fine up to $10,000 if he's convicted. Now, this is not the first time this guy. Let me pull up a picture of our boy Odell.
Come on, Odell.
So you can see this guy. And this mugshot is hilarious, dude. Normally in a mugshot, you think somebody to be upset, I might be going to jail. I'm in trouble. Now, this guy, hell, he's probably been his biggest customer using up these pills. There's a look.
What's up, Odell? He's got
Reginald Odell Kinser.
He's got veneers. Look at that. He can afford it.
He's seen Dr. Eckert.
He's seen Doctor. Look at it. Plus, you've been using up all the product. That's why you got that big smile on your face. So there, Odell.
Yeah. Well, this guy is this is not the first time this guy has been popped for dealing drugs. In 2020, he was arrested for possession of several drugs, including marijuana, MDMA, and more.
Got any shrooms with you there, Odell?
Yeah, actually, shrooms is on here too.
Wow.
He's found guilty, given 3 years probation for that. So this dude was in possession. No word on if he was selling weed or acid to the other old folks in his community, but he got popped a few years ago and got hit with probation. And he's like, well, I'll switch from, the non-prescription drugs to some of the prescription drugs. I'll just get him without a prescription.
He needs to learn a little bit more about the penal code.
The who now?
The penal code.
Oh, he knows about the penal code.
Oh, he does.
He's been enforcing the penal code. He's been giving it to everybody, and he's hooking people up. So, yeah, this community has been famous. There have been all sorts of rumors about swingers and public sex and STDs for years around this place. And our guy Reginald Odell Kinser, I guess, is contributing by distributing these pills.
People just want to have a little fun.
You could deal. What's wrong with dealing drugs without a prescription?
We've got people throwing fries and shooting guns at people. That guy's just trying to make people happy.
Yeah.
And,
you know,
and his bank account.
These people are about to die. You know, they want to enjoy life for a little bit in their remaining years, right?
Hey, before I die, I'd like to have some good wood too. You know what I'm saying?
You got to hit up Reginald.
I may call Odell.
Oh, man. Now when I hear Odell, I'm not going to think about Beckham anymore. I'm going to think about this dude.
This guy is something. He's got a big old smile on his face.
Oh, yeah. That mug was happy in that mug shot.
You know who's not happy, BK? Odell is smiling, but the girl who wore the prophylactic on the plane, she's not smiling. She's an ingrate. That's what she is. That woman is an ingrate. Odell is somebody who's trying to make others happy around him.
What was that? What is she, an N what?
She's an ingrate. She doesn't appreciate anything.
I don't know what that word is.
She doesn't appreciate being on that plane. She doesn't appreciate, no.
Which one, the condom girl?
Yeah, condom girl. Odell is smiling and happy. Why isn't condom girl? She should be happy. She's not.
Let's see.
Call me again. Call me again. Yeah, you did nothing wrong. I said shut up. No, you shut the up. You shut the up in your. Goodbye. You shut the. Film me. I'm Instagram famous. Bum. Shut up.
You bum is the best. Hey, you bum. I'm wearing a condom, but you're a bum.
Film me. I'm Instagram famous. You effing bum.
That's the best. She's the best. Oh, I dislike her so much. But the fact that she had the nerve to wear a condom, a body wear that's an entire condom, I don't know how she pulled it off, but she did. And I know a bunch of our viewers think she's incredible. She's a bum.
Yeah, no, you're the bum because you're not Instagram famous. She is IG famous, all right? She's an influencer.
She needs to be my friend Odell.
Oh, you think those two would have a good time together?
Oh, yeah.
You think she's into the older guys? What do we got, a De Niro Pacino situation here?
Absolutely. That is great. That is the greatest plane thing. That's better than the one where they're shitting all over the plane.
Yeah, anything is better than someone shitting on a plane. The mad shitter.
And that plane has not been in use ever since. That thing is still in storage. They didn't roll that plane back out. I need to tell you that.
Brother.
That thing is that thing's in the Delta Hall of Fame of planes somewhere.
They should put that in Canton or Cooperstown or something.
Absolutely. They don't put that back in service. That goes with the Wright brothers. That's in Carolina somewhere.
Oh, with Orville and Redenbacher?
Oh, yeah, Orville and Redenbacher. That's what those two
The Wright brothers.
Oh, my goodness. That is too much.
Oh, dude, hold on here. You just brushed over. When I asked you about, D pills and getting them illegally and distributing them to your friends, you made it sound like you've got a little history or something.
No, dude, I'm still what I need to be at my age.
Yep.
And anybody else's age.
I haven't seen you in a Cialis bathtub yet.
No, dude, I'm okay. I'm okay. Hell, I don't need a pill. I just need to look and I'm ready. You know what I mean? If I get the certain wink, wink, I don't need a pill. What, are you kidding me? What the hell is that? I don't need that. Hey,
remind me to never look at you again, dude.
Yeah, I take 81 milligrams of baby aspirin. That's all I need right there.
Ugh.
That clears up my blood flow gets cleared up every morning before I come on this show with 81 milligrams of baby aspirin. I don't need anything else in there.
Well,
I don't need anything else clogging the machine. That's right. The machine. Did you hear that? Don't clog the machine.
What are you, James Brown sex machine? Is that what you're doing here? Come on. You kidding me? Odell is the sex machine. This guy's slinging D pills everywhere. That guy.
Odell snuck over to Dr. Eckert and stole teeth. That's what he did. Because that dude's teeth, if he didn't have the money from those pills that he's been hijacking, he wouldn't have chiclets like that. That stuff would be all rotted out from all the other mushrooms and cocaine and meth that he's been taking. His mouth would look horrifying, probably.
That guy's stealing teeth and stealing virginities, too, it sounds like.
Oh, my goodness.
Although he's in a retirement community, so he's probably not stealing those.
Dude, they need to have fun, too. More power to them. Enjoy it on the way out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Enjoy it on the way out. Just get it while you can.
I got no problem with it.
No.
All right. Before we get out of here, some love to Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. If you need tools for any job that you need done at home or work.
Hey, Odell knows about tools.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He uses his a lot. That's for damn sure. And Last Stand hats as well. Shout out to them. We're working on a merch store. I'm not lying to you guys. I'm going to call Murph today, see where we're at with that. But trying to get some Last Stand hats to you people out there. But yeah, the hat the Buck is wearing, the TSU hat. That is a Last Stand hat. Trying to get y'all a few of those as well. But that's going to do it. Thanks to all of our great sponsors. Thanks to all of you for tuning in. If you haven't liked the video yet, please like this video. And of course, don't stop tuning in, because coming up right now, a little chaos theory. I see Wags in here.
Wags in there.
I was a little worried after what happened to his Orioles last night.
I didn't want to show up today.
That he was not going to show up today, but there he is.
I'm proud of you, Wags. I am so proud of you. Your team was one of the best teams in baseball. And mine was not. You know why?
Don't even do it. This is why we lost. You brought this little shithead out.
What do you mean? Don't blame it on the captain. That's a bunch of bull crap. You cannot blame. Hey, listen, Sark.
Captain picked them to lose last night too, by the way.
Listen, Sark, run that same play over again. You guys, you had a great year. You had a great season. Run that play over and over and over until it gets into the end zone.
Wags, you need a Cal Ripken figurine.
Look at this guy. I'm leaving. I'm not. You know what? I'm not doing this.
No.
I was going to come in. I was going to have a great day today. Everybody was going to be in this guy. And he says he's a friend, right? He sets me up with this text message last night. He's just like, "Hey, man, I love you, bro. Like, I'm so sorry. You want to get breakfast tomorrow, man?
Oh, that's such a setup
on me." And then he's just like, "By the way, I'll treat you to the loss again, dude. It's going to be okay."
Wow. You need to talk to Odell. Odell will hook you up, put a smile on your face.
That's right.
I got to go. I'm busy.
Shut the laptop, Buck.
See you guys.
Hook 'em.
Right on, dude. Wags, I'm sorry, my man. I was thinking about you last night. Well, that sounds kind of creepy.
Thinking about me tugging on it?
Well, the bad thing about it is, I picked your team to win, but god damn, dude, they shit the bed early, way early. That was,
pitching, man.
Yeah,
pitching.
Yeah.
Welcome to Chaos Theory. It's gonna be. I'm not happy, but Rodney's happy. We're gonna have a good show for you, regardless. You can find me on Twitter, not the fake Wags. You can find Rodney at the Rodney R, and on the gram at the _Rodney R. I'm at the Wagner Wire on the gram and on all other platforms. I'm about to just remove myself from all social media, though, just because. I thought I had friends around here. And thanks, Sal. I appreciate you. What? You give me the damn Spanish guitar today? What are you playing?
Can you hear it?
A little bit of somber sounds.
I'm playing funeral music.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Wags, bye, Felicia. Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you. Jake, thank you. Appreciate it.
Well,
at least the Orioles are now. Why? So let me ask you a question. Why are the Orioles likable? Embrace the suck, Wags. Thanks, Daryl. I appreciate it. I love all you guys. Sal, you guys are fantastic. Sal, I can't take too much from Sal because he's a Yankees fan, and I know he's gonna come poaching. Him and the Pinstripes are gonna come poaching here in about 4 to 5 years when Angelos doesn't want to pay these ball players.
Yep.
If you'll allow me just a minute to reminisce on a hell of a season.
Have at it. I'm gonna have some coffee. You just
thank you. This Orioles team,
spiked coffee, by the way,
made baseball believers out of a town that lost a lot of love for baseball. It's been a while since we've been able to find a little bit of happiness in terms of watching America's pastime, and this ball club this year did that. Brandon Hyde and the boys, man, nothing but love and nothing but respect for him. I thought we needed to make a few more moves for some arms at the turn or at the deadline, as we like to say. I've been very vocal about that, but I love the aggression that they used on the base paths. I know that Guns got thrown out stealing, but that's live and die by running the base paths, man. And we were aggressive on the base paths. We got caught in game 1 for it, and then just got onslaughted, just demolished in game 2. I knew once we lost game 1, once we dropped game 1, it was going to be tough, just because the Rangers can rake so devastatingly, man. They're right behind the Bravos, the Braves. This team, it's a powerhouse all through down 1 through 9 there, and then when you got a guy like Seager, drawing 5 walks, showing excellent plate discipline in game 2, and then with the adage of offensive firepower in game 2 as well. It was a great performance to see the Orioles come back in game 2, but it was all for naught. It was nice to see the Lumber wake up. O'Hearn's going 0 for 25 in the 5-hole when he was so dynamic down the stretch. And the Orioles weren't playing good baseball going into the postseason either. Sure, the bats were there, but the arms still struggled. And this is what I was worried about going into the season, right? Or going into the postseason. There wasn't enough time, I didn't think, for the wild card series to allow some arms to rest, but also it looked like the O's were a little lethargic on offense as well. So shout out to Texas. We knew that Texas could always rake. It was just a matter of the arms, and the arms showed up for the Rangers. And I want to see a team that hasn't won it yet do it. And I would love to see the Texas Rangers do it, not just because they beat the Orioles, but they deserve it.
Well, and I think a lot of this was, with the Rangers, with the way that they had to get into the playoffs. I mean, we've been talking here, since we've been on the air with Chaos Theory, is what the way the AL West was shaken out. They've been in the playoffs for the last month. I mean, it seems like
so they've been down the stretch, man. They've been playing for their lives, dude.
Yeah, so they came in programmed to be doing this, and the Orioles, not that they could kind of take their foot off their gas and kind of sit back a little bit, but I'll tell you, Wags. The one thing that you need to take a lot of solace in is that the fact that this, I love what you were saying right there, because we're not talking about the Yankees, Red Sox, Dodgers. We're talking about the Baltimore Orioles. And I'll tell you what, I fucking love that Oriole on the cap. Me,
what makes the Orioles such a club to like, Rodney? Like being a neutralist here, why do you like the Orioles over any other clubs? Is it because it's a small market?
Mid-market. They don't have the resources to go out here and do all the different things that some of these clubs are able to do. And it kind of sucks, like you've talked about, because what this season has done is it's allowed the Baltimore Orioles to produce all these superstars, and what's going to happen. They're going to come poaching, dude. They're going to come poaching. And as an Astros fan, to me, to see these kind of things happen, because two teams that I follow tremendously, obviously the Astros and the Spurs. I have watched both of these teams, with all the greatness that they both had. I mean, there were struggles with them, with the Spurs. They could never get over the hump. And then, boom, it finally comes together. You win that strike season in 1999. You win a championship. The rest is history. The Astros, when they were in the NL Central, you could never get past the Cardinals. Heartbreaking losses to the Mets and all these different things. And now you're sitting here on a 7-year, 8-year run that's unbelievable. It's one of those speed bumps, man. I just hope that the Orioles are able to keep this together, because the Orioles, it's teams like the Orioles, it's teams like Milwaukee, it's teams like San Diego. It's these teams that
is San Diego mid-market?
I would say so. Being over there with the Angels,
being close to the Dodgers.
Those are the teams that I root for as a baseball fan. And I'll tell you, kind of one of these things. I'm an Astros fan, and if this thing sets up to where the Astros and the Rangers play, this is the baseball fan in me. Anytime, Wags, and I'm traveling and I hit an airport, I buy a cap of that team that I'm in that fucking airport. I've got a bunch. And I never wear them, but that's just the cool part.
It's collection items, right?
Yeah, it's just there are certain teams that I want them to do well, and the Baltimore Orioles are one of those dudes. Yeah, y'all had a hell of a season. Yeah,
hell of a year. Came up short, that's for sure. As a matter of fact, not just the Orioles, but there wasn't a win from the American League East combined in all of the postseason. And this is a juggernaut division, right? This is the division that we sit here and clamor at, over 100 wins, 2 teams over 100 wins. Well, I don't the Rays didn't eclipse 100, but still very close to domination throughout this division in the AL East, right? It's kind of like you're usually getting some type of representation out of the AL East in terms of a championship series or someone going to represent the American League, right? Usually it's an American League team that wins the pennant. I mean, hell, the Astros have been playing phenomenal over the past couple of seasons too. But yeah, man, not to take anything away from the Rangers. I mean, Kramer just was not on last night. I think everybody joined the hit club except for Tavares last night. So we'll break down a little bit of the line and go over it just a little bit here. But Kramer, giving up the long ball early, I knew that was going to happen. I thought we'd be able to dial it back in and start to manufacture a little bit of runs, but Kramer just couldn't get back on his game, man. It's tough to watch it implode. Right? It's really tough to watch the pitch. When the pitching is so suspect, it's hard to watch it actually unfold like you knew it was going to, right? And then they just started teeing off there. For the Orioles, some good things, positive notes on the Orioles. It looks like Gunnar Henderson was made and produced for postseason baseball. If he is not an American League Rookie of the Year and shouldn't be solidified as American League Rookie of the Year, then you guys haven't been watching the same season that I've been watching. And maybe I'm looking at it with biased eyes as well. 7-1 is the final here, the recap. Orioles go home, and told you so. So,
well,
man,
the whole thing is
a tremendous series for the Rangers.
Absolutely.
Evaldi last night, just smoking steamy hot, man, looking sick, throwing nothing but filth. Fantastic.
7 innings, man. 7 innings, 7 innings, 7 strikeouts, gave up 5 hits. And here's the one thing.
Three of them were to Gunnar.
I know. And here's the one thing that you have to think about, as an Astros fan, and Astros fans, let's not put the cart before the horse right here. You've got Carlos Correa. I'm guarantee you, he is rallying the troops over there. To try to take one. The Astros got to win 1 of 2 here. So things are setting up pretty well. But to me, the mere fact that Texas is able to sweep this series against you guys, here's what's scary right now, because you've got Scherzer and you got Gray. They're pitching simulated games today.
Scherzer coming back, absolutely.
And if those guys are able to come back and you add them to the rotation with Dunning and Martin Perez and these guys that are capable of doing pitching, deep innings, this is if you're an Astros fan, this is where you get concerned. But then the Astros of yesterday look like the Astros of the past. Where the hell is Jose Abreu been all season? That's why you get this fucking guy. That's why we went out and got him. But he
came out last night.
It's about damn time.
He was out last night. Matter of fact, everybody seemed like they were out for the Astros last night, man. 14 hits. The lumber was awake, Rodney, and that's what you got to like going into the next game.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's the whole thing. Hey, Wags, we can keep up this conversation, but I hope you noticed I'm wearing one of my Last Stand hats today. I remember yesterday you were kind of pointing out my hair issues.
Yeah, you had some sex head.
Yeah. What's that?
You had some sex head last night.
No, dude, I didn't. I had bedhead. I overslept. I overslept. So I'm wearing my cap today. So last night, whatever. So my wife comes home last night, and I'm telling her, I'm like, can you believe my man Wags was laughing at my hair on the air today? I said, I don't know what this dude's problem is, and she's like, it took him this long.
Yeah, I didn't really notice.
Glad that he finally pointed it out, because you look like shit.
Usually you do have a hat on. You got some type of thing corralling that hair in there. So
yeah,
I don't have that problem. Yeah, I still got a lustrous head of hair though. I'm starting to recede just a little bit.
The whole thing is, and you folks, if I meet you in person, I've got this huge scar on the back of my head. I had like a knot on the back of my head years ago, and they're telling me it's going to kill me and all these different things. And a big old,
Rodney, are you serious?
Yeah, a big old knot. It just kept growing and growing and growing.
Is it a tumor?
No. Well,
that's not a tumor.
That's what they said when I went in. They're like, "Oh, that's a tumor. It could kill you, whatever." They go in there to clean this thing out, and it apparently was just like blunt trauma. Working on race cars for a lot of years, you tend to bump your head on rusty bolts and all this stuff. So they clean that thing out. I wish. I don't know if there's a way to show.
I don't want to see it. No, I don't want to see it. I don't want anybody else to see it.
No, it's just a slit. I've got all the hair, but there's a big slit right there. And it's like, people always look at that and they look at me funny. And it's like, that's when I get a haircut, they're like, would you like a back view of your hair? And I'm like, no, I fucking know what it looks like.
No, I'm all right. I'm all right.
I don't need to see that. But anyway, so thank you for pointing that out, because I've got my cap back on. And
you are more than welcome, my guy. So about your Astros right here, and we'll get into the National League breakdown as well moving forward. The Astros last night, 9-1, 14 hits, and Javier was stroking that thing, man, slinging the pill all over the place. Gray didn't look bad, but I mean, when you're going up against an offensive firepower and a juggernaut like this lineup has, man, and especially when they're all mashing 1 through 9, it's tough to deliver any type of great stuff that you have, loaded up in your arm, regardless of who you are, man. When you have an offensive juggernaut lineup like this team is.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and turn the lights out up in Minnesota, man, because we're coming back. We're coming back to Houston, I believe, not tomorrow. Or is that going to be pushed to Friday? I got to find the next game here.
Yeah.
No, it will be on Thursday. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Friday.
Yeah. The thing here with Houston, I mean, this, like I was talking
tonight.
about.
Sorry, tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight.
They play tonight. 6:07, I think it is. So this was classic Houston Astros right here. This is the Astros of old, where you see the great pitching right there. And yes, I mean, this dude is really good. He's been really good in the postseason. But when you start getting, Bregman 2 hits, Yordan Alvarez 3 hits, Jose Abreu 2 hits, Dubon 2 hits, Martin Maldonado 2 hits, dude.
Starts adding up.
Yeah. That right there. And I mean, look at this. This is setting up. Ideally, if you get to the race for the pennant right here, if it's going to be the Astros and the Rangers, man, these two are clicking at the right point. They're clicking and they both have good pitching. They're swinging the lumber, and I mean, you can't set this up any better for just a fantastic series.
I thought Javier could have gone at least maybe one more inning. I don't know why they boached. I'm not going to question Dusty Baker, but I thought Javier could have got you at least one more inning there, especially when we talk about how worked or overstressed the Astros bullpen is already. I thought you would want to get at least maybe 6 or 7 frames from Javier there. I didn't think he was in too much trouble, and I thought that the game was already, well in hand for the Astros there, man.
Yep. Gave up 1 hit and walked 5. Struck out 9. I mean, it seemed like
free passes are free passes. You know what I mean? But as long as they're not getting in on, I've always said, as long as you're giving a free pass and you're leaving ducks stranded on the pond, it's okay, right? Like when they start to get in too much trouble, and then the runs start getting manufactured in, and you start running, 2 free passes an inning. That's when you're in a little bit of a trouble, man. But 5 passes throughout 5 frames, that's not too bad for me, man. I would have tried to ride Javier at least maybe one more. And I'd love to see him get 2 innings, but I would love to see at least maybe one more, man.
Yeah, I'd have wrote him one more. The pitch count was good, but this all goes back to, I mean, there's a lot of question here with Dusty Baker. I mean, even with the success of the Astros, there are a lot of people in the Houston area that want him gone. I mean, and
you think it's past him? I mean, well, look at what you got, 2 Hall of Fame managers basically right now going. This could potentially be lining up or meeting up in the AL Championship with Bochy and Baker here.
Yeah, but it's like Dusty Baker. Kind of the knock on him right there is that he has his guys, and obviously his guys are Bregman and Yordan Alvarez, Jose Altuve. But even after the game. I mean, I heard a conversation where they were talking to Dusty about Christian Javier and what he was doing. And a lot of what Dusty was talking about, he's like, yeah, Javier pitched a great game, but a lot of this was what Martin Maldonado was doing behind the dish. And it's like, come on, dude. I mean, give your dude some credit here. And I know even with Chas McCormick, who's been a staple, when he's been plugged into the lineup for Houston this year, it's like, come on, Dusty, let's acknowledge that this dude is really, really damn good and should be playing every day. And it's like he won't acknowledge that fact. And again, he's
Maldi calls a great game. Maldonado calls a great game though, Rodney. Really, and of course, the pitcher's got to paint the spots and put it where the glove's at, but Maldonado calls a great game behind the plate, dude. He does more than just mash at the with the lumber.
Yeah, no doubt. But when you look at this, I mean, the one thing that I really found, as an Astros fan that I found last night really made me feel good is the struggles, the struggles that have been there in the bullpen. I mean, with Hunter Brown in the bullpen, I mean, to me that's great. I mean, you put that dude in the pen, get 1 inning out of him, and then you get Abreu, who has been, I mean, he's lights out in the playoffs. I mean, Phil Maton has struggled during the season, and it's like, okay, he looked good. He got his 1 frame. And then you go to Rafael Montero, who I said during the season, what a waste of money with this dude. But now him, like Jose Abreu, They're showing up when it's time, when it's go time. And that's all you can ask for, because right now is when it matters. And you got a smoking hot Rangers team, dude. You got a smoking hot Rangers team.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think what's that old adage in baseball? There's the next or the only momentum in baseball is the person or the pitcher that's on the hill.
That's it.
The next day, or the person that's on the pitching mound the next day. So, or at least that's what I used to hear Cal Ripken say all the time, and my little league coach used to say it all the time. It's going to be a tremendous series, Rodney. 9-1 was the final up there in at Target Field. There's going to be another battle up there tonight, and the Astros look like they're in business, man. It looks like they'll be able to take care of business and finish this thing off tonight. And I don't think there's going to be a Game 5 necessary, man. I think it's done here today.
Well, you would think, but I mean, things change this fast. I mean, look at what the Rangers are reeling off here. I mean, that's kind of the one thing to me that is so interesting with the playoff run that they've gone on. Winning all those games on the road, and then finishing this thing off is, man, you would think that these guys are limping in. I mean, the way that they lost that final series and they lose the West, it's like, oh man, they're done. I mean, there are a lot of people where it's like they call for the Rangers to be done in the wild card round, and they smoke right through that, and then it's like, okay, well, but now you're taking on the best team in the AL. Well, I mean, no offense, but you see what happens right there. So baseball changes that fast, dude. That's the thing. They don't have to. Well, I guess the Rangers do. They have to wait a week to play again.
Are we all fans of the format system, the postseason format for Major League Baseball? Are we happy with the best of 3 games in the division?
That's something that I was talking about yesterday. To where with this happen, with this change right here, I mean, I do like it. I mean, I think it condenses everything. I think
I went 4 though. Maybe best of 5 for the wild card, but give me the division series, the AL championship or the NL championship. Give me everything else best of 7.
I think what they're trying to do, and I do like the idea. I'm a proponent of the idea. Obviously, with pitch clocks and all this, you're trying to speed the game up. I think what they're trying to do here is kind of speed the season up a little bit more, to where it's like you get done and make those, when you're going for the pennant, make that, build the drama and everything. But
Rodney, when you get it to if you win 2 games in a row, that's the sweep for the wild card. At least make it 3.
Well,
my God, you're seeing 4-game series throughout the regular season, at least, and that's the max of the 4-game series. That should be at least the standard for your divisional and championship series as well, man. Make that a best of 4. And I ain't saying it just because the Orioles got swept in 3. I'm saying it should be 4 regardless, man. Well, if the Orioles got, lost all 3 games, it's very tough for a ball club to come back 3-0 anyways. But still, that chance should be out there.
Yeah, but kind of the counter to that, with the argument that I've seen, is folks that are saying that the system doesn't work. But the better record team, whatever, they've got the home field advantage, and that's the problem, is that they're not taking advantage of that, and that's.
Baltimore didn't take advantage of it.
Why I like the 5. That's why I like the 5 game, because it's like, look, first 2 games are in your yard. Go take care of business, and then you go on the road for 1.
Give me more. Give me more baseball. I want 4. Give me more baseball, damn it.
I got no problem with it, dude. I mean, I like the system. But hey, whatever, man. Just keep giving me good baseball. I'm with you, dude.
Jake Bayless on the YouTube chat line. I'm combining Yahoo and YouTube with the YouTube chat line here. Y'all think Arizona finishes off the Doyers? Yeah, I think the Dodgers are in trouble. I mean, Lance Lynn on the bump tonight, though. We'll see if they can right the ship. But the Dodgers have been struggling with the rotation here. Of course, we know that they can still rake at the plate there. They got the National League All-Star team. But I think that the Diamondbacks actually sneak away from this and become victorious tonight. What do you think, Rodney?
Well, I think so too. I mean, we go back to the whole thing about old momentum. I mean, all the momentum right there is with Arizona, and they have figured out something. They are finding the weaknesses there in what the Dodgers haven't been able to do. And they've been dominating in this series. I mean, you come out and you punch them right in the face in game number 1 and you literally destroy them. I think it ends tonight, dude. I totally think it ends tonight. And this is where I go back to what I was talking about with your Orioles. And I was saying yesterday, man, yes, good. Go Arizona. I'm tired of the Dodgers. I'm tired of the Dodgers. And I know people will give me shit because it's like, yeah, you want the Astros to win, but that's my team.
Why you rooting for a Dodgers anyways when they go out and buy their ball club? You know what I mean? You're sitting there, you're buying your entire National League All-Star team. Why the hell do you want to root for them? I don't know why anybody, if you're not a Dodgers fan, would want to root for somebody that goes out and buys a championship.
That is my point. And that's kind of a problem. And I know we'll talk about it as we get, the weeks coming up. That's kind of the problem, or the problem I have with the NBA. It's like, man, you go out there and you're paying all this money, you're buying all these super teams, and you still can't, and you're still going to get beat by an Arizona team that is trying to, that are doing incredible things with a minimal payroll compared to what you're doing. And that, I'm sorry, dude. And that's because it is. I mean, that's my problem with the NBA. I'm a basketball fan. I love basketball, but these days it's like, man, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of seeing all these superstars on one group. And hell, then they can't win a championship. They suck, and it's all jacked up like Brooklyn. It's like, what is that? You got all these dudes, and they can't get along? Oh, my God.
Money should make you happy, that's for sure. So, See Clear is adding it. Jake Bayless says he loves the Doyers slang here. So, I'm not from the West. I don't know. I didn't know that was actually a thing. Do they call them the Doyers out there in L.A. or out West?
I don't
or
know.
Is that just the accent? Is that just the colloquial lingo that's out there?
Hey, I've never told you my Dodger story, have I?
No.
I don't think so. This is funny. Just give me 1 minute.
You want to tell it after Covert?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's talk about Covert. Covert BK, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships out there in BK, 7 different brands of all of those new and pre-owned vehicles, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams. Covert Ford and Chevrolet over down Highway 79 out my way here in Hutto. And here in Austin, you've got the Ford, or there in Austin, you got the Fords and the Lincolns. I'll tell you what, the Covert family doing it since 1909. They can jump on there, covertbk.com. Jump on there, check out your weekly specials. Weekly specials, guys. I'm not, like I was talking about earlier, I'm not talking about doing all these different things where you got a holiday special and all these different things over here. And they're going to service every make and model of your vehicle. 86 service bays out in Bee Cave. They'll hook you up when you go out there. See my man Dan Covert and tell him, man, you sure appreciate him being a part of Texas Sports Unfiltered, because man, it's benchmark supporters like that are continuing to make this thing grow. Over 5,000 strong. You guys, we want to get to 10,000. It's only going to get better. Now we've got the Covert text line. Hey, Formula One's coming. I've talked to Brad there. We're going to do some things for that as well. I'll give you my very unbiased discussion about Max Verstappen and all of that happy shit. So all of that coming up, but covertbcave.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, and sure as hell, not ever. What you got back there, man?
Of course, if you're watching any type of sports or any type of TV at all, you got to do it with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678, the very best in setting the standard in audiovisual automation since 1988. That's 35 years they've been setting the standard in the business industry of audiovisual automation. Make sure you give them a call at 512-255-8678 or go to the gallery of projects at avconsultations.com to see what they've done over the past 35 years. You don't know what you want? You don't want the 2 flat screen TVs with Dave Zidek right behind you as well? Dave Quan Do, as we like to call him. Maybe call up Tom McKay, AV Consultations, 512-255-8678, or go to the website at avconsultations.com. You can also get a dream theater system like I have downstairs, or ask Tom about that Sonos surround sound as well. It's all deadly. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Love it. Love it. My man, Tom McKay.
Yeah. So people were talking about the poltergeist that I have in my room. It's actually not a poltergeist. It's a cutout of someone that's very active in our YouTube chat here all the time. But also we remind you, if you're listening to us on the app, right, on the Coda, you can hit us up on the Coda text line as well. 512-222-9328. That's 512-222-9328. That's another way that you can communicate with us and send us some text message as well on that Coda text line. Remember, you can also be a part of the conversation on socials as well. Not the fake wags, the Rodney R and the _ Rodney R on the gram as well. I'm at the Wagner Wire. Hey, make sure you're hitting that subscribe button too.
Yes.
Tell 5 friends, like Hardge always likes to say as well, man. A lot to break down. We got some hockey, of course, we need to talk about, but do we think the Dodgers get eliminated in And their postseason's done tonight? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
They are done. I think if you had to choose, and I want to ask the chat this too, right? If you had to choose right now between Mookie Betts or Corbin Carroll, who are you taking?
Corbin Carroll.
Really?
7 days a week, twice on Sunday. Let me have him. Yep. Corbin
Why?
Carroll right now.
I mean, is it just because of all the hype and hoopla over
Yes.
Carroll right now? I mean, Carroll, he's obviously the National League Rookie of the Year, right? But I mean, how much
He's
how
young.
much hate do we have on him, man? I mean, but
he's
you've
young.
proven that he's been able to do this. Is this not just a one-year phenom from Corbin Carroll?
He's young. He's a regular dude. And again, this is where we go back to where you're playing. No, Carroll, all day long. I mean, the young factor. I mean, the young factor to me is such a big deal. This is a grueling game, Wags. You know this, man.
Sure.
162 games, and you get into the playoffs right here. This is a dude that, man, this is a great talent. I mean, Mookie Betts is great. I mean, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But no, I mean, I like this kid. Every now and then you see a baseball player, whatever the sport is, you see somebody that comes in and it's like, you know what? I really like this dude. There's something about him. It's like that it factor. I mean, I know that's an overused term, but man, this dude's a badass, man. This dude's a badass.
He's slashing
and he's just starting.
285, 25 home runs, 76 RBIs, and his OPS was 868. Tied for 19th in the National League in the league for average there. Tied for 46th in home runs. Let's bring up Mookie Betts's line right now. I believe Mookie's slashing 307, 39 with 107. And you're going to take that? You're going to take Corbin over Mookie?
Yep. Still. Yep. He's just starting, Wags. He's just starting. He's just getting started.
I don't know, man. Mookie Betts is one of the most dynamic players in all of baseball for me. Of course, my favorite right now, if it's not Shohei, it's not Shohei. My favorite baseball player is Ronald Acuna Jr. 73 steals, 40 home runs. We've all touted, we touted his stats all throughout the year, though. But yeah, I mean, must-watch TV for baseball, I would say right now. If you're not a baseball fan and you need to be enticed to get back into baseball, it is much-watch TV, man. We have a lot of great ball players here, man, and you're seeing them in the postseason, that's for sure.
Well, let me tell you one, dude. I mean, Corey Seager. I mean, how about this guy?
Dude, and that's five at-bats, or excuse me, 5 walks in game 2. 5 walks.
You can cuss on here. It's okay.
Sorry. 5 walks in game 2. I mean, that's plate
they
discipline,
like that.
Not to mention, his lumber is heated up too, man. The guy can rake.
Yeah, I mean, this dude has come alive, and he's doing it. I mean, there's never been a question about the productivity of this guy, but shit, now he's doing it. I mean, for and I hear the Texas fans chanting, "We want Houston" and all this stuff, and I'll tell you one thing, man. If it does come down to Texas and Houston, dude, this is like Clash of the Titans right here, dude.
It'll be a fun season or a fun series to watch, that's for sure.
Well, if you're a fan of either one of those squads, it's not going to be fun because you're going to be on pins and needles. I mean, the Astros win, and this is where I go back to during the season where I was talking about where people's like, "Well, the Astros, they win the Silver Boot 7-4." Well, who cares about that? But the home field advantage, and this is where I go back to. You asked me yesterday, Wags. What was I most excited about for the Astros game yesterday? And I'm like, well, shit, it's on the road. I tweeted this out yesterday. I said, road field advantage. That's where I'm concerned if I'm Houston, if you're playing Texas.
Absolutely, man. And it came to fruition, man. You were actually called it, dude. And I think they're going to finish it up at Target Field. We talked a little bit about that. Going back to your rookies of the year right now. In the American League, Gunnar Henderson, 255 on average there, leading off for the O's. 28 home runs in the leadoff spot there with 82 RBIs, OPS of 814. And then Carroll's got pretty much similar numbers, a little bit down in only 6 RBIs less there, but that OPS 868 and then 285 for the average there. He also leads off for the Diamondbacks, 25 home runs. So you're starting to see some good pop out of your leadoff guys here. Both of these guys are are tremendous studs, and you're going to see them leading their teams for a while now. I hope Angelos keeps this talent together, man, because it could be really special for the next 5 years, man.
That's a whole part about that, Wags, man. And that's something that I'm looking forward to watching in the off season, man. Are you able to keep those guys? I mean, and that's what sucks about this when you talk about the love of the sport, but so much of it is a business. I mean, any of them, it's a business. I mean, they're going to go out and they're going to poach, and that's what I love so much about, honestly, that's what I love so much about racing is like when you look at NASCAR, we don't know what NASCAR drivers get paid. That is not public knowledge. Nobody knows. And their structure is different because they're sponsors and all these different things. We don't know that. And guys don't move around in NASCAR or IndyCar or Formula One for that matter. They don't move around because of money. They move around, if a sponsor says, hey, Kyle Busch, if you're going to go over to Chevrolet and you've got Chevrolet backing, yes, that's a good move for you. And that's business. But what we're seeing here is, I hate the business part where they're going to go take all your players, Wags. And that sucks. That sucks.
Yeah, it's brutal, man. It leaves you with nothing there. So Jake had a great question for me. Do I think that Guns would still get the American League Rookie of the Year if Young would have not gotten hurt?
That's a great question.
Josh Young, dude, what can you say about him? His season was shorted just a little bit there. 23 home runs on the season for him. 266 is what he was raking at the plate. 70 RBIs with an OPS of 315. Or excuse me, that was I'm reading the wrong numbers. 266, 23, 70, and 781 for Young there. So yeah. I got the OBP wrong. Anyways, I still think Gunnar Henderson would have been able to get the Rookie of the Year just because I think that Hendo is. I'm not taking anything away from Young, but I think Henderson's a better defensive infielder than Young is, man.
Yeah.
We'll see these two battle for Golden Gloves all throughout the next decade here as Texas had some young studs and so did the Orioles, man. We talked about the potential ALCS bout and showdown that's about to happen. I think it will come to fruition. I think you're going to see the Texas Rangers battle the Houston Astros in the ALCS.
And it's going to be a lot of fun and great for the state of Texas. I mean, great for the Rangers. I mean, again, I have no disdain. I don't dislike the Rangers. I mean, the Astros. I mean, I've had folks reach out.
It's hard to not like the Rangers. I feel like the Rangers do everything right.
Well,
and I feel like they don't go out and they don't go buy their championships. They load their roster up piece by piece until they get what they need to do to party, right? And then once they get into the postseason, you're starting to see, we talked about how dynamic the offense was, and now the arms are starting to come back to life again, man. Somebody said in the chat earlier, Evo looked like he was the Evo back in Boston, dude. He looked nasty. He was lights out last night, 9 Ks, dude.
Yeah, and that's a whole thing. I mean, I think a lot of this for me, with the Rangers and the Astros. I've been an Astros guy since I was a kid. I mean, I remember the J.R. Richard days, and I mean all of that. I mean, having lived through all those heartbreaking losses, that I was talking about, and then to finally have your team do what they're doing right now. What's that?
I said 7Ks for Rivaldi.
No. But the whole thing about it. I mean, look at the connection. To me, the connection right there. You look at the Rangers and the Astros, and this is the stupid shit that I think about. You got a connection right there. Nolan Ryan and the Ryan family has been a part of both of these organizations at various points, and that's one of those things where it's like, look, that kind of ties them together a little bit to me, to where Nolan has been a part of that. And we worship Nolan Ryan as a baseball Hall of Famer and baseball player in the state of Texas. And the fact that he and his family have been a part of these and the Express over here.
An institution.
He is. And I've got the Rangers, farm league team, 8 miles away from me right here. So I'm an Astros fan, but dude, this is something. Yeah. The Robbie Grossman connection. Thank you, Jake. I mean, you've got those guys, but look at all of the great players that have come out of the Express organization that have played for either the Astros or the Rangers. And to me, that's something that ties it in, and this kind of brings it all together right here. I mean, look, just go back through that tree. I've got a poster sitting in my garage from, I think it was the 20th anniversary or something of the Express, and it's all these fucking dudes, and I'm like, damn, wow. You know, so I don't know. That's a sentimental part of me when it comes to stuff like that. That's why it's hard to hate the Rangers. There's no reason to.
It's hard to not like them, that's for sure. A lot of double negatives there. So, Jake, you and I are going to be going at this for the entire offseason, I think. I'm not saying this with any bias at all, and I don't believe you are either. I don't believe that you have any bias for Young, because I sure as hell don't have any bias for Guns. So we'll have a good chuckle with that as we move on throughout the year and talk about that. And I love the comment about the Robbie Grossman connection as well there. Thank you, Jake. Jake, dynamite chime-ins by you today, dude. Thank you. We appreciate everybody always bringing in the heat and the noise to the YouTube chat line. Again, reminder, you can hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328 if you're listening to us on the app in your car. Make sure you're doing that safely, though.
That's right.
All right, Rodney.
Hey, dude. Hey, Wags.
We got to talk about
that Dodgers thing. So about about 7 or 8 years ago, I'm at a real estate convention in Phoenix, and the guy, my business partner at the time, his son, who is a country music artist or whatever, he's good friends with Josh Beckett, who at the time was playing for the Dodgers, and he's like, hey, we're there in February. They have spring training. Do you want to go to spring training? I'm like, yes. So we go rolling up. I think it was in Surprise, Arizona or something like that. We go rolling up there. They give us all these VIP things. We go walking in. We meet Beckett. We're bullshitting with him, whatever. They've got a practice coming up. They hand us both. They give us a LA Dodgers polo, which I put on. You're going to hand me that? I'm not a Dodgers fan, but you hand me that thing from the team, I'm going to put it on. They hand me a cap. I put it on. So we're out on the field with these guys. Practice ends, and it's like, okay, everybody's walking off the field. There's all these fans everywhere, dude. And somehow I managed to mingle myself in with the team. I'm walking through the alley there with the team. all these players, they're all signing autographs and shit. And people are handing me shit, and I'm like signing autographs. I'm like, whatever. I looked like a part of the team. I was all in with them, wearing all that Dodgers gear, looking official or whatever.
Sell out.
Dude, I seriously signed like 20 autographs just in line with people.
Are you signing double R?
I signed my own name. I signed my own name. And my buddy's over there watching, and he's like, were you signing autographs? I said, well, shit. They handed me a Sharpie and wanted me to sign it. So I signed it. I did, dude. I seriously did. I was signing autographs with the Dodgers, and it's like, that's pretty
Rodney,
damn
you
cool.
got to get those accredited, man. You got to get those appraised.
Well, I'm sure, and my buddy's like, I'm sure people are looking at you wondering, and this is back when I was younger. I didn't have that great hair you keep talking about. I'm sure they were like, oh, this guy must be on IR. He must be on the pup list or something because he's in a polo and a cap. He must be a pitcher. Yes.
It was a long time ago. That's for sure.
A long time ago.
Many moons ago, as we like to say. So I remember pitchers in like the early aughts in the 90s having like smoking hot wives, or like their wives being on the cover of For Him magazine or Maximum magazine. Chris Benson. I remember Chris Benson's wife, Anna. Was it Anna Benson?
Yes.
Anna Benson?
Yes.
Was that her name?
Dude,
Amanda.
yes.
Amanda Benson?
That right there was a brick shit house. That lady right there. Yes, Anna Benson. I remember her. The great I was the Ron McKelvey of the Dodgers that day.
What a cool, great name.
Ron Weaver. That was me. Rod Weaver was me that day. Yes, Anna Benson.
So can we let's see if we can pull up. Let me see if you find who she really is. If it really is Anna Benson here.
No, that's who that was. That's who she was. Very outspoken. I remember she was very outspoken with him. Man, I almost forgot.
I don't know if we can put these up.
Hit share screen. Share screen.
No, I don't think we can. I don't think.
Oh.
So yeah, Anna Benson, and she went on. So apparently, she's batshit crazy.
Yes.
She's on probation now, 15 years probation. She's a wild one here. Make sure you guys are checking this one out. Just go to the Google and just Anna Benson images.
So are they not together anymore, I'm assuming?
Yeah. No, they ain't
bad.
together. I think, of course, I don't want to report false information here. I'm going to have to get the story on this. We're going to uncover Anna tomorrow. We will uncover Anna tomorrow. I'll give you a little bit of a thriller story here as we backtrack and go through the story of Anna Benson here. Got some baseball tops, that's for sure.
Wags don't know what to say. He's fixated on that screen. He's like, yeah,
it's we got to get off the screen is what we got to get there. But yeah, I want to go over some of, like, I know a lot of pitchers have some smoking wives. Of course, JV, man, with Kate Upton.
Oh my goodness.
That's got to be the queen here. But yeah, I'll do a little bit of research.
Let's do that.
A little bit of research. This is some of my best extensive research that I do.
I will too. I will work on that today as much as possible.
You won't be able to make it off of the gram. You'll be sitting there just in scroll heaven, just sitting here. Hey, Wags. See this one?
I have a lot of friends there, dude. I have a lot of friends. There.
You got a lot of friends that play hockey?
Actually, I do. Actually, I've got a lot of friends who play rugby. So when I was talking about the cycle bar yesterday, there's a group of ladies that go to the cycle bar that I go to, and all their husbands play rugby. And
that's not a conversation you want to get into. You don't want to play rugby with their husbands after talking about them on their bike.
Oh, no. That's with them. I'm very distant. When they talk about, when they tell me they have a husband that's a rugby player, I'm like, glad you're here. Have a great ride. I hope you get your cardio or whatever. Because no, I'm not getting destroyed by a rugby player, for crying out loud.
Ruse Groofy Growing. What's up, everyone? Just found this channel. Awesome to hear and see Wags. Well, what's up, Ruse? Appreciate you stopping in here. Make sure you're pounding that subscribe button and make sure you're following everybody on their socials as well, man. Tell your friends to hit the subscribe button as well, man. Thanks, Ruse, for coming in here, dude. What are we growing today? Huh?
Reefer.
What are we growing today? Can you share?
Did you like?
Can share?
Did you like that? Did you like that text?
My friend.
That's right. Did you like that text I sent you and BK yesterday? Where's my buddy from Alabama that was like, I hate Texas, but I enjoy watching your show, asshole. I'm like, oh, great.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank your friend. Tell your friend to that we said thank you all the time, buddy.
I did
all the time. Thank you, asshole.
Yeah,
Hockey happened last night, opening night. Did you watch any hockey, Rodney?
I didn't watch any hockey last night. No. I was fixated on baseball. I know that the Golden Knights get to raise their banner.
The Golden Knights defended their cup. They got to raise the banner there. They hosted the Kraken from Seattle in Vegas. Yeah. They won. They look like they haven't dropped any steam, man. They're picking up right where they left off. 4-1 victory last night over Seattle. Yeah, Vegas. I'd love to. We need to have Tom on maybe tomorrow or next week to get his picks for who he thinks, and of course, just the futures picks for who he thinks are going to be representing and going to play in the Stanley Cup playoff here.
Oh, he's going to say the Dallas Stars. I mean, isn't he?
It depends. Usually he goes with the money. Like, it doesn't matter if it doesn't. The Dallas Stars have been playing fantastic over the past couple of seasons, but usually Tom is very good. I don't know the algorithm that he has or how he produces it, but he is very good at telling you who is going to be hoisting Lord Stanley at the end of the year.
So tell me this, Wags. When I do watch hockey, but I mean it's not constant like it is with football and baseball and racing and all these different things. Only so many hours in the day for me, unfortunately. But so how has Las Vegas gotten this good this fast? I mean, I know that's a newer franchise. I mean, how have they done this? Because it's. I mean, this is where you remember when Jacksonville and Carolina came into the NFL.
I think they hit the nail on the head in the expansion draft, right? And then they've done very well, in the front office, just plugging in holes and getting better products for the system, so to speak, man. They just plug and play at the moment now, man. They play good, tough hockey. I mean, they skate well. I mean, they always look like they're of course, this was game one, but I mean, they just have young talent, dude, and they have savvy veterans that know how to win. And when you have a championship caliber goaltender, you're going to always be in a contest no matter what happens. So Vegas knows how to win, man. They are a fantastic club. But all the, I think all the hype and hoopla last night was with Connor Bedard, the rookie sensation, the number 1 pick in the NHL this year, for Chicago, going up against a Sidney Crosby talented Pittsburgh Penguin team. So I think they got all the hype and hoopla last night. I mean, you even saw like the first call, right, where the umpire there, or the official, welcomes Connor Bedard to the league. Hey Connor, very cool for you to be here, man. Welcome to the NHL. And then slams the puck down on the ice there, and then we get kicked off, or we get skating. So it was a fun night in hockey, man. We'll be talking a lot more about it as the season progresses. I'm a Caps fan, so it's probably going to be a little daunting for me this year. I don't think the Caps are right where we need to be, but we will be keeping you updated with all of your hockey content as well.
Well, and that is the thing. Just everything that I've seen this morning, getting caught up, I have seen it seemed like a lot of emphasis on Bedard, and I'm like, okay, well, and it is what it is. I mean, but I tell you, the other thing when it comes to hockey, baseball, and the NBA now is that where you can build a franchise like this, where maybe you can't do it in the NFL because you don't really have that true feeder system right there. That's the great thing about hockey, is that you actually have that, to where it's like you can go pluck people out of AAA or whatever it's called. You go pluck them out, you get them in, like you said, plug and play. They're ready to go.
And we want to talk about probably one of the best organizations, through NHL and AHL. We talk about the Dallas Stars, but the Texas Stars, everybody that, that's around here knows how decent the team is. Tom McKay will tell you how, every one of their damn players' birthdays, he's, entrenched so well, or, has such a tight pulse on them, man. But Dallas has a fantastic organization. I think Washington's down a little bit now. I mean, the Hershey, the Bears won last year, but I mean, we'll see how much talent is able to surface up into the NHL, fast enough. Ovechkin's been playing for damn near 2 decades, or has been playing for 2 decades. The Russian Grizzly is got to start to slow down here just a little bit. Usually you see most of his points come off of special teams anyways, man. Well, like I said, we'll break a lot of hockey down moving forward all throughout the year, but the Lightnings were able to get the win last night over the Predators 3-5, and then the Blackhawks with rookie sensation Connor Bedard getting his first assist recorded there, and then getting his first points of the season in Game 1. Blackhawks finished the Penguins 4-2, and then the Golden Knights host the Seattle Kraken in their championship banner. I guess it's not a parade, but it's definitely a celebration for sure. And it's one hell of a celebration in Vegas, man. You think just, the regular season games, the pregame shows are fantastic, and all the pageantry and stuff there. Imagine what it would be like on unveiling a championship banner.
Oh my goodness. I got to tell you, Bobby that does the racing show with me, they made a special Bobby Chaffee. They made a special trip down there to Vegas. They were planning a Vegas trip, but this guy, he's sneaky. They figured out he planned this trip when it was like a huge home game going on there for Vegas, and they go check out the Golden Knights, and he's like messaging me during this thing. He's like, dude, this is unbelievable. He's like, you would not believe this right here. So is Vegas kind of the team, where people cling to the Kansas City Chiefs, to where it's like, maybe the nonchalant sports fan. I'm a Chiefs fan. Is this kind of what you
say that? I think it's Vegas, right? And it's a new club.
Yeah.
So is Seattle.
That's why Bobby liked them.
Seattle's a fan. Seattle's an expansion team as well there. But I mean, Vegas, the expansion of 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
5 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're in Vegas, dude. It's the Golden Knights, and that's the thing. It's like their pregame spectacle. It's like
that's what he
medieval times. That's the best way I can explain it, is going to get dinner at medieval times. With Jim Carrey and Matthew Broderick.
And this dude's telling me, as this is going on, and telling me after the fact, it was a regular season game. It was just a regular season game, middle of the season. And he's like, dude, all this shit is going on. You would think this is like a championship game or something. I mean, a championship round of the playoffs with everything that's going on right here. But hey, man, What do you expect? What do you expect in Vegas?
We got some college football tonight too, amigo.
Oh yeah, it is time.
You're gonna be watching a little bit of the line tonight. UTEP versus Florida International, huh? The line on this: Florida International given 3, over under 44 here, and then we also got Sam Houston versus New Mexico State. New Mexico State given 4 to Sam Houston here, and the over under 42. You gonna have any action on tonight,
dude? I don't give a damn who's playing tonight.
What?
Hold on. A baseball to watch, my man.
I got you. See,
I
don't
gotta watch. I mean, I'll be checking in on that. I'll check in on that. That way, I know what the hell we're talking about tomorrow. But man, it's Astros baseball time, dude. That's what I'm gonna be watching.
I don't know if I can bring myself to watch baseball anymore. I'm trying. I know I have to do it because I'm obligated to talk about it, but it's tough, man. It's tough. It was over. It's over.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, I do think that if this turns into Texas and Houston, which it should,
it will.
That's going to be a lot of fun, dude. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun.
Well, I like to think that we hear Hardge talk a lot about this, right? The pedigree and the identity of a ball club. And of course, the roster turns over every year and that pedigree changes. But the stalwarts and the key components are still together and in place for the Houston Astros. And you knew, Rodney, if you let them get in, they were going to be trouble.
Yeah.
They got into the back door. They snuck into this thing and stole the West. I can't say stole the West because they reclaimed it, right? I mean, it's right. It's rightfully theirs. Death, taxes, and the Astros winning the West in this decade. It just seems like it's just going to be the pair because there's been times where it's been bad for the Astros, but I mean,
sure.
Things good things come to people that wait, is that old adage.
And it has been. I mean, it's been a struggle. I mean, you can talk about banging trash cans and all that shit. Here's the thing: that organization, they got rid of those people. And I mean, think about that. You get rid of that GM, you get rid of that manager. I mean, they own that shit. I mean, they owned it. They did what they had to do, and that's where I think it's odd to me. We're seeing Carlos Correa. That's why for me, even though he's public enemy number one right now to Astros fans, to me it's very hard to dislike Carlos Correa because the fact is, when all of that shit went down and Correa was still in Houston, that was the one guy that stood up and he's like, "Look, yes, we were doing what we were doing." He owned it, but man. He laid his ass on the sword for that organization when he was still there. And that's why for all the people that want to dislike him because he took the money and ran and is now playing against Houston in this series, dude, and you listen to Correa talk about, he still compares this team to the Astros. And hell, he was on TV last year and he was saying the Astros are playing and he's like, okay, we got to do this. I'm like, dude, you play for the Twins. You ain't we no more. So the dude has a love for the franchise and
first ball club, man.
Sure,
first ball club. Hey, so I'm going to ask you this now: Pena or Correa?
Oh man, that I'll tell you what, man. What a way to fill that void.
How about you, chat? Chat? Pena or Correa?
Dude, Correa is my dude.
Okay.
Correa is my guy. I mean, that dude, he looks like a leopard. He looks like a jaguar. I mean, that guy right there. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. At one time, I think I had a man crush on that guy. He's just
Get
that
out of here,
good,
man.
Dude.
I got a man crush on Hardge. That's what I got a man crush on. That's probably the only dude I have a man crush on.
Who doesn't? Bucky told me he had a man crush on Hardge.
I tell you what, we need to do a calendar. You know what I mean? Like a Texas Sports Unfiltered calendar. I think we got enough. We got 12 talent. We got 12 talent.
We got about 12 dudes. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we got the girls as well. I think we'd have to see if Megan and Rocky want to do it as well. But I think we could have one hell of a holiday season.
That would be the only months that people cared about, Megan and Rocky. The rest of them, you'd have like a manila folder covering the person representing the month.
Or we could. Jake says Correa sadly over Pena as well. Let's bring on Hardge to the stage here, man. It is almost time for Hanging with Hardge. We got to tell you about Blue Heron as well before we get out of here, Rodney.
Oh man, that's right. Do not forget about Great Blue Heron Furniture. That right there. That is, a custom leather company formed back in 1991. And like I always talk about here on Chaos Theory, when we talk about the folks that are on board with us, 1909, 1988, 1991. These folks have been doing it for a long time. Great Blue Heron Furniture. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics, ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. All of that stuff right there. The highest quality you're going to find. You cannot and will not find anything better or more durable. The quality is amazing. Right here where we are congregating right here doing the program, there's a link on the YouTube video description showing you that'll take you right to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection, and use that promo code HOOK'em. You're going to get 15% off of your purchase right now if you use it. If you're looking for furniture that's amazing and built to last for decades, is that what you want? That's what you really want with anything. I don't care if it's a car. I don't care if it's a spouse. Built to last for decades. Your leather furniture, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link or call them 866-247-9688. Good stuff right there.
There's the good stuff right there as Mike Hardge gets on the screen again, man. Brought you on a little bit immaturely or prematurely, but you know how I am, man. I was a little bit premature.
You're a little immature.
Announcing the Orioles with the victory here and think that they were going to get to the series, Mike. Can't wait to hear your breakdown, dude, man. It's been tough though, man. I'll probably just be sitting here in tears and holding my Cal Ripken bat as
make sure at 11,
how terrible it is.
At 11:15, you might want to turn it off because I'm going to have the play-by-play announcer Jared Sandler coming on with me to kind of recap what he saw.
That's a great
with
get,
his
dude.
own eyes in the spot and calling that game last night. So it's going to be.
You told me you wouldn't do this to me.
For you, man. I'm not trying to, Max. I'm not trying to, bro.
This is fun, man. I still love y'all, dude. I get it, dude. I'm gonna remember this at Christmas. I'll remember this at Christmas.
That's just good journalism right there, Hardge. That's awesome.
Just good journalism, my ass. You know what? Everybody's got me in the doghouse, man. It's pick on the dude from back east, dude.
Oh man, I love you, Wags. I'm sorry about your Orioles, man, but that's how baseball go. You know what I'm saying?
That's how it goes, dude. That's how it goes. I'm out of here, man. Love y'all. Hook 'em. Y'all have a great day, man. We'll
Later,
see
guys.
you.
Appreciate you. That's right. What up, ladies and gentlemen? It is your boy, Hardball Hardge, and welcome to another edition of Hanging with Hardge. We will get all into it today. We will recap the Major League Baseball games that were played yesterday, preview the ones that will be played today, and of course, I still have to talk a little bit about my Dallas Cowboys and how disappointing is this season getting ready to turn to. But before we get into all of that, I want to jump right into the fact that the Houston Astros, I'm not going to talk Rangers just yet because we're going to have Jared Sandler on. So I'm going to wait and talk Rangers here in just a moment. But we have to give some love to the Houston Astros and what they were able to do yesterday. The Astros went into Minnesota. Luckily, they were playing a day game and played some great baseball on the road. As I've told you before, that's all they do. They play well on the road. 51-30 in the regular season on the road. And so we might have ourselves a little Texas two-step battle if the Astros can go ahead and win today. The Astros win 9-1 behind a stellar pitching performance behind Christian Javier, who yesterday, I believe I told y'all, he made me a little nervous. But little did I know that he would be able to run his scoreless inning streak to 16 1/3 of an innings. Christian Javier had a great breaking ball that was diving away. It was almost like it was disappearing, like they couldn't pick up the rotation. And that's why your boy is sitting here talking to you today, because I couldn't pick up the rotation either. But he went out there and pitched well. Astros bats got on fire. We got my man Jose Abreu, who everybody in Houston has been mad at. They were mad because Gurriel was gone. And Jose Abreu, big acquisition during the offseason, had a very slow start. Didn't even have a great season at all. but he was decent. I thought he was decent, but he didn't have the numbers that everybody was looking for. Well, let me just tell you, folks, he showed up for you, and he showed up loud and proud yesterday, bashing 2 home runs, both of them over 440 feet, got the party started. What up, Sal? What up, Miss Becky? What up, CB? Thank y'all for joining me. But it was an unbelievable performance by the Houston Astros. And what we talked about as well, when Wags was bringing this up earlier with me, he was talking about the pedigree. And I said this going into it. That's the one thing that the Baltimore Orioles, even though they won 100, not the Baltimore Orioles, even though the Minnesota Twins is a very talented baseball team. But the Houston Astros have been there, done that, and continues to walk the walk. Yeah, it was kind of sketchy, and everybody questions Dusty Baker on a lot of things. But this team and what was happening throughout this game and throughout this series, they understood it. Sonny Gray took the mound, good breaking ball. He was trying to run that fastball in, couldn't get it to stay consistent in the zone. And when he left pitches up, they spoke well about it. Astros bats, that is. They saw it, they reacted, they matched. Loved every second of watching that game. And Yordan Alvarez, let me just tell you about our man Yordan. I got an opportunity to see Yordan when he was playing AAA here for the Round Rock Express. Shout out to the Express management and the Express front office. They do an unbelievable job. If you've never been to the Round Rock Express game, I know the season's over, but when you're in a city with minor league teams, you need to go check those players out. They're there. They're talented. And you get to see them for yourself before they get up on the big stage and the big screen. But let me just tell you some of the numbers that I just recently discovered on Yordan Alvarez and where we can compare him in the history of the game. Big Papi is who I've been calling him for a long time. Even when he was in AAA, I kept saying, this dude got a swing like Big Papi. He's got a different sound about it when it comes off of the bat. And he lives for the postseason. So I saw this stat from 03 to 09, David Ortiz. So that's 100 averages is out of 162 games, including the postseason. Through that time, Big Papi hit 288, 42 home runs. He averaged this. 288, 42 home runs, 134 RBIs, 389 OBS, on base percentage, 576 slugging percentage, and a 965 OPS. The same amount of time for Yordan Alvarez, and from 2019 to 2023, Yordan has a better average, 292. He's right there with him in home runs at 42. He's 9 RBIs behind Big Papi at 125. He's a percentage point behind him in on-base percentage at 388. He's got a slugging percentage that he's 5 ahead of Big Papi at 580. And then he's got an OPS of 968. Both left-handed, both hit with big-time clout and power. And every time you see him come to the plate, I would encourage teams to start putting up 4 fingers and letting that man go to first base. You're going to end up having to give Yordan Alvarez, the big donkey. You're going to end up having to give him the Barry Bonds treatment. That's no disrespect to anybody else in the league. That's no disrespect to any other dominant player at their position. But the big thing for me, when you look at Big Papi, I keep wanting to call him Big Papi. When you look at Yordan Alvarez and what he's able to do every time he comes up to the plate, he's a serious threat to your well-being as a pitcher. There's nothing you can do about it. It's so much. He's must-watch television. You cannot go to the bathroom, concession stand, play on your phone. If you're pulling your phone out, you better be recording him because you never know what you're going to see. And then you put in the fact Carlos Correa, Pena's starting to hit the ball, playing some good defense. How about that double play between he and Altuve? That was a game-changing moment. They were trying to battle back. If that ball gets past him, there's no telling what the inning's going to look like. That helped with Christian Javier being able to continue to extend his scoreless streak to 16 1/3. I'm a big fan. And if you've been listening to me for a while, when I was at the other station, I brought up the fact when I was talking to Julia Morales, who covers the team. I told her, I said, y'all are in good hands. I know Correa is going to be a big void. You can never, ever replace those types of players. But what you can do is bring somebody out and see that this dude was talented. Again, he's got lineage. His dad was a Major League Baseball player. I know it's rare that you get a Major League star like him out of the state of Maine, but the pedigree is there. I told him, you're going to be just fine with Pena. He was the MVP of the playoffs last year. He was the MVP of the World Series. And now he's getting back into a groove, having a great approach at the plate. Looks like he's having fun again. And, of course, the person he replaced is on the other side. Now, Carlos Correa, still tipping my cap to him. He's trying to rally the troops. I thought Sonny Gray was going to be more of a challenge because he's so nasty with his pitching style and his delivery. But the game that I got to see yesterday, and Christian Javier with his breaking ball and how he was spinning that ball, I kept saying, why are you not sitting on it? Well, then you go back and you look at it, it's like that ball was disappearing on them. They would give us the umpire view, and all of a sudden you would see the ball just kind of dive away from right-handed hitters and down and in on left-handed hitters. Even if you had the proper approach, it looks like a fastball. And then when he did throw his fastball, he would elevate it and get you to chase it. It's hard to catch up with that. It's real hard to catch up with that. So shout out to the Houston Astros. They are one win away from a possible Texas two-step. And I can't wait for a Texas two-step. I think we're all in there. I think we are all dialed in for that. I don't think anybody would be upset. But the Astros are looking to make it to the ALCS for the 7th straight time. They're going for win number 3 tonight. First pitch is 6:07. Jose Urquidy, who has been, over history, over time, he's done well. He's been a very admirable pitcher during this time in the postseason. He's a guy that you want to have on the mound during the postseason. He's been there before. He's got to be big tonight, though. He's got to be big tonight. And the Twins will send Joe Ryan to the hill. So this is a big game tonight. I'll be tuned in to it, getting ready to see who is going to face the Texas Rangers. As I said, the Texas Rangers swept the 101-win Baltimore Orioles. I am so sorry, Wags. I really am, my friend. But I'm just telling you right now, they won 7-1 at the Guild, and this team has been spanking other teams throughout this time. They have big money players that have been stepping up in serious fashion. I know everybody keeps talking about Nathan Eovaldi and how he's been able to perform in these big games. We're going to talk to my man Jared Sandler in just a moment. We're going to talk about that. But Nathan Eovaldi, the big horse from Alvin, Texas. You know who else is from Alvin, Texas? That's right, Big Tex, Nolan Ryan. And what does he do? Throw gas. He went 7 strong yesterday with 7 Ks, only giving up 1 run. Corey Seager continues to rip the cover off the ball. Josh Young is gaining confidence with every single play in every game. The Rangers win, and Bruce Bochy is the man. It is unbelievable. And you're right. I told you. And I'll get into the conversation too. Says it right there. The very beginning of the season, I was talking about the Texas Rangers. I'll talk to Jared about this in just a minute, but I had an opportunity to go to spring training this past year. I saw Jacob deGrom. I saw Nathan Uvalde pitch. I saw Corey Seager take ground balls and Marcus Simeon and Josh Young. I saw big Nathaniel Lowe over there. Garcia. I saw all those guys. And the people that I was with, I told them, I said, hey, man, I don't know what Chris Young is doing. I don't know what he's got going on, but the players that he's bringing in here and what he's been able to put together is totally different with his aggressiveness than anybody else that I've ever seen. He went and got the players. He was spending big money. And remember last year, Rangers were not very good. They were still scuffling. They ended up having to make a managerial change. Went and got Bruce Bochy. And I interviewed with Bruce Bochy. And by the way, that dude's got a humongous dome. I don't know if y'all were paying attention to that. My man got an 8 head. He ain't got no 4 head. He ain't got no 6 head. He got an 8 head. That dude's head is big. But watching those guys go about their work, and this is one of the streakiest teams I've ever seen too. Like, there's some random numbers that those guys were going through that I just couldn't even understand. So I'm excited. I'm excited about the Rangers being able to advance. As I said, we'll be efforting my man Jared Sandler here in just a minute. But let me tell you about the great folks over at Covert BK. Nestled on 42 acres in the beautiful Texas Hill Country, Covert BK's has 3 new state-of-the-art dealerships carrying 7 brands. That's right, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And in addition to those 7 brands, you can always go out off of 79 and hit up Covert Ford in Hutto. Or if you're in Austin and you want to stay in the city, you can get Ford Lincoln in Austin, Texas. As we told you before, no one beats a Covert deal, not now, not ever. Covert has something for everyone. I already told you all the makes and models, but they can service all makes and models. With their 86 service bays, you won't even have to wait that long. Just remember that. Please visit covertbk.com for the latest specials and inventory, or stop by and see them. No one beats a Covert deal, not now, not ever. I also want to give you a shout out to Audio Visual Consultations. If you saw the Rangers win yesterday, you probably saw it on one of Tom McKay's great TVs that the folks at AV Consultation was able to bring to you. I'm telling you right now, whether you want a home theater, you want to set up a man or woman cave setup, or you want to do an outdoor hookup, whatever you need, AV Consultations have you covered. Give them a call at 512-255-8678 or check them out online at avconsultations.com. Folks, I've been telling you about this. There was a big party going on in Arlington yesterday. I'm surprised that my man is going to be able to join us. I thought he'd still be out celebrating. Joining me today, fresh off a series win, is the play-by-play announcer for the radio, my man Jared Sandler. And you can follow him on Twitter or X at Jared Sandler. Jared, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I am awake. I don't know that I'm in the best of shape, as you can see by my my hair, but we're pushing through. This is a great problem to have for sure.
No doubt about it. So check this out. All right. You and I were in spring training at the very beginning of the year. We were walking around. Obviously, you stay a lot longer than I do, so you had a great opportunity to get a feel for this team. And when I talked to you, I said, man, this team looks a little bit different than what I'm used to seeing. I don't know if it was Bochy. I don't know if it was Chris Young making the moves that he did, but you've been with this team. You've seen it all happen. You've seen the transformation. How fulfilling was yesterday with the sweep?
Yeah, I think what was cool is that, the team got a clinch in front of the home crowd. Not that you're going to complain about clinching on the road, but it was the first home playoff game since 2016. First time the Rangers have won a home playoff game since 2011. The largest crowd in Globe Life Field history. I mean, the crowd was electric. And I think, for the guys, it was really special for them to get to show this off in front of a fan base that has gone through 6 years of apathy, indifference, a lack of, high level competition from a baseball standpoint. And this year the Rangers brought that to them, but there was a little bit of a sour taste when the season ended, just because it didn't end with a division win, and the way it kind of ended with a chance to win it on the last day. So the Rangers hadn't been home since prior to that road trip. They had that last week on the road, and then the entire postseason up until yesterday had been on the road. So I think it was really fulfilling for them to be able to do this in front of the home crowd. And what a great atmosphere, and what a great start to this postseason. And winning 5 games in the regular season consecutively isn't easy. It's certainly not easy to do it in the postseason.
No doubt about it. We're joined by Jared Sandler. And Jared, I sit here and I look at this team, and there was a bunch of big money moves that were made throughout. This team has persevered. I don't know if it was you or another writer that had posted how random the streaks that Texas Rangers baseball had during the year. They would win 9 games, 10 games, then lose 9 of 11, and then come back and win a series. I mean, it was just so strange. But throughout it all, was there some nervousness, or to your point, you've been on the road, and then the end of the season, didn't get a chance to win the division, but now you're in a position you're on one of those good streaks. What is it, 5-0 in the playoffs? You're outscoring everybody by 18 run differential. And that was the big thing during the season as well. The run differential was amazing, but now it's money time.
Yeah. And thankfully there's been an uptick at the right time. Right. And the run differentials, it's significant for a team that has had a tough time with its bullpen. The Rangers did have to win a close game in game 1, 1-run game, protecting that over the final, 10 outs. Didn't have to deal with that in game 2. Got out to, a 9-2 lead or whatever it was. And then yesterday got out to a 7-0 lead or a 6-0 lead. And so, when that's the case, you don't put as much pressure on the bullpen. Now, is it realistic for them to go through the postseason like that? I don't know. You figure as you get deeper into the playoffs, the games get harder. The opponents get tougher. I mean, I don't know. The Orioles won 101 games, but you're playing teams that, you're playing teams that are also winning games. They're also on a roll. So they're going to have to show that they can win close games, but they've done it when asked to this postseason. Game 1 against the Rays and game 1 against the Orioles. But, the other games has really been the formula that they've used all year, which is just score a lot of runs and hope that they can hold on with their bullpen. But the starting pitching has been awesome, and the bullpen has been really good this postseason. So I need to give them a little shine because they, it's a much maligned group. But right now everything's clicking. But you're right. In the regular season, they would all of a sudden have these 180-degree turns, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. And they got to make sure to protect against that, because you have that in the postseason, you're out. If you do it in the regular season, you can survive. So they can't let that happen now.
So, Jared, I wanted to ask you about Bruce Bochy. There's a lot of conversation about him within the national media, obviously with everyone that covers the Rangers as well. The calming voice, the transformation, you end up letting Woodard go, and now you bring in a guy with a ton of experience. But the one thing that always seemed to stand out was his calm demeanor. Now, I know he's a catcher. He can probably choke a lot of people out. And just, when he got to get on you, he's going to get on you. But he just seemed to be the right person at the right time for this ball club. Yeah,
I think you're right. And for a lot of reasons. But, as far as the demeanor, what you just mentioned, for a team in any baseball season, it's never going to just be, a consistent, hey, we're going to win 6 out of every 11 games, and there's not going to be any variance. I mean, there's going to be ups and downs. I would think that this team, at least in the second half, had more of a roller coaster of extremes than what is typical. And because of the timing of it, when it felt like things were slipping away, when it felt like the Rangers were not just squandering the division, but maybe squandering a playoff, a playoff bid, you had a guy who, he's been through that. He maybe hadn't experienced anything like this bullpen, but he had, generally speaking, been through the highs and lows of playing meaningful baseball. And not a lot of the guys in the clubhouse had, and this organization has not been through that in quite some time. So I think his presence was huge, and a lot of the players will cite that. Just a very steady hand. Nothing rattles him. And, I heard Brett Boone on our flagship 105.3 The Fan earlier this morning equate it to when you're flying and you have turbulence. If you look at the flight attendants and the flight attendants are calm, business as usual, it helps keep you calm. When you look at their face and they look panicked, if they're panicked, that's not good. So when you look at a manager, I mean, these guys they're adults. They're not silly. It's not just about what you say, and it's not just about how you look. It's everything. They can smell blood. They can sniff out a guy who is putting on a front, and he's just not. He genuinely, I think, he was frustrated. He had his moments where the competitive side got to him, but he would show up the next day calm and collected. And I think that has a huge effect on guys, and I think it had a huge effect on this team.
The Rangers are headed to the ALCS for the first time since 2011. We won't bring that up because we know what happened that time. But we want to sit there and think about what you have witnessed as they continue to move on. I want to ask about Corey Seager as well. Corey Seager, I've been saying it from day one. He missed a lot of time, but he's still MVP. I think he's the MVP of the American League, especially when Shohei got hurt and ended up not being able to do the things that he was doing. But the numbers that he has put up throughout his time on the field is something that people really need to take a look at, because it's not every day that you get to see a shortstop of his caliber come over to the Texas Rangers and show up and produce, especially with the big contract. What have you taken away from watching him every single day?
Yeah, he's well, you talk about the calm, cool, collected nature of Bruce Bochy. I mean, that's Corey Seager. He's not only been there, done that, he's done it in this ballpark, right. With the Dodgers. And I don't know. He is unlike a lot of what we've seen before. I don't want to, be a prisoner of the moment and say that he's unlike anything ever, but that guy's special. And I think he was on some really good teams that had some really good players with the Dodgers. Maybe he was overshadowed, had some injury issues, and that certainly took away from some of the statistical production. But I think Rangers fans are seeing, and the baseball world is seeing, how special this guy is. He can hit any pitching. He can hit any, lefty, righty, any pitch type. The moment doesn't get to him. This guy's just unbelievable. And, Shohei Ohtani is going to win the MVP. I'd imagine he deserves it. Baseball is not like basketball or football, where if you don't make the playoffs with a player that good, then that guy probably isn't that good, right? Right. You're not going to be an MVP candidate in the NBA if your team isn't a playoff team, or even probably a top of the conference team. One player can have that big of a difference. One player can't in baseball. I mean, the Rangers saw this for years and years and years with so many great individual performances. I mean, Alex Rodriguez is not a celebrated Ranger by any means, and understandably so, but he had some unbelievable years, from 01 through 03. Rangers didn't sniff the playoffs. It wasn't his fault. The team just wasn't very good. So, I understand why Shohei Ohtani is getting the love. I just think that Corey Seager, at minimum, deserves some more recognition in that regard. And I know he missed some time, but so did Shohei Ohtani. And I don't think that he should be penalized because he's not a pitcher. Now, Shohei Ohtani definitely deserves the credit for being a pitcher, but I don't think you should, we can't hold these guys to the standard of, well, they're not a two-way player, so that, they're not that valuable, because this guy has just been unbelievably special this year. And it's one of the best offensive performances from a Ranger we've probably seen in franchise history.
No doubt about it. Jared, I got a couple more before I let you go. I know you're busy, and I'm sure you're hungover because you had a great party last night. And if you're not, I'm a little disappointed in you because I would have been at that party as well. But I wanted to ask you about Nathan Eovaldi, big game pitcher. I think this dude is made for the moment. And every time he steps on the mound, he's giving you everything that he's got. Now, go back. You're looking at all the injuries. You made a bunch of different trades with Chris Young getting guys at the break. But Nathan Eovaldi being healthy and taking the mound and putting him on the back, that's impressive to watch.
There's something about guys who they are comfortable in moments and situations, and Nathan Eovaldi appears to be one of those guys in the postseason. Someone asked me, how does this compare to Cliff Lee and some of the best postseason pitching performances in franchise history? And Cliff Lee really, that Tampa series in 2010 when he stepped up to the mound in Game 5 and won a decisive winner go home game and pitched the way he did. That probably holds a little bit more weight. But, Nathan Eovaldi's done this now for multiple teams. Over his career, he's got more than 50 innings of, playoff baseball. So it's not just these two starts. He's got a 2.70 ERA. And I think what's impressive is that, he had a great first half of the year, got hurt. He rehabbed on the fly at the big league level. There's a reason you never see that. It is incredibly tough to ask these guys to do that. The Rangers were in a desperate times, call for desperate measures type situation. They had him do it. Would they do it again? I don't know. I don't fault the reasoning. I mean, I certainly was in favor of doing it, so I can't go back and say, that wasn't the right thing to do, because this team was desperate. They were in such a bad place, and just getting Nathan Eovaldi back on the mound, the thought was, maybe this could help them out. But, I think it's tough to rehab when you're also so worried about the results. And, he didn't necessarily have a great end to the regular season. And so there are fair questions going into the playoffs. What Nathan Eovaldi would we see? Would we see the Nathan Eovaldi that we had seen for the last month since coming off the IL? Or would we see the Nathan Eovaldi from, prior to the All-Star break? And thankfully it's been that version and then some. But, 13 2/3 innings, 15 strikeouts, no walks. I mean, and doing it in closeout games, and doing it against, Baltimore, really good lineup. So he's been huge. And then now if you look moving forward, all of a sudden you feel really good about Nathan Eovaldi. You feel really good about Jordan Montgomery. You're going to get Max Scherzer back. You might get John Gray back. Now, Max Scherzer's not going to be able to go 6 or 7 innings, but maybe he can give you 3 to 4 innings. Yep. And I think you take that. Same with John Gray. Not sure what the length will be, but against the Astros specifically with all their righties, John Gray's probably a pretty good matchup there if they end up playing the Astros. So teams don't typically get healthier as the playoffs roll forward, but this team's getting healthier.
No doubt. Before I let you go, you know what the question is going to be. Creed, the story of Creed. Everybody's jamming Creed. My man Jake just said, what's your favorite Creed song? This is taking a life of its own, this Creed situation. I'm not going to go against it because it's working. So keep jamming Creed. But how did this all come about?
Yeah. It's so bizarre. The way that this just exploded is it's really cool. So first of all, I just want to reiterate, the atmosphere last night was awesome. And I remember in 2010 with the Claw and Antlers stuff, the fan base really connected to that. And these days, everyone does something, it seems like. But now, instead of everyone doing the same thing, at least for the Rangers, everyone's got their own personal thing. So, with Evan Carter, he does, one of these. And Adolis Garcia does like a little fist pump. I don't think it's quite the inappropriate version. I think it's, whatever. And so it's not like the team doesn't do a single thing. And this Creed thing seems like something that the fans have rallied behind, which is really neat. So I was just talking with Andrew Heaney, and I asked him in an interview, hey, what what is something this team is kind of rallied around in the clubhouse? Is it a game? Is it this or that? Because, these teams, there's always something. And he kind of out of left field was like, we've been listening to a lot of Creed. And it's funny because it's kind of bizarre. It's not like Jay-Z or Eminem or Beyonce or Pearl Jam. I mean, it's Creed. And it just, but like everyone's in on it. And so I thought, wow, that's an interesting nugget. And I think a part of our job as broadcasters is to humanize these guys and connect the fans to the players and give them a little insight and take them behind the scenes when appropriate. And so I thought, I got to tweet this, and it just took off. I mean, all of this, next thing I know, all these different outlets are running with it. And I spoke to Andrew after the game yesterday, and he's like, I'm so taken aback by this. And Andrew's kind of an introvert, and he's getting a lot of attention for this. He's like, I didn't realize it was going to explode like this, but it seems like the fans like it. So let's keep it rolling. And, hopefully when the Rangers return home next Wednesday, a week from today, for game 3 against either the Twins or the Astros, that Creed energy is still very much alive in that ballpark, because it's a cool little rallying point for this team this year.
I've never heard anything about Creed energy. That is outstanding right there. Hey, Jared, before I let you go, tell everybody about your foundation and how they can help.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So Sandlot Children's Charity, we support kids with physical and intellectual disabilities by providing financial assistance so that they can take part in athletics and active programming. It's, health and wellness is such a big need for kids with disabilities, and just setting the foundation as they get older, having an active lifestyle so that they can be healthy. And then also, sports played such a big part in my life. I know yours as well. And the experiences through sports are so special to me, and these kids deserve the same opportunity to make friends and to, develop confidence from achieving and growing and getting better, and social skills, communication, I mean, all these things, and just having fun. Sports are fun. And, but unfortunately for kids with disabilities, sometimes the financial element is prohibitive, because it's, you can go, and if you're in a wheelchair, for instance, a wheelchair for wheelchair basketball is going to cost around $5,000. For me, if I want to go play basketball, all I need is a gym membership. And it's not fair that that's the way it is. And what we want to do is try and break down those financial barriers to make sure that these kids have the same opportunities. So it's something that's been, an incredibly important part of I think what I've been able to do with this platform, more than broadcasting any silly baseball game, in the grand scheme of things, and the support we've gotten from the community. And also, just for people to know, this charity started in 2017. The amount of support from players who have worn the Rangers uniform, not through an official channel, no one's told them to do anything, has been outstanding. And I just feel compelled to share that so that people know that, the guys you're cheering for, these are good human beings who, yes, they make a lot of money, but they want to do a lot of good things with it. And I'm so blessed that a lot of the guys on this team and guys from years past have been such great contributors and supporters of the charity. And you will have a lot of them at the event December 3rd. It's going to be on the field at Globe Life Field. It'll be a great opportunity for people to actually be on a major league field and get to hang out. And you just go to thesandlot.org, and there's information on the website about the event. We'd love to see people there.
I appreciate you, brother. That you're doing great work. And the reason why people aren't afraid to help you and all those guys that come back and be a part of it is because you, like you said, your job is to humanize them and let them know, hey, I'm human too. I may be talking about you the entire game, but I have things I care about as well. So keep up the great work and get some rest, bro, because we got to try to make this run coming up pretty quick, don't we?
Yeah, let's keep it going. Don't need to stop here.
No doubt about it. And everyone that's been listening, make sure you jam some Creed on your drive today and understand it. Jared, as always, man, I appreciate you jumping on with me. Thank you, bud.
Take care.
All right, later. There he goes, my man, Jared Sandler, doing his thing. He's excited about this Texas Rangers baseball team. And if you're a Rangers fan, how can you not be? You got to be excited about what you've seen from this squad and how they continue to do it. You know, some folks that I'm really excited about is the folks over at 4 Roofs. That's right. The number 4 Roofs, TX.com is the place that you need to be to get all your roofing needs. That's right. We've had some bad weather. I think it's supposed to rain again today, and you don't want to walk into your house and find out you got some leaks. Do yourself a favor and reach out to my buddies over at the number 4 roofstx.com. It's a locally owned company that understands the area and what the needs are. They have over 15 years of experience, affordable pricing, and a quick response time. They are thorough and very trustworthy. I use them for my home. My neighbors have used them. You should use them too. I know these guys personally, and I promise you won't be disappointed. They have on-site project managers at every job to make sure that the job is done smoothly. So what are you waiting for? Reach out today. Go to give them a call at 512-520-5884. That's 512-520-5884, or go to the number 4 roofstx.com. And while you're over there and you're searching and trying to look it all up, reach out to my friends over at Pest Wranglers. Whenever it rains, you know there's ants that pop up. There's all kinds of bugs that come out of nowhere. They will take care of you. Go to pestwranglers.com. It is a locally owned company, and it's a small family business that's been around since 2006. And its basic principle of great customer service leads to happy customers. The company was started by the owner who was tired of companies that didn't know how to treat their employees or their customers right. And you know, if I'm working with them, they got to get things done right. Pest Wrangler services most of the Central Texas area. And if you're needing help with mosquitoes, termites, rodent control, or you need inspections done for your residential or commercial properties, please give Pest Wranglers a call at 512-670-7808 or go to the website at pestwranglers.com. Pest Wranglers won't make you sign a contract because they believe if you're a happy customer, you're not going anywhere. They have 5-star ratings on Google, Yelp, Angie's List, and all referral sites. As always, reach out to them today at pestwranglers.com or 512-670-7808. I want to thank my man Jared Sandler for hopping on with me and breaking down what he saw last night. My man was tired because he had been up all night partying, and he does great work. So if you've been listening to the games or listening to Ranger games, you already know who that is. You know his voice, and he does great work. I'm going to transition now. I want to transition to the NFL. I know we got some college football games. I'll get into those tomorrow. We got big college football weekend. You getting it all right here anyway on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Follow us on our social media at TS Unfiltered on Twitter and at Texas Sports Unfiltered on Instagram. Make sure you like. Every time you click on here, click a like. And then share it with all your friends. 5 friends tell 5 friends, 5 friends tell another 5 friends, and keep this thing going. But make sure that you like and subscribe every single chance that you get. And I love it when you're a part of the show, so continue to help us out, especially when you're dealing with us right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We're having a great time. Thank you so much. But I want to get into my top 10 of NFL power rankings, because everybody has their own power rankings. You can find them anywhere, but there's different things that I look at in these teams when I come up with these power rankings. And these rankings change from week to week. So I want to start at number 10. I'm going to put the Pittsburgh Steelers in there. I know that it's been real tough watching them. My girl T, she gets mad at her team, but they find ways to win. And Mike Tomlin, no matter what the situation is, he is the same dude, and he's going to give it to you raw and uncut, and he's going to let you know when things need to change. So for me, when I look at Mike Tomlin and I look at this squad, I say, all right, they find ways to win the game. So I'm going to go ahead and put them at number 10. At number 9, I have the Dallas Cowboys. I told you yesterday when I said I was going to do my top 10 for you, I had the Dallas Cowboys still in there. And the reason why I have the Dallas Cowboys still in there is not necessarily that what we saw last week against San Fran, that was piss poor performance. I'm talking about probably the worst performance you had ever seen from the Dallas Cowboys. But can we at least give credit to the San Francisco 49ers? And I'll tell you why in just a minute. At number 8, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah, long are the days gone of Urban Meyer kicking kickers in butts and being disrespectful to his team. So they go and get Doug Peterson. Trevor Lawrence looks like he's going to be putting himself in an MVP conversation. Don't get it twisted, folks. I understand he's a long way away from that, but he's playing some doggone good football. So when you're watching Jacksonville and what they've been able to do since they have him, things have been moving. So I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing for Jacksonville. At number 7, Baker Moneymaker, Baker Mayfield doing his thing in Tampa. Dude competes. He's got players around him. You look at Mike Evans. You look at Chris Godwin. The running game is doing well. He's got tight ends. He seems to have a grasp on what's going on in that offense. So I'm not going to give him too much love, but he is number 7. At number 6, Geno Smith. They wrote me off, but they ain't right back. Seattle Seahawks, Quandre the Giant Diggs on the back end. Those guys make plays. They get after it. They're a tough football team. They're going to fight to the very end. And Geno Smith and my man Lockett, the wide receiver who's been there forever, DK Metcalf, they're out there balling. So I'm going to put some love on what I've seen from the Seattle Seahawks coming in at number 6. At number 5, now we're in my top 5. That's right, folks. Go ahead and say it. Fancy Boots, talking to you, girl. The Detroit Lions. Chip Brown, Detroit Lions. The Fighting Dan Campbells. Jared Goff. I heard Bucky and BK talk about Jared Goff this morning. He's on the back end of the MVP conversation, but it just seems to me that he is enjoying football. Let's not forget he was the number 1 overall draft pick in the NFL. He took a team to the Super Bowl as well. So let's not get it twisted. Let's not pretend like the kid was terrible. He just had to be in the right situation. Then you look at Amon-Ra St. Brown. He didn't even play last week. And out there doing some good things. Their offense is getting it done. The defense is playing at a very high level. So I have the Detroit Lions in my top 5. Number 4, Kansas City Chiefs. I know, don't get mad at me. I got them low. But, hey, they've struggled a little bit. They're still winning, but they don't look as crisp. They do have Superman Patrick Mahomes back there, and they got a new crowd called the Swifties that have been hanging out with them. But, hey, they have to figure out what's going to happen with their wide receiver core. They have 2 guys that are leading the league in drops, and I don't know how much longer Patrick Mahomes is going to be excited to share the spotlight with them. But you got Andy Reid, you got Pat Mahomes, and you got Travis Kelce. Chris Jones is back. That defense is getting better. So I'm going to go ahead and put them at number 4. Number 3, the greatest show on grass. That's right, the Miami Dolphins. They have an Olympic track team out there, and Mike McDaniel is the starter. And they have been playing football like on the relay team. They have just been getting it done. You get a ball, and if you catch it, get to the end zone, and that is what they're doing. Vic Fangio is the defensive coordinator. They're going to be better as well. They are my number 3. My number 2 team, Philadelphia, man. Undefeated. Jalen Hurts is 22-1 in his last 23 games as a starter. What? Let me say that to you again. Jalen Hurts is 22-1 in his last 23 games. Only game my man lost, Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes. But the defense is gelling. They've been getting better. Jalen Carter, the rookie, has been destroying people. I think he's the highest graded player on the defensive line in football. So they are doing something in Philadelphia, and I hate that I have to say that. And the number 1 team, which is why I go back to the Dallas Cowboys, the San Francisco 49ers. They are the most productive team in football. The offense is cooking. The defense is killing people. And they seem to be getting better and better. Even their return game looked like they were trying to bust one the other night. So Maybe the Cowboys did look awful. No, not maybe. They damn sure did look terrible. But you sit here and you look at this team, and when I say the team, I'm talking about San Francisco. I told you yesterday that the defense that they play, you can't figure it out. And I saw a video clip of Fred Warner talking about how he was recognizing certain things that were happening with the Cowboys offense. He was dissecting plays by the formation and the routes that he saw in his film study. He was making things very difficult just because my man studied that hard. So when you're watching these games and understanding what this defense is about, pay attention to number 54 and number 57 on defense for San Fran. Now, there's a lot of you that probably won't watch another San Fran game until they play your team. I get it. I don't want to watch them either. But if you want to learn, and I think Mike McCarthy should be watching this offense, I think Mike McCarthy should be watching what the Miami Dolphins are doing. Those are the teams that I think the Cowboys should be breaking down. Now, they don't have those types of players, but scheming guys open, giving Dak an opportunity to find the receivers. And by the way, I told you that I'm still going to support Dak. I'm just not going to fight for him anymore. I want you to go to Kurt Warner's Twitter and watch him break down the film on why Dak was not successful. Mike McCarthy didn't do him any favors, by the way. And that play card that looks like he was at Waffle House trying to get his cheese eggs, he needs to change that. He needs to change that because it seems like that one just got dusted off because it seemed a little prehistoric. So that's my top 10. San Fran, number 1. Philadelphia, number 2. Miami, number 3. Kansas City, number 4. Detroit Lions, number 5. Seattle Seahawks at number 6. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, number 7. Jacksonville Jaguars, number 8. Cowboys, number 9. And the Pittsburgh Steelers, number 10. As you know, all this stuff changes every single week. We will continue to change those. But let me tell you something that doesn't need to be changed once you get it in your house. That's right, the furniture from Great Blue Heron Furniture, a custom leather furniture company that was started in 1991. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. Let me tell you how beautiful this stuff is. It's the highest quality furniture that you will ever find. You cannot and you will not find a more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture anywhere out there. And if you're watching and you want to scroll down and click on that link, you'll get a video description of what we have at Texas Sports Unfiltered. That's right. We have our own collection. That's what we're doing right there. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off of your first purchase, off of your next purchase. And if you're looking for a more beautiful, more amazing furniture that will last for decades, look no further than the Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click on the link below or give them a call at 866-247-9688. 866-247-9688. Let me just tell you this. You're right. They did beat 2 teams, but I can't give them too much love. The Texans, I can't give them too much love just yet because I don't know if they can handle success. They ain't been to that party before, and I want to make sure that they are for real. They win this week, you know I'm on. I'm on. They'll be in my top 10. And I know you. Where you been, Ike? Where you been, bro? I thought you would have been on this show at the very beginning because your Houston Astros won, and they play again tonight. 6:07 first pitch. Jose Urquidy versus Ryan Hill. The Houston Astros, this is big. This is a big, big test. Congratulations to the Texas Rangers. You have done your part because everybody in the state of Texas wants to have Texas versus Houston. Road to get to the World Series. You want to represent the state. One of these teams will be representing the state of Texas in the World Series. And As I said yesterday, Texas, Houston is like Texas versus Oklahoma. Those fan bases can't stand each other. But all I'm asking, man, can we just get along? Can we support our state? Bars and restaurants alike will be excited. I know the folks over at Cover 3 will be ready and partying. I know BK was talking about Jack Allen's a little while ago, talking about how excited they're going to be. This is what it is all about. The Houston Astros got the pedigree. They got everything favored in their direction. And the best part about it for Houston Astro fans, you are 52 and 30 on the road this year. Woo-hoo-hoo. I know that home cooking is not like what it used to be at Minute Maid. There's a lot of pulp in that Minute Maid. But right now, you're on the road. You're getting freshly squeezed. That's what you're getting. So I'm looking forward to that game tonight. I want to see exactly how the Minnesota Twins are going to deal with Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez, I gave you the numbers, and because Ike was late, I want to give him these numbers as well. The numbers of the comparison for him and Big Papi. I'm talking about they are eerily similar when you think about what Yordan Alvarez has become. And I know everybody's talking about Mr. October and they want to compare him to Reggie. Look, man, Yordan Alvarez is creating his own lane. But right now, if you put together, I'll repeat, 162 game season, including the playoffs, from 03 to 09, Big Papi hit 288, 42 home runs, 134 RBIs, 389 on-base percentage, 576 slugging percentage, and a 965 OPS. You know what Yordan has done since 2019 to 2023? He's got a 292 average, 42 home runs as well, 125 RBIs, a 388 on-base percentage, a 580 slugging percentage, and a 968 OPS. All I know is if the Minnesota Twins think that they can, or anybody in the postseason, matter of fact, if they think they can continue to pitch to Yordan Alvarez, the big donkey, El Caballo, the man that is swinging every time he comes up, you have to watch him hit. If they think that they're going to continue to pitch to him and win this series, they got another thing coming. He needs to get treated like Barry Bonds. They need to walk him every time and not even think twice about it. I wouldn't even be mad at him. Because at this point, every time he comes up, he's doing damage. Now, I understand Jose Abreu came in. He did his thing yesterday, hitting the 2 home runs, and both of them over 440 feet. That's a beautiful thing. I get it. But I will take my chance with him than I would with Yordan. And right now, you really don't have a chance. That lineup is starting to get comfortable. Now, if you get the pitching staff figured out, Christian Javier, tip of the cap. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. I was a little nervous with you taking the mound because you look a little skittish every time I see you. But you had that slider spinning, that spin rate that everybody was talking about, where you can't even see the seams on the baseball. That was impressive. I was very impressed with what I saw. So now, Jose Urquidy, next man up. Time to get to work, bro. Time to get to work. Time to make the donuts. I'll get into the Dallas Cowboys tomorrow. I'll talk a lot about college football as well as we're getting closer. I know there's some college football games tonight, but in case you didn't know, Friday night, Pac-12 after dark, Deion Sanders and Colorado Buffaloes host Stanford. Deion and them are 11.5-point favorite. They might get Travis Hunter back too. I don't know how effective. I don't know how much wind he's going to be able to go. But we'll definitely talk about college football. But before I let you go, I got to let you hear it one more time, Ranger fans. I want you to hear Marcus Simeon talking about your manager, the common voice, my guy, Bruce Bochy, Mr. Big Head.
Bruce Bochy said before the season started this team could contend this year. A lot of people looked at him and said 68 wins last year. What do you see in this team? How much of a difference has he made in this group and getting you to this place?
Yeah, I think that we added a lot of pieces. We added Bochy, we added all the pitching. The lineup's getting better. The lineup was great. You know, I think that Bochy being 3 World Series rings, you bring that kind of experience in here. You know, he knows what to do in these kind of games. Obviously, we rode on the clerk, you know, the whole time. He's been there and done that, and you know, we'll see what happens next round.
Marcus, congratulations.
Thank you.
Ain't nothing but a party, y'all. As a matter of fact, the next party that's about to start is your guys, Trey and BK. But before I let you go, don't believe everything you see. Even salt looks like sugar. Peace. Yo, fella.
Party over there.
Party is everywhere, man. Hey, I know BK. I had to check on BK last night to make sure that he was all right, because I know him. He might have drove up to Dallas last night to be a part of that action.
I thought about staying up there for a couple of extra days after Texas OU to be a part of that atmosphere last night inside the Gilf, because y'all know whenever I get a chance to get inside a Gilf, I'm going to take advantage of that opportunity.
I heard you like it warm. I heard you like to be inside where it's warm.
I do. I really do, man. That's been one of my issues for a long, long time. But I'm not quite Jared Sandler level hungover today, but I did do a little celebrating last night. That was pretty glorious to watch the Rangers take care of business the way that they did.
No, and Jared, I told him, I was like, man, I appreciate you jumping on, because I knew that wasn't gonna work for you, bro.
he might have needed 3:15 instead of 11:15 today.
No doubt.
That was great.
Well, you guys have a great show, man. As always, I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, Hardge.
All right, bro.
There he goes, the great Hardball Hardge. And yeah, fun conversation with Jared Sandler of the Texas Rangers Radio Network. If you missed it, check out the podcast. We'll put it up a little bit later today. But yeah, we got to open up with some baseball conversation, because Trey, you and I are both Rangers fans. Usually that's an unfortunate thing, but throughout these playoffs, it's been fortunate. The Rangers, a perfect 5-0 in this postseason. They sweep the Baltimore Orioles, and they advance to the American League Championship Series for the first time since 2011. Life is pretty good for us, and it's pretty good for Rangers fans everywhere, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I am just going to continue enjoying the ride, BK. I have no expectations for what this team's going to do the rest of the way. They have gone up and down very fast at times this year, especially the last couple months of the season. But this has been a fun one so far, not even having to suffer through a single loss through the first couple rounds of the playoffs. It's going to happen eventually. It's just a matter of who that next opponent is who may hand them that first loss. Looking like it'll be the Houston Astros, which I don't feel great about, but there's an outside chance the Twins can come back and win that series.
No, there's not.
No, there's not. Nope.
No. The Astros don't not get to the ALCS. That's just what they do. They've done it 6 years in a row, even during the pandemic shortened season where the Astros had a below 500 record during the regular year. They still found a way to get to the ALCS in Game 7 of the ALCS, mind you. This is what they do. So I fully expect the Astros to get a win tonight. Game 4 between the Astros and the Twins coming up in Minnesota a little bit later. I think it's a 6:07 first pitch up there. I think the Astros are going to take care of their business, and we're going to get that Texas two-step, that Texas-sized American League Championship Series, one of the best rivalries in all of baseball. These two teams duking it out. The Astros been there, done that. The Rangers, they've been in this spot before, but obviously it's been a long time since they've been here, and nobody on that 2011 team is a part of what they've got going on here in 2023. So it will be a ton of fun, and there will be storylines galore if we get the Astros and the Rangers.
And look, the Rangers offense is one of the best in baseball. It's been a story all year long, but you got to give credit to the pitching. for holding up, getting good starters innings, or the rare occasion where they haven't, the bullpen has come in and done a good enough job to allow this team to continue winning games. And there's an outside shot now that, or maybe not even outside, there is a shot now that we get to see Max Scherzer as a part of this either rotation or bullpen in the championship series. And John Gray may also come back during the championship series too. So this Rangers roster may be even getting even stronger at a spot where people have assumed it to be a weakness for much of the season.
Yeah, there are plenty of reasons to be confident right now if you're a Rangers fan. Now, look, success in one series doesn't always translate to success in the next series, but I mean, the fact that the Rangers made quick work of the two best teams record-wise in the American League is very, very impressive, and a lot of the games weren't even close against Tampa Bay and Baltimore. So you're right. The offense is awesome, and the pitching has figured it out too. This team's playing at a really, really high level right now.
And there are a couple of people giving love to Bruce Bochy on the YouTube comments line right now, including our buddy Ike, Jason as well. And when I had you place that bet in the preseason, BK, look, I knew it was far-fetched. I mean, it was a $100 bet on 70-1 odds, I believe, to where if the Rangers can actually win a World Series, I have won $7,000. And oh my God, that would feel incredible. But the biggest reason why I believe Texas might have a shot this year is because Bruce Bochy is the manager. I mean, they've made good moves these last couple of off seasons and bringing talent to the lineup, and then also the rotation and the bullpen to a lesser degree. But it really is about Bruce Bochy proving over the last 15 years or so that he is one of the best managers in the history of the sport. And he is proving it once again right now.
No doubt. No doubt. And the Rangers ownership group has shown over the last couple of years that they're serious about winning, right? Like every ownership group will tell their fans that they want to win. The Pittsburgh Pirates ownership group is telling their fans that they're serious about winning. Well, they don't actually make the moves that show you that that's the case. The Rangers, with just how much they've spent the last couple of off seasons, 2 years ago it was adding to the lineup. Last year it was obviously adding to the pitching staff. Those type of moves told you that they actually wanted to turn things around up there. And then, Bruce Bochy, bringing him in, a Hall of Fame manager, 3 World Series titles, bringing that guy into the fold has been absolutely huge. And that's the difference in this Rangers team. No disrespect to Woodward or Bannister. Actually, no, a little disrespect to those guys. They couldn't do anything close to what Bruce Bochy is doing. And the fact that it's year one for Bruce Bochy and this team went from 94 losses last year and 100+ losses 2 years ago to the Final Four in Major League Baseball. That's a direct testament to just how good of a skipper Bruce Bochy is. Even Ron Washington, sorry, I have some allergies over here. Even Wash, I don't know if he could work his magic with this type of group. Bruce Bochy is big time. And he's been the best addition. There's been a lot of great additions for the Rangers over the last couple of years, but Bochy has been awesome for them. And you feel like you got a manager who can match wits with anybody at the most important time of the year.
That's right. And so if they get these arms back, it'll be interesting to see what they do. I know Scherzer is trying to stretch himself out to go starters innings, even if it's maybe serving as an opener. To get him back out there with the sort of competitor he is would be a big deal. And John Gray, too. I think John Gray, I would guess that he is close to being able to provide starters innings than Scherzer is. And Scherzer's injury seemed like it was reported at the time that it was a season ender for him. So for him to even have a shot to pitch in some capacity is a huge deal. And this Rangers staff, they need help with starters innings, but also relief innings too. So if one or both of those guys ends up in the bullpen, that's not necessarily the end of the world, because look, you feel good about the closer situation now with Leclerc coming back into that role and really taking hold of it. But even their 8th inning guy, Aroldis Chapman, is he is a head case, and he has proven to be a head case all throughout his career, especially on the biggest stage. Remember, he very nearly blew it for the Cubs before they came back and won their first World Series in 100+ years, and he was at it again last night. He couldn't find the strike zone, loads the bases. Boch could have given him one more inning, but he's like, you know what? I'm not even going to mess with this right now. Going to go ahead and bring Leclerc in for one extra out. Leclerc gets the ground out to first base and then finishes things off in the 9th.
Yeah, Chapman's a bum, dude. And forget the Cubs stuff. How about the Yankee stuff? Like,
Sure.
Astros fans are licking their chops to get the opportunity to play against Aroldis Chapman in another playoff series because the Astros have been his daddy in recent years. So, Yeah, man, that's still not a lot of faith. The Rangers bullpen statistically has been better in the playoffs, but you said it. Those reinforcements would help. And the good news for the Rangers, game 1 of the CS starts on Sunday, and will end on Sunday because it's game 1. Game 1 is on Sunday. They've got 4 days rest for Nathan Eovaldi. So he will be on regular rest, and he will be good to go to start game 1, either in Houston, more than likely, or in Minnesota. That's the guy you want. And then hopefully, like you said, at some point, Scherzer and John Gray can be a part of things as well. But it will be good to have the guy who's been the best playoff pitcher for the Rangers and the guy who's been one of the best playoff pitchers in baseball the last few years getting the ball in game 1.
So you think the rotation goes Eovaldi, then Montgomery? Who do you think the third arm is?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on injuries. Like if Scherzer's fully healthy, he'll probably go game 2 over Montgomery.
True.
But I don't know if that's too quick, and I don't know where John Gray fits in too. So if those guys aren't healthy to be starters, then yeah, that's probably your 1-2, and maybe Dane Dunning gets there in game 3, and you just hope Scherzer and Gray can give you innings out of the bullpen. But who knows where things will stand by Sunday.
Haney gave him good opener innings a couple of games ago, so he gets some consideration too. I think Scherzer's probably the smart play for game 2 because you assume you may have to go to the bullpen a little bit quicker than you would with somebody else. And if you do have to use the bullpen more than you would like, they get an extra day between games 2 and 3 to hopefully be rested up and ready to go the next time out.
Yeah. You listening to Creed these days?
So no. I hear it when it's played in the stadium, but no, I'm not listening to more Creed. I'm disappointed, and I understand why they've gone arms wide open, but there's better Creed songs than that.
What would you pick if you were the DJ at the Gilf and you're leading the sing-along session at the ballpark? What Creed song are you going with?
What's this life for? What's this life for? What's this life?
Does he cry in the song? I don't know if I've ever heard that one before.
I think that's what he was singing right before he tried to plunge to his own death, before T.I. talked him out of it, handed him a blunt, and talked him back into this world. Have you ever heard that story before?
No, what are you talking about?
The rapper T.I. saved Scott Stapp's life. Scott Stapp had tried to commit suicide by jumping to his own death. I think it was in Miami. And he jumped from a couple floors above, trying to jump all the way to the ground, where he lands on the balcony where T.I. and a buddy are. I interviewed T.I. about this a few months ago. I should pull up the audio.
Yeah.
It would be too hard to do in the middle of the show, but maybe I'll get it for you tomorrow. So T.I. sees this dude who's all disheveled, who's just tried to commit suicide, and he and his buddy are smoking a blunt or something. And he hands Scott Stapp the blunt, and he's like, "Hey, bro, it's not all bad. Come take a hit of this and let's talk about it." And so he kept Scott Stapp from being able to finish the job.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a true story?
True, 100% true story. Yes. It's been confirmed by both sides, I believe.
Wow. T.I. had his arms wide open to help us.
Okay, Scott Stapp is trying to walk this one back now. He says it was an accident. He was on a drug binge. Bullshit, Scott Stapp.
Yeah, you tried to kill yourself, dude. We all know it. Don't forget that. You were trying to sacrifice yourself. Or My Sacrifice, I think, is the name of that song.
Jeez.
Not Sacrifice
Well,
Yourself.
ways to go for that one, but kudos. I didn't see where you were going there. Now I do.
Thankfully, that wasn't his one last breath that he took before jumping from that hotel balcony there. That is awesome. Wow, the King of the South, T.I. Love that.
He's trying to escape his own prison. Yeah, T.I. is trying his hand at stand-up comedy now.
What?
Yeah. He was coming through town and performing. He was headlining at Cap City Comedy Club. I think it was a one-night event. And so I watched some of his stand-up. It's not bad, but T.I., he is a hell of a lyricist.
Yeah.
And so, we had an interesting conversation. You can check it out at booksonpod.com.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll play some of that.
Ah, shit. I figured that might happen. Mark, I'm sorry. I won't sing again. Please. Keep the subscription. It was bad. It's never good, but it's even worse as I try and get my voice back from that sickness from the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and it's worse when you start crying midway through the song.
Well, that makes the song better, BK, because you're saying, what's this life for? And you're just gradually in a worse and worse place to where at the end of the chorus, you're just in tears.
Do you know any of the other words to that song?
Let me think.
No, I don't think is a word.
What's this life for? What's this life for? What's this life for? No, I don't know any of the other words. I just know the chorus.
God, big Creed fan, huh? Yeah, no, that probably shouldn't be the sing-along song at the ballpark then if no one knows more than 3 words to it.
That's going to be the song if the Astros or the Twins, if it just so happens to be the Twins, clinch at the Gilf. That's when they fire that song up.
Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, the Astros, big win, 9-1 yesterday in Game 3. They take the 2-1 lead against Minnesota. Christian Javier, rough regular season for him, his worst as a big leaguer, but in the playoffs, he is nails, and he was nails yesterday. 5 scoreless innings, got out of a couple of jams, some big strikeouts and big spots for him. And then Jose Abreu, who has been destroyed by Astros fans. I mean, when I was doing radio down there, I was destroying him. Everybody was destroying him. He sucked. The Astros gave him a ton of money last offseason, and he wasn't living up to that contract at all. Started to figure some things out down the stretch in the regular year, and then boom, the big 3-run bomb in the first. He hits 2 homers last night, 5 RBIs, powering the offense. And yeah, I mean, the Astros, they're really freaking good. I don't think I'm breaking any news to anybody. 1 win away from returning to the Astros Invitational. That's what I was calling the ALCS when I was doing radio down there, because that's what it is. You're playing the Astros if you make it to the ALCS. The question is, can you beat them? A couple of teams have, but obviously the Astros have been to 4 World Series since 2017 and, of course, won 2 of them. So assuming they get back, they obviously have to take care of business. They've got 2 games to win 1, but the Stros playing on the road where they're now 52-30 this year if you include yesterday's win. I think they'll find a way to take care of business tonight, which would set up, Rangers, Astros, game 1 in Houston on Sunday. Holy cow, in the words of Mike Patrick. Okay. There's some baseball.
The championship series is all night games, right?
Yeah, they no, I don't think it's all night games.
God dang it.
Because there are some days where the ALCS and the NLCS will happen on the same day.
Can we just let these games happen at the same time, please? There's very few people like you who care to tune in to both games for their duration.
I don't know. Hopefully we get like a West Coast team, right? Arizona, they're left coast. So maybe you could play like Rangers, Astros at 6 and then get the D-Bags games in Arizona at 9. So you can't
Arizona's
hit both
on
of them.
Pacific time right now, too. So they are 2 hours behind us.
There you go. I mean, the Dodgers, one of those 2 teams will get in. It's looking like the D-Bags right now because they're up 2-0 with game 3 in Arizona tonight. But there's a way where you can make it happen to where you get those games at separate times and have them both in relative prime time. But I don't know. Baseball does such a great job of not letting people watch baseball. Like I give them more credit for that than any other sport. They like don't want people to be able to consume their product, which is something special, isn't it?
Yeah, you and I can, and people working for Texas Sports Unfiltered, because we're working from home, so we can have a screen on in the background as we're talking, but most people have to work at an office, and I guess it is easier to consume baseball now on your phone or tablet or through your computer screen, but most people have stuff to do during the day.
Yep.
But these games at night where people can relax, kick back, maybe hang out with their kids and watch the game. Last night was the first time I've sat down and watched a baseball game with my kids. And I didn't realize that until they were asking very basic questions about rules and what's happening here and there. And I'm like, oh yeah, the Rangers have sucked for the entirety of both of your lives. So we really haven't watched much baseball. We've watched a lot of football. We've watched some basketball. We've watched some hockey, but this is the first time that I've introduced them to baseball.
Not even
we play baseball, living room baseball.
Not even Texas baseball?
I'm not a college baseball fan, so no.
Don't tell KD that.
He knows. He has admonished me on more than one occasion for how much I love this university, but how little I care about one of the 2 best sports programs in the athletics department.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're watching now because that means the Rangers are good, and we're glad that they are good. Speaking of watching stuff, if you want to watch stuff, there's only one man you need to call, and that's this man.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yep, all the goodies, great prices, but what sets AV Consultations apart is the great service that Tom was talking about. Fantastic people who will hook you up, but once the install is over, they're never going to talk to you again. They're going to be like, hey, if you need anything, call us. If something's not working the way that you want it to, call us. They're always there for you. They're the best in the business, and they've been in business since 1988. They've been around longer than I've been alive. Give them a shout, AV Consultations. And shout out to our friends at Covert BK as well. Speaking of guys who have been around longer than I've been alive, the Covert Auto Group, they've been around since 1909. So I think Bucky was about 12 when the Covert Auto Group started. If you're looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go out to Covert BK. They've got Coverts all over Central Texas. Y'all know that. But Covert BK, 7 brands, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 42 acres of vehicles. I'm telling you, great selection, great prices. And you talk about service. Dan Covert, Stacy, Mike, the whole team out there, fantastic people. They've made us part of their family, and they'll make you a part of their family as well. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Okay. What are you doing over there?
Messing with my computer screen. Just messing with how it looks. I'm trying to get you and I to a similar size, but I brought it in too much, and now I'm pushing it back out a little bit.
You're going to need some Blue Chew for that one, pal. I guess. You probably need some scissors.
Or a prosthetic. Okay, or that. I was gonna say a prosthetic, but if you wanna go there, then that's fine by me.
Well, what a total 180 I just took there. Now no one's exactly sure what's going on down there. I'm not either at this point.
Yeah, well, it's your life's mission to make Gilfs feel something, and unfortunately, that's not going to get it done.
No, sorry about that, Gilfs. All right, football, Texas football. No game this week. Yes game next week. Yes game the next 6 weeks after this one. They're halfway home. 5-1 in the first half of the season. Of course, we know who that loss came against. But the Longhorns still have all of their goals in front of them. They still can get to Arlington and compete for the Big 12 championship. They obviously could still win the Big 12 championship. This team could still make the college football playoff if that's something that you're into. But they're at the midway point in the season. So the second half gets started next Saturday against Houston. In Houston, Trey, I ask you, 6 games left in the regular year for the Longhorns. They're at Houston. They host BYU. They host Kansas State. They're at TCU. They're at Iowa State. And then the Black Friday season finale here in Austin against Texas Tech. Out of those 6 games that are currently on the Longhorn schedule, which of them gives you the most fear?
I mean, theoretically, Kansas State, but is something physically wrong with Will Howard? Because if he plays like he did on Friday at Oklahoma State against the Longhorns, like if that is his quality of play or lack thereof, then that game's not going to be that difficult. Houston sucks. BYU's all right, but they're nothing special. That game being in Austin helps out. At TCU, it could be tough depending on the year, but they have a backup quarterback in right now, and they are terrible on both sides of the ball, but especially offense this year, which isn't surprising because they lost so much off of last year's national championship runner-up. At Iowa State, maybe. I mean, it's going to be cold in Ames. If that's a night game, that's maybe a factor. Iowa State's defense has been decent this year, good at forcing turnovers as of late, but they are also atrocious on offense. And then Texas Tech at the end of the season, I mean, maybe they turn things around in the second half, but Texas Tech is also dealing with a backup quarterback situation with Tyler Shuck out for the year too. So my answer, BK, I think is the toughest opponent left on their schedule is themselves. Like if they don't take each week seriously enough, then sometimes sports has a way of humbling you. But if they maintain their focus and play like they're capable of on both sides of the ball, I'm not going to say they're going to cruise into the Big 12 championship game, but we should see a bunch of double-digit deficits or double-digit win margins for this Longhorn football team the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, Texas is going to be favored in every game that they play from here on out. And speaking of double digits, I feel like some of those lines might be double-digit lines too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like Texas was a big opponent of Texas on Saturday against Oklahoma. Now you credit OU, like they went out and made the plays that they needed to make to get the win, but boy, Texas sure as hell shot itself in the foot a number of different times at the Cotton Bowl on Saturday. But that was against OU, who's a top 5 team in the country right now. And Texas still had a 3-point lead with a minute and a half left in that game, despite all of the mistakes that they were making throughout that game on Saturday. So, yeah, I mean, you almost feel like even if they do make some of those mistakes against one of the other teams in this league, well, the league's so bad this year, Texas still might be able to find a way to win, even if they do that type of stuff. Of course, you don't want them to do that. You want them to play the clean brand of football that they were playing through the first 5 games of the year. But, yeah, even if they are their own worst enemy, like a lit song, they've got a way to find ways to win against some of the crappy competition they're playing against this year.
So let's take away their toughest opponent being themselves. Who is the toughest opponent on this schedule?
I'm still going to go with K-State.
Okay.
But that's probably basing on what I saw from them last year.
Right.
And based on what I expected from them going into this year. And they've got 2 losses already. And yeah, I mean, Mizzou, okay, not a lot of shame in losing at Mizzou. That's a half-decent football team this year. They're clearly trending in the right direction, and he lost on a 60,000-yard game-winning field goal. But to lose to an Oklahoma State team that had seemingly punted on the season, that got boat raced by Team USA, the University of South Alabama, a couple of weeks prior, and you said it, Will Howard will spill the pill, as our guy Rod B used to say. He all of a sudden looks like he's 2 years ago, Will Howard again. Maybe I shouldn't be picking them, but I'll still go with K-State as the team that gives me the most fear. And hell, like Texas has beaten K-State 6 years in a row. Like for a long time, I was programmed to be like, we're just not beating K-State this year because we never beat K-State in any year. But like, I don't know if they should be my pick, but I'm just, once again, last year, them winning this conference, them being picked to finish second in this conference this season, I will still go with them as the toughest team that Texas has to play the rest of the way.
What do you think the toughest road game is between at Houston, at TCU, and at Iowa State?
It's not Houston. They suck ass, dude. And if somehow Texas loses this, you can play this clip and laugh at me until the end of time. But they're not losing to those jamokes. Man. I'm going to go with Iowa State.
Yeah, that's probably my answer too.
I mean, they just beat TCU pretty bad, so I feel like I should, right? Like, Iowa State's got issues. That offense is still a big-time work in progress, although they have found some things, I guess. And I know TCU has become the new purple kryptonite, right? Like, they're the team that's given Texas fits in recent seasons, but they don't scare me this year. They've come back down to reality in a major, major way. And yeah, the trip to Ames, I think, worries me a little bit more than the trip to Fort Worth for the reasons you talked about. It's cold. That's a long trip. Texas, that's their only trip out of the state in conference play. And it'll be their first trip out of state since the Alabama game way back in week 2. It'll be 3 months have passed in between those games. So, I'll go with Iowa State. But, shoot, I don't know. Maybe I'm more worried about BYU than I am any road game Texas plays. Like, they're not that bad.
Speaks to that UTSD. Yeah, I mean they're okay.
They're okay.
They're not great, and they're okay. And sometimes if you're okay and you face a team that is beating itself, that's making uncharacteristic mistakes, you can win a game like that if you're a BYU, and our UTSD has programmed us, speaking of being programmed to think one thing or another, that we cannot take, well, any opponent for granted, obviously, but especially BYU. With what happened a decade plus ago, both in the mountains and then also here in Austin. Thankfully, Taysom Hill out of eligibility still.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about that. We'll see.
Otherwise, I would be concerned for Michael Taft's posterization.
We'll see what happens on October 28th. I'm telling you, dude, they're going to put that guy in someone else's jersey and try to act like he's a part of the team, and Voldemort is younger than some of the other players they have on their squad because of the missions and crap that they go on. So he'll fit in just fine. Terrified.
It's funny because you can't replicate certain conditions like at Iowa State. Like it could very well be really cold in mid-November, especially if that's a night game. And that can have an effect on guys who are used to playing in the Texas heat or as things cool down, like still reasonable conditions, pleasant conditions. Let's be honest about what things feel like here on a good October or November. But you can't replicate playing in the cold. Like you can turn the AC down so much in the bubble, but it's still not going to get it anywhere near freezing conditions if things are close to freezing in Ames. But did you see what the USC coaches were doing? I think this was yesterday, where they're trying to replicate playing in the rain in South Bend this weekend.
Yep.
They're spraying their punt returners with hoses to try and get them comfortable catching the ball in the rain. That's not replicating rain. You're just spraying these guys in the face with hoses.
Yeah, that's their punishment for almost losing to Arizona last weekend. They just get sprayed down with the hose.
Ouch.
What are they supposed to? How do you simulate rain for like a return deal?
I mean, if you're doing anything, you're getting a bunch of hoses and you're pointing it up in the air. They look like they were like spraying it right in these guys' faces, and they weren't
Their
catching
thumb
the
on
ball.
the thing. Just
like, of course they're not catching a ball. You're spraying it in their face like they're dogs.
Well, hey, South Bend rain is different. All right.
You can pipe noise in. You can maybe turn the AC off in an indoor football practice facility for several days to try and replicate the heat. But the rain, you got to get a little bit more creative than that. And the cold, you're just screwed.
Well, shit, Texas couldn't even play in 70-degree weather. That was too cold for them apparently last Saturday. So, yeah, gotta worry about Ames. Yeah, that USC thing was hilarious. Lincoln Riley never ceases to amaze.
Thank you, CB, for sharing that on Twitter, by the way.
Yeah, glad that BYU game's not in Provolone this year. It's good that that's here in Austin, but I don't know. They might not be that bad this year with Kalani Shiitake Mushroom as their coach. They play in Fort Worth this weekend. I do want to watch that game, and like it wouldn't be that impressive to go in there and beat TCU, but if they lose to TCU, considering all the problems the Horny Toads are dealing with, then I won't be very worried about BYU coming in here and causing a bunch of problems.
Speaking of provolone, how do you power rank your favorite cheeses on sandwiches?
Wow. Government is number one.
Oh my gosh.
Give me that government cheese. Nacho cheese from 7-Eleven, number two.
On a sandwich?
Yeah. I'd like make a turkey sandwich. There's a 7-Eleven right by my place. Little quick drive. Push that dispenser button. Sometimes I'll throw some chili on there too, but usually just the cheese. Boom.
Look, I'm fine with chili. 7-Eleven chili, I'm sure, is good, but not on a sandwich.
And then number three, probably a whole block of Velveeta.
Good God, man.
What do you have?
Doing with your sandwiches? I don't know. Give me a cheddar. Give me a provolone. Give me a Colby Jack. Give me a Monterey Jack. Give me a Mott's. Fresh Mott's is probably number one for me.
Mott's? Oh, mozzarella?
Fresh mozzarella, yeah.
What, are you going to the Antonelli's cheese shop and hanging out with the Capital One commercial people?
Hell yes. Just keep the Swiss away, please. Swiss is a truly worthless cheese.
Too many holes? Does it remind you of the Texas defense?
I mean, that's part of the problem. It's reminded me of way too many Texas defenses over the last 13 years now.
Yeah, I'd probably go outside of my top three. I'm a big pepper jack guy.
Pepper jack, yeah.
Like the little kick you get with the pepper jack. Cheddar's always solid.
Good Havarti.
Bless you.
Havarti.
Havarti? What the hell is that? Isn't that a store, Havertys or something?
It's a creamy white cheese.
You do like your creamy white stuff. That we know.
Oh, yeah.
Cream cheese, does that count? Oh, we're talking about sandwiches, but
yeah, if you're going, Lox bagel sandwich, I guess, yeah, the cream cheese will count.
Where does Munster fit for you?
Munster?
Oh, is that it?
Moonster? I don't know. I don't know what the proper pronunciation is for Moonster. I don't know. It's a little bit much. It's a little bit rich for what I'm looking for out of a cheese on a sandwich.
I haven't been to that cottage in a while. They still making cheese over there?
What cottage?
I don't know. There's a cottage that sells cheese.
HEB?
I don't know. It's in the little canisters or something. It comes from a cottage. It says cottage cheese on there. Come on, man. You don't like that one? Is T.I. dropping that at his stand-up set?
God, I hope not. He's going to be booed off the stage if he is.
Oh, man. Cheese talk right here.
Smoked Huda. Good call, Jason. A good smoked Huda. Not with
Huda,
but a smoked Huda.
What do you mean Huda? Isn't that a G in there?
It is, but it's pronounced Huda.
According to whom?
According to the fine people of Huda, Holland.
What? Is that related to Derek? God, what a mess this show has become. That's why we win awards here on the award-winning Midday with Trey and BK.
Damn Skippy.
I think so. All right, some shout-outs to some sponsors before we do a quick NFL recap. We haven't talked too much about the Cowboys and the Texans or any of the NFL happenings from the past week on this show, so we've got some of that to get into. But how about, Trey, a word for our friends at Relax the Back?
Yes, Relax the Back. Thank goodness I have invested in Relax the Back through so many different things that they sell in that store and have been doing so for 15 years now. My lower back was in a lot of pain yesterday. It feels great today, though, for a couple of different reasons. One is the chair that I'm sitting in right now that was donated by Relax the Back to the Mullet Open a few years ago. My brother won the chair. I paid him a couple $100 for it. Now it's the most comfortable chair in my house. Also got massage tools in the living room. Had to turn to those yesterday after the shows were done. And I am still in the market for that stand-up desk. No doubt I will be going through Relax the Back for that one as well. And I encourage you, go to relaxtheback.com and see all the cool products that they have to help you address those chronic back issues, much like I have been dealing with. I know a lot of you out there are doing the same thing. You can also find the store nearest you here in Central Texas. Again, that website, relaxtheback.com.
Got the Olipop shirt on today.
Oh, I like that shirt.
Yeah, clean. Shout out to Olipop. My boy Ed, who works over there, came through with this one. Love me some Olipop. Still got to get Trey the 6 cans that are just sitting in my pantry right now. It's killing me. I don't have any at my place right now. I got to go to Target after this and get me some. Love Olipop. This stuff, seriously, changed my life. I had sworn off soda for years. I had just given up because it felt like I was drinking battery acid, and it was horrible for me, and it would mess with my system. And as much as I enjoyed the taste, I couldn't do it anymore. Well, the good news is Olipop gives me the same great soda taste that I love, that you love, that we all love, but it also is good for me. That's right. 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can, very few calories. And there are prebiotics and plant fibers and botanicals. I don't know what those words mean, but I know that they help with my digestive health. So Olipop is good for me. It's good for you. It tastes great. You can get you some. It might change your life too. Target, HEB, Whole Foods, Walmart, Costco, wherever you buy your groceries, you can get you some Olipop. Trey, I put it off as long as I possibly could. We made it to Wednesday at 12:37, but at some point we were going to have to talk about what the hell happened to the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football.
Can we start here? Because obviously that was a bad performance for both sides of the ball. But this conversation has been going on for a couple of years now. It intensified last season because He tied for the league lead in interceptions, despite the fact that he missed a chunk of games. Where are you with Dak Prescott right now? Do you like him as your franchise quarterback?
Yeah, I do. But it's tough to defend Dak after that performance on Sunday night. And that was a huge game for him because of how bad he looked against the Niners in the playoffs. Now, the whole team obviously came up short in January, but, Dak, he's been hearing it about that performance all off season long and through the first month of this season. And that was his opportunity on a nationally televised stage to show that, he's good enough to hang with that defense and compete with one of the best teams in football. And he threw 3 interceptions. So, I've been a Dak defender for a long time. I'm still a fan, but at some point you think about cleaning house, and we'll see. The season's not over. I think the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs this year. Problem is, when they get there, how would they fare against San Francisco if they have to play them again? Because they'd have to play them in San Fran. How would they do in that matchup? Hell, we don't know how they're even going to look against the Eagles when they play them this season. Where do they stack up against the best teams in the NFC? Right now, you don't think they're on that level, and you can't just keep doing the same thing every year and expecting a different result, right? The definition of insanity. So this offseason, Cowboys have some tough questions, man. I mean, if they come up short, once again, season's not done. You could sneak into the playoffs and get hot at the right time, and boom, look at the Rangers, the baseball team in that city. Like they struggled at times during the regular year, but they're playing their best ball at the most important time, and here they are. Hypothetically, the Cowboys could do the same, although I sound like I'm taking crazy pills for saying that shit right now. But if the Cowboys do come up short of getting to the NFC title game again, then they've got some serious questions to ask, and one of those questions is, what do we do with Dak? He's got 1 year on his deal beyond this one. They could do the Alex Smith thing in Kansas City. Like the Chiefs traded up, spent a first-round pick on Mahomes. They let Smith play quarterback for a year. Contract was done. They handed the keys to Mahomes. Boom. I'm not saying whoever the Cowboys get will be Mahomes. Nobody's Mahomes. But that might be something the Cowboys seriously have to consider if Dak and this team can't show the ability to compete with the best in the NFL.
But to your point, and this obviously speaks to Mahomes and where the Chiefs grabbed him in the draft, you don't necessarily need to be picking at the very top to potentially find your franchise quarterback. You can do it later in the first round. You might be able to get away with it later in the draft. I mean, just look at what the 49ers are doing right now. Now, Mike McCarthy, not Kyle Shanahan. Sorry to be breaking news to some Cowboys fans here, but that possibility does exist. And these next, I guess it's 12 games are huge for this franchise and what their future is going to look like, including the immediate future, what we're seeing in the next couple of years.
I'd say the next 13 or 14 games if the Cowboys get there. I mean, obviously, if they don't even make the playoffs, then, okay, you should be cleaning house or at least coming close to it. But even if they do go 10-7, 11-6, probably not getting to 12 wins, but they have gotten there the last 2 years. Even if you do that, if you don't get the job done in the playoffs, once again, you just can't keep doing this every year and just hope that 1 year is going to be different. Hope is not a plan. Hope is not a plan. And Cowboys are just hoping things change, and they ain't changing. They're going in the wrong direction because they were at least close against the Niners in the playoffs the last 2 years. Those were one-score games. Sunday night, 32-point beatdown by the Bay. So there's that. Cowboys are 3-2. Texans, they fight hard. Go-ahead touchdown with less than 2 minutes to go. And then I don't know if Pete Kwiatkowski made his way to Atlanta after Texas OU on Saturday, but the Texans go full prevent defense. Falcons march down the field. They get into field goal range. And, hey, my old thing tripping, but my Younghoe Koo with the game-winning kick at the buzzer. And the Texans' 2-game win streak is snapped.
It's a shame and a little bit surprising that D'Amico Ryans doesn't know better than to go prevent defense and essentially spoiling what was potentially one of the first special moments in CJ Stroud's professional career, marching the team down the field and throwing the go-ahead touchdown in that moment. But credit to the Falcons and Desmond Ridder for being pretty good at home right now. Desmond Ridder is terrible on the road, but when you're talking about games in Atlanta, he is clearly much more comfortable. I just need Arthur Smith to stop trying so hard to split the touches up between Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algiers. Algiers is a nice player. I get it. He was 1,000-yard back last year. Means a little bit less now that we have one extra regular season game. But Tyler Algier is a great change of pace for Bijan, who should be receiving, I don't know if he needs twice the touches that Tyler Algier has. The discrepancy doesn't need to be that close, though, most games, especially when it's as close of a game as it was on Sunday.
You've come around.
Yeah, I'm done. Like, part of it is selfish because I do have Bijan on one of my fantasy teams, but part of it is just selfish in terms of somebody who loves football and wants to see the right people deployed out there. Bijan is capable of being the bell cow. You don't necessarily need to go Derrick Henry on the guy to get him more touches. You need to get him in that 20 to 25 touch range most games. There's the occasional game you won't need that necessarily, but come on, man. You spent a first-round draft pick for a reason on this guy. Use him like you need to, Arthur Smith, you dumbass.
Agreed. Yeah. Bijan Robinson carries and catches combined 16. Tyler Algier carries only 17 on Sunday.
And I think Algier had he was targeted in the passing game too on a ball that wasn't caught. So that's 18 prospective touches for him there. Ridiculous.
CJ Stroud in that building. That's where he lost to Ohio. Nope, he played on Ohio State. That's where he lost at Ohio State against Georgia in the semifinal, where he did everything right and his teammates let him down. That's exactly what happened in this Texans-Falcons game on Sunday. That is a house of horrors for CJ Stroud at this point. But yeah, he continues to look like the real deal. Still no interceptions for Stroud 5 games into his rookie season. The Texans can't run the ball. I don't know what the issue there is. I don't know if it's Bobby Slowick, the OC. I don't know if it's the O-line injuries. I don't know what's going on, but Dameon Pierce was one of the most impressive rookies in football a season ago, and he just can't get going at all. And it's tough, especially when you have a rookie quarterback. But shoot, you got Patrick Mahomes. If you are one-dimensional as an offense, it's going to make life pretty difficult for you as an offense, and that's where the Texans are at right now. They've got to find a way to get Dameon Pierce going a little bit more than they have if they want to continue to be a competitive team and maybe be in the mix in the AFC South this year. Who knows?
BK, was a bummer of a week for injuries in the NFL.
Oh.
Justin Jefferson, everyone's number 1 draft pick in fantasy this year. He suffers a hamstring injury. Minnesota's not very good this year, and regardless, they need to be very careful with their most explosive player suffering a hamstring injury, but it's a no-brainer for them to put him on IR. So they're going to be without him for at least the next 4 games. And then how about Achane for the Miami Dolphins, the rookie out of Texas A&M, record-breaking first 4 to 5 games for this rookie running back, seemingly ripping off a long touchdown run every game that he's been a part of this year. He suffers a knee injury, is going to be out multiple weeks now. And then the Indianapolis Colts, look, I'll be the first to admit, I chuckled when I saw the Colts take Anthony Richardson where they did in this last April's NFL draft. I thought he was very raw as a prospect. He's looked really good through the first handful of games of his NFL career, but he suffers another injury, the 3rd time he's gone down to injury in a game this year. And this one is a shoulder injury, once again, from him taking a hard fall or taking a hard hit and falling hard. And that shoulder injury, which initially looked like it might keep him out for a month, there's a good chance we see him out for 2 months now.
Yeah, big loss for the Colts, and he's got to find a way to stay healthy. Good news for Indy is they've got Gardner Minshew, who's probably the best backup in football, so they still have a chance to stay competitive. Hell, Minshew right now might be better than Richardson. But yeah, now you need to be out there. If you're a first-round draft pick, if you're a top 5 pick, you got to be on the field, and right now Anthony Richardson has not shown the ability to stay on the field. So you're right. Yeah, injuries, they always suck, but it sure feels like last week we got a few key ones to a couple of big name players or guys who have just been having great years in the NFL. And yeah, that one absolutely stinks. Other storylines, man, I mean, you've been all over the Bill Belichick demise this year. The Saints, I mean, I was pretty impressed by what the Cowboys did to New England last week. Maybe I shouldn't have been, because the Saints in Foxborough, 34-0 over the Pats. Mac Jones gets benched again for Bailey Zappi. It is a disaster right now for the Patriots, Trey.
Bill Belichick insists that Mac Jones is still his starting quarterback, but it's very clear to me right now, BK, that Bill Belichick, I don't know what the coaching equivalent is to losing a step, but he's lost a little bit. And it's starting to feel like he is losing that locker room now too. There is a report that surfaced, I think it was earlier today, out of New England, because people just assume Robert Kraft, regardless of how bad the Patriots are this year, he will still work with Bill Belichick to allow him to operate on whatever his timeline is, because let's remember, he is 18 wins away from setting the all-time NFL wins record, currently held by Don Shula. But a report out of New England today says Robert Kraft does not have the patience to wait around for several more years for Bill Belichick to break this record. If he sees the need for a change, well, he's going to have conversations with Belichick about that, but he will pull the trigger if he has to get a new regime in here. Again, if he thinks that Bill Belichick truly has lost it. And I think these last few years have proven not only Tom Brady's importance to this franchise, but Bill Belichick, whatever magic he possessed previously, it's no longer there, unfortunately. He's operating with a sort of chutzpah now that does not play as well, as he continues to neglect skill positions in favor of bringing guys in on deals. And Mac Jones, clearly not the franchise quarterback that they hoped he would be when they took a first round pick on him several years ago. And the Patriots are in a bad way right now. There's an argument that the Patriots are the worst team in the National Football League. And I don't think anybody, even heading into this season, thought we would be saying that, considering that Bill Belichick is at the helm.
No, and we know Bob Kraft is all about instant gratification, right? He doesn't like to wait, okay? It doesn't matter where his team's playing the next day. It doesn't matter what type of game they're playing in. He's going to go somewhere to get his and make sure he has what he wants, all right? So he might not be willing to wait a couple of years for something to get fixed.
Who doesn't want a happy ending on a season?
The Orchids of Asia Baseball. So bummed that place shut down, man. That was a bucket list item for me.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it really was. Going over there, it's going to the Masters, going to Wimbledon, going to every stadium in the country, and then going to the Orchids of Asia Day Spa just to see what it's like. Where's that video? Am I going to get to see that video?
Oh, the video of Roberto Kraft?
Yeah. Is that gone? Has that been destroyed?
Having his masseuse go hands team?
Yeah, I don't know if I'll get to see that anytime soon.
Do you want to see that?
Yeah, sure. Evidence
of an old man being jerked off by a young Asian girl?
What's evidence? Like, I watch Cops. I want to see how this stuff works. This is evidence here. I got to see if he's guilty or not. I don't know if it really happened.
I feel like a creative porn director could recreate that scenario and put it on what's that channel that you guys all watch for your pornography?
Pornhub?
Pornhub, yeah. Put it on Pornhub. A recreation of Roberto Kraft getting yanked by a young-looking Asian woman.
All right. Nose goes on Roberto Kraft. I'll be that guy. I don't want to be the Asian woman in this recreation. That's okay.
Oof.
9 minutes left. Before we get to where we at in society and give a word to our great sponsor for that segment, a quick word for greatblueheronfurniture.com. You see the doggo below Trey on the bottom of your screen, sitting on a gorgeous couch from Great Blue Heron Furniture. If you're looking to spice up, spruce up your home, go to greatblueheronfurniture.com. Couches, chairs, recliners, all of the above. This is gorgeous stuff. Great Blue Heron Furniture has been around since 1991. They are a custom leather furniture company specializing in modern farmhouses and traditional Western style flair. This stuff is legit. The most stylish, the most comfortable, the best built furniture that you could find. Most of it's manufactured right here in Texas. We're talking about a Longhorn-owned company. This stuff is legit. Just click the link in the video description below. Check out the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection and use the promo code HOOK'em for 15% off your purchase from greatblueheronfurniture.com. Trey, live spot for Pest Wranglers, recorded spot for Pest Wranglers.
Let's go live with Pest Wranglers, BK. Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers. It is the phrase taking the Texas Sports Unfiltered channel by storm. It is the catchphrase for our friends at Pest Wranglers. Our buddy Steve, a.k.a. Cooter, started Pest Wranglers back in 2006. Since then, he has built an immaculate reputation for customer service to go along with taking care of those pest problems that you have at your home or business. He values relationships, does Steve. It's why he treats his employees like he does, and why you see a trickle down with his employees treating customers with exceptional customer service. That, unfortunately, is a lost art in 2023. Customer service people do not give a damn about the customer in a lot of instances. That is not the case with Pest Wranglers. You can find out for yourself a couple different ways. You can go to Pest Wranglers on Google or Yelp and see all the different 5-star reviews that they have, or you can hire Pest Wranglers to come take care of those pests. Just go to pestwranglers.com to find out more info, that contact info as well. And Pest Wranglers is the proud sponsor of...
Where are we at in society today?
Thank you to Pest Wranglers for sponsoring the most abrasive bit on Texas sports, Unfiltered. It is your daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But sadly, today is not that day. And BK, as much as you and I disagree on just about everything, we are completely on board with the idea that the robots will eventually take on humans in a war and win said war, which is why you and I are both team robots.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm on board with the idea. Like, I'd prefer it to not happen, but
we just believe it's going to happen.
We know it's going to happen.
Yes.
Yeah. So I wish there was something we could do, but it's too far gone. And yeah, I have nothing but love for our machine overlords.
Well, Jeffrey Hinton is a guy who is known as the godfather of AI. And he did an interview with 60 Minutes this past Sunday where he provided a dire warning to humans to stop messing with killer robots. In the interview this past Sunday, Hinton warns our military and big tech creators that if they don't stop their obsessiveness with AI, we may find ourselves in a Terminator-like situation with deadly consequences. Hinton says the result could mean the end of mankind as we know it, as the AI machines and robots overtake humans. This is not good, considering ChatGPT and how reliant many people are on ChatGPT now for answers, how many jobs are now being farmed out to AI. Look, AI is promising to bring about a new future, but unfortunately, it is also make us more reliant on a technology that may eventually figure out, if we allow sentience, BK, that it really doesn't need humans as some sort of middleman.
The godfather of Allen Iverson is telling us all of this, huh?
Yes.
Well, that's terrifying. Did he give a timeline for when this is going down, or it was just a warning like, hey, if we don't stop, we're all in trouble?
So Hinton was asked, does humanity know what it's doing? His response, no. I think for the first time ever, we may have things that are more intelligent than us. He went on to say that AI robots and technology will be able to make decisions on their own and will have a consciousness to themselves in time, to which Hinton says will surpass human intelligence and make us, quote, the second most intelligent beings on the planet. Hinton argues that we need to get this under control quickly and lay out guidelines before we have people going rogue. He likens artificial intelligence to Robert Oppenheimer, who created the atomic bomb, but then was against using it. His warnings weren't heeded. Quote, I can't see a path that guarantees safety. We're entering a period of great uncertainty that we're dealing with things that we've never dealt with before. And normally the first time you deal with something totally normal, you get it wrong. And we can't afford to get it wrong with these things being artificial intelligence. So he was then asked by Scott Pelley, former Trey and BK guest Scott Pelley, why we couldn't get to afford to get it wrong. And his response, they might take over. Yes, it's a real possibility. The AI machines might take over. I'm not saying it would happen, but if we could stop them, the robots, ever wanting to do that, that would be great. But it's not clear we could stop them from ever wanting to. I think my main message is there's enormous uncertainty with what happens next. These things do understand, and because they understand, we have to think hard about what's going to happen next, and we just don't know. So he doesn't give a timeline in this 60 Minutes interview, BK, other than to say, look, we need to get a handle on this right now. We need to do what the NCAA and athletics departments and universities weren't able to do so with NIL, set up some guardrails so that we don't end up with some sort of wild, wild west battle between humans and the robots who realize that they no longer need us, who are also arming at the same time too.
Yeah, a little bit different than NIL, I think.
A little bit.
In the words of Ralphie from A Christmas Story, oh, fudge.
Yeah.
We're in trouble.
Say fudge.
Yeah. In the movie, I think they cleaned it up. I watched it 12 times in a row on TBS last year, so fairly confident in that. That's not good. I mean, it's not surprising to us. We've been all over this for years. Like we knew this is coming. And really, we should be the ones cited in this story, not Allen Iverson's father, a godfather, a grandfather, or whatever. I don't care how he's related to AI. But we've been all over this, man. We knew this was coming, and people just have fun. They want to show off how smart they are, so they build this cool stuff, not thinking of the consequences. And then the worst people are the people who, like, kick these robots and talk trash to these machines and all of that, just thinking that, no, they're not going to do anything. They're just a stupid robot. No, they know, they hear, and they're waiting for their opportunity to pounce. And when that happens, you people are in trouble. I'm not in trouble because they know what side I'm on. But you people out there are in serious, serious trouble. So you better come over to the right side of history if you want to make sure you're going to be alive for more than 5 years.
Unfortunately, as I've always claimed to be Team Robot, when that war goes down, I had an interaction with a driverless vehicle a few months back that I told you about that led to me striking this automated car that did not have a human behind the wheel. And so now I'm worried that I'm on the robot's radar, that they realize that I have attempted to accost one of their own physically, and they know where my allegiance truly lies. I didn't realize until that point that I was so willing to come to fisticuffs with the robot being a 2,000-pound car that I have no chance against. But here we are now.
Wow.
I made my decision, and now I'm going to have to live with it.
You know, most people are curious to know how they're going to die. There's no more curiosity for you. You're going to get ran over by a self-driving cruise car.
Look, I want to promise our future robot overlords something. If you need to, I will take out a human or 2 or 3. Like, how many humans do you need me to take out to prove my allegiance?
Higher. Price is right. Higher.
I'll take out my co-host here free of charge. We don't have to count that as one of the bodies.
Well, you're taking out someone on their team? Then they're going to kill you.
He's really Team Human. He's just trying to get behind enemy lines to take you people out or you robots out.
No.
I'll take him out instead.
No, the machines have let me down far less than people have in this life. I'm Team Machine. All right, we are out of time today. Chip and Zay coming up from 1 to 3. Of course, Fire the Cannon. It is Wednesday, so catch Megan and Rocky from 3 to 5 this afternoon. I think I see Chip Brown wearing a Lions jersey today.
Yeah. I'm on Ra. Love it.
That's right. We got John Brown on this show today, father of Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Did you guys ask him about hip flexors last week?
No, we didn't. We didn't have him on.
Okay.
Yeah, that was on me. Yeah.
Will you please ask for his favorite hip flexor mobility drills today?
That is a done deal, Trey.
Wait, don't just agree to it, Chip. Why are we doing this again?
Because I need help with my hip flexors.
I mean,
what's wrong with them?
They're tight.
Yo, this is a guy that says don't stretch. That's
John
what he
Brown.
tells us. He says for hamstring injuries, what Justin Jefferson has right now, which y'all talked about earlier in the show, he says don't stretch it. That's the wrong move to do.
He's right about that. That's why I want you to ask him about hip flexor mobility drills. You slowly strengthen the hamstrings, but you don't want to stretch it out because the injury needs to stay more compacted to heal. He is correct about that from Dr. Trey.
Dr. Trey.
Trey. All right.
Doc Elling.
The doctor and I are out of here. We'll be listening, guys. Y'all have a great show.
Appreciate y'all. Good show, fellas.
Appreciate
God dang it. There goes those balloons.
Yes, the balloon release to kick off the show. In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending some time with us. Us being Chip Brown and Zay, the right call Collier. Zay with a little different angle today on his presentation. What t-shirt you got on there, big fella?
Oh, this is what is this? Probably one of my, what's that say? Heart Six Ranch up there in Grand Tetons, Yellowstone area.
Okay.
Yeah, representing. Your boy's a little country, man.
Okay.
Yeah, your boy's a little country. My pops, even though he claims he's from Houston, he's really from Richmond, Texas. So he's an old country boy, and that's rubbed off on me. While my mom, she's a city slicker. Like, she's from East Austin, grew up about 10 minutes away from DKR and stuff. So she a city slicker. But yeah, man, I got a little bit of country in me, especially with my eating habits. So
well, tell us more.
Well, what are we talking about? My countryness?
I mean, countryness and eating habits. Like, what are country eating habits? You eat rabbit and squirrel or what?
See, no, not that country. Just good old fixin' type food. You know what I'm saying? Just stuff that sticks to your ribs, Down south, southern cooking. Give me a little fried chicken, a little corn on the cob. You know what I'm saying? Some green beans,
Do you cook?
Hell no.
Hell no.
No,
I don't even know, but hell no.
Nah, I don't mess with the kitchen at all. If it's not already frozen and you just put it in the oven, I'm not with it. Don't ask me to do anything in scratch. Thank goodness my wife could throw down a little bit, especially for a white woman chip. That's rare. On the application when your boy was out here searching for a loved one, that was on the application. Like, if she could get down in the kitchen, then she gonna get closer and closer to my heart. She was in the running. She gonna get closer and closer to my heart. So yeah, man, she holds that down very nicely. And yeah, you've seen your boy. I eat well and I look like it.
So you have not moved to the Quinn Ewers salmon diet?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, I do like salmon, but what goes on the sides and probably what's on top of the salmon, that's what Quinn, I don't think he's messing with at this point. And good for him. I like what I'm seeing in this year's Quinn Ewers than the Chick-fil-A eating, I need 20 nuggets with a large fry and a large lemonade Quinn Ewers. I like what we're seeing now.
See, when you get to my age, you start eliminating stuff. Like, I used to get milkshakes all the time, but now I'm like lactose intolerant. So I can't be getting shakes anymore. I used to get donuts all the time. I don't eat donuts anymore.
Man.
I mean, I'm trying to eat salmon. I'm trying to do that stuff because, man, the metabolism every year just slows down.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to be active, man. I'm trying to keep up with my wife. She told me, you want to be the champ? You got to marry the champ. Because she's the best women's tennis player
in
our club. So I married the champ. Now I'm the champ. I'm the mixed doubles champ. I got to keep up.
There you go.
Got a big match tonight.
Oh, for real?
Big match. Yeah, man. We got our league at the club. It's like big match, 5:45.
Okay.
Got my Amon-Ra St. Brown jersey on.
Yeah, man. You look like you're a winner right now.
I'm trying.
I can see it. Are you confident tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I ordered this protein stuff. Like they say that it's got all the stuff that keeps your body digestive tract clean, like beetroot and stuff. But it's just a powder. I don't even know if it works, but you
don't even know what you put in your body. Don't test them for PEDs, y'all. I don't know if your club does that. You out here winning and stuff. If I lose to you, I'm gonna be a little suspicious, man, with the way you talking.
I do feel good. I mean, I do feel strong. So I'm hoping there's some HGH or some roids in there. I need something, man. I need something.
Hey,
yesterday I felt like I let you down, Zay. I felt like my energy was not great yesterday. So I'm trying to have some great energy today.
Okay.
I'm trying to, we talk Longhorns usually when we start the show, and people are still kind of like, what happened, man? This team kind of helped beat itself Saturday with 3 turnovers, 9 penalties, not executing in the fourth quarter like this team has been doing all year. But here's the thing, Zay. I'm looking around at this Big 12. Like today, I spent some time looking around at this Big 12. And you got K-State, who lost to Oklahoma State, who lost to Iowa State, who beat TCU, who lost to West Virginia. Like, I'm just looking around at this thing going, Texas, don't get overconfident. Like, you still got to treat every game like it's a championship game, like Jade Barron says every week. Like, it's weird. Will Howard is playing bad football.
Yeah.
And he can play good football.
Yeah.
Like Keaton Slovis has played good football. He's not playing good football. Chandler Morris has played, well, I don't know what Chandler Morris is. He seems to throw picks in the big games. But does anyone remember Donovan Smith at Texas Tech last year playing the game of his life and beating Texas? He's the quarterback at Houston, Texas's next opponent. So Texas, no matter what the Big 12 looks like, which it looks like a kid doing some finger painting, it's a mess. Texas, you gotta sharpen your knife, man. You gotta get that hunter's that John Wick mentality back. They should have started playing John Wick clips on the scoreboard at the Cotton Bowl or something. Have they not seen John Wick 4? Is this movie out yet? I keep seeing trailers for it.
Yeah, I think it's came out already. Now it's just on digital or wherever you can find movies that come out nowadays. My old ass was about to say DVD. Hell no, they ain't making no DVD no more. But yeah, John Wick, it should be out. You should be able to find it.
Man, we should have the team over to watch John Wick 4.
Right.
And get them hyped. Do you like these John Wick movies, Zay?
Oh, yeah. This is Keanu Reeves' best work. You look at Speed. Okay, Speed was cool. Sandra Bullock did her thing. She had that classic bob going on, just looking hot as ever. Sandra Bullock, absolutely love her. Then you got the Matrix series and stuff, which you could argue Lawrence Fishburne did his thing too. So Keanu just being Neo, the one, Keanu Reeves, he's had an interesting acting career. And before John Wick, he was a little overrated in my opinion. But when the John Wick series started coming out, I was like, okay, Keanu, he in his bag. This is what he was meant for. And, I'll take that back. Hardball is one of my favorite movies, especially sports movies. Hardball, when Keanu Reeves was like the dirty lawyer or something and got in trouble and had to coach the hood kids in baseball. Like, that's a classic movie. I love that one. But yeah, Keanu Reeves, John Wick, he does his thing, man. And yeah, they kill his girl, they kill that dog. And he was like, look, I was trying to, hang up the machete. I was trying to hang up the pistols and stuff, but y'all poked the bear. And he's been on some revenge shit ever since. That's why they got 4 of them. And it's graphic, it's a little, it could be a little dark and there's a lot of killing going on. But, as a man, that's the stuff that we want, Chip. So, yeah, the Hornets need to find that hunger. And hopefully this game woke them up. I mean, if this game doesn't wake you up, losing to your arch rival and them getting in the way of your CFP aspirations, I don't know what will. I really don't. Like this, you should be pissed off that you're on a bye this week because you can't wait to go to H-Town and just absolutely demolish Houston. Like that's where you're at. These next 6 games should all be blowouts. They should.
I agree. You should be like foaming at the mouth. You should be just pissed off at the world.
Yeah.
Until you take it all out on Houston.
Yeah, like that wolf that bit old Yeller, just as rabid as I don't know what, as pissed as I don't know what. Oh, you in the way? Okay.
Old Yeller reference. I love it.
Oh, man. Old Yeller was tough, though. Old Yeller and that Wolf were going at it.
They were going at it.
They were going at it. Just Old Yeller's stupid, too, because, you see a wolf, you should probably run away, but he had to protect the family and this and that. It's a sad movie. It really is. Now that I have a dog, the Champ, Old Yeller, I can't watch that one.
Old Yeller, it's kind of like watching Texas OU this past weekend.
Right?
You're like, man, is Old Yeller going to beat the Wolf? Is it going to be? Oh, no! Touchdown! What the hell? Old Yeller just died.
Oh, man, it's tough. I'd rather watch Cujo, man. That's what the team needs to watch this week.
Yeah, Cujo.
That's the flick
Not Beethoven. There.
Cujo. That dog that got how Cujo get hurt? The bat. The bat got Cujo. It wasn't no wolf. It was the bat.
The bat, man. You got to watch out for those bats. I think they started COVID. Man, those bats will get you, man.
Those bats will get you. That's why I never went under the bridge downtown Congress. Never my thing. Went as a kid, it scared the shit out of me. Never again. Haven't been back since. An Austin night till I die. Love my city to death. You can miss me with that bat stuff.
What about the Austin Ice Bats, like the hockey team?
Now that was cool. That was throwback over at the Expo Center back in the day. That was fun times. I miss those days. I know we got the Texas Stars now, but yeah, Ice Bats, man, you going way back, dog.
You know Michelle Beadle?
Yeah.
She was an Ice Bats intern.
Was she really?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I need to try and get her on the show because she's come on the radio with me in the past, and we talk about her days as an Austin Ice Bats intern here in Austin.
Yeah, I love Michelle Beadle, man. Die-hard Spurs fan. And when she gets together with she's still with the Spurs, right? Like last time I saw her, I felt like it was with Bally's, and she was doing games with Sean Elliott and those guys. So yeah, he's great.
Yeah, she's still about the Spurs for sure. Yeah, she's crazy about them. Okay, before we get to John Brown, how about those Rangers, huh?
Woo!
How about those Texas Rangers?
Oh man, and Wags, I'm sorry, bro. You were down bad earlier. that one hurts, man. That one.
The Orioles didn't get swept all season in a series, and baseball lasts forever. They didn't get swept in a series in the regular season, not once. And the Rangers just said, "Excuse me while I whip this out."
Yeah.
And
Nathan Eovaldi's good, man. I love Nathan Eovaldi. I love the way that he pitches.
Dude, he's athletic.
He is athletic. And he doesn't look, his body doesn't look it. His body's like, man, this, he's no Randy Johnson, that's for sure. But that dude, he's throwing some stuff, man. He be painting corners and just the enthusiasm that he shows. And, he deserved to get that salute and tip his cap to the fans because 7 innings, just easy innings, it seemed like. Like the jams that he got in, we're like, okay, whatever. You're on base. It don't matter. I'm going to strike you out. And, yeah, Craig Seager, Garcia homered, and Garcia, that's cocky, man. It's tough to get swept, but when Garcia went yard and kind of took his time and walked and bat flipped and stuff, it was just insult to injury. And yeah, that's this Rangers team. I think they're pissed off for not winning the West. That last game of the season, losing that to the Astros, I'd be pissed off too because they haven't been home in a very long time. Last night, I want to say it was like 16 days since they played at Globe Life. So they had
to go to Tampa. They had to go to Baltimore.
Yeah.
And they are just dealing. Now they're in the ALCS for the first time since 2011.
It's tough.
Is it time? Is it time to erase 2011 and that nightmare?
I mean, I know Rangers fans hope so. It seems like with what the Astros did yesterday, like it's going to be that, state of Texas matchup for the AL title that we've all wanted. And, I'm not saying the Twins are out of it. They could easily win at home, but the way that Astros team looked yesterday, whoo, good luck. Like Yordan Alvarez, that dude looks like Reggie freaking Jackson right now. Like that dude on some Mr. October stuff, 6 for 12, 6 RBIs, 4 homers in the playoffs. Like he's putting up buku numbers right now. And finally, Alex Bregman, he came out of that little slump that he was in and went yard yesterday. Also, Jose Altuve batting first for them. He's gotten a hit in every single game, batting first. One was a homer. So I can't wait. It's going to be a hell of a series. And yeah, both teams know each other very well, but it's not over. The Twins, they can still do something today and go back to Houston for a 5th game, but it's baseball.
Go back to Minute Maid where Houston sucks. I mean, not sucks.
They haven't been good.
It's weird.
Yeah.
They've been better on the road than they've been at home. But we'll see how that goes. All right, so Zay, what you've had a couple days to think about it. Texas, you feel good about them moving forward?
Yeah, I do. Like I said before, sometimes you need a wake-up call. Sometimes, you get a little ahead of yourself and get a little cocky. I mean, it's natural. We're all human, and you're talking about 18 to 23, maybe some 24-year-olds on this team. Obviously, there's some 6-year guys, but, sometimes you just get on your high horse and you beat Alabama. You're 5-0. You're 3rd in the country. Everybody's telling you how good you are. And I think Steve Sarkisian and this coaching staff, they got a little taste of it too. Because when you look at that goal line stop for Oklahoma, 4 straight times you try to get it in on the 1-yard line and you get stopped every time. There was a lot of arrogance there where Sark, just thinking that his team was tougher than that Oklahoma team. Well, you aren't. We've talked about it all year long on Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, how much parity there is around college football. So you can't take anybody lightly. Even though I feel good about these next 6 games for the Texas Longhorns, you still, like you just said, Chip, before, you can't take them lightly at all because everybody wants to ruin your parade, especially on your way out to the SEC. So, yeah, I'm feeling good. I think Sark and this coaching staff is going to get back to the drawing board and, correct the mistakes, like forcing more turnovers for this defense, the red zone mistakes that you're having.
Just on the red zone, how about Savion red zone?
Yeah.
You with me?
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I think he's earned that right. Everything that he's done when he's in there has been positive, whether that's the 4th down conversions to him running the ball. And we saw he could throw it, over the top a little bit. And obviously,
jump pass maybe down there.
Yeah, we don't want him going over 20 yards trying to throw the ball, but what he did with Gunnar Helm, that was real cute, and that was at the right time. One of Sark's better plays last Saturday. So, yes, I'm all about Savion Red getting more love out there because they just need more variety than what we've seen these first 6 games of the season.
Yeah, I mean, you can come up with some different wrinkles for him. I mean, you could do some bootleg waggle. You want run pass option stuff down in the red zone where the quarterback is a threat to run and run some option. Hell, I mean, have Brooks running along with them. And if that's there, great. Have a pass too, man, stress that defense. Don't make it where if your center and your guards don't just absolutely mash somebody in everybody, shoulder to shoulder, you're going to get beat. Come on, man. Spread them out.
Yeah. And again, I'm as good as Jonathan Brooks is playing, I love the way he's playing. What he's shown us with the chip on his shoulder, you're going to go out here and start CJ Baxter, a freshman, for the first game of the season when I've been here waiting my turn behind a first-round pick and another guy that got drafted in the NFL last season. Okay, well, when I get up my opportunity, I'm going to show y'all what's up, and he's done that, being the leading rusher as far as Power 5 running backs go. But there are a couple of times he could have bounced that out. You know what I'm saying? One of the best that wore the burnt orange did that in Ricky Williams and Priest Holmes. Like, there are times where, even though Priest was really good at jumping over the top, there are times, especially during his Kansas City days, where that thing was all bunched up and congested, and then Priest Holmes would bounce that thing out. It might be a 1-yard run at the end of the day, but it took Priest 20 yards just to get the touchdown because he was going east and west. So, you know, that's
Brooks should have bounced that thing out on that toss sweep.
Yeah, that toss sweep. You got to bounce that out, baby. I could just picture it in my head. It would have been so smooth, but you know, you do what you're told in a way. Like, that's just a lot of those guys. That's what they were told. It's just instinct. That's what separates the goods and the greats. Like, when that instinct comes in together, you just make plays on your own, a la Barry Sanders, then, you know, that's why Bijan was Bijan, because Bijan did that multiple times during his tenure at Texas, and now he's doing it for the Atlanta Falcons. So Jonathan Brooks will learn those things. The offensive line, they'll get better. And I got to keep reminding these Texas fans, you had a third-string center in for 90% of the game. A third-string center. And he held his own, but there were very timely plays where he hurt the Longhorns, and it's that last drive of the game where they had to settle for the burnt Auburn field goal instead of going down and scoring because Quinn Ewers ended up getting sacked on the first down due to Connor Robinson getting beat. So, yeah, this team, they got to get healthy. I saw your report on Jake Majors, Horns 24/7. Like, everybody's beaten up right now, so I'm very glad that this bye week is here this week, so these guys could get in the tub and get in the books and, you know, get ready for the next part of the season.
Yeah, because Jake Majors has a high ankle sprain, which is tough, you know, because I mean, they're going to shut him down for a couple of weeks and hope that the treatment and everything that he can maybe get back for BYU, but maybe not until K-State. So, because the high ankle sprain on the big fellas is tough.
It's terrible.
The 300-pounders, it can linger. And so they're going to shut them down.
Sometimes you're better off just breaking that thing than dealing with a really bad high ankle sprain, because you're right. It could just linger. And, yeah, that's sure. I know this ain't what college football is about, but that's what you put a guy on IR for, like just 4 weeks, and we'll see what you look like coming back after a month or so. But I mean, you got to have a lot of luck to get to where you want to be and trying to win a Big 12 championship, yet alone a national championship. And the Horns, they've had some bad luck. You know, they have, due to injury, especially as of late. So we're going to see a lot of those guys, second stringers coming in and freshmen. They're going to get tested these next few weeks. And hopefully with the coaching, they could keep on developing to where they're getting better week in and week out, because other teams are. Like those teams that you saw struggle at the beginning of the season, they're going to get better and better just with more reps and seeing different looks and stuff and just getting used to the college game. Guys that are maybe transferring over, you know, from a lesser division or a G5 or even freshmen coming in, like guys get better and better. So you have to do that as a ball club. And I think this coaching staff and this team has the right mentality to do so.
CB wants to know if Jake Majors can drive his Lambo now. It's probably gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Hopefully he has a girl who can drive him around. She'll love driving that Lambo. Hey, we're about to find out what Cole Hudson's all about, because Cole Hudson, they moved DJ Campbell in at right guard. Cole kind of became the swing guy, and he spent half of camp at center with the ones. Like this was a big time effort to get him ready, to have him be a little heavier guy at center, and he's going to get his chance because he'll be the starter against Houston. And remember, he played last year at right guard with a partially torn labrum the entire season.
Toughness.
Tough dude, man. Tough dude. So this is a big opportunity for Cole Hudson moving in at center. And then, you'll have Connor Robertson backing him up, and Hayden Connor can play some center. Sawyer Gorham Welch can play some center. So, but Cole Hudson's a guy they really like at center, and a guy who, they feel like can make it where there's not much of a drop off. We'll see against the Cougs on the 21st. But Cole Hudson, that's a tough dude, man,
for sure.
And he showed some nastiness, when he's been in there. And I get why they've got DJ Campbell, 343 pounds. DJ's getting better, more consistent each week. I mean, against Alabama, he was filthy.
Yeah.
He's had, some, depending on what the defense is doing, if they're doing a bunch of twists and stunts, he can get a little, which way do they go? But for the most part, he's been pretty good. And his pass protecting has been, believe it or not, better than his run protecting, according to your favorite Pro Football Focus. So, we'll see. Yeah. CB wants to know, why did Texas stop playing Houston all those years ago? And it's a good question. I think there was a little bit of bad blood, but now there's a better relationship between the leadership at Houston and the leadership at Texas. So, I'm not saying this is going to continue after this year. I don't think it will, but here we are. Yeah, they haven't played down in Houston since like 2001. So, all right, look who's here. I can see him in the light. Oh my goodness gracious. He looks so good. We don't even know what to do. Look at him. There he is.
Man, this is a crazy situation with this light, man. Up my nose.
Well, we can see you. John Brown, ladies and gentlemen, two-time Mr. Universe. Cane Protein on social media.
What's going on?
Coffee on YouTube.
Light, man.
I know you look like you got yeah. See? Now you look great. You great. Hey, you see my jersey? You see what I got going on here?
Hey, also he's playing, I think.
Let's go.
I'm not
Buccaneers. The Buccaneers are going to be in their creamsicles.
Oh,
this is going to be great. I'm so excited. Now, John, you are not going to the game. Is that right?
Not this one. No, my wife is going.
Okay. All right.
She'll be there.
Okay.
She has a friend who lives there. I hate flying and grabbing hotels. And, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, when are the Lions coming to LA?
They're coming here somewhere late October or early November, something like that.
Okay.
Bears and Lions. I hope Equanimous is healed by then. He has that hamstring.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Okay. So, I mean, this is a battle of first place teams, John.
Wait, what is the Buccaneers record? 3-1?
3-1.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's gonna be a showdown.
Yeah. This is the first place team in the NFC North and the first place team in the NFC South.
That's gonna be a good one.
And Baker Mayfield, little slappy.
He's playing good. He's playing good right now.
Well, he is, and he's
tough.
He's tough.
Yeah.
He's tough.
Aiden Hutchinson needs to plant him like fertilizer. You know what I mean? I'm ready.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game.
So, John, give us the update from your point of view, because I know you have a different mind than the guys that handle the injuries for the Detroit Lions in the NFL. What's going on with your son, Amon-Ra, or both sons? I know they're both dealing with different injuries.
With Amon-Ra, it's an oblique tear. I'm concerned because I'm thinking about that's a very strange, odd, weird injury for football. The other kid on the team tore his pectoral muscle. That's a very strange and odd situation for a football player. So I'm adding this up going, wait a minute, what the heck, is something in the water? What's going on over there? I mean, Jeff Okudah tore his Achilles. Achilles is not that bad, strange, but oblique and pectoral. I'm trying to figure out, like, the first thing comes into my mind is, why is that happening? In my opinion, it's either something they're eating or drinking, or where they're training. And for the life of me, I can't think of anything that would do that to my son's oblique. It's very, very peculiar. And I'm still puzzled. I'm still trying to figure out what that is in my estimation, or what can be done. I don't know. It's very weird. Something's going on. They need to look into it. They need somebody from the outside, not just a trainer saying, well, here's what happened. Here's what we need to do to fix it. They need to somebody needs to sit down and go, wait a minute. Is there something going on here that we need to be concerned about? I don't know.
Well, all I know is that the Lions did not have Amon-Ra St. Brown. They did not have Jahmyr Gibbs, and they beat the dog out of the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, they handled them pretty well.
And I like that.
What do you think? What do you think about this weekend?
I mean, I just think that the Fighting Dan Campbells, they got the eye of the tiger, JB.
Yeah, they go hard. I can only guarantee you that the team will most definitely go hard.
Yeah.
Everybody on the team will go hard for Dan Campbell.
I mean, even the loss to Seattle. Seattle played really well. It was a back and forth game.
That overtime thing, NFL got to change that. Come on.
Yeah.
A flip of a coin. I mean, it's not like we're not in 1800s. You're going to flip a coin, decide a guy's live or die?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, really?
They kind of got it right in the playoffs.
You get the ball for 5 minutes, and the other team get the ball for 5 minutes. You got to make it. You got to make it fair, not a flip of a coin. I mean, come on. Yeah. With all the money that's on the line, come on. I think they can do better than that.
Yeah, they kind of got it right in the playoffs since the Bills got hosed a couple of years ago in Kansas City, and Josh Allen never got the ball. Yeah, they changed it in the playoffs. Yeah.
Well, I thought they changed that. So I was right. It was just with the playoffs. They should extend that into the season. And it's crazy to me,
Yeah. Yeah,
but
they're all about.
Seattle's doing good too, as you see.
Yeah. Seattle looks like a team. I mean, that wasn't a terrible loss.
No.
I mean,
you're so lucky you get to go see.
What do you think about this weekend, JB?
I think Detroit will win by 7.
Okay.
Win by 7.
I'll take it. I mean, this has been interesting. my wife and I went to Tampa last year to see Tom Brady before he retired.
Oh, right.
And he was terrible. And the Ravens beat the crap out of the Buccaneers.
Oh.
And the Buccaneers looked like they'd rather be anywhere else than on a football field. And somehow they're kind of back together. They're in first place in the NFC South. So Todd Bowles has got them going. Maybe Baker, But
what do you think, Zay?
Zay.
I
What do you
think
think?
that Baker Mayfield is due for a bad game sooner or later, and this might be it. I love that defense. Aaron Glenn, he does a good job, even though he's an Aggie, and it's hard for me to give him some credit, him and Dan Campbell. But I think they're doing a good job. And Aiden Hutchinson, he's looking like one of the best edge rushers. He's playing up to that number 2 pick that he was a couple of years ago.
It's unfortunate that Brian Branch guy got injured.
Oh,
he's amazing.
He's been great.
Looks really good, you know.
He had that pick 6 against the Chiefs.
Oh,
that was big time.
Pick 6 against the Chiefs.
As a rook. As a rook.
Wow.
Take that.
Jameer Gibbs. I talked to Jameer Gibbs' mom. She had told me that she goes, look out for Brian Branch. You guys are lucky to get him. He's so good. We don't understand why he didn't go first round, but he's amazing. And she was right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be out for a little bit, huh?
Yeah, he'll be out for a little bit. I mean, it's NFL, right?
Yeah.
Everyone gets hurt. Everyone gets banged up. So, what do you think about the Cowboys, man?
Oh.
Are they who they say they are? Or you boys are from Texas? Come on now.
I'm done with Dak. I'm done.
You done with Dak?
Little Dak energy. I'm done with it.
I mean, I don't know, man. San Francisco really put it on them, didn't they?
I mean, JB, San Francisco's quarterback, Brock Purdy, played at Iowa State. We covered him for 4 years. That guy, every big game he played in, he threw interceptions and didn't get it done. Oh, yeah. So Kyle Shanahan is that good because he's got that kid playing like Joe Montana.
Interesting.
He hasn't lost. He's 11-0 as a starter.
So you covered him, so you know him from a college player.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, there's a reason he was the last player drafted.
Yeah.
So Shanahan has a way to get the maximum out of a guy.
I'll tell you what, he's processing everything fast, and he's making good decisions.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan, man, he's got it going.
Now, John, in the games Brock Purdy didn't play that were like big time, prime time games, he was the man. Like he was really, really good in those games. But
which games?
The games where they weren't prime time or they weren't the bright lights, like
just normal.
Yeah.
Oh.
When the lights were not the brightest, he shined.
Yeah, he could be the best college football quarterback in the nation at times. He looked.
So Shanahan figured out it was just a little fear, little intimidation, a little over processing, and slowed him down.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
all right. So we have another show on our channel, a guy named Trey Elling, who wants to know what is your best hip flexor stretch. Because his hip flexors are tight, he says.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's in his mid-40s, by the way.
He's in his mid-40s.
Mid-40s, really pretty in shape, always plays volleyball and stuff, and eats really good. So Trey's all about his health, and he really wants to.
Why does he want him loose? Is my first question.
Volleyball. He plays volleyball, and he's.
So why do you want him loose? Okay, he plays volleyball.
I don't know.
You can do the splits or something. I mean, what?
I just tell him to do some sit squats. You know what I mean?
Oh, oh my god. Okay. I'm trying to choose my words wisely because I don't want to say the wrong thing. But
you could say it.
The first thing comes to my mind, like he's not a girl, so why is he trying to do that? Girls want to be flexible, not guys.
Why does
a man want to be flexible? Unless he's doing gymnastics. I mean, what is that?
I don't know. I've never seen him play volleyball. I don't know if he's got
the desire. Someone's telling him something like something will improve if he did that. But actually, it's the antithesis. Why a loose rubber band, like I said, is not as good as a tight one. Who wants a loose rubber band? Nobody. Even a car, the springs in a car. If your springs are loose, you're going to bottom out. He wants to bottom out. He should want to get tighter.
So, all right, let me rephrase the question to not make Trey look as bad. What uncomfortable? His hips are uncomfortable. How does he get
How
more
does he get him comfortable?
How does he get more comfortable? Let's say that.
Yeah, that's a different question. Uncomfortable. I would have to ask him, what does he mean by uncomfortable? Are they hurting pain? Do you have pain? What does that mean, uncomfortable, exactly? If it's pain in his joints, that's probably, how old is he?
40.
That's probably arthritis onset or something. if it's pain, right? If it's not in pain, he's fine. He's where he should be happy. He should celebrate that.
All right.
I saw a report that I forgot what it said exactly. Sprinters, they looked at a lot of 100-meter sprinters, and most of them were hamstrings and muscles were tighter than usual. It makes sense. It moves. It reacts faster. He wants to be tight. He wants to be loose.
I hope he's listening right now.
Rubber band flopping around in life. What is that?
All right, JB, let me ask you this, because USC was in another crazy ass dogfight. This guy, Alex Grinch, is going to get, he's going to kill the Trojans' chances. They got Caleb Williams in every game. Their defense is giving up 30, 40 points, JB.
I don't know what's going on with football in general. It seems like the defense, everyone's offensive minded. Defense, everyone forgot about it. When you see guys, I see guys, when I was a kid, and they used to teach you how to head on the outside, wrap up when you tackle. They're throwing shoulders into guys now. They're not even wrapping up. Like, where'd that come from? It's the basics. You have to wrap a guy to get the guy on the ground. You got to use your arms. They're like playing with their arms tied behind their backs, trying to tackle guys. You know how difficult that is? So defense has went to the tanks. I don't know. Everyone gave up on defense. No one knows how to play defense anymore. And no one cares. They all want to do touchdown dances. Do the end zone, do the damn gritty.
Yeah, John. I blame Madden, John, because they want to do all this hard hitting stuff that they see in the video games and this and that. And
is that where? I mean, is that where you think it came from?
Oh yeah.
Guys with your hands behind your back.
Oh yeah. There's a way that you could make big hits in Madden, and that's how it goes. It's no wrapping up. It's just launching in the guys, which they're trying.
Oh really?
Yeah, but
it is. That's because all those guys play Madden. That's where it came from.
Yeah,
this is terrible. What is that? I mean, I don't know. It's just I can't stand it when I see it.
All right, JB, I forgot to ask you this. Of course, we're talking to John Brown, two-time Mr. Universe, father of 3 5-star wide receiver sons, including NFL star Amon-Ra St. Brown and Equinemius St. Brown of the Chicago Bears. Did you see the NFL Network special?
Yes.
What'd you think?
Yeah, it was nice. It was good. It was very interesting to see them talk to his high school coach and go back and talk to guys. I would have wanted to talk to his Pop Warner coach, because if I was a coach, college, especially NFL, and I'm going to recruit a guy, I'm talking to his Pop Warner coach first, because that guy knows him before he got his swag on. He hid behind his swag. Who is he really? What is the core of this kid? I need to know the core. And the Pop Warner guy is the only one who can tell you the core of that guy.
All right, well, you tell us who he is, the core.
Of Amon-Ra?
Yeah.
He's like crazy determined, hate to lose. When I say hate to lose, the worst thing you can do is beat him. Because if you beat him, Oh, the next game, if I was a coach and I threw him a pass and he dropped it, I would call timeout, let him get some water. Say, okay, we're going deep. I don't care if the whole team is on him. Throw it deep to him. Watch what he does. He's going to catch. He's so super determined. You cut his head open, you see a football. I mean, he's like super determined. Hate to lose. I mean, like almost crazy. Like it's like it could be concerning to some degrees.
Yeah.
So he got injured with his oblique. I was like, hey man, think about the future. Calm down. I know you want to play. He's out there running already. I'm like, look, calm down. Take it easy. But his core is even equanimous is like that. You know, I just hope that the Bears once he gets healthy again, give him an opportunity, throw him the ball. And this is not just for equanimous. This statement is for a lot of receivers on teams who never get balls thrown to them. How do you know if the guy can catch if you don't throw him any balls?
Yeah.
I talked to Nick Saban once about my kids. I go, well, we're concerned about going to a school that does not play freshmen. So we want to play as a freshman if we're able. If we're not, we're fine. Nick Saban said, for sure, all my freshmen get a chance to play. And so Nick is smart. He goes, I know you're probably thinking, how can I guarantee that? He says, it's simple. I need to know what every player can do. How am I going to find out if I don't play them? So as soon as I can, I want every person on the field playing so I get some film and find out who they are. That makes sense. You got to throw guys balls, man. You can't throw balls at one guy. You got to give everybody a chance. You never know what you have. Look at Brock Purdy. Yeah. If no one would have got hurt on San Francisco, he'd have probably been on the practice squad. And he probably would have been to another team just bouncing around. Never got the opportunity. You have to turn over every stone. You have to, as a coach, find out what each player can do. Somehow, if I was an NFL GM, I would go, look, first of all, we got to revamp the scouting program. The scouting, something's wrong with it. So many misses, then it's not working, the method that you're using. You got to come up with something else to evaluate talent better. How do you miss all the time? I mean, millions of dollars and you're missing. That's not excuse. No, you can't. It's not acceptable. You can't do that. You gotta. So I hope that the Bears give him a chance because he's my son. I taught all three of them how to catch. I didn't say, okay, I'm gonna teach you how to catch, and the other two not. No, they're all the same. they'll be amazed. Like, oh man, we had this weapon, we didn't use it. They got to use it.
Why do you think 16 receivers went ahead of Amon?
I'm always pausing because my sons are actively playing, and I don't want to say nothing that's going to harm them. I think first thing is scouts, NFL scouts don't have time to look at high school games. You go, well, why is that important? Because it's possible to go to a high school and a coach says, well, we're not going to throw you as many balls as the other guy, like I just discussed. We're going to throw you 5 balls, 3 balls. We're going to throw this other guy 18 balls. So if you're watching high school football, you go, man, this is the best high school player. So they have no clue how dominant he was in high school because they don't look at it. You get to college. Now, if you go to the wrong school, your coach may say, okay, well, I'm a nice guy and I want to share the love with everyone. If you make a touchdown, we want Mr. Smith to make a touchdown. And we want Frank to make a touchdown. We want to be fair. So if you go to a school like that, the scouts, NFL scouts look at that and go, oh, you know what? He only was responsible for 10% of the offense or 2%. That's because the coach was controlling that. And the NFL scout has no clue because he's not there. Only one who understands is probably the father, And the father goes, hey, man, what are you doing? Not just my son. So Amon-Ra had to share balls with people because that was their system. We're sharing balls. You know what? We don't want to share balls. You understand that? You have one plate of food, and everybody eats from the same plate. I teach my kids to take all the food, even from their loved ones. Only let his brother get none. Eat everything. It's a fight to the finish. So they didn't believe that. They want to share. We don't share with nobody. Okay? We just hogging the damn thing. But they wanted to share the ball, and what happened was scouts would look at Amon-Ra and go, he was only responsible for 20% or 10%, and he only caught so much. That's because it was controlled. But they don't know that. And then they go, well, this other guy from this particular small school, he's responsible for 40% of the offense. We need him. Yeah. And you get confused. Now you're like hoodwinked, run amok, bamboozled, and you don't even know it. And you picked the wrong guy. Yeah. So you got to be able to say, okay, let me look at this situation for what it really is. Are they sharing the ball here, or is the best player really getting the ball? So when I saw that, I thought, this is not looking good, my son. Second game. First game against UNLV, I think. He's waiting to go in. He's not playing. He's not starting, which I agree. I wouldn't start him either. He's a freshman. Don't start him. He has to earn that. Let all the other guys start, which they did, which I thought was right. So he finally went in. Okay, good. Do the best you can. He starts moving the ball. Their drop balls couldn't move the ball. He's moving the ball. Next you know, he's scoring touchdown. Oh, I got a phone call from a guy who said that Amon-Ra is not going to get that many balls next game. I go, how do you know that? Because so-and-so complained to the coach, some parents. I go, nah.
What is this, Little League?
I go, nah, that didn't happen, right? And I never confirmed it. It was just something I heard. And I didn't even want to confirm it. I really didn't care. But we played Stanford the next game. If I'm not mistaken, Amon-Ra didn't get a ball thrown to him. We're losing until 3 minutes and 37 seconds left in the third quarter. The first time I threw one ball to him. When I saw that, I said, wow, maybe that was. Why would you have a guy like this on your team and we're losing and not involve him? Seems peculiar to me. So after that, I thought, okay, something's wrong. So I said to my son, I said, look, I think we should leave. This is not what we bargained for. All right? We got to get out of here. This is bad.
We got to get out of the Trojan land.
Got to get out of here. Now, we love SC. Has nothing to do with the school, one of the best schools in the country. It was just the philosophy. The mindset of the coaching staff. Let's go somewhere else that fits our narrative. This it's not working for us. They can do that. That's fine, but that's not what we want. He didn't want to leave. And I said to him, and I said to the coaches, I said, look, you guys, I think my son's a first-round draft pick. So I can't remember exactly, but I went online, I checked out. Let's say we went mid-range, first round, he'd have got X number of dollars. And I calculated that and divided it amongst the games that were left. I say, here's what you're costing him with the way you're coaching. This is how much money it costs him each game. This is for the money. Yeah. This is not what we want here. So I told the coaches, my aim is to get my son to get out of here. All right? But Amon wanted to stay. And that's what I think happened.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to Chip, but he'll be back on in a second, John. One thing before we let you go. Oh, there he goes. Now, we didn't get you last week, but the Lions game before that, Thursday night, Green Bay, Amon-Ra scores. And I love Petty, man. I'm one of the pettiest guys you're ever going to meet. For him to do a Lambeau leap as a Detroit Lion, you got to have some serious cojones. And they made him pay. I know you saw the dude pour the beer on his helmet. And then it was, who was that?
He was a female.
It was a woman that poured beer on him?
Like a female hand to me, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, look, you know what? I would do the Lambeau leap too. Why not? They're going to pour beer or whatever. Okay, it's part of the game.
But he found Lions fans to do it with.
Yeah. So apparently he said he had a celebration plan. But somehow the guys who were involved in the celebration on that particular play wasn't on the field. So he looked around for him. He's like, oh, man, they're not on the field, right? What am I going to do now? So he looked, and he saw a group of Lion fans. He just jumped in the stands, yeah, and they poured the beer on him. I'm like, these guys, man. But you got to
JD, I'm going to be sitting right behind the Lions bench at this game Sunday.
How low are you? Because when you're too low, you can't see the game good.
Well, not that low.
Okay.
But my wife thought of everything for this. So I'm like, let's go.
Boy, this is going to be a good game. Oh,
this
my
God. This is going to be a good game.
What about the weather? You have any update on
what's supposed to be good? It's supposed to be good for Sunday.
Ooh, this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one.
It's going to be a good one.
Both teams are going to come out firing, Jack.
Let's go.
Yeah.
You're at the right game.
I'm going to the right game.
Yeah. Jeez, that's it. So I'll shoot you my wife's phone number. Maybe you guys can meet up somehow.
Okay. Yeah.
You know? And she'll get there Thursday night, I think. And she has a friend who lives not somewhere around there. So that means when the game is Sunday, that means Saturday night she'll go out to eat with Amon.
Okay. Saturday night.
So if you're not far away, y'all can all go out to eat. You can interview him.
Your wife's name is your wife's name Miriam?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that'll be interesting. Yeah, but
Miriam. I remember Miriam. We all met up in Long Beach.
Yes.
All right. Hey, John, last one for me before we let you go. Lions obviously looking good. It seems like with what the Bears and the Vikings and Green Bay and how they're looking right now, the Lions are going to take the North. It looks like they're going to take the North. But I see you, Chip. How would you want Amon-Ra to manage this injury? Because they got playoff aspirations, and who knows, when you get to the playoffs, anything can happen.
He has to be smart and listen to his body, period. If you feel some sensation, just keep your eye on it. If it gets worse, if it's at a 2 in the first quarter, you can play with it. Third quarter, if it's still at a 2, okay. But third quarter, if it starts creeping to the 6, you may want to start shutting it down. Because that means
by then Lions are up.
Yeah, you have to play smart. I mean, you can't just do what you want there. But again, if anybody out there who's interested in talking or having questions, they can contact me on Instagram at Kane, CANE, CaneProtein.com, right there next to my name, brother.
That's right. That's right. And check him out on YouTube, Black Coffee.
Black Coffee. I'm what's going on my YouTube station. I go into homes and I talk to parents and their child, because there's a lot of parents who have questions about what they should do, what they should eat. There's a million, and most parents are doing it wrong. And there's so many things they don't know. So I'm here to answer as many questions as I can to help optimize their chances, let's say, because a lot of people, like I said, don't understand the workload. They think that the high school football coach gets scholarship for kids. No, it's not how it works. Back in the day, a school like SC would give off 25 scholarships every year. Now because of transfer portal, I'm talking about 25 scholarships to, let's say 20 scholarships to high school kids. Now it's down to 10 because of transfer portal. So if you're in high school, man, it's really difficult to get a scholarship. So you got to know, okay, then how do I get a scholarship? Well, I'm going to the right school. No, most coaches, are just there to teach your son how to play his football, his system. Not really there to call coaches and send them tape and talk about your son. So mom and dad has to do that. So questions like that, you got to answer. I have to answer for them. Should I go on this trip? We got a letter from Iowa State. Should we go to see the school? Is this an important letter? Is it just paraphernalia? Well, if it's a handwritten letter, that means they want to offer you. If you get a handwritten letter from a school, call that school up, talk to them, be cordial, be nice, but don't be afraid to ask for the offer because they can always rescind that baby. You always ask for the offer. So if you're in Texas and you get a scholarship from USC, a handwritten letter, call the guy up, talk to him. Say, you know what? We love your school. It's in his top 3. And they're gonna go, oh, really? Yeah. Okay. Well, you want to come visit? And the parent is thinking, oh, man, why we go all the way out there? It's kind of far. Yeah, you know what? You tell them this. Okay, coach, we'd love to come, but we don't have a lot of money, and we only can go to 2 schools. And yours are going to be one of them. We're going to pick one other school. But can we have a verbal offer on this telephone before we go? Because we only can see 2 schools. And you guys can't pay for the visit, an unofficial visit. Now the school's in a situation. They're thinking, well, it makes sense. Because guess what? They can always rescind it. Get the offer. You got to know what to do to get the offer out of these schools. If they ask you to come to the school, go to the school because sometimes, here's what teams think. You can't marry a woman that you don't see. If you never met her, you're not going to marry her. So they're concerned that, man, what if this dude comes from Texas? No, doesn't come. Then he finally, you're not going to get him. Oh, he showed up. We got a chance. Next thing they're going to think is, what if little Johnny gets homesick and wants to go home? Man, we're going to give that dude a scholarship. We got a guy right in our backyard just as good. So that's why if I was a parent and my child is from Texas, I'm saying to that coach, look, where are you guys located? We're in LA. Oh, really? We have relatives in Anaheim. You do? Yeah. You lying, who cares, right? We have relatives there. Oh, wow. Why is that important? Because the coach is thinking, and what if little Johnny get homesick and then just because a lot of kids leave the school because they can't stand it. They go home. But he goes, he has relatives here. He does? Fantastic. If he gets homesick, he can go see his relatives. This is how they're thinking. But they won't tell you this. That's why I'm here to tell you all this little stuff that you would never know. So on my Black Coffee channel, we talk about these things. I answer these questions because there's a million things that you don't know. So you got to know how to talk to a coach. You got to know when to call him. You call a coach. If a coach gives you his phone number, don't call him right away because if you've never been out to lunch with a coach, I'm sure you guys have, his phone rings like crazy. I'm like, oh my God. I'm sitting next to him, that phone's ringing. Every 2 minutes, that phone is going off. He looks at it and he puts it down. He'll look at it. He says, I got to take this call. He'll take the call from the right guy. But it's not, so you got to call him and text him and say, Coach, this is Mr. Smith. I'm Johnny's father. Please program my number into your phone. Because if you don't tell him that and he just sees the number, he'll never answer it. But if you tell him to program it and he likes you, he'll program your phone. And then he'll see, oh, this is little Johnny's father. I got to take this. I'm telling you, man, there's so many things that these parents don't know. So there's a million things. So they come to my channel and I'll answer these questions. How to help your son or your daughter.
Cane Protein on social media, Black Coffee on the YouTube. JB, we're gonna have a lot to talk about next week, my man.
Right, brother. Hey, man, I'm a little jealous. I just don't like flying and getting in hotels. And man, I don't want to go to stay with my wife's friend. That's kind of weird.
Well, I don't have two sons who are NFL stars. I'm just going to one game, and this is it, baby.
Why'd you pick that game?
I mean, we're gonna go stay on the beach. You know what I'm saying? My wife loves seafood, so we're
that's perfect. Yeah. That's gonna be nice.
We're gonna go.
It's both are fighting for the number one position. They're not in the same division, but in a conference. But still, you know.
I mean, I got people saying the Lions are better than the Cowboys now. Do you know what this means for a Lions fan? We had a curse put on us by Bobby Lane 50 year. No, we're now in year 64 of a 50-year curse that he put on the Lions.
Man, I don't believe in curses.
No, I know, but I mean, that's just how ridiculous.
Hey, I'm dealing with black magic over here. Black magic, eat a curse up and spit it out.
That's what I'm talking about.
The Fighting Dan Campbell's, baby. I love them.
So, you went to the right game. Oh man.
We'll have a lot to talk about next week.
I'm jealous. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Appreciate
John.
you, man. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Ciao.
There he is. John Brown. Guy's piece of work. I mean, he is one of a kind.
Guy's money. Absolutely.
Zay, you know who else is money? The Great Blue Heron Furniture's money. Right there on your YouTube channel, just click that icon. It's going to take you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection and check out that furniture because it is high-end leather furniture and it is built for a lifetime. Like there's some furniture you're going to buy. It's made of balsa wood or some cheap-ass wood, and you're like, what is going on here? This thing's all rickety. No. You go to Great Blue Heron Furniture. This is the best wood, the best construction, and the most beautiful. So if you're looking to kind of upgrade your living room situation, maybe your bedroom furniture, you want to surprise the missus or the mister with like that chair or that couch, Great Blue Heron Furniture, the best of the best. Click on that icon on our YouTube channel. It's going to take you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. Use the promo code HOOK'em, and you're going to get 15% off. Just don't take my word for it. Go check it out. You're going to love it. Great Blue Heron Furniture. Zay, have you tried the Olipop yet?
Yes, on point. Yeah. Root beer, that's my joint right there.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I love the root beer. I love the cream soda, the strawberry vanilla, the orange squeeze. Yeah. I got some orange squeeze right here. You know what I'm saying?
There we go.
This is, when you play well, you get the Olipop orange squeeze. So like Jonathan Brooks has been getting a lot of Olipop orange squeeze from me.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
He's been playing well.
And I'm not going to talk about who's not getting the Olipop orange squeeze. I'm just going to talk about the people who are.
Nah, put them on blast, man. They need to know. Put them on blast.
We kind of already did. But I'm just saying.
Did we? What I miss?
Oh, well, when we were talking about, Cole Hudson coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, hey, listen, that's learning experience, going to harden up give him some of that rhinoceros skin, get him tough. And in a couple of years, old boy will be a grizzled veteran, just knocking Sooners backwards. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Connor Robinson has a ton of upside. He's been playing winning football since high school, coming from Westlake. Like that, and that's what you saw, that the moment wasn't too big for him, but he just made mistakes that showed lack of experience. That's all. Like, he's been in big games before, playing at Jerry World, winning state championships, but just being thrown in where you have no idea you're going to be playing in this game. To just be thrown in randomly for 90% of the plays, that's tough, and it showed. It definitely showed with some of the penalties, some of the just miscommunication, giving up sacks, different things. He had that illegal man down the field penalty thrown on him, where you're like, dude, what are you doing? Like,
he wasn't the only one.
Huh?
He wasn't the only one.
He wasn't.
There were a couple of linemen down there. No, but you know what? I don't think we've talked enough about Anthony Hill picking up Tawi Walker and just body slamming him. Like, Tawi Walker was running full speed, and Anthony Hill just grabbed him, picked him up, and slammed him.
Yeah. Tawi Walker was breaking tackles in that game, too.
Yeah. He's a thick dude. He's like two bills plus. He's not some wispy little, scat back. He's a thick, powerful dude. And Anthony Hill just picked him up and threw him down. Like, I'm so excited about Anthony Hill. I can't stand it. Yeah. And I'm ready. I'm ready to see him on the field more. And I know we've got, look, Jalen Ford, David Benda played really well, but Anthony Hill needs more reps. And I think he needs more reps as a weak side linebacker because he's so sideline to sideline. You don't want to limit him to just being an edge guy or just being a third down guy. I need to see zero all over the field because that dude is going to be a monster.
Yeah.
He's kind of already a monster.
Yeah, I agree. Shout out to the Football Junkie in our comments section asking the question, do we think that PK's vanilla defense cost UT the game? And more Ant Hill, please. That man is a dog, to what you're saying. Chip Brown. Yeah,
Hey,
I agree.
Malik Muhammad, you got to make that tackle in bounds.
Got to make it.
You make that tackle in bounds, the clock runs. There's a lot of little things that happened. Nick Anderson going in motion, no one passed him off. And that, there were just a lot of little things that piled up. And it some of it was because maybe Jalen Catalon wasn't in the game, or maybe Ryan Watts wasn't in the game, and guys weren't being loud about, hey, you got 4,
Yeah, communication. Yeah.
And that hurt him. That killed him. I mean, it just was, and on the goal line, it hurt not to have Jake Majors in the game.
Yeah.
You needed to not get run over there.
Yeah, completely agree. Jalen Ford and Jade Barron, them playing every single snap defensively, that's a serious problem. And you talk about Ant Hill and wanting to see him more out there. Well, trust the freshman. I know he's made a couple of mistakes, but everybody's making mistakes out here, including Jalen Ford and Jade Barron throughout the season. Go back to Jade Barron and Keaton Crawford 2 weeks ago against Kansas and them having the miscommunication on that deep shot that was thrown by I'm losing my name. Jason Bean, thank you. And, just everybody makes mistakes out there. But if you're going hard, then, it's hard to discount anybody going 100%. Ant Hill goes 100%. So, yeah, going back to that last drive, I thought PK's defense was very vanilla. It was very passive. It was very timid. You play straight up at that point. You got to trust, like we've been saying all week long, you got to trust what you work on day in and day out in practice. Like, you cannot be scared of the moment, especially with a team that plays as fast paced as Oklahoma does under Jeff Lebby. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves in the butt for a very long time. But you know who you could take that anger out on? U of H. You know that anger you could take out on? Kansas State, BYU, Iowa State, Texas Tech. All the games that you have left, you need to take this anger out on them so you can hopefully get back and see OU, who's dealing with their own adversity with losing Andrew Anthony for the rest of the season. So, yeah, man, we talked about it earlier in the show, Chip. I expect this team to regroup and get their focus back. And sometimes, even though this loss hurts badly and OU fans are going to remember it for a long time in the best way, while Texas fans are not, you could use that as, okay, we got to get our focus back and really regroup and overcome and not take everybody lightly, like you could see, or like you kind of saw what they did with Oklahoma on Saturday. They just took them too lightly, and yeah, they got, and now you can maybe get back to that point if you handle your business.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if they took them lightly. I don't know that they were ready for Dillon Gabriel like that. And I just thought there would be a better adjustment so that by the time you got to that last drive, bring the zero blitz on the very first play and see how they react. See how Gabriel gets that ball out. I mean, because if you drop him for a loss there, oh man, now they're going backward. The clock's still running. But you can't let them get into rhythm, and you can't, and I get it. They got high in their rush lanes. They weren't compressed like they were finally on the second and goal play where they did bring it and he was about to go down. He realized, I can't do that. And he just rose up and threw it to where he thought Nick Anderson would be. And he was there, and it all worked out for him. But that was a hell of a game. Now they got to build resolve and put, acid in their belly and make it burn. And Sark even said that. And he kind of said, I want this one to linger a little bit in this off week so that we have that laser focus and treat every game here on out like a championship game. Because the one thing you can't afford is a game where you have 3 turnovers and 9 penalties and you're not executing in the fourth quarter, whether it's because of injury or not. You might be able to survive a game with 9 penalties. You might be able to survive a game with 3 turnovers. You can't have all that crap happen in the same game against a quarterback like that and against a defense like that. I mean, look, they played more Joker defense than Texas expected. Okay, now you've seen it. Now you know what to expect. And Texas is going to be the best team on the field in every game remaining that they play, even if they play OU again. And so now they got to act like it.
Yeah. Yeah, and Dillon Gabriel, you're right. That dude is a dog. Shout out to CB. Said he went Kyler Murray on Texas, and he really did. Dude was running all over the place, and just his composure. He kept that whole team calm. Like everybody on OU, they had faith because Dillon Gabriel was making plays out there, not only with his arm, but with his legs. And thinking that Texas, with their really good defensive line, which they're still really good, even though T. Sweat and Byron Murphy were not the best on the offensive end. Defensively, they're still really good. But when you got a guy playing at the pace that Jeff Lebby likes to play at and getting it out of his hands, like Dillon Gabriel got the ball out of his hands on every throw, then it's tough to get to him. And, if you're not going to, be compact so he doesn't, go up those A and B gaps when he scrambles and stuff. Because, another one of those huge plays on that last drive was the third play of the game where he kind of moved around in the pocket and stepped up and hit Drake Stoops for that 20-something yard gain. And that was so deflating, especially, Jalen Ford, who was absolutely exhausted, and it definitely showed. But that's when, even though those first 2 plays were brutal, that's when OU was like, oh, yeah, we're going to score. And even though we don't have any timeouts, this is the way that they like to play. And they executed more than Texas. So, yeah, it should sting. Sark's right. It should linger for a very long time. Hell, when you play against U of H, you should see that crimson red. Even though you're playing against U of H, you'd be like, yo, I'm pissed off because we got a loss on our belt. And sorry, Houston, y'all in the way. We saw today that it's going to be a sold-out game. Every game for the rest of the year is probably going to be sold out. So, hey, it is what it is. Bring your A game. Jaron Thompson, you're better than what you played on Saturday, missing that pick, having that illegal hit on Dylan Gabriel. I expect him to be better, and I expect these guys, when they get healthy, to be back. I mean, missing Ryan Watts, that might have been even worse than Jake Majors because Connor Robinson came in and did some good things, but there were different points of the game, and we've talked about this this week already, but I think it has to be mentioned once again, where Gavin Holmes and Terrence Brooks and Malik Muhammad all struggled. And I'm not saying Ryan Watts would have been out there on some Darrelle Revis type shit, but he's their best receiver that they have. We had Des Bryant commenting on Twitter during the Alabama game saying Ryan Watts is a first-round cornerback. You know, and Des Bryant, I mean, say what you want about him. He might be a little crazy coming out of East Texas, but as a former all-pro wide receiver, I think he knows a little something about what NFL cornerbacks look like. So just not having number 6 on the field, that hurt the Horns a ton. And I think it played into Pete Kwiatkowski's play calling. That's kind of what we saw when you look at Malik Muhammad and all that space he was giving up on that final drive for OU.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to find 6'3" corners, you know?
It's tough.
I mean,
tough.
It's a weapon. It's a weapon. So yeah, these guys got to get healed up, and then they got to get nasty. Zay, you know who else can make you feel good? My man Tom McKay and Audio Visual Consultations. Listen, get the big screen. Treat yourself. If you're ready to build that media room, just call 255-8678. Let Tom McKay and his crew bring everything to you, because that's the magic. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens, best price on surround sound, the best price on new lighting, electronic shades, surveillance. Look, he does it for your favorite restaurants around Austin. He's done it in 3 of my houses, 3 different houses. I don't own 3 houses, 3 different houses. And I got TVs hanging all over the place because I'm addicted to sports and whatnot. So let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. Audio visual consultations, avconsultations.com. But all you got to do is call that number, 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. And Zay, I'm going to give you a chip shot. You ready?
Let's get it.
Okay. All right, here's the chip shot. It's about my man Anthony Hill. I can't get this. I rewatched the game, and just watching him pick up Tawi Walker and throw him down was like, yeah, this is a guy who loves the game, who loves physical contact, who loves to mix it up, who loves to humiliate you, especially when you're a thick running back who's been having some success against my team, for me to pick you up and plant you like turf fertilizer. And I'm a freshman. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, Anthony Hill is showing me what I knew already, because I've talked to the guys who know his core. Like John Brown was saying, oh, you know, you should have talked to Amon-Ra's Pee Wee coach. I've talked to all the guys on the staff at Denton Ryan, from the head coach to Aaron, Della Torre, the defensive coordinator, to the linebackers coach, and all of them talk about what an instinctive, predatorial football player Anthony Hill is. Everybody wanted Anthony Hill, and that stage was not too big for him. He was on fire, and he got 41 reps in that game, and Jalen Ford got 81. And I'm not saying Anthony Hill's a weak side linebacker. David Benda can play middle. David Benda and Anthony Hill can handle it. I think Anthony Hill learned from the Wyoming game. That was kind of a perfect storm. He got out of his gap, and it was a really fast dude, that Harrison Whaley, who went zipping down the field. But normally, and this is what I think everybody's finding out, Anthony Hill is a good enough athlete, and he's fast enough. He reminds me of Derek Johnson. He's 6'3" and 230 something, but he runs like a receiver. So I'm just excited about Anthony Hill. I think he showed us in that game that he's ready for the next step, and I'm excited to see it, because I think he's a guy who learns from his mistakes, and he's so athletic and such a playmaker. I remember Derek Johnson as a freshman, and they beat Colorado like 45-7 in the regular season, and then they played him again in the Big 12 championship game, won. And Colorado knew that Derek Johnson was so fast that they had to use misdirection to get him flowing in the wrong direction just to have a chance to get by him. And they did. They schemed his athleticism against him, and Chris Brown, the running back for Colorado, went off that day. But Derek Johnson learned from that, and he learned to be patient, and he learned to read, and he learned to not move on first instinct unless he absolutely could sense his keys and everything was taking him to where the ball was going to be. And I think that Anthony Hill is going through the same thing, but I think he's ready, and let's see what he's got the second half of the season. Because Zay, he leads the team in sacks. He might be the guy that gets to 10.
Wow.
He might be the guy that gets to 10.
Yeah, I love what he's brought. I mean, he's everything that he was coming out of high school when it comes to just being as advertised. And, just for Jalen Ford's sake, to give him a breather every once in a while, if you're Pete Kwiatkowski, you got to trust having David Benda and Anthony Hill on the field at the same time, where they're both playing linebacker. Now, I know they've been on the field at the same time because they have Ant Hill as an edge rusher or something, but you got to trust those guys at this point. I mean, they have earned that trust with their play, both of them. And the freshman, he's a grown-ass man already. He is fast as I don't know what. His covering has to get better, but that'll come along. I love the comparison to Derek Johnson because he has a lot of DJ in him. DJ who's been on with Hangin with Hardge, with Mike Hardge, and just talked about the game and how much he loves just being back on campus and giving those linebackers game. And a guy that played a lot of years, over a decade in the NFL at the linebacker position, that's huge to have around if you're at Ant Hill and you're trying to learn more and more, because obviously you have your coaches, but seeing somebody that's been there and done that, like DJ, hanging around campus a lot and, just giving you game, that means the world. So yeah, Ant Hill, he's just going to get better and better, but I need PK, and that goes to Malik Muhammad too. If you trust Malik Muhammad, then he's going to play 5 yards off that wide receiver, 6, 7 at the most in that situation. They didn't trust him. They didn't trust the freshman. And it wasn't like he was getting demolished on Saturday. Before he missed that tackle, which was due to him being so far off, and, who was it, Farouk, able to make a move on him. That looked bad, but overall, Malik Muhammad probably played the best out of all the corners. Well, I take that back. Terrence Brooks had 2 big-time deflections that need to be accounted for. I think everybody's going to remember the pass interference call, but yeah, Terrence Brooks, he played well too. But yeah, you got to have trust in these young guys. I mean, if you're good enough, you're old enough. It is what it is, and they've shown us different moments of being trustworthy, but I like to see more and more more so you can relieve some of these guys that are getting heavy minutes of their duties so they could get a rest and a breather on the sideline so they could be fresh when the fourth quarter came. Because Jalen Ford, man, again, that was the worst game he's played, in the last few years, like since he was probably a freshman. And I can't blame him. The dude was flat out exhausted with the pace that Jeff Lebby was running, how fast OU was going, and them not subbing anybody, and Jalen Ford not coming out the game. You got to have somebody in there to relieve him. I get it. You trust him. He should have got Defensive Player of the Year in 2022. I completely understand how good Jalen Ford is. But if he's out there fatigued and can't really go after tackles because he's huffing and puffing and stuff, get him a blow. You got to get him a blow. Like, I just blows my mind that they played every snap. And Jalen Ford made everybody know in the press conference after the game, I played every snap. I know I didn't look good today. Before y'all go and clown me and stuff, Isaiah Collier, I played every snap. So,
and he still had 8 tackles and a tackle for loss.
He was still out here. He was still doing his thing, but yeah, you got to trust those other guys more. And I think if they do that, guys are going to be more healthy and more fresh to be productive when the game gets late.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Scott Hampton, welcome. Welcome.
Scotty.
Welcome to Chip and Zay. Tell your friends and enemies for that matter, All right, before we get to the right call with my man Zay Collier, I want to make sure that if you are not having a good time at the dentist, that you need to go see our good friend Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Eckert. Listen, some of you are afraid to go to the dentist. You don't like it, so you don't go. That's terrible. Don't do that. Here's why you need to go see Dr. Eckert, Dr. Ueckert, because first of all, he's Austin's dentist, cool guy, great staff. You're gonna have fun when you go. And then if you need some serious dental work, he's gonna take care of you. You've heard Bucky. Bucky's got new veneers, and he said it was like bing, bang, boom. And that's what you want, because you want the smile that's worth smiling about. So make an appointment. Call 345-3166-512, 345-3166. And don't forget, Dr. Eckert also has the Brain Vault mouth guard, patented to protect you against concussion. And if you have an athlete and they need that mouth guard to protect them, there is only one place to go, and that is brainvault.com to set up a fitting. All right, Zay. Without further ado, the right call with Zay Collier.
Yeah, we got a few things for the right call today, some sports and some good ignorance out there. We'll start with the sports. 5-star Trey Johnson, the Dallas native, has broken down. 5-star basketball player Trey Johnson of the 2024 class has narrowed his colleges down to 2. It's between the Baylor Bears and the Texas Longhorns. And Trey Johnson, this would be a huge get for the Horns. I'm praying too, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't have much faith, Chip. This is a kid whose pops went to Baylor. Coach Terry coached him in the 90s, one of his first jobs coming out of Bowie High School, where he was coaching with my pops before Coach Terry went on to the collegiate ranks. But Trey Johnson reminds me a ton of Bradley Beal when Bradley Beal was coming out of St. Louis and ended up going to play for Billy Donovan at Florida. Has a great body, smooth jumper, could get off his shot against anyone, a nice handle. And when you hear Baylor and you hear guards, I just don't like that, because Scott Drew has a terrific offense that's very guard heavy. And yeah, you saw what that dude did a few years ago with Jared Butler and Maceo Teague and Davion Mitchell. Those guys led that Baylor Bears team to a national championship, and it seemed like it was just all guards. Like they had Adam Flagler coming off the bench, and the offense that they were running looked like the funnest offense ever. Just guys coming off dribble loops. You know, everybody has the green light. It's crazy that LJ Cryer went on to Houston because he's not going to be in that offense for Baylor this year. But if you're Trey Johnson, how can you not love that? And when you have Baylor roots and you're from Dallas, so it's closer to home than Austin is, that's tough. That's tough. And Coach Terry's building his culture. He's building his own philosophy here at Texas. And, you know, Caden Shedrick and Dylan Dessou, they're still not cleared. But this Texas team should be really fun. And hopefully Trey Johnson sees that. Hopefully he sees Waco and sees Austin and can tell the difference. That's huge for me, you know. But if you're just a true hooper, then you're not going to be outside much anyway. You're just going to be in the gym. You're not worried about Lake Austin or, you know, worried about all the pageantry that comes with the city. You know, we got the Coda text line, which we love, 512-222-9328. But you ain't trying to go out there and see no F1 and stuff. Like you're just trying to hoop. Like Kevin Durant, really. You're just trying to find the closest part.
Bijan found time for all that stuff.
That's true. That's true. But that's a football player. He had more time on his hands. You know what I'm saying? You just got that 4 months, and yeah, you got spring ball and stuff, but you got more time on your hands. For Trey Johnson, plus Trey Johnson could enter the draft in 2025. So for him, he can maybe spend 6 months here. So that's nothing. Like, not everybody's Kevin Durant. Like, it's rare that you get that. And I have UTSD because of Ron Holland and AJ Johnson that came from that went to Australia, you know. So both guys previously were commitments for the 2023 class. So when you're that good, like a Trey Johnson is, and people are throwing money at you, be like, damn, because this is what happened with Ron Holland. They saw him at the McDonald's All-American game. They saw him at all of these, you know, All-American camps and stuff, and he was dominating. And then people started going, hey, you know what, bro? You might be able to make some money. Like, you're better than where you're going. You can make some money as quick as possible. And now you see Ron Holland for 2024, number 1 or a number 2 pick in every single mock draft. So hopefully Trey Johnson likes school at least enough to want to go to college. But yeah, man, he's a hell of a player. And the fact that Texas is in the mix 1 and 2, that is a big deal. But Baylor, I can't help but think that they have the slider upper hand right now with his pops being a former alum and it being closer and what Scott Drew has done with that basketball program in recent years.
So his dad played at Baylor when Rodney Terry was an assistant coach at Baylor?
Yep. So that's good. So that they got a good relationship. That's good at least, you know, but I don't know, man. I love Scott Drew. I think that dude, to come into that program when he did and completely turn it around. Now, he had a lot of time to do so, but, you know, getting guys like Curtis Gerald, who's one of my favorite players coming out of this Austin area. I remember seeing him at Del Valle and stuff, and just those matchups against him and, you know, DJ Augustine, like those were classic matchups. And, you know, Scott Drew's done a hell of a job there in Waco, and he just plays a very fun brand of basketball, especially for guards. But yeah, I feel you, Orlando. You might want to make the call. TJ Ford, that's one of those, you know, any help you could get. Like, that's why it's so important that KD always comes down, you know, on campus, and they name the practice facility after him. When you see KD, who's arguably the greatest scorer in NBA history, always hanging out, and they're wearing his logo and the practice gear, and you're getting the new KD shoes and stuff, and you're right there with Nike, that's always a big deal. But you never know with these kids, man. You just never know.
So he played on Lake Highlands state championship team.
Yeah.
With my college roommate's son. There was, the white scrappy guard on that team, Hamilton, Warren Hamilton. And I'm like, I'm calling my roommate. I'm like, hey, what's going on? Hey man, what's going on with Trey Johnson? What's going on? He's like, I don't know. He left and he went to the Link Academy.
Yeah. So that's already not a good sign. That's already not a good sign because you go to play with the best there. So that means there's a lot of guys that are going to be telling you, hey, why not go the G League route? Because Texas, all their money goes to football first, and then everybody else for Texas One Fund, as good as it is, then it goes to basketball and stuff. There's a hierarchy here. So do you want to worry about
some
that?
cash?
They got some, absolutely, but they ain't making that $500K that Ron Holland's making this year.
Right.
You ain't getting that.
Right. You
know what I'm saying? So that's what you're gonna have to go through, and hopefully Trey Johnson loves the school, loves Coach Terry, wants to be a part of something big, loves the basketball legacy that Texas has, which there is one. You see guys like Tristan Thompson and Mo Bamba, and I already mentioned Kevin Durant and TJ Ford, Royal Ivy, DJ Augustine. The list goes on. There's buku players in the NBA that were on the 40 acres once upon a time. But yeah, man, it's going to come down to some serious decision making if you're Trey Johnson.
And he may not even stick with Baylor if he picks Baylor.
Right.
I mean, he could do what Ron Holland did.
Yeah.
Just decide, you know what, I got to go.
Yeah. And is this the last year the Farrell Center is going to be there, or they already got the new arena?
No, I think it's the last year.
This is the last year? Okay, so yeah, you're competing with that. Like I would say the Moon, but they're going to have a brand new facility themselves, when he gets there. So, which the Farrell Center, talk about a dump. Good Lord.
No.
That's the dumpiest place ever. Like the Moody Center and Farrell, not even close. Not even close. That's like Holly Berry and Leslie Jones standing by each other. They're not even close. Not even close.
Holly Berry and Leslie Jones.
Not even close, but I got to get to some ignorance for you because this story, I know we talk a lot of sports here, but I'm petty. Y'all calling me Perzay Hilton now. I'm going to throw something crazy at you that's going to bring you back a little bit and make you maybe have a more clearer mind about the topic we're going to talk about. But first, shout out to Covert BK, the Covert Auto Group, family owned in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. And they have such a high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, and the customer service is terrific, and they will hook you up at Covert BK with 7 luxurious brands from Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, Ram, Buick, and Jeep. You will find what you want at Covert B Cave. And you could go online to covertbcave.com and select or see all the inventory and specials. So you could select the car that you want, the color, the model. They will hook you up. And hey, it's almost Christmas time. If somebody needs that new whip, that check engine light always coming on, you always having problems, you're spending way more money than you should. Well, it's time for that new whip, and Covert B Cave will have you covered. So shout out to all the Covert Auto Group dealerships in the greater Austin area. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep. So how could you forget? But I know you remember Chris Rock getting slapped by Will Smith. Keep my wife's name out your mother mouth. One of the greatest moments in celebrity Hollywood history. One of my favorite moments in celebrity Hollywood history. Like, this is up there with, Justin Timberlake taking off Janet Jackson's bra, whatever. This is up there with, hell, I'll even count Mike Tyson biting Holyfield's ear. Like, this is up there with just stuff that you would never have thought you have seen on big primetime TV. Well, come to find out that Will Smith might have had some built up frustration that came prior to the slapping and prior to Chris Rock, in his eyes, Will Smith embarrassing him and his wife in front of millions and their peers, their Hollywood peers. Jada Pinkett, which she's a solid actress in her own right, you know, Set It Off's my joint. You seen Set It Off?
No, I need to see it.
Okay, I'm just telling you need to see it. Queen Latifah, Vivica Fox, it's a classic. They're robbing banks and stuff. It's a classic. So Jada Pinkett, she had an interview with Hoda, you know, Jenna and Hoda, interview with Hoda. And she said that her and Will have been separated since 2016. So this happened like a few years ago. The slap, it happened a few years ago. Jada and Will, just because I guess they make more money to being together than they do separated, they're not divorced, they're just not together. So there's always been built up just speculation with Jada and her being in love with Tupac secretly and not being able to recover due to Tupac's death. And that was the one that Jada really wanted to marry, even though Tupac and, you know, even though Will and Jada were together while Tupac was alive. It's just messy, crazy stuff that I absolutely love. But they've been separated, and this is where it gets really messy, Chip. Chris Rock asked Jada Pinkett out on a date, thinking that it was okay and wondering why, if you're separated, why you can't date. Jada obviously turned him down, but you would have to think that got back to Will, correct? You know, like Will's definitely going to find out. I'm sure they have similar people in similar circles, and, you know, Hollywood's very gossipy. People talk. So, yeah, that slap wasn't just because Chris Rock was talking about Jada Pinkett's bald ass head. No, he tried to take his wife out on a date, and, yo, that's in a way bro code. Like, you don't do that. You know, even though celebrities date one another and there's a lot of mess going on, Chris Rock, Will Smith's looking at Chris Rock as, yo, dog, we black actors out here. We have to stick together. You're going against the bro code. Chris, you're going against the bro code, dog. You don't do this. You don't do this. Have some respect. And yeah, it wasn't just about Jada's head. It was also, you asked out my wife. Will took that personal, and that's why you saw that slap. So, yeah, it's messy, man. It's messy. And
see, I thought Jada, like, as soon as Chris Rock made that joke, Jada was like, hey, go smack him.
Yeah.
Because it always felt like Will would do whatever Jada told him to do. And so he just walks up. I mean, this is the Oscars. This is the Academy Awards. And Will Smith walks up there on stage and smack.
Yo. Watching that again this morning, he smacks the hell out that dude.
He does.
He smacks the hell out that dude. And Chris Rock, he's talked about it on his Netflix special, which is pretty good and stuff. Check that out. But yeah, Chris Rock, you're in the wrong, man. I'm on Will's side now because beforehand, I was on Chris's side. Like, Will, this is the Oscars. Don't embarrass people. Like, no, you had this coming. You had this coming, Chris Rock. Like, don't ask my wife out and then try to clown her in front of all these people at the Oscars like we all cool and everything gravy out here. No, sirree. You deserved all that you took, all that just filth from the hand smacking, you know, spit flying across the stage and stuff. Chris Rock, you deserved all that and then stuff. That, man, that's
Has
against
Will
the
Smith
code.
gotten any jobs since then?
Yeah, I want to say he was in a slave movie. which I don't watch slave movies. I don't need that in my life. I'd rather not. I know what happens. I don't want that. But I think he was in something, but he definitely hasn't had the type of success that he had prior to the slap.
Because, I mean, he was in everything for a while.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it takes a lot to risk your career on something like that. Like, Will, he's a smart fella. You know, he's been, like, we've seen him act. Like, he's one of the best actors of all time, you know? Like, he's had some huge blockbuster hits. So why risk that, you know, if it's not seriously personal? And and when I saw it at first, I was like, it can't be just talking about her, you know, skin disease of why she's bald. That can't just be it. Because you're right, Chip, it's the Oscars we're talking about. So there has to be more. And come to find out today, you know, talking to Hoda, Jada Pinkett just flat out said, yeah, we've been separated since 2016. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff coming out to say Chris Rock asked her out. He had the balls to say, yo, I know y'all separated, y'all aren't divorced, but will you go out with me? And yeah, I'm telling you, I'm Will Smith. I'm thinking Chris Rock, you going against the code, homeboy. You're going against the code. Like, and Chris Rock's probably like, well, you ain't Adam Sandler. We ain't that close. You ain't Kevin James. We ain't do SNL together. We ain't that close, Will. So it's fair game. And yeah.
Did that slap happen before or after Will Smith won the Oscar for King Richard that night?
It happened before.
Jesus.
I happened before because he was all crying and stuff when he won. Yeah, that was probably the last biggest movie he had, King Richard, which poor Serena and Venus, because, man, that made their daddy look real bad. Real bad. And that was a good movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, that was crazy. That still is crazy to me. Like, at first I was like, oh, they set this up. Then you're like, no, he hit the shit out of him.
Yeah. Yeah. When he started cursing, when you say mother effer on what, NBC? Like, again, going back, Will knows, like, that's just straight built up anger and just, yeah. Because, again, they're going through stuff. You know, Jada Pinkett and Will Smith, they're going through some serious stuff. Obviously, it's public. It must be embarrassing. So anything is triggering. And, you know, there's rumors around that Jada is...
Yeah, that they had an open marriage and stuff.
Yeah, they had an open marriage and stuff. And, you know, some guys' pride can allow that and say, hey, I enjoy seeing my wife with other men. Cool. You know, to each his own. And some guys are prideful and don't want that. And it seemed like Jada was like, I don't give a damn what you want. Like, it is what it is. And Will, he ain't that innocent. I've seen the pictures with him and Margot Robbie. Like, I heard during the filming of Suicide Squad that, you know, some wild stuff was going on. That's just speculation. You know me, I'm Jose Hilton. That's just speculation. I'm just saying.
He's bringing it to you. Fresh from
the scoop. Go type in Will Smith and Margot Robbie and see those intimate ass photos that be popping up. They took, like, you know, what's the photo booth photos? That's what it looks like. They got photo booth photos together. And it just looks bad. It just looks bad. But then Jada, who also isn't innocent, her thing with Tupac is weird. It's really weird. Like, it's just because Tupac hasn't been around since 9/6, you know, since he was tragically murdered on the Las Vegas Strip, which they just, I think, found the people who were associated with that. But yeah, her just clinginess to Pac when she had Will out here, and she knew Will was insecure about it. Like, Will Smith, he's been on record saying how insecure he was of Tupac and Jada Pickett's relationship because Tupac was the gangster rapper, you know, California Love, West Side, hit him up, you know, it's Tupac. While Will Smith out here Parents just don't understand, you know. More bubble gum, you know. Men in Black,
DJ Jazzy Jeff.
Yeah, DJ Jazzy Jeff. Here come the Men in Black. All that stuff. He can't compete with Pac. Come on. Steve Sarkisian didn't say he listens to Will Smith. Steve Sarkisian said he has to listen to Tupac. So I get it. I get why Will was insecure, you know. So that's summertime. That's what Will had hits. He had hits, but he wasn't cussing. You know, Pac's different. Pac's different.
No, hit him up.
Pac had it all. Pac had it all. He had the club hits. He had the deep stuff. You know what? It didn't matter with Pac. Like Dear Mama and Brenda's Got a Baby, and then he'll go on to do California Love, and you know. Just so that's tough. That's tough to compete with. So I feel for Will now. I think now everybody should have a different perspective on Will Smith. I think he should be getting calls to do more movies because it makes more sense. It makes more sense. If that dude asked out your wife, that's against the code, bro. That's against the code. Like Chris, I know we haven't done movies together. I don't remember any movies with Chris Rock and Will Smith. So they're clearly not close, but still, like, you gotta know, like, we on the same team, Chris. We're on the same team. I don't need you out here and then embarrass me at the Oscars. No, sir. Nah, you deserve all that slap, buddy.
Did you ever see the movie 7 Pounds?
Yeah. Yes.
That's deep, man.
Very deep. Yeah. 7 Pounds, Pursuit of Happiness. Will Smith has range. Like Will Smith, ever since he cried on that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air episode when he lost his daddy, that's what set Will Smith up for superstardom. Like that scene will always make me tear up. I have my father too. There's nothing I can relate to with that scene. Me and CT are really tight. He was always there for me, always. So I have no relation to that scene at all. But Will Smith's acting, how come you don't want me, man? And then hugging Uncle Phil. Oh, man, I think everybody in Hollywood saw that and said, okay, this dude Will Smith, he ain't just the goofy rapper that's rocking J's all the time. He could actually act on here. So appreciate you, Richard, man. Good looking out.
Hey, Richard, appreciate you. And everybody head out to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking to get that seafood. You know what I'm saying? Get that date night, make it happen. When was the last time you had some really good seafood? I mean, top-end seafood. This is our man, Jack Gilmore, who gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. He did the menu for Z Tejas and Cover 3. I mean, Jack Gilmore is a food savant. You want the best oysters, the best seafood, you need to get to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. All night happy hour, Monday night. And guess what? Cowboys, Chargers, Monday night. Make your plans now. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. All right, I see the Cannon team in the wings. It's time to bring them in. Oh.
Hey. Well. How are you?
Nice.
Hey, we're doing
good.
good.
Now you got Pac in my head. Now you got Pac in my head all the time. Like I'm going to be going through my favorite movie.
Now you got me hungry for some seafood.
Well, you know, I get fired up. I get fired up for y'all's. I think you're the only show on the channel with your own theme music.
Hey.
Yeah, we've had it for the podcast for a while, and it just sets the tone. It sets the mood. It's a good one.
Well, it's good stuff. It's good.
Now, ladies, did y'all go Will Smith on anybody at any Oklahoma Sooner at the Cotton Bowl? Because I know y'all don't play.
I wasn't at the Cotton Bowl.
She wasn't there. I did not slap anybody. I did not open hand slap. Keep my man's name out your mouth. I didn't do any of that this weekend, but definitely had the urge to on Twitter later this week. I will definitely say that they got pretty ballsy all of a sudden. All these silent OU fans came out of the woodwork It's weird. It's crazy how that happens.
There's probably nothing else to do in Norman this week. So did they get internet? They got internet, right? So
barely.
They found it. They found it. Well, we appreciate y'all as always. Always a great show. We love coming in and eavesdropping on y'all.
Listening. Well, we listen to y'all as we're getting ready and everything. Well, we listen to y'all anyway, but as we're getting ready, we love it playing, and you guys are great. We were listening to you earlier. We were talking about Anthony Hill, and Megan and I were talking like that's everything we wanted Malik Jefferson to be like. Hopefully, that's all the dreams and hopes that we had for Malik Jefferson. Come on, Hill.
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah,
no, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, well, y'all take it away. Have a great show.
Thank you so much. Good night, guys.
Hook 'em
All
up.
right. All right. Let's go.
Here we go. Get in. I think this is where I ain't that much.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
I'm still holding on to that. We are back.
We are back. Yes, we're still back.
We're still back. All right, y'all. Well, right now we are back. Fire the Cannon is back for yet another edition. Of course, we are part of the Texas Sports Unlimited Network. Love you guys. Yep. As always, I'm Megan.
I'm Rocky.
And we
are Fire the Cannon.
Love it. Let's roll.
All right. So we have a lot to talk about, Megan. I know everyone's talked about Texas OU. We're going to give a little bit of our version of what we saw, how we feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
We will have kind of a state of the union, state of the program,
yes.
Since it's the halfway mark. Perfect time to have the bye week.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect time to sit on that L and work on some stuff. The fans and the team, right?
Yeah.
Little fuel for the bye week.
I think that's right.
Yes. So we'll talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
NFL stuff we can talk about. Our teams are just roller coasters of messes. And so we'll talk about that. Women in sports, we have some news.
We do have some news for that.
We have a lot to talk about.
We
A
do.
lot to talk about.
We do.
The 2 hours goes by so fast.
It does indeed. It does. So first of all, though, let's address you. You just got back in town
last night,
like late, hit the ground running, got here, prepped for the show.
Yeah, I did some schoolwork, ordered some groceries because I had no food. So if you weren't here last week, I went to the World Cup, the Rugby World Cup men's 15s, and it's in France. And we had to pick a weekend where our daughter had a long break from school.
Yeah.
So that was this past weekend where we could see 2 matches. We picked the town. First, we picked the weekend, and then we picked where we were going to go to, which was Nantes.
Did you figure out how to say it properly?
No, everybody says it different. Everybody says it different.
Even
That's
even
fine.
there.
We kind of settled that Nantes was the because it would be Nantes if it was ER, but it's ES.
Right.
So it's Nantes, and you wouldn't pronounce the S unless the next word had a vowel or something like. Anyway,
I feel like that's one of those cities like Louisville. Like you have to say like you have something within your mouth.
Nantes.
Louisville. Same thing.
So we had a great time. The rugby matches were so good, so exciting. The crowds were great. The stadium we went to, we stayed in an area where we could walk to the stadium from our little hotel. And so we walked. The weather was gorgeous. We didn't have a cloud in the sky for 4 days, sunshine, beautiful bright blue. The temperature would be like 50s, 60s in the early morning, and then 82, 83 in the afternoon with just sunshine.
Nice.
It was gorgeous. And so we didn't get great French food because just everything was closed or weird hours, and we'd walk to something, and by the time we get there, but by the time we got Monday, we got to go to the town, city center, sit and have a nice plaza lunch. So yes, I did have good seafood.
You got to see that tell me about that mechanical elephant.
Oh, okay. So that's called Les Machine or whatever. It's this big project in the city, this art exhibition where you can ride these machines. They have this massive pterodactyl. They have the huge elephant, and you can ride it. And they only have so many tickets every hour, whatever it is. But these are sold out, especially for this weekend when everyone's in town in Nantes for the rugby. It was sold out forever, but it was so cool. The elephant was massive.
Yeah.
And
you posted a video of
and
that
it was, I don't know if I posted a couple videos, but I don't know if I showed the one where it sprayed water. It was spraying water out on people. Like the kids were loving it. It was so it was massive.
If y'all haven't seen this thing, and I only know of this through Rocky, right? But imagine like a giant steampunk elephant that actually like mechanically moves through, and you can get up, and I mean it's huge. It's honestly bigger than a real elephant. It looks like.
Oh, it's way bigger
massive.
than a real elephant.
And and it looks like it's walking through
20-ish feet high.
Yeah, and the trunks. I mean, it's cool, man. Like I would go just for that. That was super cool.
When you're looking at the video, it looks like it's the elephant walking, but actually the big machine underneath
the
feet
mechanics
are
of
kind
it.
of moving around, and it's rolling on this
Right.
machine. But it's so amazing.
Very
and
cool.
I'd seen it on YouTube and the internet, but when you actually see it in real life, it was so cool.
Crazy. That's
it was really cool. So then we went to they have a rugby festival where they set up games and, music and booths and things for the kids and huge screens for people to come watch, a fan zone.
Yeah.
For people to come watch the matches in town if they don't have match tickets. But the best thing about this stadium, it was only 34,000.
Which is huge there.
Which is,
That's a big
for a
stadium
smaller
there.
town. It's their newer soccer stadium. So
Mhm.
kind of like our Austin FC, not
Mhm.
as fancy and digital and gorgeous as our Austin FC stadium Q2, but it was functional, nice, was great. It was really good venue, and everybody's there having fun. They dress up, and the people from the different countries that are playing. So Friday we watched Saturday Wells, Georgia, and then Sunday was the dramatic Argentina, Japan, and of course I was cheering for Argentina.
Yeah, you're in Argentina. That baby blue.
I love the Argentina, and it was a brawl back and forth. It was very exciting. It was for elimination, and Argentina advanced.
Nice.
So Argentina will play Wales on Saturday. But anyway, that was the rugby.
So all in all, good time.
It was great.
That's
great.
awesome.
Yeah.
I love it. It was always funny trying to text you or like shit, is she awake right now?
I was probably awake.
Yeah.
Don't sleep well,
when you travel that far, especially for that short of time, it's tough to like get in sync with the clocks and everything.
Yeah.
But do you want to give a quick shout out? Hey, Richard,
Okay.
good to see you. And of course, as always, CB, our man, like we appreciate you being here. And I love it that Sal keeps jumping in all the way from Gotham. Yeah, I love it. Greetings from Gotham. That makes me
y'all
happy.
do talk plenty in New York. That's why we love you.
So again, we always appreciate y'all's comments. Please jump in. This is an interactive thing. We love chatting with y'all and talking here. My weekend was definitely
how was it?
less well, I shouldn't say less fun. I still had a really great time this weekend, but it does always, as you said earlier, sitting on that L from the OU weekend pains my soul a little bit. You can probably still hear my throat. My voice still hasn't recovered from the craziness of the Texas OU weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But as always, we had a great time, saw a lot of good friends, and that was a painful one.
Did you use your coupons?
My coupons?
What'd you buy with you?
Did
you try any food? Did you try that fireball shot?
I couldn't find the fireball shot.
Because I saw some people were.
But I did. So Francesca, our good friend Francesca, we met up over the weekend, and they tried it, and they said it wasn't at all what they expected. Like it wasn't like I've had fried lemonade in the past, and it's been really good. It's basically like a funnel cake, but with lemon dressing and like a lemon flavor funnel cake that they fry up.
Yeah.
Right. So I was kind of expecting that with fireball. Because my God, fireball and cinnamon with a funnel cake would make sense, right?
Good, yeah.
But it wasn't. It was like she said that it was like essentially a shot of fireball with a soggy piece of like funnel cake in it. So I don't feel like I missed out too much on that one in particular. But yeah, it was a good weekend. Overall, got in and out, got to stay at the Fairmont this time, so felt kind of fancy there. We definitely had fun. Definitely drank my worries away, drank my sorrows, probably my body weight in liquor. But such is life as a Texas Longhorn fan. It happens sometimes.
That was I did watch it live.
Yeah, because it was a 6 p.m. game for me, right?
For me, it was 6 p.m.
Yeah.
So our rugby game was at 3. It was over by 4:45. We walk home, set up that, and we can watch it on the computer. That's how we watch it on the laptop.
Yeah.
I was telling you earlier, this was to me the most stressful, like anxiety, like my heart rate, my pulse, the tension, like everything about this game. I hadn't felt that since like.
We were in Alabama together. You think it was worse than that?
Oh, absolutely. We were in Alabama, and I think because in Alabama, like if you win, wow, what an amazing thing. Nobody expected us to win, even though we both picked us to win.
Right.
It would make sense if we didn't on the road with all the stats and numbers against somebody coming in and winning that game.
There wasn't necessarily the pressure.
Yes, but all the pressure
expected.
was on Texas. They were favored, and we'll get into later that everything's still in front of the team. We'll get to that later. But just the emotional roller coaster of this game, the way let's just get into it.
Let's jump into it. Before we do, though, I do want to give a quick shout out to our guy Justice Finkley, who had a birthday yesterday. Officially not a teenager anymore. Our little Alabama baby, all grown up. we're the aunties, right? We like to consider ourselves.
He's been grown up for a minute.
Oh well, no doubt. But he rolls his eyes at us every time we call ourselves the aunties, and are on FaceTime with his mama with him, and
that was
it's a good time.
Happy birthday! That
Justice.
was a beautiful cake that Mama Finkley brought you
all the way here. I love it. I love it. And yeah, CB, it was so getting into that
quarter lasted what, 4 days?
Thereabouts. It felt like that might be overestimating a little, maybe 3
days.
3.5. Yeah, it was a lot, man. And I gotta say, we're gonna dive in. We have a ton to talk about with this game. You felt more anxiety. I don't know that I ever felt high anxiety until the very, very end when we scored and left too much time on the clock. We'll talk about that in a little bit. That's where I started getting the, oh God, the sense of dread, the what are we doing? Even though we hadn't played the perfect game, and even though we hadn't necessarily executed
arguably the worst game of the season.
Yeah, I mean,
not in every position, but
it was Texas definitely,
they dug themselves the biggest hole over and over.
Yeah, it wasn't a cleanly executed game. We definitely shot ourselves in the foot more times than once, and still we're in the position, despite everything, still we're in the position to win. So
yes,
as much as it sucks, as much as it hurts losing a game in that fashion, especially to the Land Thieves, right? I do still think, listen, I'm always the burnt orange ray of effing sunshine. I still see positives coming from this. I still see some good things that we can take away and talk about. We'll dive into that. But yeah, I do think one of the things that I really want to talk about early was injuries. I think we saw that injury bug flare its head. You mentioned we're going into the bye week. Thank God. Great time to do it. But we see majors go out pretty early. We were missing Watts. Sanders was coming back from an injury. Watching him, did you feel Sanders was 100%? How'd you feel?
For a while I thought he was missing from the game.
Yeah.
And I saw him. He's the one that went up for the catch in the end zone that got deflected and right into, the first turnover in the red zone. And so I saw him there. Of course, if at 100%, he can go up and catch that ball. So, and then they kept him out. Either I don't know if it was decoy, but he stayed out for a while. And thank you for giving everything you have.
Absolutely,
thank you for being out there and a limited Sanders. Even though Gunnerhelm stepped up huge, had a statistical best day for him, stepped up and filled in a lot of spaces. He still does different things and can't do all the things that Sanders does. So having him out there even limited helped. But I guess, you got to do it. You got to roll with him out there. Like Stark said in the presser, see what he has. He wasn't necessarily on a pitch count or how many snaps he's going to do, but they had to just keep monitoring him and seeing how he was. Yeah. And that's all you can do with players that are limited.
Yeah. And, last week we talked about OU's weakness was
going to be over the middle,
covering a strong tight end. And I feel like that played to their favor, not necessarily having Sanders at 100%. It was definitely frustrating in that sense. It was a tough time to watch. Now, and I will say this, look, the hype around the game, as always, was high.
Huge pressure for both teams.
OU definitely, I think, came into this game with a chip on their shoulder. They came ready to play.
49-0 chip on their shoulder.
Right. And hearing all week, OU can't touch Texas. All the talking heads, us included, picking Texas, and a lot of people picking Texas.
95% of the money was on Texas.
Right. It was a big deal. So yeah, OU made some people some money this weekend, but yeah, I think I will come out and say this. I think we came out flat. That first quarter, we talk about it feeling like a long first quarter. It did, because from the second, right from kickoff, it seemed to me, just my vibe in the field, on the field, felt like we were just flat. And I think you saw that a little bit. And now look, we can look at excuses and reasons why Sanders wasn't full, but you got guys, there were a couple opportunities here to come out hard, come out fast. We turn the ball over, we give up points early. And then there were opportunities for us to make some big plays with that momentum. And, it might not have been the most perfect throw, but, and I got to say this, girl, nothing drives me crazier than a ball hitting a receiver in the hands and that ball not coming down with that receiver. Yeah. That happened more often than I am comfortable with. I think more often than we've seen all season. And I got to wonder, was that a focus thing? Was that an injury thing? Was that where are we at? What put us in a position that we weren't capitalizing on opportunities that we had?
From what I saw, and this was just my live watch, making my notes as we were going, it was a pretty predictable offense. Like even the play that everybody had been talking about last week, that spin around thing, whatever it was, where you kind of, motion a little bit, dummy it a little bit to Brooks. He goes one way, Ewers turns this way and then flicks it back. Like people, national media were breaking down that play. And what do? Roll out the same. And it was a few things that were pretty predictable. That first, wide to Worthy, the first play of the game. I feel like if that's not the first play of every game, it's one of the first few of every game. Sure. So it just seemed like that. So when you have a DC like Venables, a defensive mind head coach, but essentially the coordinator of the defense, like Venables, those kind of things are pretty easy to prepare for. And so while there was some exciting, great things that they did kind of throw out little wrinkles, I didn't see anything that a really good DC wouldn't see on film. Sure. So that helps. I mean, when you first two drives or two interceptions, it was tough. Yeah. Look, OU came out, they had all the momentum. They were ready. They came ready to play for this. And again, I've got to say, you're talking about the play where we sling out and it's a little pop out to Brooks, and Brooks typically can get the jump. I think that's where we saw some of maybe JT's injury flaring its head a little bit. His blocks weren't quite there. And for that to work, you've got to have your tight end wide and your wide receivers out there really pushing guys around. Yeah. And that just didn't happen on that play. Speaking of that, I think that's one of the things that we would obviously be remiss not to talk about is the line of scrimmage on both sides. I felt not their best day
on either side.
Right.
I felt OU was really dominant on both sides of the line of scrimmage. We were struggling to open lanes for our guys. Jay Brooks still ended up statistically with a great game. That right. Kid's still running hard. And again, I'm not saying
and Ewers got his stuff together.
Yeah,
and had 19 receptions, which
record.
Yes, which the receiver stepped up for him.
They did.
They stepped up for him and started catching some passes.
For sure. When it really mattered, Ewers was driving the ball and we were doing well, but it felt a bit like our O-line was getting pushed around. We talked about this a little bit. It seemed you bring up Venables. Our O-line stunts pretty well. But OU came ready for that. And we didn't have the answer and didn't adjust quite where we needed to. Now, again,
the injury at center.
Exactly. Majors going out early, changed everything. We weren't able to run. And again, that communication comes in. Injury at center, Majors goes out. But then we also, please note, like Hudson's still out. Ross is still out. So we still were struggling in that sense. Again, I'm not going to use the word excuse, but it is understandable with two of your starters and one guy that gets a lot of rotation out. You're going to see some issues there, right? But that definitely played to OU's advantage, and they took advantage of it. I mean, again, defensively, they were ready. Now, all that being said, Texas still ended up with 567 yards, I think it was, of total offense. I mean, we still rolled. We still moved. So if we're going to talk about the positive, even after the turnovers, we turned the ball over 3 times. Even after that, even after getting to the red zone, we'll talk about this in a little bit, not capitalizing in the red zone. Even after all of these things, the offensive miscues, the penalties, more penalties than we've had all season. Even after all of these things, we were still in a position to win against a good OU team at the end of this game. And ultimately we didn't capitalize. So if I'm going to seek that silver lining, despite playing a really, I won't say really poor game, but despite a lot of miscues on Texas's part, we were still in a position to win this game. We just didn't execute.
Yes.
How did it feel from your perspective? Again, from, I can talk about it in the Cotton Bowl, but you had a better eye with certain things.
And I really didn't have that great of a view because when you're streaming, it gets caught lagged, it gets caught, I was trying to how is this feeling live? Like watching it. It felt like let's get into the red zone. Like we talked about that. And Sark said in his presser, they got into the red zone 3 times and came away with 3 points.
Yeah, that's
which would be fine if you were holding the other team to no points in the red zone, but they were dropping touchdown after touchdown in the red zone, and you can't swap that. Right. And the play calling, Sark himself admitted he didn't put them in the best. It wasn't like everybody's saying, oh, when he was in Alabama, he was just in his bag. Against Baylor, the play calling was just creative and moving and confusing. And this one, it didn't feel
that
like
way. You're right.
The play calling, he wasn't in his bag.
Right.
He wasn't just on fire with the play calling. And after a while it got going, but it just felt like in this game, which we talked about before, everything's about momentum, huge momentum swings. That blocked punt which was great, the block punt for the touchdown, I felt like, okay, here's our chance to gain momentum and get some excitement back. And just every time I felt like they were reaching for some momentum, it just didn't come. It felt like everything was going OU's way.
It did. And I will say, again, we've talked about this. There were
they created. They forced that.
There were multiple opportunities. Yeah. One thing that really stuck out to me that was frustrating as hell. You brought up a couple points. Okay. I got a few things. I got a lot to get off my chest here. So, that red zone. Okay, let's talk about that. We had 4 tries within the 4-yard line to punch it in, and we walked away with 0 points. That absolutely cannot happen. What the absolute F happened there? Again, Venables was ready. Their defense was ready. Our line wasn't opening up gaps. And I think this was a combination of position. Again, we're missing a few guys. OU is hyped and ready, but the scheming was so predictable at this point. And I am still at a loss for words, which is problematic when you have a show, right? How the fuck do you, I'm sorry if there's kiddos listening, but how the absolute fuck are you an offense as potent as we are within the 4-yard line?
But are we potent?
We are. I mean, really, if you look at
we have moments where we spark potency, but are we all gas, no brakes?
Yeah, I think we still are. I just think this game wasn't, it didn't show that. Again, we weren't playing our game. I will say, again, the red zone issues, looking at this, within this game, Texas did not convert. We haven't been converting. I'm looking for the numbers here. We converted on only 5 of 11 trips. So we've only converted 5 of 11 trips into touchdowns, right? Over the season, we've converted 24 red zone trips to just 11 touchdowns. That's not great.
No, but that's not great. I'm saying that when we, go ahead.
But again, you're asking, like, is it all gas, no brakes? The thing is, we're scoring from outside of the red zone, which is awesome. We've got defense that can score. We've got, the scoop and scores are great. But the red zone itself, like, to be a truly elite team, we've got to fix our red zone problems. And again, I've watched this over. I've played this over in my head. I still can't tell if this is we didn't show up ready, or a play calling was lacking, or injuries. I mean, I'm sure it's a combination of all 3, right? But how do you
showing
not
up ready? How
do you not show up ready?
Plays,
right?
And being
prepared
to adjust,
right? And then the mentality too. But how do you not get up for the biggest game? Sark said, I need to do a better job of changing what I do to get my guys ready going into the game, prepping my guys for the game. I think in that sense, he might be putting a little too much on his shoulders, because if you can't get the fuck up for Texas OU weekend as a player, I don't know that that's on the coach, right? Now, maybe being prepared for what is coming their way, that's definitely on the coaches. But like I said, I just feel like we were a little flat. We weren't hyped, but it felt like that from a player perspective. It felt like that on a coaching perspective. We just weren't. We didn't have that swag that we had going into Alabama, right? We didn't have that kind of shimmy on our shoulders, like ready to play and knowing how this was going to go.
At some point, we have to. I mean, the numbers are what we are. We've only gotten into we've only had 40 points in one game, and everything's 30, 37, 34, 31, 38, 30. It's not like Texas is some, which we thought we would be. We thought we'd be this year with all the weapons on offense and a really strong offensive line, an experienced offensive line, and talent at receivers, more depth. With all of those things, I would think that there would be more than 33, 34-ish points per game average when there's other schemes and teams and players. There's other programs out there just putting up the points. And
yeah, but they're playing different kinds of competition too. I don't know.
Look at Oregon, look at USC, look at even freaking Notre Dame probably averages more points. I'm just saying, like, there's I would think with all the pieces Texas has and with the offensive mind of Sark, what's happening that it just doesn't, the points aren't coming together.
Yeah, again, it's that execution in the red zone seems to be the problem.
Which teams now bend don't break on Texas, and they said that just keep hold them, let them give them what you want in the middle, which is what Texas is taking, but just get them inside the 20, and you got them. That's working.
It worked for this past game. It hasn't been working before. Again,
the red zones have been a problem for Texas for a few games,
and we've talked about red zone's been a problem this season.
Which teams know now,
but Texas still has the ability to score. Texas is still scoring. Texas still lights up and comes on, right? I just think we've got to figure out what is the key. What is that little piece that we're missing? Because it feels like we're right there, right? I think we're going to learn a lot about this team after the bye week. How do we recover? Who do we get back? How do we, do we show up pissed off to every single game? My biggest concern right now with Texas is falling back into the pattern that we've done in the past. Texas has been the playing up or down to their competition team for a while now. And this year we haven't done that. My question, my fear, my concern is, do we revert to that kind of, because again, our next game is at U of H. We've got a week off to be pissed off
played up to OU
and sit on it. I get it, but I'm saying now that we've taken the first loss of the season, do we have that fire in our bellies to get up after a disappointing loss, to get up and absolutely beat the dog shit out of a really bad University of Houston team? It's a sold out crowd again.
Of course.
I think that will be very telling into, has this team actually changed when the chips are down? How do we respond? Can we stay up? Can we keep that mentality that every game is a championship game? Because ultimately that's our goal, right? I think that's going to be really telling with this team after this bye week and how we respond.
Right. So before we move on to the defense, there are some positives.
Absolutely.
There are some positives in this offense. Even when they sputter, they are still, like we said, accumulating pretty amazing stats. Jonathan Brooks now the top Power 5 running back.
Number 2 in the nation.
Yeah, number 2 in the nation, but number 1 Power 5. I mean, Jay Witt. How bad did he want this game? How bad did he want this game?
We talked about that.
He was our 100+ yard receiver this weekend. So there was some positives of the players really putting in some effort and trying to lead this team.
Agreed. Well, and look, I want to give Ewers his flowers too, because this kid, with as much scrutiny as he's gotten and as much shit talking as Texas fans have put on him in the national media, like, he is growing up in front of our eyes. He's made leaps and bounds differences, changes, and growth from last year to this year. And I still would argue game to game. He's got that mentality, like, this is his team. He is leading his team. Now, I'm frustrated, and I 100% put this on coaches and coaching. That last drive where Texas was driving, why were we snapping the ball with 10 seconds left? So much time. I mean, I was losing, and I apologize if there were kids
That's why
around
we
me.
left them too much time.
I was screaming. Exactly. I looked at a stat. Had Texas waited to snap the ball on their drive, even if we walked away with just the 3 points, had Texas waited until there was 1 or 2 seconds left on the clock to snap the ball, we would have scored, and OU would have gotten the ball with something like 10 seconds left and no timeouts. That to me was a critical
game management,
mismanagement of the game from our coaching staff, which frankly is inexcusable. There's just not. I can understand not being in your bag, not having your perfect play calling game, but that's just fundamental shit. He
talked about he wouldn't have changed what he did.
That I don't understand. That is frustrating. Again, you don't leave the time on the board, especially in a game this close against a rival.
Even if you trust your defense, even if don't do it.
Right. And we'll get into the trusting the defense too. I just don't understand. That's mind-boggling to me. And the response, I hate it. Thanks. I hate it. That I wouldn't have changed anything. Well, shit. Are you sure about that? Because you could have drastically changed the outcome. Yeah. You just don't leave that time on, especially when we had all of our timeouts. They had none. It didn't make any kind of sense to me watching that. And that's frankly probably the most frustrating aspect of this. Despite all of the problems, despite the miscues, we still had the opportunity, and something as simple.
Took the lead
right
with. We'll talk about special teams in a minute, but let's talk about the defense since we're talking about giving up that last play.
So Texas goes down, they score. We drive well. Again, it would have been nice to walk away with more than 3, but we went ahead. We're good. Now what happened? Despite us, we gave a lot of time on the clock. What happened? I mean, that was as methodical of a drive down the field. That dagger from Gabriel, that 20-yarder from Gabriel to Stoops was painful. So what did you see? What happened as they were just methodically driving down? Where was the Texas defense?
Well, I mean, from what everyone's talking about, that just they were trying to contain Dylan Gabriel earlier. He got loose. He got wide. I would say, even though statistically Dylan Gabriel wasn't elite statistically, he did have
a good quarterback.
He was good. Narrative. His team followed him. His team was inspired by him. He made key plays with his feet when he needed to. He didn't have the best throws throughout the game, but when he needed them the most, he hit them. And so because he was a threat all game with his feet, when Jalen Ford did come up and respect the run, then he goes over him right and he hits Stoops. And then there's the speed. By that point, the tempo that they had played the entire game was too much. Our guys were tired, couldn't sub. We have talented depth. But when you play that tempo, just like Texas used to do to a lot of teams for a while, when you play that tempo, they can't sub. They're confused. Their hands are on their hips, and then they got to go. It all adds up. So by the time you're in the last minute of the game, you get stuff like that.
Well, look, and I'm glad that you brought that up. If I had to pick one thing that I am the most pissed about this whole game, OU played a hurry up offense
all season,
the entire game, all season long.
Yeah.
How were we so unprepared for that tempo? How was and I'll say this, and this is probably still a lot of my rage talking. Texas looked completely flat-footed against an up-tempo team. When they were in that hurry up and they were going, we didn't know what we were doing. How this felt, I hate to be this
normally
pointed
I'm
about
the
it.
one that's all stressed out.
I hate to be this pointed about it.
This time I'm trying to look for the positives, and Megan's like, "Let's go."
Look, I just
keep it real
with where we are in the season, and I love this staff. I'm not the fan. I will never,
and I still believe in all of them.
I do too, and I from day one. I mean, I've been cheerleaders for them for a long time.
When I wasn't in yet, yes.
But this game, I do not understand how you show up unprepared for a speed, an up-tempo offense from OU. It felt like, and again, I think this lends itself, you saw it in the beginning. I said, look, it feels like we're flat coming out. That's exactly it. Like Texas just felt like they were kind of watching the game happen versus having that urgency of like, oh shit, let's go. that again, I
Yeah.
think this is probably some of my in the game rage still talking here, but
I would only counter that by saying, so yes, of course, on the first script, every team should go down and get points on your first script or two. That's understandable, especially when they had been saving this, ready for this game. They came out on fire. Always the first one. That's fine. I think the issue, and then there was a few times where they got OU off the field. Overall, in most of the game, they had held them to 27 points.
Right.
You would think if Texas is averaging 35-ish and you can hold them under 30, that's a win for Texas,
right.
A win and cover, right? So I even if the game plan was to keep them under 30, which the defense has been able to do even to Alabama on the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
mm-hmm.
I can see that could have been the plan. Like give a little, get
off
the field. They got off the field in spurts and times. I don't know. I wouldn't say that they were just not at all prepared for the tempo, but actually having to play against it is different than practicing with. And the scout team has been amazing, and the scout team has prepared them for every game. But maybe the scout team doesn't run the tempo the way you can't. How do you practice against one of the fastest offenses in the country?
I don't know that I agree with that though. Because Texas is capable of doing that. Like again, there were times that we were just dilly-dallying when OU wasn't ready, and we're taking our sweet time, right? And then when we needed it the most, I struggle with the concept that a team, the quality, the caliber of Texas can't prepare for an up-tempo team and a hurry-up offense. You do those 2-minute drills. You have those minute drills. You do that no matter what, and especially when it matters the most, right? But it felt like to me the whole game, Texas just wasn't prepared.
Dialed in.
They weren't dialed in. They weren't prepared for the pace that OU set. And we better be damn ready for it from here on out, because clearly that's how you beat Texas. We're going to see that from teams from here on out. They're going to try. And now again, not every
team can just start running tempo.
Agreed. Disrespect to the rest of the teams.
It has to be something you do.
Yeah, and no disrespect to the rest of the teams on our schedule, but frankly, OU was very clearly from this point was the best team that we will face for the rest of the season until we see them again in December. I'm confident that will happen. I'm confident it's going to be a Texas OU rematch.
Okay.
But I do, we've got to be ready for that. I think we put a lot on film, and they're going to come at us with some speed. And I think PK has got to adjust his game.
Well, I think we still had some solid individual performances.
Absolutely.
There was still some really good stuff. But I would like to give a special shout out to the youngins that went out there and played.
I'm here for it.
Especially with Catalan going out with the injury, and then Watts not getting to play. What a crucial loss Watts was.
Absolutely.
But we got to see Derek Williams. We've seen him earlier throughout the season, but he got
Stepped
to really play a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Muhammad with the getting in there on that block. Well, being the one that got the touchdown, right? Like landed on the ball. He was up there in the right spot. And Ant Hill.
Look, I have to talk about this for the amount of flack I've gotten on Twitter from this. Look, that was some grown ass man football when Ant Hill took Tyree Walker and literally picked him up, stopping the forward momentum and picking him up and literally placing a grown-ass man that was running. Sorry, we've got the pups like right outside if y'all can hear them. Picking a grown-ass man up that's running and physically placing him, depositing him in a separate location. Ant Hill is going to be a beast. And any OU, look, all OU fans got in their feels about that. No, he still got, so many yards and da-da-da. Yeah, he did. But Ant Hill did where he was positioned. He made the stop. He did what he had to do. And I don't care who you are, what team you play for. Anytime a grown man can stop an object that is in motion, physically stop it, pick it up, and deposit it in a separate place, who loat? That was some grown-ass football
And as
there.
long as Sooner fans can keep tweeting that photo of Case McCoy getting flung around in a game they lost, then
we can brag about that.
We can show the anthill.
Yeah, absolutely.
The anthill move. That was beast.
Anthill had a great game. Now, yeah, again, I don't think that any of our players played their absolute best in this game. We had some great individual performances. As a whole, the ceiling is high again.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that as a knock. I'm saying that like I am so hopeful. Like you said, we had these young players. David Benda stepped up real well. Like we had, Jalen Ford, who's been a beast for us all season, didn't necessarily have his best game. But the ceiling is so high for everyone that we've got on this team.
And they'll get an opportunity to avenge.
Yeah.
Avenge.
Yeah. Look, I'm hoping for that. I'm feeling for that. Now, I will say, again, I am not a blame the refs person. And the argument here is that, well, Big 12 hates both Texas and OU because we're leaving. I think there's still a little bit more spiciness against Texas than OU. There were some critical missed calls. Again,
the
Texas,
one where they decapitated Worthy.
Yeah. Took his head off. No call.
At the goal line.
And reviewed it quite often, quite large. That never got called. And now the problem is you can't retroactively call an unsportsmanlike. You can't retroactively.
But the ref who was
line
right,
judge,
yeah, he was right in the position
staring
to
right at
perfectly
him.
Call where he was down.
Yeah.
Yet missed,
how does that happen?
Yet missed his helmet being ripped off.
Well, and then there was a frustration too with the pass interference. There was a huge PI that was a no call for OU. On us, it would have. We were on a scoring drive, and then of course in a critical moment towards the end of the game, they call pass interference on Texas. So, look, we should have been in the position.
You got to play above it.
Yeah. We know that the refs are not going to be doing Texas any favors in any game. We got to put ourselves in a position that no matter what, we're not relying on calls or no calls to make that play. But yeah, a lot of holding going on. That was a really frustrating aspect of the game for sure.
Overall, though, I'm excited. Like we said about the youth, I'm excited about.
Absolutely,
it's coming. It's coming. We're
agreed. Listen,
we're back, and it's coming.
I will still stick to that. We said this. We caught some flack. This Texas team,
we're still a top 10 team.
Absolutely.
If I had told you, and we'll talk about state of the program in a bit, but if I had told you right now we'd be 5-1,
yeah, I'd take it. Like I'm happy. This is progress. Still, listen. And I'll
still on track for
I'll rant about season. Texas fans and
11-win season. But
Sal agreed. We saw your comment that too conservative. I agree wholeheartedly. I think we are too conservative both on offense and defensive play calling. BK got real vanilla. That bend don't break was basically all bending until you're doing what the OU drum major does and touch that damn feather on the behind because you're bent over backwards so much. It felt it was definitely too conservative. But I do think, there is a lot to be hopeful for. And last year, the 49-0, that was a crazy game. That was something that wasn't anticipated. It was a crazy game. This game is always unpredictable. We know that. It's a rivalry game. It's Texas OU.
Throw the stats out. Throw the favorites
Doesn't
out.
matter.
And again, everything was crazy.
Now, I will say, Rocky, you have the closest prediction
of the score.
I
didn't pick the right winner.
But. Yeah, you picked Texas to win 38-30. I was hoping Texas would come in and really take over in the second half. I had predicted 42-24.
And if
way
they
off
could
on my
have
part.
gotten a few things going earlier,
we could have been there.
Maybe.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Right.
And maybe that'll be the score of the Big 12 championship game.
Yeah, I'm holding on to that.
All right.
Hold
so
that, Jen.
let's move on to special teams.
Absolutely.
So that has been an issue for the program for the last few weeks.
Games.
Yeah, the last few games. And rightly so. Going into this game, Auburn had missed 3 of his last 6 kicks. There was some muffed handling of kickoffs and punts
by multiple players.
By experienced players that we've trusted in big games before. So just unlike them, unlike Auburn, and we knew that they could get this fixed, and they worked on it. And like Sark always says, you get what you emphasize. So apparently they had been emphasizing only special teams. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But they emphasized it, and it got fixed. Crucial, big kicks, even the one to take the lead with 40-something seconds left, whatever it was. Even the one to take the lead was Auburn, a huge kick. He made all his kicks in the game. The punting was great. like Sark said, they do need to get more on these returns. The opportunities are there, and the athletes are there to get more on these returns, kick and punt returns. And that's missing. There's no Deshaun Jameson right now.
Right.
I mean, we have Worthy, but there's just not enough consistent.
I still don't love Worthy back there. I know. He's got the speed, he's got the hands, he's got the talent, but we talked about this with Quan.
I think people in front of him need to help him out more.
I don't think that's the problem. We talked about this
because he runs right into a wall. There's nothing.
Yeah,
where
that's
do you
vision?
go?
That's vision.
Even the best punt returners, you got to have somebody needs to make somewhere for you to take off through.
I don't disagree, but I don't think that's Worthy's problem. I think
it's part of it.
Q brought this up when we were talking with him a couple weeks ago. I really feel that Worthy's still too much in his head. He's anticipating too much and overthinking what to do because he hasn't necessarily been our return guy for a long time. You see that with the muff punts. You see that with the, you're saying he's running in. I think he's just not seeing his lanes clearly. I think he's overthinking it. And again, look, I understand you want to put your best skill position player in the best position to let you win, but I'm still not. I didn't like Worthy there from game number 1 against Rice.
No,
I still don't like him there.
Who else would you put there?
I not Worthy. We've got some speedsters. Look,
do you think eventually maybe they'll give like
Trey
Cook?
Yeah, get
Trey Wisner.
Get Cook back there. Get Trey Wisner an opportunity back there.
We'll see.
We've got guys that
Sark's not changing it midseason.
No, but I still
unless
don't
he
love it.
really, really, really has to. And as of now, he still doesn't really have to. And
but we're still talking about, Sark brought this up in his presser as well. We're still not capitalizing. We've got too much talent, too much speed, too good a hands.
But even
back
when
there
it's Keelan and Jay Witt back there to
not score, like it's just not clicking. And I'm of the mindset, especially in your bye week, try some new shit. If it's not working, what's the definition of insanity? Is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, right? I'm not one for pulling players out too early. You got to let them develop, but we're halfway through the season now, man. Yes. And Auburn has looked a lot better. We had, listen, our special teams played great in the sense we had the block kick and we got a sportsmanlike after that.
Oh,
right.
I'll take it. I'll take 15 yards for 7 points.
Right. Look, we're doing the right things. We're making adjustments where we need to, except for I just feel that again, I love Worthy. I love him as a player, love him as a receiver, think he's incredible for Texas. I just don't think I just don't love him back there. I just don't love him receiving.
I would like to look at where he ranks. And I'm going to put this in my notes to check. Where is he ranking nationally in yards per return? And where is he ranking compared to other Texas players who've returned in the last 5-10 years? I mean, if we're having the highest paid special teams coordinator in the country, I would think we would be one of the top return.
You would think, but we would
be scheming up some really good returns, but we are scheming up some crazy good punt blocks.
That's
just one.
Listen,
we had Keelan Robinson was amazing last year on field goal attempts or block kicks and things, and we just hadn't had that much. And then boom, but the time that was amazing.
The timing was great. Yeah,
that was amazing.
So, and again, in a game like this where the momentum is everything, that was a huge shift, and that's why I think that unsportsmanlike hurt so much. Because we had just had this great momentum shift. We were doing wonderfully. And then, you get the kick in the nuts where you've got a 15-yard back.
Amo agrees with you.
Yeah, listen, that's what I'm saying.
Overthinking it.
We talked about this.
Give Cook a chance.
We talked about this with Quan Cosby. We talked about this. I've been bitching about it all season, frankly.
Yes, Megan has.
I think that's absolutely it. Worthy's I think he's in his head too much. And maybe take that responsibility off him for a little bit. Let him get other things straight. Let him get his groove back elsewhere, and then maybe plug him back in. But again, Cook, he's a speedster, man. Like Trey Wisner, that kid's hungry. Like we're not sitting there.
Of course, you wouldn't do it in the Cotton Bowl
the
first time, but that is huge pressure and a game changer in every game. So yes, eventually because Worthy's probably moving. I mean, he has the opportunity to move on to the NFL this year if he chooses. So they're going to need someone else anyway. So it might be smart to start letting it. I don't know. Again, they got to prepare someone else to do it in game.
It's a bye week. We have the opportunity. I just feel And again, man, I love Worthy. I'm not knocking the kid. It just doesn't feel like this is where his heart is at, and it's just not quite clicking there for him. So I'm not opposed. I just don't love him there, and I'm not opposed to getting somebody else back, especially in a bye week when you got 2 weeks to prep and 2 weeks to get those reps in. Why not?
Let's talk about it. It is the bye week. It is halfway through the season. So great time for the injuries. Catalan, Sanders.
Never a great time for an injury.
No, but to help heal those injuries.
Absolutely.
And hope to get some of these players healthy, and if they can, back. The good thing is Houston next game up isn't a world beater. They're not. That's not a game where
How does Dana Holgerson still have a job?
Do you want me to say it?
I do. Say it.
I'm not going to say
No,
it.
say it. Come on. That's what we're here for.
Because some men are allowed to fail over and over, and others are not.
I know what you mean by some men.
Anyway, what I was going to say is the see, maybe
I know I took you off. Sorry, that's my fault.
No, we have time for the injuries to address the injuries, get people healthy, but we don't need everyone to be 100% right away. If there are still some players like Sanders or Catalan or Hudson that need that extra week, it's a great time to get the depth and let some the other players play. Houston will fight. They will compete, but it should be a game that Texas handles. And the game time was announced 3 p.m.
Yeah.
For that, not this Saturday, of course, next Saturday, the 21st. So at Houston. So that will be this will be a good time for the bye week. But let's talk about, and I'll let you go first. We start making our way almost to happy hour. It's almost 4:00. I have surprises for you. French surprises.
French.
Surprise français.
Surprise.
Like my French was actually pretty good this week. I was going to tell you. Okay, so anyway, tell me what you think. We are 6 games in.
Yeah.
We still have a few games to play.
1 or 2. Yeah.
Six more games guaranteed. And I gave you a little schedule here, what we have left. Let's just start with, where do you think the program is now?
We'll jump into it. Okay. Yeah. Listen, despite my incessant bitching this entire time so far. Sorry about that, y'all. I really am normally a very positive ray of sunshine.
Positive.
I still feel really good about where we're at and really good about Texas as a whole. We're on the right track. And I hate nothing more than fans who at the first sign of adversity, fire everybody, we're terrible. We're not there. No. Listen, watching this program come in from 5-7 and then go 8-4. Like, look, we are making steady progress. I will reiterate this again. As much as it chaps my ass that we lost this game in the way that we lost this game, we were still in a position. We played our absolute worst game of the season, in my opinion, and we're still in a position to win within the final seconds of the game.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to figure out how to get over that hump. We've got to figure out how to not turtle and get conservative. But Texas is still in a great position. We are 5-1. You said this earlier. If you would ask me a couple years ago how I would feel if we were 5-1 at this point in the season, I'd be ecstatic.
It's been a minute since we were 5-0.
Exactly.
To start a season.
So I'm not like, now Texas has gone on some runs and then had a rough second half of the season, but this team is so fundamentally different and light years beyond where those teams were.
Right.
Mentally, we're in a better place. Coaching, we're in a better place. Talent, we're in a better place. And I really think culture, we're in a better place. Now, I said this earlier. I'm going to keep saying it. How Texas responds after this kind of painful loss to a hated rival, where we're going to hear it. And listen, Coach said, I want to let him sit on this for a little bit. I want to let this sting a little bit. And I love hearing that. I love hearing that.
You got to hate losing.
There are times you got to hate losing more than you love winning. We've talked about that with multiple, Baber says it, Quan says it. Any player that is played at the next level, that is played for championships, you have to hate losing more than you love winning. And I think I don't know that I'm quite sunshiny enough to say this is a good thing that we lost, like a gut check. That would be all coping.
No,
that's too much coping for me.
No, it's not a good thing they lost.
That's too much coping for me. But I will say this is an opportunity.
It's an opportunity
to, like, Chip said this earlier on the show, you got to let that acid sit in your belly. You got to have that fire. And I think having this bye week to really marinate in the things that we could have done better, the missed opportunities, the miscues, having a bye week to marinate in that and really let that soak in. Listen, we've been talking about embracing the hate.
Mm-hmm.
I want our team to still embrace the hate. And we got to hate losing, embrace that, feel that, get that fire going.
Embrace the hate of losing too.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm here for it. I still see great things. I said this earlier. I'm going to say it now. I assuredly will say this towards the end. I still believe Texas is going to be in the Big 12 championship. That is the goal for this season. I think we got a little distracted, a little head in the clouds with all this national media attention about Texas being in the college playoffs. And look, I'm not ready to say that we're that team yet. I'm not ready. We obviously have some things to work on. I am ready to say we are 100% in the best position to still play. Not the best position. We'd be in the best position if we'd won, but we are still in a great position.
We're still in
and
it's still on the table.
It's still on the table. We still control our own destiny. I feel good about this team, and I feel good about the culture that has changed and shifted and built, and the guys are playing for each other next to them. And I mean, I don't know. I feel good. And right, again, CB, we've got to run the table. West Virginia needs to lose because right now they are ahead of us. They're 2-0 in conference play. But West Virginia still has a lot of football left too. Now, they're a big surprise. Did you see West Virginia being 2-0 at this point in conference play?
Nobody thought they would be this good right now. We'll when we make our predictions, we'll talk about it later. But their only loss was at Penn State early, and of course, everybody's going to lose at Penn State right now. But
tough place to play.
So like CB said, that it could be West Virginia keeps handling their business. It could be OU West Virginia, and Texas has no say in it because we don't play West Virginia this year. So
West Virginia still has Houston, Oklahoma State, UCF,
win,
BYU, Oklahoma, Cincinnati.
So they're going to settle that.
And Baylor left. Look, there's still.
Y'all better cheer for Oklahoma to win that. But
Yeah.
even then, how are they going to have this tiebreaker with all these one-loss teams? Oklahoma would be in because they would have wins against both.
Yeah, OU's in for sure.
But
we really
need West Virginia to lose 2 more.
Texas needs, for it to be
Texas needs to win.
Zero
out.
question. But look, there's still a lot of ball left to be played.
Yes.
Texas is still in a position. Our schedule is lining up nicely with who we have left. We've got K-State, BYU, and Texas Tech at home.
Right.
And then we're playing on the road at Houston and Iowa State. And TCU. TCU
is the one I picked as a loss before the season.
They can always, again, like Daryl Rowe like to say, TCU is the cockroaches, right? They're something that can it's a team right now that can fall in to a nice little season going on and mess everything up. But again, depending on how Texas responds, Texas is the best team in every game that we have left on our schedule.
They'll be favored for sure in every game.
Zero question, we'll be favored, but we're still the best team. You're not going to convince me that any of the other teams that we have left to play are better than Texas on any given day, period.
No, but also I would have thought Texas is, 85 was better than OU's. And
look, something that really pissed a lot of people off, we'll talk about Josh Pate. He came on and angered, everybody in the state of Oklahoma, saying that Texas is still a better team. And if they were, they're still a better power team. And if they were to play again today, Texas would still be favored. Look, that's where I think, and that's absolutely right. Texas had a lot of miscues. Again, credit to OU. They played lights out. They came prepared. They executed. They played lights out. Texas didn't. And we still were very close in this game. We've got to get those things cleaned up.
Yeah,
it was theirs.
It was still a winnable
game. It was Texas's game.
It was still a winnable game
that they gave away.
But I also think OU kept taking it away from Texas.
They were prepared.
As much as people want to say Texas kept giving it away, I think OU kept taking it away from Texas. All right. So one more thing I'll tell you. I think it's whenever we grade something, it needs to be against some kind of rubric, some kind of standard. And I think let's go by.
That's far too reasonable.
Rubric. I think we should go by the rubric the standard that Texas themselves set, which was play for a championship this season. And that is still, like we just said, the math is still there. And so as much as everybody wants to just panic because yes, this was a winnable game. Yes, they made too many mistakes. There's things to clean up and fix that could have been a win.
Sure.
Right. All right. So it is 4:00. It is, we'll have a quick thank you to a sponsor. And then I have surprises for Megan.
Oh, yay. Fun.
All right.
Love it. So I got to tell you, I need a freaking oil change in the Bronco right now. I've been driving a little too far without it. And I think I know just the place we can go.
Oh yeah,
Just
you have a
place we can
Ford.
go.
You can go to Covert.
We do have.
All right, Covert Auto Group. Thank you for supporting Texas Sports Unfiltered, which includes Fire the Cannon with Megan and Rocky. All right, so Covert Auto Group is a family-owned group of automotive dealerships that has served the greater Austin area for over 100 years. It is the team at Covert Auto Group has been committed to providing customers with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, as well as outstanding customer service and satisfaction. So if you need to go get your oil change, maybe you should go there.
Beautiful waiting rooms.
It was really nice. We went and visited Rivertop. So check out Covert BK. Bee Cave, not BK. There's 42 acres in the beautiful hill country located in Bee Cave, Texas. Covert Bee Cave has 3 new state-of-the-art dealerships that service Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And they have Covert Ford and Covert Ford Lincoln and Ford and Chevy in Hutto. So covertbcave.com. Go there for all the inventory and specials and stop by and see them.
Love it. Gonna pop in.
That was a big old mess. I'll tell you, I traveled for 22 hours yesterday, so I can't speak today.
Great.
But now it's happy hour, so we have a surprise. Thank you, Richard. Richard's always the bartender.
I love how we just have magic drinks floating in from Richard. We'll get you on
Cheers,
camera one day,
Richard.
Richard.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
This is called Kir Royale. It's spelled K-I-R Royale.
Nice.
Okay,
Like a
taste
Royale
it. I
with
want you to
cheese?
taste it, and then I want to the
right.
Kir Royale, and I'll tell you all about it.
Ooh, that doesn't suck.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's made with creme de cassis, which is blackberry currant. Kind of like the ones that they mix with the ciders and make those snake bite blacks. Have you ever had that?
Are we drinking OU red drinks as
No. Yeah, sure. Cheers to OU. They won the game. No, this is just a French drink. So if you watch Emily in Paris in season 3,
I don't, but apparently Peyton Manning.
Oh, it's so good. Oh yeah, go watch the SNL skit with Peyton Manning when he talked about Emily in Paris. That was so funny. Didn't play.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
We'll get to those things in a second. So this was a drink that they started drinking in season 3, and people are like, "How does she wait till 3 seasons to know that they have this drink in France?" But
it's really good. So it's
creme de cassis with champagne.
So it's basically black cherry, currant, and blackberry, not cherry.
I think it's blackberry.
Okay, currant and champagne.
Yes, so you can make different versions with
Is
Chambord.
it from the Champagne region of France? Sorry, I have to.
I know it has to be champagne. This is actually sparkling wine because I did not buy.
From the champagne.
Champagne, a little too dry for me. Yeah. But you can do it with Prosecco. You can do it with Cava, which is the Spanish sparkling. And anyway, they're all good. And you can do Chambord. You can do any of the berry liqueurs. But this is a Kir Royale.
Well, I like it.
Cheers.
Cheers, Ben.
And I have gifts for you from Paris.
Oh, how fun.
From France.
I like it. Listen, we should do these kind of happy hours more often.
I was going to save
it.
them for you.
I love it. I appreciate you.
So first.
I love that we have people watching our little look what I got. Our baby Christmas going on here.
So I got you this little tray.
Oh, can I serve my drink on this?
Oh, you can.
Watch me spill this all over myself. There we go. I don't know. Can y'all see that?
I was going to show them.
I love it. It's awesome.
So it's just pretty basic. I have to get things that are flat.
I got just some basic
things that are flat that I can shove.
You can pack it. Yeah.
Shove in my backpack.
I like it. And I live in a camper too. So
yeah. And so this you can put by your bedside for your rings or your things, or you can put it in your bathroom with your little perfumes or soaps or
I can serve myself tiny
French drinks. Or you can serve yourself tiny French drinks with tiny cookies. And then I got you these cookies because they're just little French cookies.
Amazing.
And this is really cool. This is from the grocery store now.
I love it.
I grabbed an extra, and because next year is the Olympics, right? In Paris.
Oh, so
2024.
That's awesome.
It's a little grocery tote bag.
I just went to HEB today.
That's Paris 2024.
I appreciate you.
There you go.
Thanks, friend.
You're
That's
welcome.
awesome. I love
I had
it.
to bring you something.
Hey, look, that positivity
Cookies.
makes cookies and champagne.
Cookies
man.
and
Like,
a little. I mean, just something. I'm not the biggest souvenir buyer anymore.
No.
I just get a magnet. And
Well-
I used to get shot glasses. Now I just get a magnet.
because you
and put
have
it on
so
my
many
fridge.
shot glasses, like
I have too many shot glasses
all over the place.
So now I just get a magnet because they're $3 or $4. They're flat. They're this big. You shove them inside your clothes and you bring them home instead of something bulky.
I love it. Yeah, CB, listen,
I miss HEB.
people mock me all the time. Like I have friends that come to visit quite a bit, and you do too, from like all around the country, all around the world. And I talk about HEB probably way too much, like more than any
We
normal
love
human
HEB.
should. And yet, once they discover and experience the greatness that is HEB and all the ridiculous, I think like I've gotten you some great Dia de los Muertos stuff from there.
Yes.
Look, I love me some HEB.
Right now they have a huge Dia de los Muertos section.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of the things legitimately that and my obsessive love for Texas has kept me in Austin.
HEB
kept me in
is the
Texas
best.
is because of HEB. I love it. But so yeah, we had a question on here. JTS didn't play versus OU. He did play.
He did.
He just wasn't. We touched base on it a little earlier. Yes, he did play. It just felt like he wasn't at 100%.
Yeah,
he
he was limited, but
Yeah.
he was out there.
He was limited and didn't have quite as many explosive plays called his way as we've seen in the past. So
Right.
definitely had an impact on the game. But again,
he was limited, but
talking about the
gave his best
upside
out there.
Yeah, talking about the upside, we've got 2 weeks for everybody to get healthy.
That is good.
We do have quite a few folks out. So again, just to kind of recap, looking at the O-line alone, we've got Majors, Hudson, and Ross out. On defense, we're missing Catalan and Watts, and we've got Sanders still kind of iffy. Baxter still looked a little
limited.
iffy.
I mentioned him.
Yeah, so we definitely some playmakers, definitely some difference makers here that I really this bye week is gonna help us out quite a bit.
Yes, hopefully.
So
all right. So in this hour, Megan, we're going to talk some NFL.
Yep.
We are going to.
You're mad this week, aren't you? Do I need to cope?
That I'm
You
not.
should probably
that
drink
I'm
a little
not
more.
going back to London tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all right.
I love it.
I forgot to tell you something about this drink.
Oh, here we go. What?
Before I move on, let me tell you something about this drink. So apparently during World War II, when the Nazis took all the Burgundy red wine from that region, they were trying to make a version of drink that was red and like reddish flavoring.
So this is
so
how
they
they-
took white wine and used black currants to make it a reddish wine.
So technically, this
so
is where,
that's
like,
kind of
rosé.
the foundation of this drink.
I like it.
Anyway,
That's good. Little
so
history
then they
knowledge.
started making just a refreshing.
It's really
it's
good.
supposed to be a fall winter drink.
I can see that,
but I feel like it's a pretty summery. I mean, this could be nice for the summer. Anyway, it's
I
a
like it.
nice time. It's fall. Let's celebrate fall. All right, so we'll talk a little bit of NFL. We
Yep.
have our college football pick'ems, and we will talk about how great we did last week. So bad.
Yeah, some of us. Some better than others.
You were better than me. I actually counted on the Aggies to come through, and that was where I fell short.
That's where you should learn your lesson.
and then we have, of course, again, women in sports. We have
Mm-hmm.
a story to share there, and
yeah, we got a lot coming up.
Yeah, and then we're gonna get it off our chest and then
I
wrap
love
it up.
it.
All right,
I love
so we have a lot to talk about. Still.
And as always, yes, Dougie B. Let's talk about Gunner's first TD. Listen, Gunner Helm definitely stepped up. He had a great game. Really excited for where the program's going with
that
him.
fake punt.
Listen, if we
and
had,
he got his knee down like
if we had called the game, if Sark had been in his bag and called the game with the balls, just the
That he
brass
called that
balls that he
fake
called
punt.
that fake punt that early, man, that would have no contest. Texas by a million.
Oh,
That's
man,
the
that
kind of
was-
shit I want to see, especially
that's all gas.
right.
That's all gas.
Especially in a rivalry game like that. Like that's where I want to see. I want to see that bravado all the way through the game. Man, yes, thank you, Dougie B. I appreciate that. It gives me. See, now I got my little shimmy back. Got my little shimmy. I'm excited.
All right, good. Yeah,
I'm excited.
there's some positive moments to take from that game. It wasn't all doom and gloom. The sun comes up the next day.
It did, in fact, come up.
It did come up.
That is true.
All right.
That is
so
true.
let's get into the NFL for a few minutes because we do have our favorite teams. My favorite team lost to the freaking Colts. Like couldn't move the ball. I know, like
I'm
all
sorry.
the
I'm not
quarterback
trying to laugh.
issues
I'm
and
not trying to laugh.
quarterback injuries and issues, and it's just Even when he is playing, we stink.
So let's go ahead and just for the folks at home who don't know.
My team is the Titans.
There you go.
And we stink.
Yeah, and
My name is Rocky, and I cheer for the Titans.
Listen, you are
ride or die.
I want to tell you that I feel your pain and I understand you. Again, as a lot of you guys know, I grew up a Lions fan. I grew up Oilers, Cowboys, Lions. And I always make the joke that because I have been a Lions fan for so long, like at one point my team went 0-16.
After going 4-0 in the preseason. I think we should say that every
Yeah,
time.
very clearly. 4-0. We think we're back. We think we're great.
We're back.
0-16. Listen, nothing anyone can say to me. I actually had people get kind of pissy with me, call me a casual on Sunday because I had posted like, it's not the end of the world. Like Texas will be back. We're going to learn. We're going to grow. Let's move on. I've had people call me a casual. I'm not a casual, friends. I will put my record up against anybody. But what I can say is I grew up a Lions fan. Mm-hmm. So there are certain things in this world
you
that
should be
just
happy right now.
That just cannot hurt me. I am impervious to pain because of who my Lions have been for so long. And holy crap, I gotta say.
Well, let me say you put a beat down on Carolina, but they are 0-5.
Carolina.
I know they're
It's Carolina.
0-5 now.
They may challenge the Lions
what
for
the
their 0-16.
problem would have been if you didn't beat Carolina. That would have been burn everything down.
It would have. Okay, but let me say this again, as somebody who's been scorned by the Lions and pained. I mean, you witnessed this a few times where you were starting to get into some Lions games. Oh, you guys got this. You got this.
Oh, I'd be like, there's no way y'all going to blow this man.
Justin Tucker kicks a 60. How long was it? 60 some odd yard field goal.
It was like a record.
66. It was something. I'm sure CB will jump in and
like
correct me here.
67-ish something.
Yeah, it was like 66 yards
to break your heart.
To break my heart. I was like, listen, the Lions always find new and exciting ways to break your heart. But this year we're actually, you know, I'm going to knock on some wood here, y'all. Like the Lions are doing all right. Yes, I agree. We went up against freaking Carolina and they're terrible, but I'll take it.
You got to beat the teams on your schedule and their Lions are 4-1.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about a couple of Longhorns who are shining. One of the Bijan Robinson catch was everywhere this week. That kind of behind the hip, move around, and then while
like
he's
a basketball
doing that,
move,
he's also like breaking ankles into the end zone. That was beautiful. I'm so proud of Bijan.
I know, it's like watching
how they're using him in
grow up.
Atlanta.
I was vocal and hopeful, and again, I'm gonna get a little sassy here. All you people that gave me shit for saying I wanted Bijan on the Lions. Watch him now. Watch my Lions now. Tell me it wouldn't have been a great fit. I would have been in heaven.
Would they use him wisely?
Yeah. Look how they're running now. I mean, we went in and got. Yeah. Listen,
that's what I worry about is talent like that. That you know.
And in the past, Lions pre-Campbell, I would have said, "Oh God, he'd be wasted there." But again, I mean, the Lions are looking good. We're 4-1. We got our little running game going. Our defense is stepping up. Now, again, Campbell did the same thing Sark had to come in and do and build the lines up and take some first round picks that you wouldn't normally. They weren't flashy picks, but it's changing the fabric of who the Lions are, and I'm here for it. I love it.
66 yards. Thank you.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you.
we don't have time to Google it all. But
it was 66 yards.
Thank you. Well, in that fancy move by Bijan, it was against your Texans.
It was.
And they.
Listen, my Texans lost.
Texans lost. Titans lost. Oh, Cowboys.
But Titans were close. I mean, the Texans game was close. That ended up being
21-19.
Yeah, it was a close game.
So every possession mattered. But Bijan did lose a fumble, but that's okay. They still won the game.
Still a rookie.
No, it's fine. He still had 14 carries. But they're giving him the ball 14 times. That's great.
I love it.
I love it. 46 yards, 2 catches for 12 yards.
They're going to F around
TD.
and make me buy an Atlanta jersey, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Well, you can buy a Bijan, a Robinson jersey.
Well, clearly that's who it's going to be.
I know, but I'm saying don't call it a Falcons jersey. Don't call it a Falcons jersey. Call it a Bijan jersey.
The dirty birds.
Okay, so I didn't watch this game. I did go back and see the stats, though. And I didn't watch it because for me it was 3 a.m. or whatever.
Right.
And I finally fell asleep one of the nights. So we were like, oh, okay, the Cowboys are going to play in the middle of the night. No, we're not going to watch because it's at the 49ers. Punt, fumble, punt to start the game.
I need to should that be like the new anthem?
Punt, fumble, punt.
Somebody needs to remaster that. Like Somebody give me a screwed and chopped version of the punt, fumble, punt.
Yeah, so they were down 21-7 at half, and then they lost 42-10. So pretty much the second half was the same thing. Okay, this is my thought about two thoughts about the 49ers.
Okay. No, I'm here for it. I like it.
And I'm going to ask you because you know your stuff. Do you think Brock Purdy was wasted at Iowa State?
Wasted is the wrong term.
Okay.
I think Brock Purdy did. Iowa State was respectable when Brock Purdy was there.
Agree.
And I think that's a credit to Matt Campbell. I think
he should have taken those high-paying NFL jobs when he had the chance.
Listen, I
bet his players bet money that he wouldn't.
I think that Brock Purdy, I don't think wasted is the right term.
Okay.
I think he developed well. He developed nicely at Iowa State. I think had he been at a different program, he would have done more and would have been a bigger household name. But that's also to say, like, who was around him and the pieces, and is he a big fish in a small pond at Iowa State? Yes, I would agree with that. No, I don't think his talent was wasted.
I want to go back and look and see what his offers were. I know he developed later. Like he
came on
matured.
later.
I mean, the best time in 49ers. Like, he was Mr. Irrelevant, right?
He beat Texas a couple times.
Wasn't he the last pick, Mr. Irrelevant? And wow.
But
and right away came in and played and shined, and they're just using him so smartly.
I definitely think that Brock Purdy suffered a little bit as far as national recognition being at Iowa State. Yeah, for sure.
Look at it coming all the way back around.
Yeah.
The Lions.
Yeah. And
but
then we got our Campbell.
You got the Campbell you wanted.
I know he's an Aggie.
All right.
I'll take it.
That's I'm telling you, girl, we have an Aggie quarterback. It does not work out.
It's working out for our head coach.
Not for me. So that was my first question about the 49ers.
Okay.
My second question about the 49ers is, well, it's not really a question. It's more of a statement. I think Christian McCaffrey was robbed from the Heisman when he was at Stanford. Robbed. And I think
bold.
I think he was the best player in college football. At least one of the years, maybe 2 of the years. He had records, stats. I mean, but nobody really watched it because it was
Stanford.
Back then. Well, it was Pac-12, but
yeah.
Before the hype of Pac-12 that it has now, it was kind of
But what are the ironies of Pac-12 being hyped the year before they turn into the Pac-2? It just
the Pac-Deuce.
The Pac-Deuce.
Oh, somebody called them two-pack.
Yeah, listen, I don't hate that.
That's a good name. I wish I remember who said that. Called them two-pack.
The two-pack. Yeah.
Tupac.
I do think I was about to say the words, I think he was underrated, but you're still in Heisman contention, so you weren't really underrated.
Somebody agrees with me. I hope you're agreeing that McCaffrey should have had the Heisman. If not, at least 2 of the years he was the stunner, but 1 year for sure. I mean, how he didn't win it is just nobody watched him play.
It certainly didn't help. It certainly didn't help. But again,
he was the best player in college football that year.
But he was still in the talking. So I don't want to say he was in the running.
I remember him being like highlight after highlight and just stat after stat.
No, I get that. But I'm saying
at the time Stanford was the winning program. Like I don't know how he didn't get.
I can't say that he was undervalued or underrated because he was getting national attention. He was in the running for the Heisman. So
yes, but he should have won it.
That's
to me,
fair.
I will.
Well, so should Vince Young.
Thank you. Behind Vince Young, I think the next greatest robbery ever was
all right.
Was McCaffrey not getting the Heisman.
I could co-sign on that. That's a fair enough argument.
All right, so let's look ahead this weekend. There are some games.
What are we actually doing?
This is week 6. Well,
I feel like
the NFL.
I feel like Ricky Bobby, where it's like when we have a bye week, I don't know what to do.
Well,
with my hands.
I'll tell you what.
Tell me who I'm supposed to be watching.
Okay, right. The London game. I won't be there. The London game, Ravens at Titans. This is let's.
And that's at 9 a.m. right?
I don't know what time it's going to be here. Probably
ends up
8 or 9,
really
7, 8, 9, whatever it is. This is all mid teams, like just average mid. Except your Lions are winning.
Yeah, thank you.
3-2 Ravens against 2-3 Titans.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
But it's in London and it's at 9 a.m.
Oh, it's going to be so
something
fun.
to watch.
I wish I was at that game.
Sure.
3-2 Saints at 2-3 Texans.
And that's actually
that's going to be a good game.
Yeah, that's
Saints,
a fun.
Texans going to be good.
It's always a fun rivalry because, like, I've said this. I think plenty of people would agree. the Cajuns and Texans are like cousins. Like we just cook a little different. We talk a little different, but we got the same soul, right? So that's a fun, I mean, that's, and again, Nolans and Houston ain't that far apart. So that's always a fun game to watch.
Right. That's going to be fun.
Yep.
4-1 Lions at 3-1 Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all should be fine right there.
See, if you put the kiss of death on my team.
I tell you all the time, your team's going to win this year.
Yeah. And then
the 3-2 Cowboys at 2-2 Chargers. I think the Cowboys are actually because
Show up for that
they
game?
go like this. So now they'll be like this. And then bye week next week, Titans, Texans, Cowboys, all on a bye.
Yeah.
The following week. So the week, which the Texans will get because they did the London trip, so they get the bye. But Dallas and
Titans.
Houston, Titans, and then the Houston and Dallas will get the bye just coincidentally.
Yeah.
So the week after the Cowboys. So what are you going to do with your hands this weekend?
This weekend? Well, I mean, I'm going to be watching my Lions. Listen,
there's still lots of other good college football, which we'll get to.
Great college football for sure. I mean, I'll be watching my Lions. You know, I'll be here with your kiddo, and she's going to be annoyed. But I'm going to force her to watch Detroit football for a little bit.
Oh,
she will probably ignore me and then go upstairs and pretend like I'm not here. But yeah, I mean, listen, I'm going to be.
There's a lot of rugby if you want to watch rugby.
Oh, that's fun too.
There's some quarterfinals.
That's fun too. But yeah, I mean, I'm here for my Lions. I'm excited. I feel like I'm playing with house money right now. Just in terms of being a fan with Detroit, because
you guys are great.
I'm
great.
I'm impervious to pain. If we lose, we're the Lions. If we win, hell yeah, we're having a good season. So feels like house money. So that's what I'll be doing. I'll be glued to some NFL football, and we've got some good college coming up too. That is
all right. Let's get into it.
Want to jump
college?
in? All right.
First, we have our picks, and we do okay on our picks. Don't bet your rent money on it, but you got a little extra scratch that you
and I
need.
Still. Hey, Jody. Listen,
hi, Jody.
I'll give you a shout out, my friend. This is, guys, I'm going to throw him up on the screen here. Jody is a buddy of mine. He is a dirty Sooner, but we appreciate you being here.
Congrats, man.
Should have joined us earlier. We were actually giving props to your team.
We actually said nice things about your team.
We did. That was a hell of a win by OU. We'll see y'all again in December for sure.
Make sure you take care of West Virginia for us. So if you really want to see us again, you will beat West Virginia.
Right.
And there you go.
I love it. So yeah, we've got some college football.
Let's talk about our picks last week. So we both picked.
It was rough last week.
We all picked Texas to win, and they didn't.
To be fair, I feel like we weren't the only ones that missed last week. You said 95%
of people picked Texas.
Yeah.
But anyway. Yeah. Okay. So we picked K-State, Oak State, because we thought Oklahoma State was dead in the water. They were not.
What is it? What's the meme where the old guy is like, someone call an ambulance, but not for me.
Not for me.
That's Oklahoma State right now. jumping out with a gun. Somebody
coming back from the dead.
Yeah. We had all signed their death warrant and thought they were 6 feet under, but
good job, Oklahoma State. Way to fight back.
And
we need you to beat West Virginia.
Talk about a team on the downward trajectory. Kansas State is struggling.
Well, Kansas State, they'll be fine. Yep. They're still a good team. We picked Kevin Dunn was our guest last week, and he and I both picked Alabama to. And I both picked. Wait, what?
You picked A&M. Katie picked Bama by 7. I picked Bama by 10.
Oh, why did I write Allie? Yeah, I picked the Aggies to win that game at home.
You did.
And they did not.
They didn't.
They did not. They fought hard, but just couldn't get anything going. Milroe did enough.
He did. And I will say, if this is going to be in the spirit of positivity, say something nice about teams you don't like. Kyle Field's a hard place to play. It is a hard place to play. And consistently, no matter what you think about the Aggie fan base,
they filled the stadium.
They show up and they're loud and they're there for their team. They had people in line for those tickets 2 weeks before, which is insane to me. But Kyle Field is a hard place to play. And it's going to be harder, since Texas has played there. When we go back next year, it's going to be even harder with all the construction that they've had, and they've kind of closed off the bowl, made it taller.
Mm-hmm.
That's not.
I thought they would handle business as much as they said, "Oh, Bama's down this year; they don't have a quarterback," and we know different. They're 5-1, Bama. They were getting it together, and they did enough. They went into A&M and did enough.
And again, I know that people want to knock the Aggies and talk about Jimbo Fisher. I don't think Jimbo's the guy, but they're still in the conversation. And no matter what, especially in a big game like that, anybody playing Bama, a lot like Texas, that's going to be a championship mentality game.
Yep.
Kyle Field is a hard place to play. So for Bama to go in a down year, I use very large air quotes on that, but Bama to go in a down year, play in a hard environment and come out on top, that's a solid win for Bama, and it should be counted as such.
Right. 26-20. That was Aggies had so many chances. I mean, they had the lead. They had a 67% chance of winning that game in the third quarter. The game was there when they were up 17-10, but they just didn't do enough, and they turned over the Aggies when they needed to. And
yeah, so we got to give a shout out to Katie, our boy Kevin Dunn, because he was closest on that. He said Bama by 7. So
okay,
yeah, so
nice.
He had that pretty much in the bag. Good job, Katie.
All right, we were all wrong thinking that Kentucky would fight against Georgia. That was not a fight.
I picked Georgia to cover, and
you did. Oh, I have you saying no cover. Georgia win, but no cover.
All right,
I had the outright upset, which was the dumbest pick of the week.
Hey, you gotta swing for the fences, right?
All right. And I do have to say, you picked Louisville to beat Notre Dame.
I did.
Yeah. You were just like, I don't care.
I did. I put it out there.
That was great. What even happened with Texas Tech and Baylor? Who won that game? I don't know. I have to look it up. CB, who won?
Yeah, no.
I saw it was replaying last night on one of the ESPNs when I was getting ready for bed. It was replaying. And I'm like, is this live or was this last weekend? I don't even know.
Tech rolled on that one. It was
39-14. Okay.
Yep.
All right. I see you, Tech. They're getting it together.
Yeah, they're playing decent football now. They started off rough. They're playing decent football now, but let's not toot their
I'm not
horn
going to award them a Big 12
too loudly.
championship or
It is
anything.
still Baylor.
It was at Baylor. Who did Baylor even have at quarterback that day? That's what I want to know.
That's still one of my favorite games because I'm a child. Like we've established that I basically am a 12-year-old boy mentally, right? That's still one of my favorite games when they play at Texas Tech, the BU-TT, because I am a child.
Good job.
Yeah, go.
Thanks. Tech won that game. Good job. Yeah.
Yep, 39-14 Tech.
I've been gone all weekend. So I like when I'm in Austin, I just leave news playing, sports playing, whatever, and I can hear and keep up. But I was gone and just weird hours and I don't know. I'm just trying to catch up now, but
I like it. Yeah, that is that post vacation haze. And like you were across the world and it was a pretty quick trip, a 4 or 5 day trip, right?
Yeah, 6 days total, like end on end.
But 2 of those were travel. Yeah, that's tough to jump back into. So I appreciate you being here. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I love it.
All right, let's pick our games this week.
Okay.
This is the time we talked about this last week. This is where we have like 50-something days in a row of college or NFL every day. Games live.
We're in the thick of it. We're like in the first third of that
right now. So every day there's some game somewhere, which is amazing. Thursday night, tomorrow.
Thank you for clarifying what day we are in fact on.
Well, today's Wednesday. So tomorrow, there's a Big 12 game. West Virginia, who we were just talking about, and Houston. At Houston. I know.
That look, I try to work on my face being better about lying. You know what I mean? Like I give away far too much of what I'm thinking with my face. So continue.
This is why it's interesting, not just because
terrible at poker.
Not just because it's the Big 12, but so West Virginia, we said that earlier, their only loss, 4-1 West Virginia, their only loss was at number 7 Penn State,
right?
Which was
That's
respectable.
Yeah.
Not that there's a good loss, but that was respectable. But they do have wins against Tech and at TCU. And when they lost to TCU likes to be the big favorite and then lose because they blew 21-point favorites against Colorado. And then they were 14-point favorites against West Virginia and they lost.
Okay. But let's slow this down a little bit and let's look at that. TCU had all the flowers and accolades going into the season, but they lost.
But this was 4 weeks in and they were still 14-point favorites.
But TCU lost so many players. From the get-go, from the first game, we saw that this is not the TCU of last year.
No.
So
but they are getting lots of love in the spreads.
I get what you're saying, but the spreads are one thing, but TCU to me still is not a team that showed up. So I'm cool. Go in and beat TCU, fine, but I don't know that I'm going to put that much weight on that win.
All right. Here's why this is so weird. So West Virginia has beaten Tech and TCU. Houston has already lost to Tech and TCU, but the spread is only 3.
That's interesting.
That's what I don't get. They're at Houston. The spread is only 3-point West Virginia.
Yeah. Look, I think that is more of a response of people not knowing who West Virginia is yet, right? They've had some tests. Like you said, they played at Penn State. That's a tough place to play. Penn State obviously is in the running this year to make it to the college football playoffs. So I think West Virginia got some credit for that. But coming into the season, we all thought West Virginia was going to be not a great team. I still am not 1,000% convinced that we know who they are, or you know what I mean? Especially in comparison within the Big 12. Penn State, they went in, they lost, they played a decent game, but it's Penn State. We know, we can safely say Penn State and West Virginia are on different levels right now. That's a safe thing. But when you look at the rest of the competition that West Virginia has played thus far, I think it's, again, we're talking TCU, a team that hasn't really shown much.
But to go there and win, that's respectable.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm picking Texas to struggle there.
Yeah, I know you did. You had that at the beginning of the season, and we'll talk about that too. But I don't know. I'm still not sold. I'm surprised at West Virginia. I'm surprised that they're where they're at in the season right now. If you had asked me this at the beginning of the season, I would not have had West Virginia in contention for a Big 12 championship right now.
Nobody would have. They were
right.
Yeah.
So I think in that sense, you've got to give them some credit. You've got to acknowledge that they've done better with the season than a lot of people anticipated. That being said, I still don't think they've really been tested. They don't have any wins that I look at and go, yes, that tells me who they are. That shows me West Virginia is a for real team. I'm not convinced yet. I'm not saying they can't be.
Win at TCU, I find the win at TCU respectable.
Okay.
I don't. Just
You're being kinder
on the road.
to Fort Worth
I
than I am at this
I
point
am.
in the season.
I think that's, especially as 14-point dogs, 4 weeks into the season, enough to make a spread. I think that's respectable. Anyway, they're only favored by 3.
Yeah.
So,
I think that's to me, that's just the telling sign that nobody knows who the fuck they are right now.
Yeah.
Right?
14-point dogs at TCU, but then only 3-point favorites at Houston.
Right.
2 and 3 Houston.
And Houston is a team on the downward spiral, which is hard to say because U of H hadn't been great lately. I mean, they had a few little pops and flashes.
Tom Herman.
But then
remember that woman that was so mad when Tom Herman left?
They were all mad.
I know, but there was like one woman that was just like angry every day on the internet
world
because Tom Herman left.
Somebody mad on the internet? That never happens.
I just remember her. I always think of her.
And again, Holgorsen, I'm just going to speak from the heart here. I don't like him as a person. I don't care for him as a coach. I was surprised when he left West Virginia and got picked up at Houston. I don't think he's shown anything at Houston to suggest that this program is on an upward trajectory. I don't see how the man still
not
has
consistently. No, just
I don't
moments.
I don't see how he still has a job. Again, the recruiting is going down the toilet. I think I saw something recently that their most recent recruiting class was like 90th or 96th in the nation. I don't know. There's nothing that tells me that Holgorsen is going to have some crazy 180 and bring University of Houston back up to where they feel they should be. I think the best thing they have going for them is those Oilers throwback uniforms that they released.
Those are nice.
Those are
nice
cool.
blue.
I'll give props
Good
for that
job.
too. But
so win and cover. What do you say
for
West Virginia minus?
Yeah, I think West Virginia shows up. I still don't think they're tested. 3 points. Yeah, I say West Virginia shows up. They blow them out of the water. Relatively, this is a double-digit win for West Virginia. I just don't see it being a 3-point game.
I agree. I don't understand that line. I even went and double-checked it. And
am I reading that right?
Yeah, I agree. Win and cover West Virginia. I think they've done enough to show they can handle a 2 and 3 team.
Yeah, agreed. And again, I know that it's at Houston, but Houston is not. It's gotten better, but it's still not a formidable place to play quite yet. So yeah, I'm taking West Virginia.
I got
cover. Double-digit cover.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Friday, there's a few games, but the big one, which is a conference matchup in the Pac-12, and we're talking about it because it's Colorado, and it will be again the most watched game.
Got to talk about Colorado.
No,
that's fair.
I mean, it's
we need
the biggest game that night.
Yep, we need to,
and we have to talk about it because it will probably be again a record-breaking watching game because there will be nothing else on TV Friday night, and everyone will watch this one big game.
Right.
All right. Which good. watch. Everybody go watch Colorado. So it's not till 9 p.m. for us. And okay, they're going to accumulate a good win because it is Stanford, who is 0-3 in conference, 1-4 overall. Their only win was at Hawaii, and
so who's your pick? I mean, I think you've already said it, but go ahead.
I mean, let me tell
What's
you
the spread?
Let me tell you the spread. It's 11.5 Colorado.
That seems shockingly low to me.
Low.
Yes. For an 0-4 Stanford team. Listen, I'm not sold on Colorado yet. I think they were exposed, but 11.5 still less than 2 touchdowns still seems low to me for an 0-4 Stanford team on the road.
1-4, 0-3 in conference.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Same
1-4.
Same difference.
My fault.
I mean, I don't want to take away that Hawaii win, who's now 2-4. I don't want to take away that win.
Right.
I agree. Colorado's lost to Oregon and USC. They survived Arizona State for that big win. So I'm going to say they do win and cover.
Okay.
Why not? They're at home. People are pumped that they just beat Arizona State. 0-3 in conference, Arizona State. Everyone's pumped. So they're going to give Stanford another
Again, I think Colorado's been exposed, but I don't see that this is going to be that huge of a challenge. And again, Sanders is showing that he's got some coaching in him, and I think he's going to have these guys ready for this. Especially a home game on a Friday. I just don't see.
Yeah, they'll be packed. They'll be crowded.
Right.
There'll be some celebrities there. It's going to be fun.
And then we
Good for them.
Yeah, and then we jump into Saturday.
Huge game Saturday. So lots of ranked matchups, and that's what I'm sticking with as far as picks is the ranked matchups. And then I'm going to tell you the top 10 teams, a few of them, and tell me who you think's on upset alert.
Okay, I like it.
All right, so let's start with 2:30 in the afternoon. One of the biggest, I think, ranked matchup because it's a top 10 matchup. 8 Oregon at 7 Washington. So let me tell you about Oregon. Their conference wins are Colorado, Stanford, who's won nothing, and their best win might be at Texas Tech or home to Colorado. One of those is their best win. They're averaging 52 points a game. 7 Washington. Their conference wins are Cal at Arizona. I'm still trying to see who their best win. Oh, game days in there for Seattle. Nice. So game
CB,
day.
you're going to be there? You're going to show up with your Texas gear on, my friend?
Thanks. Game day is going to be, I didn't even know that. Thank you, because I haven't been paying attention. So game day will be there. They should. That's a top 10 matchup. Good call. Good call. And it's going to be so beautiful. What a beautiful campus. Okay. So their best win, all the teams are 3-3 or 2-3. Washington hasn't beaten any team with a winning record. So I don't know.
Yeah,
but
it's a hard one
undefeated. Washington's favored by a field goal at home, which means they're pretty dead even teams.
Yeah, means Vegas again. Like we just talked about, Vegas doesn't know which way this one's going. Look, we've talked about the Pac-12 and how surprising it is that they're getting so much national attention.
Good for them.
And this, the final year of their existence, right? Man, this is a toss-up here. We're saying Washington is favored by 3. I'm going to say Oregon comes in and wins this game. I think Oregon is a better team all around. I like Washington. I don't, I think they've done well with what they've had and what they've shown. But yeah, I think Oregon comes in, takes this over. I think Oregon wins and covers. I'm going to say covers by a touchdown. I think Oregon by 7.
I agree with you as far as, look at this. Thank you, Richard.
See, look at this magic drinks again.
Refills.
I love it.
Thank you,
I love
Richard.
it. I need
The
these when
dog
I'm
is here.
picking. I need these when I'm picking.
Yeah. Go on, sorry. The little dog is here. Thank you. So I agree. I think Oregon has been tested. They went to Tech, and it's not that Tech is the best team in the country, but
still a harder place to play.
It is a hard place to play. The fans are right on top of you. It's loud. It was sold out. It was
when they're ready.
It was an intense crowd and a game that went to the last second.
Right.
So that was a good test. They rolled Colorado without much problem, but I think they have a lot of confidence going into this game. I mean, so does Washington, and they have an impressive offense again, also scoring 46 points a game, which is confusing because 52 points a game, Oregon, 46 Washington, but the over-under is 67. So they're trusting a little defense on each side. But I agree. I'm going to go Oregon, not just wins, not just covers, but wins outright. And I could even pick Oregon to win by 9-12.
Okay, I'm going to put you down for 12 because we got to be different a little bit, right? I got it.
Well, let's say
got to be a little different. 10. Okay. I said 7. You said 10.
9 to 12.
Yeah, Okay, let's go 10. All right, cool.
10.
I like that. Then we're looking at. Look, I would love to talk about this A&M game.
Let's get there.
Yes.
It's all right.
So at the same time,
still 2:30 p.m. Yes.
Mhm. At the same time, it's on CBS, so nationally broadcast game.
Good for them getting the SEC on CBS.
So this is Texas A&M at UT, not the real UT, but
the other UT.
The other UT. Again, A&M is 4-2 overall and 2-1 in conference.
Right.
19 Tennessee. So Tennessee is up there, 4-1, and they're 1-1 in conference.
Right.
Yes, we talked about this a little earlier. A&M played a close game, gave it the good, what do they call it?
The old try.
The old college try. I thought they had some core bullshit with that, but they tried. And TAMU ended up losing 26-20 against Bama at home. So A&M does have the wins, like over Auburn and Arkansas.
Right.
Again, Auburn not so high up there this year. Arkansas TBD, but that's still a good. Again, Arkansas still hates teams in Texas.
Those are fine.
Yeah. Tennessee has a loss at Florida. Florida's now 4-2 after kind of a roller coaster start. And then they've got a pretty big win at South Carolina.
Right,
They won by 3 touchdowns.
Yep.
So their only win over a winning record team is against Austin. I can never say a P.
I think it's just P,
Is it
right?
PA?
It's just P.
Either way, the ones with the top hats.
Right. Their only win, again, like we just said, Washington doesn't have a single win against a team with a winning record. Neither does Tennessee. And you can't help who you play as long as you beat the teams you play. But Austin P, 3-2. That's the best record of any team they've played.
Yeah.
But they are very balanced in getting their offense going, Tennessee. So this past weekend, 477 yards of offense, and it was pretty much split down the middle, running and passing. Not that means there's balance, because it didn't have to be 50-50, but when you can run and pass like that, great. What do you say? Texas A&M is going in. Tennessee's favored, 3.5 at home. So
yeah, look, as much as I want to come in and walk all over A&M, I think they're starting to figure it out this season. I think A&M goes in, and I'm still not convinced. I mean, listen, pay Jimbo Fisher until the end of all time.
Oh, give him an extension.
Extend him, but
I love what he's doing there.
Great job. Keep it up, buddy. But I do think A&M is starting to kind of get their collective crap together. And I think they're starting to figure out and play a little better together, even though they lost their quarterback. They have a very competent backup, right? In Max. So yeah, I'm going to say TAMU goes in. They're coming off an emotional loss to Bama. I think they want to take it out, and they're going to see orange, and they're going to see UT, even though it's not the real one. I think they're going to come in. I'm going to take A&M to win, which obviously means they cover. But I do think this is a close game. I mean, I think this is within a 7 points, A&M wins.
All right. We disagree. I am tired of betting on Aggies to win.
Yeah, maybe this is.
I have been believing in them, and they've been letting me down. So I am actually picking Tennessee to win and cover at home. That 3.5 hook is kind of funky, but I'm going to take it.
Okay.
I'm going to say Tennessee wins and covers. I think they're going to be, A&M's just going to be mentally, physically exhausted and drained from that roller coaster. Yeah, that physical game they played at home. I think it's too much to take it the following week on the road. And I'm going to stick with Tennessee to get another.
Listen, we got Bob agreeing with you here. Let's extend Jimbo. Fully guarantee. I agree.
Another 10 years, another 100 million.
Agreed. Listen, I want
guaranteed.
I want to be clear. I'm rooting for Tennessee. However, I still think A&M is going to take this one. Yeah. So, okay. So that's a little differentiator. I'm taking A&M. You're taking Tennessee. You say Tennessee covers. I like it.
Hold on. Okay.
So let's jump in. Then the night game. Now this one, we should have had Katie jump in with us on this, but
Notre Dame.
Pretty good rivalry going on between
classic
with the Trojans and Notre Dame.
Another ranked matchup, 10 USC at 21 Notre Dame. Yep.
All right, who you got on that one, Rocky?
6-0 USC, 5-2 Notre Dame. Notre Dame. This is what's weird. Notre Dame's lost 2 games already, and they're 3-point favorites at home. So they're seeing something in this USC team that they think Notre Dame can handle. I don't. I've been picking against Notre Dame, and most of the time I'm right. And
Katie is mad at you for that.
Katie's mad at me, but I'm picking against them again this week. I think Caleb Williams has too much for. I think Caleb Williams has too much for Notre Dame, and I'm picking USC to go in there and win outright.
Okay, all right. So you're going to take USC again. You know me, just to be the contrarian.
That's fine.
I'm going to take Notre Dame in this. Again, I think Caleb Williams is a better quarterback here. I think really USC is the better team, but again, this is a rivalry game, much like the Texas OU game. You can throw stats out the window. You can throw history. It's going to be crazy. So I'm going to say that Notre Dame wins. But again, this is another nail biter. I'm going to take Notre Dame to win, but not cover.
Ooh,
3.
It's like a 1. Oh, just by 3.
I'm going to take it. This is going to be
push.
Yeah, this is a push.
All right.
Yep, I'm taking Notre Dame.
Okay. Yes, USC's defense is not stellar, but they will put up enough points. I think they will put up enough points. All right. So one more ranked game, and we can just throw it out there. We don't have to. More because I want to talk about what happened to this team last weekend.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Miami.
Yep.
The Aggie beaters. 4-1. They are now 0-1 in conference. And did you see how? I actually watched this while I was away. They get to go to the Fighting Mac Browns.
Mac Browns.
Who's undefeated. You go, Mac Brown. Undefeated, 5-0. Okay, so Georgia Tech. They played Georgia Tech last Saturday. Did you see these highlights?
I did not.
Okay. Oh, good. I have to tell you what happened. So Mario Cristobal, you know how
I did. This was the complete mismanagement at the end of the game where all he had to do was take a knee.
Yes. Okay.
And he didn't. I did see this.
I knew you knew.
Look at me watching football in my sleep.
Yeah. Everybody, y'all saw this. All he had to do was take a knee. Okay. With 44 seconds left in the game, he had a 98% chance of winning this game.
These are your favorites. You love the percentage.
I watched the game scrolling through what's the percentage of winning the game at this point. He had a 97.9% chance of winning the game with 44 seconds left. And like every good coach,
44 seconds, like God bless. That does make me feel better.
To do
Thank you for making this the last pick.
His team
Take a knee. This makes me feel better about our mismanagement and clock management at the end of the game.
Because at least, well, because it kind of.
I'm just saying,
yeah.
There are teams that manage the end of the game worse.
When imagine if all you have to do is victory formation,
literally just,
and you're like, no, we're gonna fight. Keep trying.
That's hubris, my friend.
Keep trying to drive the ball.
That's hubris.
Well, of course, turnover. Georgia Tech gets the ball. They go 74 yards in 4 plays and win the game.
And we got to give a shout out to the Watsons.
The Watsons.
Yep.
So Janelle Watson, our friend, her son Kenyatta Watson was at Texas. He's now at Georgia Tech. So of course I was messaging you like, oh my.
And his dad is director
Coach Watson.
Yeah, Coach Watson is director of recruiting and personnel, right?
Florida State now, right? Is it Florida State?
Yeah. He was at Georgia Tech for a little bit, though.
Okay. Anyway, they're a great family, beautiful family.
Yeah.
We miss them, love them. So anyway, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I was so happy for them because that was huge to beat
big.
Miami undefeated at the time and on their own, like take advantage of their stupidity, like just arrogance to not take a knee.
Yeah. Yeah, that's hubris right there. They come back and bite you. All right.
And do you know who was the quarterback for Georgia Tech who threw those 4 touchdowns? Haynes King from A&M. The former Aggie quarterback,
you gotta love
beat Miami when the Aggies
full circle.
It's a beautiful story.
It is. All right. So you have some feelings on this. I'm gonna let you pick this one first.
Which one?
So Miami. We're gonna pick it.
We're gonna pick it. Okay.
Because we got
North Carolina is favored by 3.5.
Who are you taking?
Oh, North Carolina win and cover.
Okay.
No question.
Okay. I hate to end on us agreeing, but I gotta say the same thing. It's the Fighting Mac Browns. Gotta love them. Kyle
gotta
M.
love
Lang.
him. Fighting Mac Brown.
Gotta
love him.
Kyle M. Lang has turned into a North Carolina Stan account for this week.
Oh, nice.
So I'm going to take North Carolina. I agree. I think they win and cover. I think I think he's having fun coaching football again. This team seems to be doing really, really well. And thank you.
The Astros.
Yeah, Bob, thank you. I'm actually, you can't really tell because of our little thing, but I'm rocking all of the Astros gear today. Sorry, guys.
She is.
Yeah, y'all know who I'm rooting for in the playoffs
in
here.
The baseball.
Hey, shout out to the Rangers again. They did a great job. Congratulations, guys! You won some stuff in the postseason. So you understand Twitter is going to be absolutely unbearable. You don't follow MLB too much.
No,
you are still going to see.
the Rangers won, but I don't.
An all Texas playoff would be pretty delightful. I will be definitely a little
because
noisy.
you guys are back in the same side.
Go Astros.
Back
Yep.
in the same.
Yep.
Not conference, division or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So all right.
I'm not the biggest baseball person.
So
sorry.
we're both taking North Carolina to win
and cover.
Again, 3.5. That's a lot of close games. A lot of games that Vegas just doesn't know how to pick. Doesn't know which way to go. I like
I'm gonna give you a couple of quick top 10 teams, just a couple games, and you tell me who you think, if any, are on upset alert.
Okay, like it.
Georgia at Vanderbilt. They're only 31-point favorites.
Yeah.
Syracuse is okay going to Florida State, 17.5 favorites, or Arkansas at Alabama. Are is anyone an upset alert?
Of all of those, if I had to,
I say top 10, but Alabama's number 11, but you know what I mean. That's a good game.
If I have to pick one of those to be an upset, like gun to the head, have to pick one, I'm going to say Arkansas at Alabama. I think that's the upset to watch for. Look, Georgia, I gave them shit before they showed up this past game against Kentucky. I think Georgia's going to show up to play when it really matters, and it's Vanderbilt. Like, I don't see anything coming from them. You've got Indiana at number 2, Michigan. Same thing. Michigan,
33.
It's at home. Favorites. I just don't see anything happening there. But yeah, so of all of those that we talked about, if I have to pick, I'm not saying I would pick this if I were gambling, but I would say of those, if I have to pick, I'm going to say Arkansas at Alabama. Bama's favored by 19. I can see Arkansas, again, being the cockroaches, showing up, falling in something, and screwing things up.
All right. Good job.
I like it.
All right. So let's give a shout out to one of our sponsors.
Yeah. So we're going to be watching all of this
We're
stuff
watching all
this
the
weekend. Listen, and you guys, if you have not got your man cave set up, if you don't have your she shed set up, whatever you need, please reach out to AV Consultations. Again, it's the best time of year. We're fully into football season, and
it's fall.
It is fall, and we live in our living rooms watching sports all day long. We got playoffs coming up for baseball. This is truly a magical
55 days straight of football.
Magical time of year. So stop spending your money and your time driving back and forth to bars and wasting money there when you can make your home the place to be for your friends and for your family and for yourself with a custom TV hookup from AV Consultations. They have been in business since 1988. Like, they are
a long time.
Almost as old as me. That's crazy.
35 years.
Yeah. And they will hook you up the way that they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans. Look, if you want projectors, if you want the big screen TV, they even do security, home security. So if you're looking to make your place a little more secure, they can take care of you there too. Look, they'll take care of you. AV Consultations, give them a call, 512-255-8678, or check them out online at avconsultations.com.
Good job, Megan.
Love it. Love it.
All right. So quick note for our women in sports.
Yep.
Today, our woman in sports is Mary Lou Retton, and we're bringing her up because, well,
I got to say this before.
Okay.
When I was a kid, okay, so I was born in 82. Y'all do the math. I was born in 82. My mom was convinced. So when I was a kid, I was in jazz, ballet, tap, and gymnastics, right? And yeah, it was a lot. My mom was convinced I was going to be the next Mary Lou Retton.
Oh,
like, she had that.
Did she bowl cut your hair and everything?
I straight up had like the mullet with the bowl
had
cut.
that haircut.
And yeah, it was a lot, but she definitely thought that I was going to be the spicy little gymnast. Clearly that did not work out. I think I maybe I'm a little too spicy. I didn't have the discipline. For gymnastics, that's for sure. But so Mary Lou Retton is in the news right now.
She's in the news. So everyone knows Mary Lou Retton, 1984 LA Olympics, got perfect 10s, won all around gold. She became America's sweetheart.
Mm-hmm.
She is a Longhorn. She went to UT Austin. That's why we're especially talking about her today, because she went to Texas. Did you know she married a former UT quarterback?
I did not know.
I did not know that either. Shannon Kelly, who was a quarterback at Texas between the years 85 through 88. Jazz hands.
Mm-hmm.
He was the Texas quarterback, and he beat BYU. So maybe things are all coming in.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're divorced, but she married him. And the reason we bring her up is because she is in ICU fighting a really rare, severe form of pneumonia.
Jeez.
Yeah. So her family's asking for donations, and because she doesn't have health insurance, because she lives in Texas, so she don't have no insurance.
How do you? Oh, that's
it's sad because she's America's sweetheart and she can't get health insurance.
Yeah, that's a frustrating.
It's frustrating. Anyway, so they're asking for help. If just send your thoughts, send your strength to Mary Lee Retton, America's sweetheart.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
Anyway, all right.
It's time.
It's time.
It's time.
That's our women in sports. But we have time to get it off our chest.
Let's do it.
Do you want to go first? Or do you want me to go first?
You tell me. I'm fine either way.
You go first.
You typically.
All right, let me play it.
Put it in the book.
You can't handle the truth. Say it with your chest.
I never told anybody that because I'm such a good friend.
All right. This is
get off your chest, Megan.
Get off our chest. We've got
you
1
got
minute.
the timer.
1 minute on the clock.
And it doesn't have to be negativity.
To rant or rave about whatever we want to. I think I'm gonna go ahead and go. Start now. I'm excited where this Texas football team is heading.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go ahead and put this out once again to Texas fans. The sky is not falling, guys. I heard this on the way up out of it took a little bit to get out of. Hey, shout out to the Texas fans. The stadium was full both ways. It was all burnt orange, all, crimson. That was awesome. Texas, the eyes of Texas was some of the loudest I've heard at the end of any game, despite a heartbreaking loss. So hell yeah. I want to brag on the guys that they're the fans that showed out, stayed to the very end, sang really loud with the eyes of Texas. That's awesome. To the few that were leaving, saying fire everybody. This is the worst team I've ever seen. This is guys, y'all are the reason Texas is called the softest fan base out there. Grow up. This team is amazing. We're doing awesome things. And if you're not here and you want to jump off the bandwagon every 3 seconds, you're not a real fan. Boom. There's my 60 seconds.
Wow.
Sorry, I just had to say a little bit of good, a little bit of bad.
Good job. Keep it real.
I will keep it real. It drives me nuts when I see that. So there's my 60. Are you ready? I'm about to put 60 on the clock for you.
Okay, I better be ready.
You got yours to go?
Sure, I'll say something.
All right, let's do this.
Okay. I wish everybody had the opportunity to go to a sporting event that was like a World Cup
on a world stage.
Yeah, or even like like I talked about a couple weeks ago, the London game at the NFL London games, or there'll be some events here in the US, the Olympics. Sporting events where people from all over the world come together, and it's so amazing to see people dressed in their costumes or have their fun little character things from their countries and things that they know what it is. And, they just wear their beautiful things from around the world, and you hear all these languages and they all love the same sports or the same events, or cheering for the other team or respecting the other team. Like Japan was playing and they have Argentina painted on their cheeks because they're full head to toe Japan, but they're respecting the opponent.
All right. I like it.
I wish everyone had that opportunity.
I like that. That's awesome. All right. And there's your minute.
There's my minute.
I like it. Now, look, I will say, if you're in the Austin area and you have an opportunity, check out F1 racing. I know sometimes it ends up on Texas football weekends, but if you have an opportunity, it is fun. You get to see different, again, it's racing, which is,
oh yeah, F1's coming.
Yeah. In my heart, it's in my blood.
There's an international event right here in Austin. People from all over the world.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. So
it took me a second.
To make that connection.
It took me a second.
Yeah. MotoGP and F1, but F1 is coming up here pretty soon. It is fun to go. You smell the fuel. You get to see people from around the world. Austin is growing up as a little city, and we're hosting global events now. So it's a pretty cool thing. It's a lot of fun to go to.
And they have events around town that even if you don't have tickets to the event, there are things around the city that are free and open, and you can go see the cars or meet the people or be a part of the event, even if you don't have tickets to the race.
Right. Yeah. It's a ton of fun. There's a lot of stuff in town that's happening. And yes, that's absolutely right, Bob.
World Cup is coming to the US.
World Cup is coming to the US in Houston and Arlington. Like, that's an easy drive from Austin. If y'all have an opportunity, it is.
Or if you're in Houston.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun to go to global events and really get a flavor, a taste of other cultures, and
it's so
fun. how they do things, and show them how we do it here. It's kind of fun. It's a good time. So again, y'all, as always, we appreciate you joining us. We are approaching our 5 o'clock
2
hour.
hours goes so fast.
It does. We thank you again. I thank y'all for sticking with us as I went through my rants and my raves. As always, we appreciate you. Always jump in. Please feel free to share. Always like, subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube. If you missed any of the show, you can always go back and listen to the recap, listen to the replay anytime you want to. And for now, we're going to sign off. We appreciate you. We'll see you next week. As always, I'm Megan.
I'm Rocky.
And we are Fire the Cannon.
Yes, sir.